Chapter 162, The Death of the Master. Very well, as long as there is a ceasefire, we are willing to offer a divine treasure, said Zhang Tianquan. Chen Lin smiled. As expected from the headmaster Qiuanjin, you are straightforward. Please bring forth the treasure. Tiantong Xinjuan furrowed his brow and said, Headmaster Zhang, what do you mean by this? How can we agree to his unreasonable demands? This is a divine treasure. Zhang Tianquan replied. Tiantong Xinjuan, Chen Lin's strength is beyond our capacity to handle. Unless a Wang-level expert intervenes, our Qiuanjin sect lacks the profound foundation of your Luofu Xianmen. I regret to say, I have no other choice this time. As he spoke, Zhang Tianquan produced a silver page and said, it contains a secret technique called blood refinement hand. Let this serve as an apology. Chen Lin took the imprint and felt that the blood refinement hand sounded rather dubious. Yang Wudi frowned and said, Junior brother Chen, may I take a look at this secret technique? Chen Lin nodded. Since you are interested, I shall gift it to you. Yang Wudi shook his head. It is not the technique itself that interests me, but the name reminds me of a past event. Upon receiving the silver page, Yang Wudi immediately began to examine it. A minute later, Yang Wudi erupted in fury. Zhang Tianquan, what do you mean by this? If I am not mistaken, the blood refinement hand is a unique demonic skill from 200 years ago, notorious in the Taishuan domain, filled with bloodlust, requiring the absorption of human blood to cultivate successfully. As compensation, it is utterly unusable. What a deep scheme. Chen Lin frowned. Zhang Tianquan remarked, what Headmaster Yang said is true. This is indeed a demonic skill, but it is also a divine treasure. I speak the truth, Chen Lin. Chen Lin smiled and said, very well, I accept your apology. You may leave now. Junior brother, Yang Wudi exclaimed in alarm. Chen Lin smiled. Rest assured, brother, I have my own calculations. He then glanced at the other three. Tiantong Xinjuan and the others exchanged glances, understanding Zhang Tianquan's intention, and each produced a divine treasure to offer. Tiantong Xinjuan presented a shard of a magical artifact. Although it was a fragment of an immortal-grade treasure, it could be considered divine for refining materials, yet required immortal flames for forging. In the Taishuan domain, possessing immortal flames was akin to holding a useless trinket. Chen Lin, however, was the only one to present a true divine treasure, the water of forgetfulness. Just a drop during alchemy could purify impurities and enhance the quality of pills. Finally, only Yin Zhong remained. Chen Lin said, Headmaster Yin, it is time for your divine treasure. At this moment, Yin Zhong's injuries had been stabilized, yet his complexion remained deathly pale, his robes stained with blood, indicating he had sustained serious wounds. Yin Zhong, filled with resentment, declared, you robbed me of my diamond bracelet and now demand compensation? Not a chance. If you have the ability, kill me. Chen Lin snorted coldly. If you seek death, I shall oblige. With a single stroke, he aimed to slay Yin Zhong. How dare you? Yin Zhong never expected Chen Lin would truly strike. Neither he nor anyone present anticipated this. The next moment, Yin Zhong's head was severed by Chen Lin's sword, soaring high into the air. Headmaster. Chen Lin, you actually killed the headmaster of our Xuanqing Xianmen. Chen Lin, old thief, prepare to pay with your life. Chaos erupted in the scene as all members of Xuanqing Xianmen rushed out, weapons drawn, ready for battle. Su Yuan and the others were immediately taken aback. Junior brother Chen, I have witnessed your decisiveness in slaughter today. Our enmity with Xuanqing Xianmen is likely irreconcilable, Su Yuan remarked. The animosity with Xuanqing Xianmen dates back to the time of Uncle Taishuan. It has long been a matter of life and death. I now suspect Junior brother Chen knows that Uncle Taishuan's death is related to Xuanqing Xianmen. That is the only possibility, Yang Wudi added. Though their conversation was light, how could it escape Chen Lin's notice? Unbeknownst to him, 10 years ago, his master, in a severely injured state, encountered his previous incarnation. Because he had inadvertently saved him, he was taken to Tai Mountain and accepted as a disciple. However, the master passed away just 3 days later. The rest remained oblivious. According to their implication, his master's death was connected to Xuanqing Xianmen. Chen Lin inquired, Headmaster, what exactly happened regarding my master's death? Su Yuan took a deep breath and said, you should have sensed it. Indeed, Uncle Taishuan's death is tied to Xuanqing Xianmen. As for the specifics, I will explain in detail after the Taishuan Grand Assembly concludes. Very well. Chen Lin's murderous intent solidified as he coldly regarded the Xuanqing disciples. I, Chen Lin, have stated before, either present a divine treasure to atone for your sins or face death. Furthermore, Yin Zhong has already stated that if you have the ability, let him die. I truly possess that ability. But you cannot kill the headmaster, the Xianxia disciples roared. Kill someone and pay with your life. Chen Lin, old thief. You have slain our headmaster and must pay for his funeral. Chen Lin retorted coldly. Funeral? Spare me the nonsense. If you wish to fight, come at me. I am prepared. However, I must warn everyone present. Once the fight begins, death will follow. A chilling aura of murder swept over the scene. The formidable sword intent surged, and the atmosphere grew heavy with the scent of death, leaving everyone breathless. Fear gripped them, and they exchanged glances, none daring to make a move. Even a single combatant from the 4 great transformations had been defeated, let alone them. Engaging in battle would be akin to courting death. A bunch of trash, Chen Lin sneered contemptuously before turning to Su Yuan and saying, Headmaster, let these 3 divine treasures serve as my contribution to the sect. Su Yuan was taken aback and replied, Junior brother Chen, what are you doing? Although these treasures may seem trivial, they are still divine. Chen Lin stated, Headmaster, you yourself have said these treasures are of little value. Keeping them serves no purpose. It is better to contribute them to the sect, for they may yet be of use to future disciples. Su Yuan nodded. Very well, I shall accept these 3 treasures on behalf of the sect. Junior brother, you may select 3 treasures of the same rank from the sect's treasury as compensation. Ah, I'm immensely grateful to you, Master Zhongmin. Chen Lin exclaimed with great joy. Initially, he had intended to offer 3 divine-grade treasures in exchange for 3 critical returns, but he did not anticipate this unexpected delight of being granted access to the Xianmen treasure vault to select 3 divine-grade treasures. This meant not merely 3 returns, but rather 6. He was elated, utterly elated. However, at this moment, he scarcely had time to ponder such matters. 3 treasures. The system emitted a series of chimes. The host has submitted the divine-grade technique, the blood-refining hand, to the Yushu Xianmen, fulfilling the conditions for critical return. Would you like to proceed with the critical return? Indeed, it can be done. Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Reward of 5,000 times the critical return, receiving the celestial grade technique, the Blood Demon Cannon. What the? As Chen Lin claimed the Blood Demon Cannon, his expression was one of sheer disbelief. Chapter 163. Tyrannical Interference. The Blood Demon Scripture. A tome derived from the demonic legacy of the Demon Emperor dynasty. Throughout the ages, the blood demons have wreaked havoc upon the celestial realm, practicing their craft through the essence of blood, feasting upon it. The blood refining technique is but one of the 5 supreme methods recorded within the Blood Demon Scripture. This scripture delineates an immortal technique, 5 divine methods, and 7 royal grade secrets, each more enigmatic and formidable than the last. Once one embarks upon its cultivation, one transforms into a blood demon, achieving immortality. As long as a single drop of blood exists, rebirth is possible through the shedding of blood. However, it is not without its vulnerabilities. Fire and thunder-based techniques serve as its nemesis. Chen Lin could not help but smile wryly, having initially hoped to strike a powerful technique, only to find himself with the Blood Demon Scripture, which could scarcely be deemed useful, even as a mere prop to stabilize a table. Next came the second item for critical return. The host submits a fragment of the divine treasure, the Wanya Pot, to the celestial sect, qualifying for critical return. Is a critical strike to be initiated? It turned out that this fragment was indeed from the Wanya Pot. The celestial artifact, Wanya Pot, was a replica of a treasure forged from the primordial flame of the universe. This fragment, crafted from the essence of the fire crow, despite being a mere shard, belonged to celestial materials, rivaling divine treasures. Critical strike. Critical strike successful. A reward of 4,000 times critical return is granted, yielding the divine secret technique. Fire crow art. It was not a treasure, but rather a secret technique. With the aid of the extraordinary flame of the universe, one could conjure countless fire crows. These entities would act according to the Master's will, capable of murder, tracking, delivering messages, and manifesting various offensive methods. The more potent the manipulated flame, the greater the might. It bore a resemblance to the 9-dragon divine flame shield, which had an exceptionally high ceiling but was notoriously difficult to cultivate, requiring the innate essence of a fire dragon. Conversely, the fire crow art was remarkably straightforward to master, necessitating only proficiency in flame techniques. It was indeed a commendable skill, perfectly suited for Chen Lin's use. Then, the third treasure's critical return ensued. The host submits the divine treasure, Forgetting Water, to the celestial sect, qualifying for critical return. Is a critical strike to be initiated? Critical strike. Critical strike successful. A reward of 3,000 times critical return is granted. yielding a single drop of the celestial treasure, 9 nether yellow spring water. Merely a single drop, the forgetting water consisted of a full 10 drops. System, you are quite miserly. Could you not bestow a few more? Just as Chen Lin expressed his grievances, a message appeared in his mind. To his astonishment, he recalled that the treasures gifted by Chen he had seemed rather decent at first, being the only complete divine treasure. Only to realize now that it was merely a cunning ploy, crafted with malevolent intent. The forgetting water, indeed, possesses the ability to refine the impurities of elixirs, elevating their grade, yet it harbors a fatal flaw. True to its name, consuming elixirs refined with forgetting water will result in the loss of emotions and severance of bonds. The more one consumes, the greater the emotional void. There are only 10 drops in total. Should a single individual consume all the elixirs, they will be reduced to a fool. It is truly akin to boiling a frog in warm water, insidiously malicious. In contrast, the 9 nether yellow spring water boasts effects superior to those of forgetting water, without any adverse consequences. Thus, one is merely divine, while the other is celestial, an invaluable aid in alchemical pursuits. Chen Lin could not help but lament the meager gains from this endeavor. Stop! What do you intend to do? At that moment, someone was approaching the secret realm. Chen Lin's brows furrowed, and he swiftly appeared before the individual, speaking coldly. The person's expression shifted, and they replied, Chief Chen Lin, I merely seek to enter the secret realm. We have granted the younger generation half a day. It is now time for us old bones to enter and vie for our rankings. Chen Lin, with a sword in hand, exuded an aura formidable enough to deter 1,000 foes. He coldly declared, from this moment forth, no one is permitted to enter the secret realm. Those who attempt to do so shall be mercilessly slain. What? No entry into the secret realm? Chen Lin, your tyranny knows no bounds. You intend for your Yushu immortal sect to monopolize Tianyuan Mountain. It is well known that Tianyuan Mountain possesses the supreme sword intent left by a great emperor. Anyone who traverses its heights can harness this sword intent to refine themselves and comprehend true meaning, an extraordinary opportunity. Particularly, the victor stands to gain the sword enlightenment grass, a treasure of unparalleled worth. They do not seek merely to acquire the grass. At the very least, entering Tianyuan Mountain offers the chance to grasp their own true intent and temper their will. Yet now, Chen Lin obstructs their path, undoubtedly severing their chance at this opportunity. Chen Lin responded imperiously, I indeed plan to let my Yushu immortal sect monopolize this opportunity. What of it? If anyone dares to contest, let them defeat me, Chen Lin, first. Such arrogance. His words incited an uproar among those present. Yet what could they do? Chen Lin's tyranny was not a new phenomenon. Only moments ago, he had provoked the 4 great sect leaders, who, when acting together, were still no match for him. Against him, they would be courting death. They were not mere words. He would indeed act to kill. The head of the Xianxia sect, Yizhou, had just been dispatched, his blood yet to cool. Silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone hesitated, none daring to enter the secret realm. Within the secret realm, the battle was nearing its conclusion. The conflict raged on, with countless individuals being eliminated. On the side of the Yushu immortal sect, only 8 remained. Gu Qinxue, Shen Linglong, Shen Wan, Xie Qingshan, Xiao Yi, Yi Zhuan, Guizhen, and Xiao Wuzhao. Among these 8, 6 were ranked among the top 10 on the golden leaderboard. Yi Zhuan, the leader of his sect, is the elder brother of Xiao Yi and has attained the harmonization realm. Before Xiao Yi joined the Yushu immortal sect, Yi Zhuan was undoubtedly the prime candidate for the sect's leadership, being a natural-born sovereign body. However, with Xiao Yi's emergence, he gradually lost his position. At just over 40 years of age, he has already reached the harmonization realm. Guizhen, hailing from Inquan Mountain, possesses modest cultivation, being at the condensation realm. Yet, he excels in a royal-level body technique, which he has mastered to a remarkable degree, allowing him to evade harm from his adversaries, thus prolonging his survival. The opposing side comprises more than 20 skilled practitioners, many of whom are formidable experts, including those of the celestial and harmonization realms. In contrast, Gu Qinxue and her companions have already been defeated outside of this realm. Here, they truly find themselves outmatched, observing the positions of everyone. Xiao Wuzhao is nearing the mountain summit. At Tianyuan Mountain, advancing requires the elimination of one competitor. Xiao Wuzhao appears to be cheating, though it is the others who have allowed her this advantage. After all, she is merely a 7- or 8-year-old girl suspected of possessing an immortal artifact. her speech brimming with arrogance. With a swing of her staff, Xiao Wuzhao knocks one opponent down, exclaiming joyfully, "You wicked individuals! Are you not aware that this empress is ascending the mountain? You have all lost. Senior sister, if I reach the summit and pluck that herb, do I win?" Xiao Wuzhao inquires. Gu Qianxue nods and responds, "Yes, Xiao Wuzhao, go forth. Master said that if you obtain the sword enlightenment herb, you shall be the victor of this contest, forever remembered at the peak of Tianyuan Mountain." Chapter 164. Xiao Wuzhao claims victory. Damn it. Why have the elders not yet entered the secret realm? Are they truly allowing a mere 7 or 8-year-old girl to ascend to the top? The others are filled with discontent but dare not intervene. Xiao Wuzhao is far too formidable. Not only that, but she is also supported by her 2 senior sisters in Xiao Yi, who have mastered a divine-level technique to at least the perfected stage. Gu Qianxue scans the crowd, noting that none dare to obstruct Xiao Wuzhao, and disdainfully remarks, "Little junior sister, since no one dares to stop you, go directly to the summit and collect the sword enlightenment herb." Xiao Wuzhao eagerly nods, brandishing her staff as she rushes toward the peak. At this moment, if Chen Lin were to witness Xiao Wuzhao, he would be even more astonished. Having reached the 3rd layer of the body refinement flow, she has progressed remarkably quickly. Although she has yet to undergo a 2nd bloodline awakening, her bloodline is rich and on the verge of awakening. This cannot be allowed. We must not let that little girl take the sword enlightenment herb. We only need to hold them off until the elders of our sect enter the secret realm, and then someone will deal with this little girl. Brother Lin Yuan is right. We must strike. Instantly, the group once again charges toward Gu Qianxue and her companions. Lin Yuan, a true disciple of the Luofu immortal sect, directly rushes toward Xiao Wuzhao. As Xiao Wuzhao was on the verge of plucking the enlightenment grass, she suddenly sensed a powerful gust of wind approaching from behind. Frowning, she felt a surge of anger. How dare anyone obstruct this empress? With a swift motion, she swung the firewood stick behind her towards Lin Yuan. The stick collided forcefully with Lin Yuan's celestial sword, causing him to immediately experience an overwhelming force that sent his weapon flying from his grasp. This was a scene he was all too familiar with. Throughout their encounter, Xiao Wuzhao had employed only 2 techniques, the first to disarm her opponent, and the second to deliver a fatal blow. Terrified, Lin Yuan hastily retreated. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late. Outside the secret realm, he could rely on his cultivation at the harmonious Tao stage to escape. However, within the same realm of cultivation, retreating depended solely on one's mastery of movement. In a confined space, even the most adept could falter. Moreover, Xiao Wuzhao had already honed her skills to a small level of proficiency. With a resounding crack, the second strike landed squarely upon Lin Yuan's head. Blood streamed forth as a sharp pain ricocheted through his skull. By the time he regained his senses, he had already exited the secret realm, eliminated from the contest. Cursed be it, this young girl was far too formidable. He finally comprehended why others had fallen so easily before her. Her strength was utterly bewildering, rendering his own power as fragile as paper, effortlessly obliterated. With a single blow, Xiao Wuzhao had vanquished Lin Yuan, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. The predecessors of his sect had yet to enter the secret realm, forced to watch as Xiao Wuzhao ascended to the pinnacle of Heavenly Sword Mountain and harvested the enlightenment grass. "Senior sister, I have obtained it." As soon as the words left her lips, the secret realm shattered, and everyone returned to the summit of the 2 realms mountain. Once again, a prominent name appeared atop the Heavenly Sword, Wuzhao. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The victor of this round was, astonishingly, a mere 7 or 8-year-old girl. What a disgrace. Yet, alongside this humiliation, it was evident that from this moment onward, the name Xiao Wuzhao would echo through the ages. Upon exiting the secret realm, she hurriedly approached Chen Lin, presenting the enlightenment grass as if it were a treasured gift. "Master, look, the enlightenment grass." Chen Lin accepted the grass and immediately felt the violent yet potent sword aura emanating from it. Truly, it was a divine herb sought after by countless individuals. It was no wonder that his esteemed master, the great Xian true monarch, was heralded as the foremost sword immortal of the great Xian domain. The contribution of enlightenment grass was invaluable. The golden dragon scissors, comparable to a peak divine sword technique, was derived from the understanding gained through the enlightenment grass. Chen Lin nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, you are truly my disciple, showcasing the demeanor of an emperor and astonishing the world." Ha ha ha. At that moment, Su Yuan was once again filled with envy and admiration. Chen Lin shrugged and replied, Senior brother, I had intended to pass Xiao Wuzhao on to you, but you declined. Su Yuan remarked, perhaps you could yield it to me now. Chen Lin shook his head, stating, that is not feasible. Opportunities are scarce. Su Yuan lamented. Why did I not persevere back then? Regret fills me. His words incited a chorus of laughter among the crowd. Gu Qianxue, Shen Linglong, Xie Shan. And Shen Wan approached Chen Lin, bowing respectfully. Master, first seat. Chen Lin nodded, acknowledging, this time, you have performed commendably. Particularly, Xiao Wuzhao, who has triumphed and left a lasting legacy, even acquiring the enlightenment grass. However, since it has been obtained by you, I cannot accept it. He continued, Xiao Wuzhao. As you are currently focused on physical cultivation, this enlightenment grass is of no immediate use to you. Therefore, you must preserve it well. Xiao Wuzhao replied, Master, the enlightenment grass is a token of my gratitude. If you do not wish to keep it, you may bestow it upon senior sister. Chen Lin inquired, which senior sister do you intend to gift it to? Xiao Wuzhao found herself in a dilemma. I am unsure. If I give it to the eldest sister, the second sister will be saddened. If I give it to the second sister, the eldest sister will be upset. Master, please help me decide. Chen Lin responded, very well. Since that is the case, I shall make the decision for you. Linglong, your swordsmanship is somewhat lacking. Thus, I shall grant you the enlightenment grass. Chen Lin ultimately made his verdict. Shen Linglong shook her head. Master, I do not wish to accept it. Please give it to the eldest sister. Gu Qianxue interjected. Junior sister, since Master has given it to you, you should accept it. Shen Linglong once again declined. No, senior sister, your swordsmanship surpasses mine. Receiving this enlightenment grass would elevate your skills even further. It is better suited for you. Chen Lin interjected, enough of this dispute. The enlightenment grass will be given to Linglong. As for Qianxue, rest assured I will not treat you unjustly. With the matter laid bare, Shen Linglong had no choice but to acquiesce. Thank you, Master. Chen Lin nodded. Now, consume the enlightenment grass, and I shall protect you. The enlightenment grass, in essence, embodies the understanding of a particular sword technique. The supreme Xian Jinjuan, having obtained the enlightenment grass twice, comprehended the unparalleled skill of the golden dragon snip. Chen Lin does not expect Shen Linglong to transcend the sword techniques themselves, but he aims to significantly elevate her swordsmanship. It should enable the great Zhou Tian sword technique to find its harmonious point, truly showcasing the formidable nature of this art. Regrettably, the system has fragmented this sword technique. At present, Chen Lin has integrated merely 3 sword styles. Nonetheless, even a single sword has attained a level comparable to the Qi transformation 3 purities sword technique. Shen Linglong immediately sat cross-legged and swallowed the enlightenment grass in one gulp. Chapter 165. Speak with caution. Boom! A torrent of sword intent erupted from Shen Linglong the moment she consumed the enlightenment grass, causing the onlookers to feel as if they were pierced by an icy blade, compelling them to retreat. It was fierce, magnificent, and utterly captivating. Shen Linglong's face contorted in pain. Chen Lin's expression turned grave as he hurried to Shen Linglong's side, pointing towards the void surrounding her. Countless streams of magical energy surged into her body, soothing the sword intent that enveloped her. The sword intent flowed, and in a fleeting moment, Shen Linglong found herself in a realm brimming with swords, a chaotic tapestry reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Each stroke of sword intent instilled a chilling fear, as if every blade were poised to strike her simultaneously. Among them, one sword stood out, the great Zhou Tian star sword technique. Indeed, this was the essence of the great Zhou Tian sword drawing technique. The 2 sword techniques swirled incessantly around Shen Linglong, particularly the great Zhou Tian sword drawing technique, which at that moment reached a state of perfection. This was the pinnacle of mastery. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated Shen Linglong's mind, and a brand new sword move emerged. Merging the great Zhou Tian star sword technique with the great Zhou Tian sword drawing technique. With a single stroke, a formidable sword intent shattered the very fabric of space. In an instant, Shen Linglong's eyes flew open, and she let out a thunderous shout. Slash! With this strike, the world trembled. This move, integrating the characteristics of both the great Zhou Tian star sword technique and the great Zhou Tian sword drawing technique, unleashed a lethal blow, shattering the void and claiming lives. Chen Lin could not help but smile, as he instantly grasped why the system had chosen to separate these sword techniques. Each individual possesses a unique perception, The fragmentation was designed to allow one to comprehend independently. Only through transcending and fusing can one discover their own sword, a true sword of the self. Chen Lin's sword remained all-encompassing, while Chen Linglong's strike was rooted in swiftness, precision, and ferocity, infused with the essence of the celestial stars, delivering a fatal blow. What an extraordinary manifestation of the great Zhou Tian sword technique. In that moment, Chen Linglong's swordsmanship finally caught up to Gu Qinshui's. Chen Lin reveled in joy, while those around them stood in stunned silence, awestruck. The disciples of Yushu were naturally filled with delight, while others regarded them as if witnessing a monster, full of trepidation. At Tai Mountain, the trio of master and disciples flourished. The previous generation's foremost figure, the Taishan true monarch, had topped the creation ranking. Now, the current leader, Chen Lin, wielded a sword that compelled all to refrain from stepping into the secret realm. At this moment, Chen Linglong, with her harmonious realm cultivation, emanated a sense of impending death with just that one strike. Ding! The host bestows upon disciple Chen Linglong the divine grade herb, sword insight grass, aiding her in comprehending her sword path. This fulfills the conditions for critical return. Shall it be a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical success. Reward: 10,000-fold return, receiving 1 sword grass. Sword grass. This is imbued with sword intent. The sword intent within this grass is even stronger, sharper, capable of mercilessly taking lives. This singular sword grass was left by a master of the sword path, containing unparalleled sword intent. However, unlike the direct consumption of the sword grass, he needed to keep it close at hand and continually contemplate its essence. At this moment, it was not the time for reflection for Chen Lin, who promptly stored it away. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. Qinshu, it has been quite some time since I bestowed upon you a suitable magical artifact. Now, I have recently acquired a treasure, which I shall now grant to you. With that, he produced the diamond bracelet. This item, known as the diamond bracelet, warrants thorough study and will undoubtedly bring you great benefits. The members of the Xianxia sect were on the verge of madness. The Grand Elder had been slain, the sect leader murdered, and the sect's treasure diamond bracelet was brazenly presented as a gift to his disciple. This was a gross affront, a direct slap to the face of the Xianxia sect. Chen Lin, you old rogue, return the diamond bracelet. At last, someone could no longer contain themselves. A middle-aged Taoist stepped forward, fuming with indignation. His name was Yuan Tianchun, the foremost elder of the Qingyang lineage. If one were to determine who among the Xianxia sect best embodied the Taiji inheritance, it would undoubtedly be the Qingyang lineage, from which half of the sect leaders throughout history had emerged. The current foremost elder, Yuan Tianchun, appeared to be in his 40s, having practiced for merely over a century. Yet he stood at the pinnacle of the Dongxian realm, poised to step into the realm of creation at any moment. Chen Lin's expression shifted, and he handed the diamond bracelet to Gu Qinshu, turning to face Yuan Tianchun. I shall grant you a chance to rephrase your words. Allow me to remind you, one may indulge in reckless eating, but one must not speak recklessly. Whose diamond bracelet is this, truly? Yuan Tianchun snorted coldly. I shall repeat myself. This diamond bracelet is indeed a treasured artifact of the Xianxia sect. Indeed, Elder Yuan speaks the truth. The diamond bracelet belongs to our Xianxia sect. With Yuan Tianchun stepping forward, all disciples of the Xianxia sect clamored in unison. Chen Lin let out a disdainful snort, his rage igniting in an instant. In a flash, he appeared before Yuan Tianchun and unleashed a powerful punch. The supreme divine fist of the kingly Tao, the kingly killing fist. Yuan Tianchun had long anticipated Chen Lin's move. As soon as he acted, he too would not be outdone. Forming a seal with his hands, he countered with a punch aimed at Chen Lin. The lightning thunder fist. The ultimate technique of the Qingyang lineage combines martial prowess with the Tao, representing the supreme art of martial enlightenment. Speaking of this martial technique, it must be acknowledged that it evolved from the mastery of the 36 heavenly generals, specifically from the control of the 5 thunders. Chen Lin wore a look of disdain. Having mastered the Yuqing divine thunder, he had grasped the very essence of thunder techniques. If mastering the 5 thunders is the foundation of all thunder arts, then the Yuqing divine thunder is the very root of all thunder techniques. With a mere gesture, Chen Lin could already integrate the Yuqing divine thunder into any martial art or divine ability. As the Yuqing divine thunder flickered to life, the kingly killing fist immediately radiated with the power of thunder. With a single punch, Yuan Tianxin's lightning thunder fist was shattered, and the overwhelming force struck him squarely in the chest. The entire figure resembled a scarecrow, flying backward without waiting for him to rise. Chen Lin appeared before him in a swift stride, his foot planted firmly on his chest, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent pouring forth. I shall ask you once more, whose is the diamond bracelet? This time, think carefully. You are the prey, and I am the predator, should you utter another erroneous word. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As he spoke, Chen Lin flicked his finger, and a blade of intent sliced past Yuan Tianxin's ear. A trickle of blood flowed instantly. This was a threat. Yuan Tianxin was paralyzed with fear, his face ashen, especially under the suffocating weight of Chen Lin's boundless murderous aura, which rendered him breathless. The specter of death ultimately coerced him into submission. Yes, it is yours. The diamond bracelet is yours. Chen Lin smiled. Now, that is more like it. Remember your words. The diamond bracelet rightfully belongs to me, Chen Lin. Everyone present had heard this, yet none dared to oppose him. With eyes like lightning, Chen Lin swept his murderous intent across the crowd. Chapter 166, The Fourth Style of Divine Fist. No one dares to utter a word. Yuan Tianxin knew well what awaited them if they spoke out. They had no desire for death. Satisfied, Chen Lin released Yuan Tianxin and remarked, now, that is more like it. The most important thing in life is to recognize the truth. Remember, the diamond bracelet is a treasured possession of my Yushu immortal sect at Tai Mountain, and has nothing to do with your Xianxia immortal sect. Beep. The host grants the disciple the divine artifact, the diamond bracelet, qualifying for critical return conditions. Would you like to execute a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Rewarded with a 7,000-fold critical return, obtaining the celestial grade artifact, the Tianyuan divine sword. Once again, a celestial sword appeared, its quality not inferior, rivaling that of the Ziyun sword. However, to Chen Lin, it was of little use. The Tianyuan divine sword was undoubtedly best suited for Gu Qinshui. Unfortunately, there was only one sword, and it would be challenging to unleash the full prowess of the Golden Dragon Scissors. Gu Qinshui's understanding of the Great Zhou Tian sword technique differed from that of Chen Lin and Shen Linglong. Chen Lin's approach was vast and inclusive, while Shen Linglong's was precise and lethal. Gu Qinshui, however, had comprehended her swordsmanship through the Golden Dragon Scissors, resulting in a formidable dual sword assault. Among the three, while Chen Lin's swordsmanship was unparalleled in profundity, Gu Qinshui surpassed in lethality, and when it came to killing, Shen Linglong reigned supreme. Chen Lin speculated that if he bestowed the Tianyuan divine sword upon Gu Qinshui, it was highly probable that it would return a celestial artifact akin to the Sun Sword. However, one could only execute returns 6 times a day, and having already used 4, he needed to conserve his resources wisely. Turning to Xinhuan, Chen Lin said, Xinhuan, you performed admirably this time, ranking 5th on the honor roll, living up to expectations. You specialize in swordsmanship, possessing the Sword King body, and have a secondary focus on formations. Perfectly, I have a set of sword formation techniques to impart to you. The convergence of 10,000 swords. Indeed, it is one of the 2 supreme sword techniques that serve as the cornerstone of the Shushan sword sect. The technique, known as 10,000 swords return to the sect, allows one to command myriad swords with a mere thought. Similarly, with a single notion, one can gradually form the vast array of swords. This is the essence of the swordsmanship. Without a profound understanding of formations, it is exceedingly challenging to cultivate 10,000 swords return to the sect to perfection. The Venerable by Mei Jinjun, who styles himself as the sword immortal of the One Path, possesses remarkable sword skills. However, his limited comprehension of formations has left him stagnating at a minor success for centuries. Only through the assistance of the bloodthirsty root was he able to break through to a greater level of mastery. Speaking of 10,000 swords returned to the sect, Chen Lin has also reaped its benefits. He gifted it to the enchanting immortal Miaoshan, thereby acquiring the celestial sword technique, transforming one into 3 pure ones, which has become one of his most formidable offensive capabilities at this stage. The benefits he has gained are substantial, having played a crucial role when he stood alone against a myriad of foes in the past. Observing Chen Lin impart the 10,000 swords returned to the sect to Xinhuan, the disciples of the Xianxia sect were nearly driven to madness. Not only had he seized the diamond bracelet, but now he was also appropriating their treasure technique. It was a bitter pill to swallow, as they were aware of Yuan Tianxin's dismal fate, rendering them unable to voice their indignation and forcing them to endure in silence. If glares could kill, Chen Lin would have met his demise countless times over with their murderous stares. Beep. The host has imparted the divine sword technique 10,000 swords return to the sect to disciple Xianxia, triggering a critical reward. Would you like to activate the critical hit? Critical hit activated. Critical success. Reward. 5,000-fold critical return, acquiring a fragment of the Wind Howl array. The mention of the Wind Howl array sparked a glimmer of excitement in Chen Lin's eyes. One of the 10 supreme formations. The complete set of 10 arrays would rank among the top 10 in the myriad realms. Each array is formidable enough to stand on its own, wielding unparalleled power and guaranteeing a status befitting a celestial king. This fragment perfectly complements the remnants he had previously obtained, bringing him to 2/5 of the complete formation. With 3 more pieces, he could restore the entire array. By gathering the innate powers of wind and fire, and using the array diagram as a guide, he could establish this formation in the Tianyuan World. Who could possibly breach it? Even an emperor would have to tread carefully. Chen Lin was pleased as he stored away the array diagram. Xianxia, disciple present. Xianxia was filled with excitement. It was finally his turn. He felt that the wisest decision he had made in his life was to ingratiate himself with Chen Lin, thereby fortunate enough to become a disciple of Mount Tai. Unlike other sect leaders who would admit you into their fold and then neglect you, his own master guided him daily and occasionally bestowed treasures upon him. A state of blissful prosperity. Looking at his 3 senior sisters, one possessed the divine artifact diamond bracelet, another the divine spiritual herb Wujing grass, and the last the divine sword technique 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Now at long last it was his turn. He did not aspire to match his senior sisters, yet he hoped for some small token of favor. Chen Lin remarked, 7th on the golden list, a commendable ranking. Since your focus is on alchemy, let me contemplate what reward to bestow upon you. At this point, Chen Lin shifted the conversation, smiling as he said, perhaps we should put this aside for now. I find myself at a loss for what gift to present you. Xianxia's expression changed, and with a pitiful demeanor, he implored, Master, please don't. Anything you bestow upon your disciple will suffice. I am not picky. Whether it be martial techniques, skills, spiritual herbs, or elixirs, I welcome them all. Chen Lin smiled gently and replied, very well then, I shall impart to you a single technique, the kingly path-killing fist. Indeed, this was the first move of the supreme divine fist, the kingly path-killing fist. A solitary move of the supreme divine fist, the kingly path-killing fist, possesses power equivalent to that of the royal grade. However, with 2 moves of the supreme divine fist, the power immediately escalates to a divine level. With 3 moves, the might ascends to that of the celestial realm. At this moment, Chen Lin knew only these 3 techniques. It was evident that Xianxia exhibited greater prowess in fist techniques compared to swordplay. Tailor instruction, perhaps, although he was not an officially recognized disciple. The return multiplier for critical hits was slightly diminished, yet he was still a disciple of Tai Mountain, was he not? Ding. The host imparts the first move of the supreme divine fist, the kingly path-killing fist, fulfilling the criteria for critical hit returns. Would you like to activate a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Awarded a 5,000-fold return, acquiring the 4th move of the supreme divine fist. The celestial path, sacred fist. The first move of the supreme divine fist, the kingly path-killing fist. The second move, the royal path dominating fist. The third move, the imperial path divine fist. And the 4th move, the celestial path sacred fist, transformed this martial art into a path-level technique, and moreover, a technique of the celestial king rank. It serves to become Chen Lin's most formidable fist technique at this stage. Furthermore, with this advancement, Chen Lin no longer had to worry about an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy. Did this not signify yet another enhancement in combat prowess? Opening the attribute panel, his rank had indeed risen. Host, Chen Lin. Qualification, Supreme Celestial Body, the visage of ascension. The ranking had disappeared. Very well. Realm, 8th realm of martial arts. Pinnacle of creation, ranked 1st in the Taishan domain, 1st in the Tianyuan World below the realm of creation, and 9th in overall combat, ranking across the Tianyuan World. 2 ranks elevated. Quite commendable. Secondary professions, Royal Grade Alchemist, Royal Grade Formation Master, 8th Grade Artifact Craftsman, 8th Grade Talisman Master, 8th Grade Rune Master, 9th Grade Celestial Healer, 8th Grade Poison Master, etc. Cultivation Techniques, 9 transformations of the mysterious art. A supreme technique ranked among the top 10 across myriad realms. cultivated to the third layer of complete perfection, mastering derived divine abilities, an immortal and indestructible body, the ability to manifest the heavens and the earth in boundless strength. Chapter 167. Securing the favor of the celestial maiden Miaoshan. Cultivation techniques. Innate thunder refining body celestial art. Already cultivated in the primordial stake, primordial fist strength, blood exchange method, summoning lightning into the body, thunder refining body. Thunder true form, using medicinal baths and practicing the U-step. Divine skills. Supreme divine fist's first 4 forms. Great sage spirit technique. 1 chi transforming into 3 purities. Emperor's prognostication technique. Spirit communication immortal technique. Jade clarity divine thunder. Mystic turtle immortal technique. Pagoda visualization method. Skeleton visualization method. 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Great Zhou Tian star sword technique. Great Zhou Tian sword drawing technique. Great Zhou Tian destruction sword technique. Great Zhou Tian instant kill sword technique. Within reach of heaven's edge. Lunar divine fire. Solar divine fire. Formation. Wind howl formation 2/5 remnant array. Magic treasures. Primal fire banana fan. 4 directions inferno cauldron. Purple cloud ensemble. Overlord bow. Etienne sword. Lunar immortal sword. Appearance. 1 person suppresses the Taishan domain. Purple robe sword immortal. The most handsome man in Taishan domain. Ranked among the top 30 in the Tianyuan World. Master, what about me? Little Wu Zhao asked excitedly. Master, could you possibly grant me a different staff? Look at senior sister wielding the supreme Yin-Yang sword, and now you have bestowed upon her the diamond bracelets. Second sister possesses the southern Ming leaving fire sword. Yet here I am, holding merely a firewood stick, a mere 9th grade magic treasure. A firewood stick, a 9th grade magic treasure. Upon uttering these words, everyone appeared utterly bewildered. Had they been mistaken? Should it not be a celestial artifact? During their time in the secret realm, all had believed that the firewood stick in little Wu Zhao's possession was a celestial artifact, each harboring greedy desires. Now to learn that it was merely a 9th grade treasure was bewildering. Are you out of your mind? Chen Lin remarked. You wish to exchange for another staff? What is your cultivation level? Speak to me again once you have mastered all the characters. Oh, master, please don't. Little Wu Zhao pouted, her displeasure evident. Gu Qinxue gently ruffled little Wu Zhao's hair, encouraging, little junior sister, you can do it. You surely can. Shen Linglong cheered. In frustration, little Wu Zhao stamped her foot, declaring, what is so impressive about recognizing characters? I will go back and learn them. Master, you said it yourself. You cannot go back on your word. Chen Lin chuckled. I shall never renege. At that moment, envy and resentment filled the hearts of those present. Divine treasures were given so freely, as if they were mere cabbages, devoid of value. They glanced at their own circumstances. Were it not for this Taishan Grand Assembly, they would be fortunate to even possess a king-grade treasure, let alone a divine one. Treasures of 8th or 9th grade were but a distant dream. Junior brother Chen, you have truly brought honor to the Yu Xian Immortal Gate this time, Su Yuan said cheerfully. Chen Lin replied, Master brother, do not blame me for bringing trouble to our sect. Su Yuan responded, is this trouble? For our Yu Xian Immortal Gate, it is rather an opportunity. Yang Wudi, with a fierce resolve, declared, indeed, junior brother Chen, rest assured. I, Yang Wudi, am always prepared. If these little rascals dare to confront our Yu Xian Immortal Gate, I shall ensure they learn that we are not easily trifled with. With this reassurance, Chen Lin felt a sense of relief. Brothers, now that the Taishan Grand Assembly has concluded, should we not return? I propose we journey back together for mutual support along the way. Chen Lin could not guarantee that the various powerful factions would not harbor resentment and seize the opportunity to deal with the Yushu Immortal Sect, particularly the Xianxia Immortal Sect. The death of the Grand Elder, the demise of the sect leader, and the theft of the sect's treasure techniques constituted a profound humiliation. With a lineage spanning thousands of years, traceable back to the era of the Taijing Sacred Land, how could they simply swallow this insult? Moreover, what the Chuanjin sect, the Liwa sect, and the Luofu Immortal sect? Which of them would be content to let this pass? Once the opportunity arises, they will undoubtedly seize the chance to strike against the Yushu Immortal sect. The crowd nodded in agreement, all having realized this truth. Initially, they anticipated that the journey home would be fraught with peril. However, to everyone's surprise, it turned out to be remarkably tranquil. This was not difficult to comprehend. Chen Lin's formidable display at the Taishan Grand Assembly ensured that no one dared to act rashly unless a Wang-level figure intervened. The Wang level, the first realm of immortality, numbered merely 6 individuals within the Taishan domain, each residing in various esteemed sects and ancient clans, serving as unwavering pillars of stability, not to be provoked lightly. The Taishan domain was but a secluded corner. In the past, the 3 realms of longevity could traverse vast mountains to other territories, let alone the Wang level. Chen Lin estimated that among the 6 Wang level beings, likely half were not present in the Taishan domain. Upon returning to the Yushu immortal sect, the esteemed elders and disciples took their leave in succession. The enchanting fairy Miaoshan intended to return to Luojia Mountain, but was halted by Chen Lin. "Sister, I apologize for the journey. You understand," he said, presenting her with the 9 nether yellow spring water that had previously returned to him. "This is for you." Fairy Miaoshan queried, "What is this?" Chen Lin replied, "I am aware that your precious jade pure bottle was destroyed and the 3 light divine water has been depleted. This 9 nether yellow spring water can restore the jade pure bottle and reconstitute the 3 light divine water's efficacy. No, the 9 nether yellow spring water is far too precious. I cannot accept it," she exclaimed, visibly startled. This was a celestial-grade treasure. A mere drop possessed formidable powers, capable of enhancing the quality of elixirs, refining soul strength, repairing damaged artifacts, and even healing those on the brink of death. It was invaluable, nearly impossible to obtain, existing only in legends. It was said that it took a century on the 9 nether yellow spring road to condense a single drop. "Sister, do you not understand my intentions?" Chen Lin implored. "Moreover, you are now my beloved. Do not say just 1 drop of 9 nether yellow spring water, even 10 drops. I would willingly offer if it benefits you. Please accept it. Your well-being is more important than anything." Fairy Miaoshan was deeply moved, but still shook her head. "Junior brother, feelings are a matter between 2 individuals. Your one-sided devotion places immense pressure on me. Unless we become partners in the Tao, I simply cannot accept this 9 nether yellow spring water." With a smile, Chen Lin proposed, "Sister, how about we become partners in the Tao? I have cherished you for quite some time." Saying this, he took her hand firmly. The enchanting fairy Miaoshan, as if struck by lightning, blushed so deeply that it seemed she might weep. "Junior brother, must we proceed in such haste?" she inquired, her voice laced with uncertainty. Chen Lin furrowed his brow, displaying irritation as he retorted, "Elder sister, do you not harbor feelings for me?" "No." Miaoshan quickly shook her head. "In truth, I hold affection for you as well." Having entered Mount Luojia at a tender age, Miaoshan exhibited extraordinary talent and intelligence, swiftly ascending to the esteemed position of the mountain's leader under her master's guidance. For a century, she remained within the confines of Luojia, encountering no man quite like Chen Lin. His ardent pursuit, coupled with his remarkable qualities, had long stirred her heart, leaving only the final barrier to be breached. At this moment, Chen Lin's words struck a chord deep within her. Chapter 168, Little Wu Zhao's Mischief. "Elder sister, no, Miaoshan. This is splendid. I too cherish you," exclaimed Chen Lin as he swept Miaoshan into his arms, executing a spectacular 720-degree spin. This display left their fellow disciples utterly astonished. Chen Linglong remarked, "Elder sister, shall we henceforth refer to Miaoshan as our master's wife?" Indeed, Gu Qinshu nodded in agreement. "In truth, I have long regarded Miaoshan as a sister-in-law." Little Wu Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she queried, "Elder sister, does this mean that you and Master will share a bed like my parents, and that there may be children in the future, thus granting me younger siblings?" Chen Linglong laughed. "Our little Wu Zhao is quite astute. That is precisely the implication." Wu Zhao, overjoyed, clapped her hands and shouted, "Master, mistress, when will you grant me a little brother or sister to play with?" Just as they were reveling in delight, both Chen Lin and Miaoshan suddenly stiffened, their expressions turning awkward, prompting them to halt abruptly. Chen Lin released Miaoshan, while she cast him a fierce glare. Infuriated, Chen Lin directed his ire towards little Wu Zhao. "Wu Zhao, have you a penchant for mischief?" Startled, little Wu Zhao dashed to Miaoshan, pleading, "Mistress, save me. Master intends to strike." Blushing once more, Miaoshan reassured, "Fear not, for I am here. Your master would not dare lay a hand on you. Furthermore, little Wu Zhao, your master and I have yet to formally become partners, so you may still address me as your elder." Little Wu Zhao shrugged nonchalantly. "Aren't you two destined to become partners eventually? Besides, once you do, I shall seek your protection whenever master punishes me." "Seek protection from me?" Miao Shan exclaimed, bewildered. Little Wu Zhao, raising her chin defiantly, retorted, whenever my father attempts to discipline me, I simply turn to my mother, and he refrains from striking me. The implication was clear. Great Demon King, now I, the Empress Wu Zhao, have allies. Miao Shan found herself caught between laughter and exasperation, while Chen Lin shot another furious glare at little Wu Zhao. Xiao Wu Zhao immediately pointed at Chen Lin, exclaiming, Master, look! My teacher is glaring at me for no reason. I am frightened. The celestial maiden Miao Shan retorted, Do not provoke Xiao Wu Zhao, do you hear? Chen Lin chuckled wryly. This girl, I didn't realize she was so cunning. He continued, Sister, how about we visit Tai Mountain night? Sounds delightful. Let's go to Tai Mountain and have children. Wu Zhao clapped her hands in glee. Miao Shan's face flushed crimson, her heart flustered. Nonsense, I won't be going to Tai Mountain with you. I must return. With that, she hurriedly departed, feeling an odd sensation enveloping her. Thoughts raced through her mind. Miao Shan, what is happening to you? Do not make a mistake. How could you harbor even a shred of anticipation for remaining at Tai Mountain? She incessantly cautioned herself. You must not easily trust that rogue's words. Look at his actions. He is a typical dandy. Who knows how many women he has outside? You cannot let him deceive you. What does he truly want by asking me to stay at Tai Mountain? Does he genuinely wish to have children with me? Oh, how embarrassing. Chen Lin was poised to seize the moment, intending to finally end his lifelong bachelorhood, and just as success seemed within reach, it slipped away. In this lifetime, his foremost pursuit in the realm of cultivation was immortality, and the second was to embrace beauty and achieve unparalleled prowess. In his previous life, his greatest aspiration had been to marry a beautiful wife. Alas, it all fell apart, thanks to that little girl. Chen Lin cast a murderous glare at Xiao Wu Zhao, who immediately shrieked, Teacher, help. Chen Lin snorted coldly. I told you not to call her teacher today. Even if the King of Heaven were to arrive, I would discipline you for ruining my prospects of happiness by speaking of having children. With that, he seized Xiao Wu Zhao and departed. Shen Linglong expressed her concern. Sister, will Xiao Wu Zhao be all right? Gu Qianxua shook her head. Do not worry. Master knows what he is doing. That girl has been utterly unruly and deserves a good lesson. By the way, junior sister, did Master mention that you could recruit 10 members from the Shun family to enter Tai Mountain as disciples? Have the candidates been sent? Gu Qianxua inquired suddenly. Shen Linglong nodded. Yes, it has been reported back. My father should be selecting individuals now. Speaking of which, I must properly thank Master. The Shun family, one of the 9 prominent families of the Great Tang. Choosing clan members to enter Tai Mountain equates to binding the Shun family to Tai Mountain completely. As long as Tai Mountain endures, the Shun family will not perish, thus securing their legacy for eternity. Even amidst dynastic changes, the Shun family remains steadfast. The Shun family rose in Jizhou, one of the 9 provinces of the Great Tang, wielding immense power. Shun Linglong and Shun Mingxi are full siblings, sharing the same father and mother. The father serves as the head of the Shun family, while the grandfather holds the esteemed position of a high-ranking official in the current court. Otherwise, the third prince would not have sought to marry Shen Linglong. His motives were twofold: to curry favor with Shun Mengxi, a rising military general, and to gain the support of Shun Linglong's grandfather in his quest for the throne. Regrettably, despite meticulous planning, they encountered Shun Linglong, who bravely resisted and pursued her own happiness, ultimately running away from home. She encountered Chen Lin and became a disciple of Tai Mountain, which led to her attracting perilous consequences. Consequently, the world learned of Shun Linglong, who fled from marriage, possessing profound fortune and extraordinary destiny, as she entered the immortal sect and became a true disciple of Tai Mountain. In recent days, following the conclusion of the grand gathering of Tai Xian, Tai Mountain's renown echoed throughout the entire Tai Xian domain. Shun Lin's reputation soared, rivaling that of the legendary Tai Xian, true monarch of Ur. His 3 principal disciples became the talk of the town: the eldest disciple, Gu Qianxua, the second disciple, Shun Linglong, and the youngest disciple, the little girl Wu Zhao, who astonishingly claimed victory at the grand gathering. In Jizhou City, the Shun residence was abuzz with joy. Shun Qian was in high spirits, his laughter resonating throughout the estate. Look, the second disciple of the immortal Chen Lin at Tai Mountain is none other than my daughter Shen Linglong. My son, Shen Mingxi, is also a registered disciple of immortal Chen Lin. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, esteemed head of the family. Congratulations. The members of the Shun family basked in a wave of elation, celebrating not only Shen Linglong and Shen Mengxi's accomplishments, but also their family's good fortune. Just moments ago, the Shen family received exhilarating news. Tai Mountain had granted them 10 slots for discipleship. Madness ensued, with everyone fervently advocating for their children to be accepted into Tai Mountain, aspiring to tread the path of immortality. Chapter 169. The Crown Prince's Visit to Gain Favor. Head of the family. Even the royal family must now approach us with a conciliatory attitude, for our Shun family is poised to stand equal with the imperial lineage. Have you not noticed that His Majesty has conferred the title of King of Jizhou upon our family head? At this moment, does not the entire Jizhou fall under the influence of the Shun family? The King of Jizhou, the only prince of a different surname in the Great Tang Dynasty, underscores the empire's apprehension and attempts at appeasement towards the Shun family. Elder brother, when will the selection for the discipleship slots at Tai Mountain take place? Shen Qian replied. The selection will be limited to only 10 individuals. However, I have heard that disciples at Tai Mountain are scarce, unlike other sects that boast hundreds or thousands. This presents a unique opportunity for our family. Thus, I have decided to select 10 of our most skilled martial artists to directly join Tai Mountain, and then choose over 20 gifted individuals aged between 10 and 18 to enter the Yushu Academy. We shall also inform Linglong to strive for selection into Tai Mountain. The family head is wise. Everyone rejoiced. Undoubtedly, Shen Qian's decision brought widespread happiness. Yet, the 10 slots were woefully insufficient. With a lineage spanning 1,000 years, rich in heritage and boasting a lineage of over 10,000 members, 10 slots were a mere drop in the ocean. Thus, adding another 20 individuals would instantly resolve all the conflicts within the Shen family. A single misstep leads to a cascade of errors. Moreover, this is merely the beginning. If feasible, they could continuously usher their kin into the Jade Void Immortal Gate. Patriarch, a grave situation has arisen. A person claiming to be the Crown Prince seeks an audience. The elderly steward of the Shun family rushed in, flustered. His Highness the Crown Prince. Everyone gasped in shock. How could the Crown Prince, who should be residing in the capital, suddenly appear in Jizhou City? Quickly, open the central gate and welcome the Crown Prince. Yes. Inform everyone immediately. Panic swept through the Shun family members. Yet, Shun Kueyan remained unfazed, bellowing, "What is there to panic about? Sit down. What the Crown Prince? 30 years of prosperity and 30 years of decline. In the past, the arrival of the Crown Prince would have brought glory to the Shun family. However, let us not forget that we, the Shun family, are the esteemed rulers of Jizhou. My daughter, Shen Linglong, is a direct disciple of the true transmission from Tai Mountain, and her master, immortal Chen Lin, is revered as the foremost in the realm of creation. Not only the Crown Prince, but even the Emperor himself would not incite fear within us." Shen Kueyan's words promptly calmed the agitated crowd. Indeed, our Shen family is no longer what it used to be. Otherwise, would the Crown Prince deign to visit us? The members of the family gradually settled back down. Shen Kueyan, satisfied, commanded, "Go and invite the Crown Prince in." The elderly steward bowed deeply and exited. Outside, Crown Prince Li Qian awaited. The steward approached to announce his presence. This ignited the fury of Li Qian's subordinates. "Your Highness, this Shun family is exceedingly audacious. For you to come personally, and they treat you in such a manner. This is simply intolerable. Your command, and I shall lead my men to storm in." I must inquire what Shen Kueyan means by this. The Crown Prince of the current dynasty, the future Emperor of the Great Tang, had been reduced to having a mere steward announce him. How bold the Shun family was. Li Qian interjected, "Silence. Have you all forgotten the purpose of our visit? The Shen family is no longer the same as before. They possess the means to stand tall. Do not forget, Shen Kueyan has raised exceptional children." The attitude of Chen Lin that day at the Wanshan Pavilion remains etched in my memory. Even with the first seat of the floating island present, he would act without hesitation. Consider your younger brother. Entangled with Shen Linglong, he offended that esteemed figure and met his demise on the spot. To quell the anger of that esteemed individual, my father even ordered his mother to be cast into the cold palace, despite her being the most favored consort. What a Crown Prince. Today, he comes to forge connections. And soon, under the guidance of the steward, the Crown Prince entered the residence of the Shun family. Li Qian had previously met the head of the Shun family. With a humble demeanor, he expressed, "It is indeed an honor to have His Royal Highness visit our humble abode today. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Shen Qian, slightly bowing, spoke with grandeur. Li Qian, unfazed by Shen Qian's demeanor, turned and commanded, "Bring forth the gifts." At that moment, the members of the Shen family noticed several large chests that Li Qian had brought along. As the chests were opened, a dazzling array of treasures was revealed, one filled with gold, silver, and jewels, another brimming with various spiritual herbs, a third containing an assortment of weapons and magical artifacts, and the last overflowing with precious resources. The sight of 4 grand chests left the members of the Shen family utterly astonished. Shen Qian frowned, questioning, "What does His Highness intend with such gifts?" Li Qian replied, "Naturally, I come to forge a friendship with the Shen family. The head of the Shen family is indeed blessed with remarkable offspring. Your son, Shen Mengxi, known as the Greedy Wolf Marquis, is a legendary warrior, undefeated in battle, and reportedly a registered disciple of the Jade Void sect's Tai Mountain, with his peak celestial gang's cultivation and formidable combat prowess. He recently vanquished an opponent of the creation realm, thus elevating the morale of our great Tang dynasty. As for your daughter, Shen Linglong, she is the direct disciple of the esteemed Grandmaster. This time, she has made a name for herself at the grand event of Taishan, ranking 3rd on the potential dragon list, with a future that knows no bounds. By the way, the potential dragon list has just been updated, and you may not have seen it yet. I happen to have a copy here for your perusal." Li Qian promptly presented the potential dragon list. This list features 100 individuals, representing the elite of the Taishan domain, all under 35 years of age. Shen Qian eagerly flipped through the list, and indeed, the name Shen Linglong was prominently displayed in 3rd place. "Excellent, truly outstanding," he exclaimed, pride swelling within him. To be on the potential dragon list signifies that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she is destined for the realm of eternal life. The Tang dynasty lacks individuals of the harmonization realm, but those of the eternal life realm are exceedingly rare. Among the 9 great families, none can boast such a talent as ours. It is rumored that an ancient being of the transformation realm resides within the royal palace. But can a secular transformation being be compared to the divine beings of the celestial sects? In a true confrontation, it would take but 3 moves for the secular transformation being to meet their demise. Once my daughter ascends to the ranks of the transformation realm, the Shen family will have a formidable backing. Moreover, even now, the direct disciple of immortal Chen Lin serves as a powerful ally. Look, even the crown prince has come to cultivate goodwill, presenting 4 chests of gifts. Li Qian urged, the head of the family may continue to peruse the list. Turn to the 8th position. Oh, Shen Qian turned to the 8th page and was once again struck with astonishment. The name Shen Mengxi was listed prominently as well. "My son ranks 3rd on the potential dragon list," he exclaimed, joyously repeating the words "excellent" thrice. The members of the Shen family were all filled with elation, offering their congratulations to Shen Qian. "Congratulations, head of the family. Your niece Linglong and nephew Mengxi have indeed grown into 2 towering trees, capable of shielding our Shen family from the storms of life." Chapter 170, The Indifferent Master. Shen Qian remarked, "I, Shen Qian, graciously accept your Highness's sentiments. However, your Highness, this flurry of gifts and congratulations cannot solely pertain to the delivery of the Qianlong list, for surely the Wanxiang Tower has commenced the release of the new edition of the Qianlong list." Li Qian replied, "Master Shen, your candor is refreshing. I shall speak plainly. Recently, at the auction in Wanxiang Tower in Jizhou, I inadvertently offended the illustrious Linglong Fairy, and thus I seek your assistance in speaking favorably on my behalf." Shen Qian pondered for a moment, realizing that the matter at hand was merely a pretext to curry favor with his daughter. The notion of speaking well of her was perhaps a facade. The true intention lay in leveraging his daughter as presence to ingratiate himself with the esteemed Chen Lin. Truly, the crown prince was adept at intricate scheming. Regarding such trivial matters, Shen Qian was more than willing to lend his support. He could convey the message, while the outcome was of little concern to him. After all, was it not simply due to 4 boxes of gifts? He promptly declared, "This is a trivial task. Leave it to me." Li Qian rejoiced, expressing his gratitude to Master Shen. Shen Qian replied, "It is but a minor matter." With his objectives fulfilled, Li Qian took his leave. As he watched Li Qian's departing figure, the entire Shen family was enveloped in a wave of joy. Once upon a time, they too had aspired to such heights, and now they faced the crown prince with unwavering composure. The Shen family was truly on the brink of ascendance. Tai Mountain. 3 days had swiftly passed since their return from the Taishan Grand Assembly. During these 3 days, Chen Lin had not sought their company even once. Their commendable performance at the assembly, coupled with the absence of bestowed opportunities prior to their return, had granted them the chance to thoroughly digest their experiences. He too needed to reflect upon the insights gained from the Taishan Grand Assembly. The fierce battle, where one man wielded a sword against the four great sect masters, had constituted the most significant advancement for Chen Lin. It undeniably enhanced his combat experience and martial prowess. At this moment, he had reached the pinnacle of transformation. Yet, to progress further into the realm of kingship was no trivial endeavor. This leap transcended mere martial strength. After 3 days of rest, Chen Lin summoned Gu Qinxue, Shen Linglong, and Xiao Wuzhao. With satisfaction, he remarked, "Well done. You have all excelled at the Taishan Grand Assembly, elevating the reputation of Tai Mountain. Particularly you, Qinxue. You have displayed the qualities of a true senior sister, demonstrating a broad-mindedness that allows you to care for your junior sisters and effectively mediate the hierarchies within our sect. This brings me great joy, and I am confident that you shall lead Tai Mountain admirably in the future. Thus, I hereby announce, Gu Qinxue, from this day forth, you shall be the next successor to the position of the foremost leader of Tai Mountain. You are entrusted with the responsibilities of managing our sect." "Ah, master, me? To manage Tai Mountain?" Gu Qinxue inquired. Chen Lin assured her, "Do not worry. I will not be going anywhere. Nature itself supervises your cultivation. Moreover, you are aware that I have only spent a mere decade in my practice, yet have reached the pinnacle of transformation. How many more years do you think it will take for me to attain immortality? Therefore, you must always be prepared to take charge of Tai Mountain. Familiarize yourself now. Do not find yourself flustered when the time comes for me to ascend, leaving you to manage Tai Mountain in disarray. Do not be misled by the current scarcity of disciples at Tai Mountain, coupled with the 30 servants recruited by Xianxia. There are only about 30 individuals in total. However, in the future, the number of disciples will only increase, just like other sects, reaching hundreds or even thousands." Gu Qinxue assured, "Master, please rest assured. I will not disappoint you and will manage Tai Mountain diligently." Chen Lin was quite satisfied. As for managing Tai Mountain, who would willingly take on such a task? Were it not for the prospect of personal gain from critical returns, he would hardly bother to accept disciples, let alone foster the prosperity of Tai Mountain. After all, is it not preferable for one person to oversee one mountain? Nonetheless, regarding the acceptance of disciples, Chen Lin felt no regret, but rather a sense of pride. Gu Qinxue, at the early stage of harmonization, excels in swordsmanship, possessing the ice soul divine body. Within just over half a year, she has reached a level that many take a lifetime to achieve. She is calm, resilient, broad-minded, and possesses a noble spirit, making her undoubtedly the best candidate for the role of eldest disciple. The second disciple, Shen Linglong, is lively, values loyalty, acts decisively, and possesses the blazing flame divine body. After only a few months of initiation, she too stands at the early stage of harmonization. With the aid of the sword enlightenment grass, her swordsmanship has come to closely rival that of the eldest disciple, making her worthy of cultivation. The third disciple, Xiao Wuzhao, is a troublemaker with astonishing talent, struggles with writing, and is likely a reincarnated immortal with innate qualities yet to awaken. Despite her penchant for mischief, she is loyal and principled, and with proper guidance, she is destined for extraordinary achievements. Each of these three possesses the potential of an emperor and the possibility of becoming an immortal or a deity. Additionally, there is Shun Mengshi with the greedy wolf battle body, suited for the battlefield. His future accomplishments will depend on his personal development. As I have always said, the master opens the door, but the cultivation relies on the individual. Chen Lin declared, "Qinxue, since you are to assume the weighty responsibility of managing Tai Mountain from this day forward, I shall bestow upon you a precious artifact, the Tai Immortal Sword. It is far more formidable than the Yin Yang twin swords." Gu Qinxue was taken aback. "Master, this is far too precious." Chen Lin replied, "Keep it. Use the Yin Yang twin swords in everyday battles, and reserve the Tai Immortal Sword as your trump card." "Thank you, master." Gu Qinxue nodded as she accepted the Tai Immortal Sword. Note: Host has gifted disciple Gu Qinxue the immortal grade artifact, Tai Immortal Sword, qualifying for critical returns. However, as this sword is obtained through critical returns, it can only trigger equivalent critical returns, resulting in the immortal grade artifact, Taiyang Immortal Sword. Indeed, the gamble has paid off. Taiyin and Taiyang, perfectly aligned with the duality of yin and yang, This arrangement allows Gu Qianxue to continue wielding the Jin Jiao Jin technique. Chen Lin deftly produced the Sun Immortal Sword, declaring, "This sword is known as the Sun Immortal Sword. One embodies the yin, the other the yang, together forming a pair of celestial swords. Let us wield them together." This time, Gu Qianxue accepted without hesitation, her joy evident as she stowed it away. Beep. The host has bestowed upon disciple Gu Qianxue the celestial grade artifact, the Sun Immortal Sword. It qualifies for critical return. However, this sword is obtained through critical return, allowing only equivalent critical return, resulting in the acquisition of the celestial grade artifact, the sky-burning immortal sword. A splendid sword indeed. This blade, imbued with the essence of fire, harbors the devastating power of incineration. Once unleashed, it can obliterate the heavens and the earth, rivaling the Sun Immortal Sword and even surpassing Chen Lin's Purple Cloud Immortal Sword in potency. While the Purple Cloud Immortal Sword balances offense and defense, the sky-burning Immortal Sword boasts remarkable offensive prowess. It is perfectly suited for Shen Linglong. Chen Lin promptly claimed the Immortal Sword and handed it to Shen Linglong, saying, "Linglong, this sword is called Sky Burning. It is bestowed upon you." Shen Linglong beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." Chapter 171. What lies ahead? Regrettably this time, the critical return did not activate. Chen Lin shook his head and turned to Xiao Wuzhao, saying, "As for you, Xiao Wuzhao, continue your studies. Remember, once you have mastered all the characters, I shall reward you with a formidable artifact." Initially elated, Xiao Wuzhao immediately pouted, adopting a demeanor of displeasure. Nearly on the verge of tears, feeling utterly wronged, Chen Lin chose to ignore her. This girl needed a thorough lesson. He continued, "Well, everything has been arranged. Qianxue, you must shoulder the responsibilities of tying mountain, allowing me to focus on my seclusion for cultivation." Indeed, seclusion. This was the conclusion Chen Lin had reached after careful consideration. Everything could be returned, yet the one thing that could not be reversed was the understanding of the Tao. The 9 transformations of mysterious arts validate the Tao through power. With immense magical energy, one can push through to the 4th realm. To ascend to the 1st realm of immortality, the Tao, cutting realm, one must discover their own path. Then carve it out, embarking on a journey uniquely theirs. This path is the path of law. "Master, you are going into seclusion?" Gu Qianxue exclaimed in surprise. "Master, are you about to break through to the King-S realm?" The King-S realm, also known as the Tao-cutting sovereign realm, signifies a level beyond that of giants and true monarchs, a true sovereign. It entails comprehending, integrating, and mastering the laws. Chen Lin nodded, then shook his head, saying, "The King-S realm is not so easily attained." Shen Linglong interjected, "I believe Master will surely succeed in breaking through to the King-S realm. At that time, wouldn't Team Master become the foremost expert of our Yushu sect?" Just the thought of it stirred a sense of excitement. Chen Lin replied, somewhat exasperated, "Rest assured, I'm already the foremost expert of the Yushu sect. As for the King-S realm, indeed, that is not the case. However, with his current magical prowess and treasures, it is indeed true that ordinary monarchs are no match for him. His master is in seclusion." Little Wu Zhao is overjoyed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. With her master away, she relishes the thought of having no one to oversee her. Humph, wasn't he it just last time when she pilfered a few spirit beasts? How dare they seek to punish her? This empress is now the foremost in the world. Just watch as she plunders the spirit beasts from your sect. The more she thinks, the more exhilarated she becomes, unable to contain her laughter. This scene is fortuitously witnessed by Chen Lin, who instantly realizes that this little girl is undoubtedly scheming. With a wave of his hand, he places a seal on little Wu Zhao. Almost forgot Wu Zhao. "In order to ensure you diligently learn your letters and studies, I have imposed this seal upon you. Linglong, you must closely supervise your little junior sister studies. Should you discover any signs of laziness, wield the ruler I bestowed upon you to discipline her severely. As the saying goes, jade must be carved to become a gem. A person must be polished to become talented. Indeed, Master, I shall diligently oversee my little junior sister," Shen Linglong replies with a smile. Little Wu Zhao's expression immediately sours. "Master, this is quite unfair." Chen Lin's demeanor turns stern. "Am I truly being unfair? Is it wrong to have you study and learn? Upon my return from seclusion, if you have not mastered at least 3,000 characters, you shall see how I deal with you." During this retreat, Chen Lin's greatest concern is this unruly girl. Especially after her remarkable achievement in securing first place at the Taishan Grand Assembly, one could easily mistake her for an empress reincarnate, as she frequently refers to herself as such. However, with her cultivation sealed and Linglong's ruler in hand, she should be kept in check for a while. As for Gu Qinxue and Shun Linglong, Chen Lin feels no apprehension. He gives his 3 disciples a proper admonition before officially entering seclusion. When he initially reconstructed Tai E Mountain, he had set up a hidden chamber beneath his residence, complete with a grand formation. Now, as a master of king-level formations, he can readily discern the flaws in the array and promptly begins to rearrange it. After an entire day of diligent work, a new seclusion space is completed. Stepping inside, the once dark chamber transforms dramatically. A knowledgeable practitioner of formations would recognize that this is not an illusory realm, but an actual formation space, showcasing the prowess of a king-level formation master. The air is filled with the fragrance of flowers and birdsong, resembling a perpetual spring. A babbling brook, a thatched cottage, and a vibrant garden create an exquisite scene, rich in spiritual energy. As Chen Lin steps into the formation, he vanishes from the hidden chamber. The formation space, though modest at over 100 square meters, is sufficient for Chen Lin. He begins his cultivation journey, relying on critical returns. At this moment, he stands at the pinnacle of creation. A further advancement would elevate him to the rank of monarch, truly placing him at the zenith of the Tianyuan continent. The Tianyuan continent is intricate and complex, particularly the central region, with its 3 sacred lands, various ancient sects, and the myriad demonic empires of the 10,000 great mountains. Merely being in the realm of creation is insufficient for battle. Though he may seem invincible, comparable to a king, he ultimately is not one. To speak of other matters, the lifespan of a being at the kingly realm extends to 3,000 years, whereas that of the transformative realm is merely 1,000. Reflecting on the cultivation techniques he has mastered, Chen Lin recognizes 4 potential paths to comprehend the laws and ascend to higher realms. The first path is the 9 transformations of profound power, which advocates using strength to validate one's way. Regardless of laws or the great path, it advances through unparalleled might. Although it appears straightforward, it is in fact the most arduous path, requiring a magnitude of power that is thousands or even hundreds of thousands of times greater than that needed for a breakthrough at the same level. Life is but a fleeting moment. Prior to entering the transformative realm, Chen Lin traversed this path, shattering all boundaries with supreme power. He may continue to follow this route. The second path is that of the supreme divine fist. He has acquired the first 4 moves: the kingly killing fist, the imperial overbearing fist, the divine fist of the emperor, and the holy fist of the immortal. With the acquisition of the 4th move, this set of fist techniques ascends to the level of the great path, allowing him to effortlessly enter the kingly realm. The third path is the Great Celestial Sword Technique. This includes the Great Celestial Star Sword Technique, the Great Celestial Drawing Sword Technique, the Great Celestial Destruction Sword Technique, and the Great Celestial Instant Kill Sword Technique. While they may seem like 4 separate sword techniques, they are the foundational forms of swordsmanship. Each contains one or several profound truths of the sword path, and their amalgamation creates a unique Great Celestial Sword Technique. The fusion of 2 techniques yields celestial power, while 3 still maintain celestial might. But the integration of all 4 results in the power of a great path sword technique. At this moment, Chen Lin has already fused 3, akin to the transformation of the 3 pure energies. The 4th path is the innate thunder body refining immortal technique, a method of body refinement. However, this path is merely a fleeting thought. Cultivating this martial art is less advantageous than the 9 transformations of profound power. Ultimately, Chen Lin makes a decisive resolution. As the saying goes, only children make choices, adults strive for all. He intends not only to pursue the 9 transformations of profound power to break the path, but also to harness the supreme divine fist and the great celestial sword technique for the same purpose. He even considers the innate thunder body refining immortal technique to forge his physique and attain kingly status. To take this step, he must strategize. His 3 disciples are undoubtedly the optimal candidates for this endeavor, drawing on their experiences in fist techniques, swordsmanship, and the importation of knowledge. However, before this, Chen Lin must refine the cultivation level he has previously attained. In the time to come, Chen Lin will focus on 3 pursuits: planting flowers, cultivating himself, and nurturing his nature, akin to a recluse. As for training, It has long been cast aside. The formation space not only alters the surrounding environment, but can also manipulate the flow of time. A master of royal-grade formations can already cause localized temporal distortions. Here, 2 days may equate to a single day outside. In this realm, 48 hours pass while only 24 hours elapse outside. Time flows relentlessly, minute by minute. In the external world, Gu Qinxue officially assumes control of the affairs of Tai Mountain. Fortunately, the number of people at Tai Mountain is modest, totaling just over 30. However, with these 30 individuals recently entering the mountain gates, a multitude of complications arises. To restore the former glory of Tai Mountain, Chen Lin has specifically designated areas for cultivating medicinal herbs, refining tools, and alchemy, all of which require management and maintenance. Despite the ensuing troubles, Gu Qinxue adopts Chen Lin's previous methods, reinstating Shan Wan and Xie Qingshan. Particularly Xie Qingshan, originally groomed as the heir of the Xie family, proves adept at handling these intricate matters. Within just a few days, she finally qualifies to be a hands-off manager. One day, Xiao Yi anxiously arrived at Tai Mountain. Upon seeing Gu Qinxue, he inquired, "Junior Sister Gu, is Master Chen available?" Gu Qinxue replied, "Master is currently in seclusion." "Ah, how can he be in seclusion at this time?" Xiao Yi expressed his urgency. Gu Qinxue promptly asked, "Senior brother Xiao, is there something pressing? If so, I can relay it to Master." Xiao Yi shook his head. "There isn't enough time. I was sent by Master to summon Master Chen to the Sanqing Hall for a meeting, but now that he is in seclusion, what shall we do?" Suddenly, a light sparked in Xiao Yi's eyes. "Junior sister, since Master is in seclusion, the affairs of Tai Mountain fall under your authority." Gu Qinxue nodded before entering seclusion. "Master entrusted me with all matters concerning Tai Mountain." Xiao Yi was elated. "That's wonderful. Junior sister, let us immediately head to the Sanqing Hall, where you will represent Tai Mountain." "Ah, I cannot. Gu Qinxue quickly shook her head. "Only the heads of the major sects are qualified to attend such meetings. I am unworthy." Xiao Yi insisted. "What do you mean you cannot? You are the next head of Tai Mountain. In the secular world, that would make you a prince. With Master Chen absent, Tai Mountain shall naturally be governed by you. Let us settle this quickly. We cannot keep the elders waiting." With that, he disregarded Gu Qinxue's protests and pulled her along. Before long, they arrived at the Sanqing Hall, where they coincidentally encountered the celestial maiden Miaoshan. Miaoshan inquired, "Qinxue, where is your master?" "Mistress," Gu Qinxue inadvertently exclaimed, immediately realizing her slip and feeling quite embarrassed. She hastily added, "I report to Senior Miaoshan that my master is in seclusion and has entrusted me with the affairs of Tai Mountain." The celestial maiden's face flushed at being addressed as mistress by Gu Qinxue, but she quickly regained her composure. "Please stay by my side for the time being." "Yes." Gu Qinxue promptly nodded. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi stood nearby, astonished and speechless. This was a significant development. If he heard correctly, Gu Qinxue had just referred to Miaoshan as mistress, which implied that Master Chen and Master Miaoshan had formed a partnership. Truly, Master Chen is formidable, capable of winning over even Master Miaoshan. This news must be relayed to Master. It has been said that everyone possesses a penchant for gossip, and indeed, this holds true. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Su Yuan surveyed his surroundings and inquired with curiosity, "Why has it been you, Qinxue, who has come instead of Junior Brother Chen?" Gu Qinxue recounted the prior instructions once more. Su Yuan nodded. "Since you represent Junior Brother Chen, please take a seat. Given Junior Brother Chen's remarkable talents, it is likely that he will not remain with us at Yu Su Xianmen for long. The Taishan domain is ultimately a bit too remote, especially in comparison to other territories, particularly the central region." Su Yuan's thoughts stirred. Perhaps it would not be long before our Yu Su Xianmen welcomed another formidable sovereign. After all, Junior Brother Chen has only been cultivating for 11 years, hasn't he? Silence enveloped the room. Everyone was silent. 11 years of cultivation. It truly is a remarkable pace that could leave one in awe. Su Yuan took a deep breath and continued, "Now, let us address the matter at hand. Do you all remember the recent emergence of the Demon Emperor's tomb?" Yang Wudi immediately interjected, "Elder brother, why do you bring up the Demon Emperor's tomb? Is it once again about its emergence?" Su Yuan shook his head. "The Demon Emperor's tomb has never truly emerged." Yang Wudi was taken aback, exclaiming, "Elder brother, have you lost your wits? Not long ago, the Demon Emperor's tomb did indeed emerge, and all the forces in the Taishan domain ventured there, myself included. Were it not for the timely rescue by Junior Brother Chen Lin, I would have perished within. Do you genuinely believe this is yet another emergence of the Demon Emperor's tomb? Luo Baddao remarked. Elder brother, are you suggesting that while the Demon Emperor's tomb appeared, it was not actually open? Su Yuan affirmed. Indeed, the appearance of the Demon Emperor's tomb does not imply it has been opened. This time, the emergence of the Demon Emperor's tomb has resulted in cracks forming in the seal of the 10,000 Great Mountains, which lowers the threshold for the Demon Monarch dynasty to infiltrate various territories. I have just received news that the Demon Monarch dynasty is amassing its forces and may very well invade our Taishan domain. What? Could the Demon Monarch dynasty truly be instigating a great war? Su Yuan's words sent a wave of panic through the assembly. He continued, the cracks are continuously emanating vast amounts of demonic energy. I have witnessed it myself. Through the fissures, I could clearly see a multitude of demons gathering, and the cracks are expanding further. Esteemed colleagues, if the Demon Monarch dynasty dispatches its demons through these cracks into our Taishan domain, we shall face an unprecedented catastrophe. The last time, we only encountered a single demon general and a handful of ancient beasts. But this time we can anticipate an even greater influx of demons into the Taishan domain. At that point, the entire domain will be engulfed in suffering. With countless lives lost, many becoming fodder for demons, displaced and in dire straits. A tragic sight indeed. The Taishan domain could descend into a living hell. As practitioners, while we strive to suppress ancient evils and aspire to transcendence, we are not devoid of compassion. Our Yusu Xianmen has long upheld the principle that with greater power comes greater responsibility. When humanity is in peril, we are duty-bound to respond. Su Yuan's impassioned address ignited a fervor within Gu Qianshui. She had personally experienced the ferocity and danger posed by the demons. Wherever they tread, all things perish, resembling a purgatory on earth. As a being of humanity, one must never allow demons to ravage the innocent. At this moment, Gu Qianshui silently vowed that she would not permit these fiends to wreak havoc upon the world. Chapter 173, Countermeasures. Yang Wudi proclaimed, Master, issue your command. We stand ready to descend the mountain and vanquish the demons. Su Yuan shook his head, saying, No, this time we shall not descend. The crowd was taken aback. With a wave of his hand, the void split open, revealing a canvas-like scene before them. Within this tableau, a vast fissure appeared in the smooth sky, its other end shrouded in darkness, intermittently emanating a chilling and sinister aura of demons. Shadows flickered within the crack, hinting at movements beyond. Is this not our Yushu mountain range? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Su Yuan nodded, affirming, Indeed, this is within our Yushu mountain range. How can this be? Our Yushu mountain range connects to the 10,000 Great Mountains, meaning this fissure lies beyond our range. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. But isn't the fissure located near the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains, close to the Demon Suppression Pass? Su Yuan responded, This time, the barrier has not just one breach. There are two, and one conveniently lies within our Yushu mountain range. Do you not see that the heavens themselves deem our Yushu immortal sect as the front line in obstructing the demon dynasty? Once the demons traverse the fissure into our Taishan domain, our Yushu immortal sect will be the first to bear the brunt. Therefore, we must not only refrain from descending to slay demons, but also summon all disciples to steadfastly defend the Yushu mountain range, allowing no demon to encroach upon our territory even by a step. I have gathered you all to activate the protective grand formation across the various mountain gates, sealing the demon dynasty within the Yushu mountain range and ensuring they wreak no havoc upon the Taishan domain. The crowd collectively assented, while Gu Qianshui wore a grave expression. The Tai Mountain's protective formation, known as the Tai Yinyang Formation, is a 9th-tier array. With the activation of all 12 mountain gates and the addition of Yushu Mountain, 13 9th-tier formations could gradually coalesce into the 13 Jade Clear Grand Formation, a divine-level array. Once unleashed, the entire Yushu mountain range would be enveloped by this formation. Should the demons wish to traverse the Yushu mountain range to enter the Tai Shin domain, they must first confront the Yushu immortal sect. Fortunately, her master had imparted the method to activate the grand formation. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Gu Qianshui chuckled wryly, realizing that she had only just begun managing affairs at Tai Mountain when faced with such a significant challenge, and with her master in seclusion. She would have to rely solely on herself. In this chaotic era of demons, let them come forth. It would be an opportune moment to test the sharpness of her blade. The quickest way to enhance her cultivation lay in two avenues: the daily guidance of Chen Lin, and the experience gained through real combat. With her master in seclusion, the most effective approach now was indeed practical training. Master, we are soon to gather at the Disciples' Hall. Shall we proceed as scheduled? At this moment, Luo Ba Dao inquired. The Apprenticeship Grand Hall is an annual grand event of the Yushu sect, designed to select exceptional disciples for entry into the sect, ensuring the continuation of its lineage and the emergence of outstanding talents. To some extent, this occasion garners even more attention than the martial arts tournament held every 5 years. A year ago, during the tournament, Gu Qinshui emerged as a formidable contender, enviously admired by many. As the Apprenticeship Grand Hall approaches, the question of a potential postponement arises, though the duration of such a delay remains uncertain. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan stated, the apprenticeship ceremony will proceed as scheduled. For are we to fear the demons? Surely, the Yushu sect cannot be intimidated by them. Indeed, the sect leader's assertion was sound, and many in attendance voiced their agreement, asserting that such trivial demons could not deter them. Su Yuan, in his capacity as sect leader, proceeded to issue several directives before concluding the meeting. Upon returning to Tai Mountain, Gu Qinshui promptly summoned Shen Linglong, Xie Shan, and Shen Wan. Wu Zhao naturally followed suit. Sister, was the meeting enjoyable? Inquired Shen Linglong. It must have been quite entertaining, as only our master is qualified to convene such gatherings of the esteemed elders. Gu Qinshui replied with slight irritation. Perhaps you should attend the next meeting instead. I have no desire to return. Shen Linglong quickly shook her head. It would be uncomfortable, being the only junior among so many esteemed uncles and aunts. Indeed, you understand, Gu Qinshui acknowledged. The meeting had left her restless, and only after its conclusion could she swiftly return to Tai Mountain, shedding the constraints and discomfort she had felt. Shen Linglong then asked Sister, is there significant news to announce, which is why we were all summoned? Gu Qinshui promptly revealed the alarming news of fissures appearing in the Yushu mountain range. The faces of the others turned pale, fully aware of the demon's formidable nature. Sister, are you implying that the demons will first confront the Yushu sect? This means that if they wish to enter the Taishan realm, they must pass through our sect, indicating that we are destined to clash with the demons. Shen Linglong said solemnly, last time, we failed to vanquish those demons adequately. Now they come again to our mountain, and it is the perfect opportunity for them to witness my prowess, Wu Zhao declared, raising her hands. To slay demons, count me in. Gu Qinshui frowned, admonishing, little junior sister, do not act recklessly. This is not the Taishan gathering, where all participants are on equal footing. You are still too young. Wait until you mature before engaging in such battles. No, I want to slay demons. I want to slay countless demons. Little Wu Zhao insisted stubbornly. Gu Qinshui's expression darkened as she coldly retorted, do not be presumptuous. Despite the fierce reprimand, little Wu Zhao remained undaunted, pouting in defiance. Her mind resolutely set on pursuing the demons alone if necessary. Gu Qinshui then began to assign tasks to Shen Wan and Xie Shan, whose primary responsibility would be to guard the mountain gate in anticipation of the impending conflict. The mountain gate formation requires vigilant guardianship. As for her and Shen Linglong, they naturally went forth to vanquish the demons. Xie Shan and Shen Wan assured, rest easy, senior sister. We shall steadfastly defend the mountain gate, allowing no demon to set foot upon Tai Mountain. Let us proceed to activate the Guardian Formation, Gu Qinshui declared. The Tianyuan Formation, although classified as a 9th-tier array, was constructed by the first Grandmaster of Tai Mountain, dating back several millennia. Indeed, you heard correctly. The Yushu Immortal Gate has existed for tens of thousands of years. The 12 mountain gates are, in fact, a remnant of the Yuqing sacred land structure, to restore the glory of the Yuqing sacred land. The first step for the Yushu Immortal Gate is to establish these 12 mountain gates. Thus far, only 10 generations have passed. The Tianyuan Formation is located at the pinnacle of Tai Mountain. A stone tablet, towering 10 meters high, stands resolutely at the summit, inscribed with the characters Tai. Beneath these characters lies a grand Taiji symbol. The nexus of the formation is situated here, and the key to activating the formation lies within the Yin-Yang twin swords, which is why these swords have been a standard configuration for the Grandmasters of Tai Mountain throughout the ages. Gu Qinshui drew the Yin-Yang twin swords and pierced 2 points within the Taiji symbol. Chapter 174, Prelude. With a thunderous roar, as the swords struck, a colossal scarlet light shield emanated from the stone tablet, enveloping Tai Mountain. A fire dragon burst forth from the protective barrier, thrashing about, its fangs bared, seemingly expressing its solitude and desolation. This formation is known as the Tianyuan formation, which actually evolved from the supreme technique of Tai Mountain, the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield. Regrettably, this unparalleled technique is incomplete, possessing only the power of a single dragon, and its cultivation is exceedingly stringent, leading to numerous flaws in the dragon's guardianship. The Fire Dragon Guardian has been established. Xinhuan, as you are well-versed in formations, I have heard that our mountain's guardian formation is derived from a divine ability. Is it true? Chen Lin inquired. It seems this divine ability is called the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield, but alas, it is incomplete. Such a pity. If it were whole, it would surely be formidable. I wonder if Master possesses this art, she mused. I have always felt that Master is extraordinarily capable, knowledgeable in all matters. Gu Qinxue concurred, stating, well, the formation is activated. Our foremost priority now is to diligently cultivate. As for when the demons will breach the rift into our Tai Xian domain, we shall simply have to wait. Isn't there a saying that when the heavens fall, a tall person will support it? What is there to fear? Xianxia nodded. With the Grandmaster present, what is there to fear? In their minds, Chen Lin was an invincible entity. As time passed, the disciples of the Yushu Immortal Gate returned to the mountain, each nerve taut with anticipation. Their sole recourse was to devote themselves to rigorous cultivation. The era of demonic chaos was not a new occurrence. The last episode had served merely as a prelude. Deep within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, the emergence of the Demon Emperor's tomb has drawn many who have ventured into this perilous terrain, well aware of the merciless nature of the demons. Wherever they tread, not a blade of grass survives. The ground is littered with corpses, rendering the place akin to a hell on earth. Should the demons descend from the Jade Void Mountains, the consequences could be dire, leaving no place for the fallen to rest in peace. A month has swiftly passed, yet Chen Lin remains in seclusion. On this particular day, one location lies outside the Demon Suppression Pass in the 10,000 Great Mountains, while the other is situated at the Jade Void Mountains. Suddenly, a fissure releases a surge of dark, demonic energy, causing the earth to tremble. This malevolent force spreads, withering flora and staining rocks black, making it difficult to breathe in its wake. Fortunately, the Jade Void Mountains are seldom trodden by human feet, but teem with countless birds, beasts, fish, and insects. At the moment the demonic energy erupts, these creatures scatter in terror. The sky, cloaked in ominous clouds, crackles with thunder and lightning, as if heralding the end of days. An oppressive atmosphere permeates the land. Such a phenomenon is quickly noted by the disciples of the Jade Void sect. In stark contrast, the area outside the Demon Suppression Pass is not as fortunate. The demonic energy, akin to a bloodthirsty beast, surges towards the pass, which had only recently been restored after suffering severe damage. A formidable army has been dispatched to defend it, now under the command of the newly appointed general. The Wolf of Greed, Shunmingshi, with a spear in hand, he stands resolutely, akin to a steadfast pillar of the realm, as he locks his gaze on the encroaching demonic force. Behind him, the Wolf Legion, forged from iron will, stands unwavering. A month prior, as chaos loomed, Xinmengshi voluntarily took command to guard the Demon Suppression Pass. At this moment, it represents the first line of defense against the impending turmoil. Countless ordinary insects and creatures are driven to panic, fleeing aimlessly. The earth has transformed into a desolate wasteland. Shunmingshi, brimming with martial fervor, is accompanied by a colossal wolf hovering above him. The wolf battle art surges to its zenith within him, while the legion behind him moves in perfect unison, exuding the essence of the wolf, melding seamlessly with his own spirit. This formidable army of 10,000, the result of a year's labor, has been bestowed with the first 3 tiers of the wolf battle art, embodying the spirit of the wolf. Over the past year, this force has subdued the other 2 major dynasties, extracting land and reparations, sweeping across the grasslands with trepidation. Had the demons not emerged so abruptly, Xinmengshi might have already unified the entire prairie. Now, as warriors of the Great Tang, we stand at the precipice of battle against the demons. It is a time for us to fight with all our might. Let us think of our loved ones behind us. Should we falter, death awaits, and they shall become the fodder for these demons. In wars between nations, victors may still show mercy to women and children, yet the demons know only slaughter. In their eyes, we are mere sustenance, with no room for surrender or compassion. For a general, to perish in 100 battles is common. for a valiant warrior. To return after a decade is a rarity. Our fate as soldiers is to be wrapped in horsehide, dying on a battlefield. Today marks the moment when we pledge our loyalty to the Great Tang and our loved ones. We shall resolutely defend the pass and fight to the death. The soldiers at Jinyao Pass are ablaze with fervor, chanting in unison, "Fight to the death! Fight to the death!" The immense killing intent and the collective determination bind them in steadfast defense of the Great Tang citizens behind Jinyao Pass. Countless onlookers are profoundly moved by this spectacle. What a commendable figure, the war god of the greedy wolf. If he can display such valor, what have we to fear? You speak of demons in chaotic times. Yet why do we not see the celestial sects or ancient clans stepping forth to vanquish these fiends? Many are filled with apprehension, engaging in fervent discussions. The threat of these demons looms like a bone lodged in the throat, capable of claiming lives at any moment. Can we truly rely on the celestial sects? Have you not noticed from the past two encounters? Only the Yushu sect is genuinely devoted to exterminating demons, with no fewer than several hundred sent down from the mountain. Yet when we consider the other celestial sects and ancient clans, do they even muster 100 combined? If the Yushu sect is truly earnest in their mission, why have they not made an appearance this time? Perhaps you are unaware, during this demonic incursion, 2 fissures have opened, one of which lies directly before the gates of the Yushu sect. These demons are indeed courting death, daring to assault the Yushu sect. Who does not know that the Yushu sect is home to a peerless sword immortal, the white-clad sword deity, Chen Lin? With a mere stroke of his sword, he could annihilate these trivial demons. I have witnessed Chen Lin in action. Hundreds of those fiends were slain on the spot. At this moment, Chen Lin's reputation resounds throughout the entire Tianyuan domain, not to mention the recent announcement from the Wanxiang Pavilion, where he topped the creation rankings. Consider the recently concluded Tianyuan Grand Assembly, where he single-handedly confronted the 4 great leaders, preventing anyone from entering the secret realm, a tale that has long circulated throughout the Tianyuan domain. He has vanquished the elder Xianguang and the leader of the Xianxia sect, leaving them too intimidated to seek vengeance. They would rather bear the weight of infamy than confront him. It is no wonder that the disciples of the Yushu sect have returned to the mountain and sealed it off. It appears they have lost hope. However, I have heard that the Yushu sect will still hold its disciple recruitment event this time. Curious to see how many will seek to join. Chapter 175, Each Choice. In this chaotic era of demons, although Shan Mengshi exhibits extraordinary combat prowess, no one believes he can hold off the demons for long. Jinyao Pass will inevitably fall. Ironically, the safest refuge now is the Yushu sect. Initially, the Yushu sect anticipated a lackluster recruitment event due to the crisis, yet unbeknownst to them, the news has spread, and those wishing to join the Yushu sect have increased by more than tenfold compared to previous years. In the minds of all, the Yushu sect has ascended to become the most powerful sect in the entire Tianyuan domain. Just look at the Xianxia sect and the Luofu sect. They pale in comparison to the Yushu sect. The 2 ancient clans are solely concerned with their own interests. The 5 major sects find themselves well-intentioned, yet lacking in strength. Entering the gates of the Jade Void sect is undoubtedly the wisest choice. In Jizhou City, it is important to note that the Demon Suppression Pass falls under its jurisdiction. Should the fiends breach this pass, they would find themselves on an unimpeded path, with the next grand city being Jizhou. The Xie residence stands at the forefront of the impending demonic invasion, being the second target of their onslaught. Previously, thanks to Chen Lin's formidable intervention, the threat was averted. However, this time, the Jade Void sect is overwhelmed, and a shadow of crisis looms over the entire Xie household. Xie Ding, the father of Xie Qingshan, stands at the helm. As a father, he has gained considerable prestige. Not only was he bestowed the title of Duke of Chu by the Tang dynasty, ascending to the foremost rank among dukes, but he has also received substantial rewards and has tacitly transferred the military and political powers of Jizhou to the Xie family. Lu Qingfeng was previously dispatched specifically to curtail the Xie family's influence. Now, however, there exists a reluctant acceptance of the Xie family's might. Within the mansion, the high-ranking members of the Xie family have gathered, their expressions grave. Xie Ding articulates, "As you all know, my son has sent word. He suggests that we select some promising members of our clan to temporarily retreat to Tai Mountain to avoid calamity. What are your thoughts?" At this critical juncture of survival for the Xie family amidst the demonic invasion, various factions with ties to them have presented lavish gifts, hoping to leverage this opportunity for sanctuary within the Jade Void sect. Yet the slots are limited. to preserve the tranquility and harmony of Tianyuan Mountain. Xianxia has secured only 100 places. Even if Jizhou were to fall, these 100 spots would at least ensure the continuation of the Xiao lineage. Xiading's inquiry carries deeper implications. Who shall be chosen to seek refuge in Tianyuan Mountain, and who will remain? This decision is of utmost importance. He continues. The demon suppression pass may hold against the ordinary fiends on the outskirts of the 10,000 mountains. But this time we face high-level demons from the depths of the mountains. These beings can assume human forms, appearing indistinguishable from humans until they unleash their ferocity, leaving devastation in their wake. Should the demon suppression pass fall, the entirety of Jizhou will be exposed to their predation, and the next target will undoubtedly be our city. An elder of the Xie family interjects, Patriarch, let us send the promising young members to Tianyuan Mountain. We, the elder generation, shall remain here. As long as the city stands, we stand with it. If the city falls, we fall with it. For the glory of the Tang dynasty and the survival of our people, we shall fight. Indeed, I support the second elder's sentiments. We shall stay and not only endure, but also take the initiative to support the demon suppression pass. Others echo in agreement. The high-ranking members of the Xie family now display an unprecedented unity and resolve. None fear death, nor do they shrink back, all prepared to face the demons head-on. Xiading takes a deep breath and declares, very well. The descendants of the Xie family must embody the spirit of self-sacrifice. However, I would like to request 20 slots from those present here. I intend to allocate these 20 slots to the prominent families of Jizhou. Those willing to assist our Xie family in supporting the Demon Suppression Pass may acquire 1 or 2 slots for entry into Tianyuan Mountain. I wonder how you all perceive this proposition. The announcement of relinquishing 20 slots caused an uproar among the crowd, for it was indeed a detriment to the interests of the Xie family. However, it was not long before a unanimous conclusion was reached. Patriarch, it is merely 20 slots. We consent, as we are all striving for the well-being of the millions residing within Jizhou. Very well, Xiading declared resolutely, let be decided thus. Someone immediately informed the heads of the prominent families that I, Xiading, have matters of great importance to discuss. At the Yushu Immortal Gate, the Yushu mountain range was now ajar, with a few demons having emerged. Their powers were not formidable. Most were high-level demons, and none from the Eternal Life Third Realm had yet appeared. It was evident these demons were merely scouts, daring to tread into the Taishian domain through the cracks of the Yushu Immortal Gate, courting death. Su Yuan sat within the Sanqing Hall, before him a colossal mirror. With a mere wave of his hand, the mirror revealed the scene before the fissure. Yang Wudi and Huang Long stood sentinel at the crack, one the chief of the transformation stage, the other the chief of the creation stage. Behind them, dozens of disciples stood at the ready, expressionless. Before them lay numerous demon corpses. Su Yuan remarked, a test, is it? Do they truly consider the Yushu Immortal Gate easy prey? I wonder if this time, junior brother Chen Lin can reach the realm of the sovereign. If he can become a sovereign, the demon dynasty shall indeed have nothing to fear. He waved his hand again, and the situation within the mirror shifted once more. This mirror technique was a divine-level secret, capable of observing events from thousands of miles away, cultivated by the past masters of the Yushu Immortal Gate. In the next moment, the scene shifted to the foot of the Yushu Immortal Gate. Here lay a small town, serving as a transit point for the Yushu Immortal Gate. The existence of the Yushu Immortal Gate rendered this town extraordinarily prosperous, comparable to a grand city. Yet, despite the proximity of the Yushu Immortal Gate atop Yushu Mountain, it remained elusive, giving rise to countless legends about its mystical nature. At this moment, Su Yuan suddenly noticed that the population had swelled by tens of thousands, most of whom had come for the upcoming Disciple Recruitment Conference. What was initially expected to be a quiet event had turned vibrant. One could only hope that the invasion of demons would be delayed. Su Yuan communicated telepathically, Elder of Transmission, the Disciple Recruitment Conference will proceed as scheduled, and the number of attendees has multiplied several times compared to previous years. Preparations must be made in advance. The 4 elders of the sect held positions equal to that of the head of the mountain, and the Elder of Transmission was among them. In Tianyuan Mountain, within the space of the array, the disturbances from the outside world had indeed shaken the array's space. To maintain contact with the outside, Chen Lin had deliberately reserved an alarm function while arranging the formations. An extraordinary phenomenon emerged, staining the earth with blood as the power of demons surged forth, even causing the grand formation to tremble. Could it be that mischievous little Wu Zhao was up to her antics once again? Here, on Tianyuan Mountain, aside from her, Chen Lin could scarcely conceive of anyone daring to assault this sacred place. That girl is simply insufferable. I am eager to discover the trouble she has caused this time. Chen Lin's consciousness swept across the area, and in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. A surge of murderous intent boiling within him as he articulated with deliberate clarity. Demons have invaded, and it is once again in the Yushu mountain range. Chapter 176, The Realm of Kings. I had intended to indulge in a period of introspection, yet you have compelled me to break through. The demon dynasty. You have truly incited my wrath. Chen Lin seethed with anger. This period of seclusion had been immensely beneficial for him. Since assuming the role of the head of Tai Mountain, he had experienced the most serene and peaceful time, confronting his inner self, envisioning the future, reflecting on the past, and gaining clarity about his own identity. This journey allowed him to discern his path forward. With the 9 transformations mystical art, he validated the path of power. At this moment, he had already reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of the 9 transformations mystical art, just a step away from entering the 4th layer, which would elevate his realm to the 1st stage of the immortal realm, the realm of kings. His magical power was sufficient, his physical strength ample, his soul robust, and the intensity of his primordial spirit equally formidable. At this juncture, the realm appeared to him as fragile as a sheet of paper, easily pierced. He refrained from breaking through simply to enjoy the tranquility of this comfortable formation space. However, with the invasion of demons, he had no choice but to advance. The realm of kings, let it be shattered. The path of power, I shall cleave. Boom! Suddenly, the figure of a giant emerged, towering and imposing. Standing firm atop Tai Mountain beneath the boundless sky, wielding a colossal axe, which he swung down with tremendous force. The void trembled, the heavenly laws quaked, as if the apocalypse had descended, causing the entire world to sway wildly, a great chaos of the void gradually enveloping all. With Chen Lin's declaration of slash, an immense force erupted from within him. The heavens retaliated, and his body crackled with energy as power surged. Magical energy intensified, and his soul experienced an amplification, while his primordial spirit grew even more formidable. His cultivation realm began to loosen, just a step away from a monumental transformation. With that step, a new heaven and earth would emerge, the realm of kings. To sever the path is to ascend to kingship. This axe strike would shatter the shackles binding Chen Lin's great path, liberating his own laws. Finally, the shackles were utterly severed, and Chen Lin's 9 transformations mystical art transcended its current boundaries, stepping into the 4th layer. The 9 transformations mystical art, with each transformation corresponding to a significant realm. The 1st layer aligns with the 3rd level of foundation establishment, granting the 1st supreme divine ability, an indestructible body. The 2nd layer corresponds to the 3rd level of divine abilities, bestowing the 2nd divine ability, immense strength. The 3rd layer aligns with the 3rd level of longevity, linked to the 3rd divine ability, manifesting the heavens and shaping the earth. The 4th level corresponds to the 3rd tier of ascension, bestowing upon one the unparalleled divine ability of 3 heads and 6 arms. The 9 transformations of profound arts ranks among the top 10 methods across myriad realms, a supreme learning that substantiates the path through sheer force. The Jade Void sect also possesses a 3-tiered legacy. Logically, it is not that no one has practiced this, yet the endeavor is exceedingly time-consuming. Each breakthrough into a new realm demands a power far exceeding that required for the subsequent realm by hundreds or even thousands of times. There are pros and cons. Where there are drawbacks, benefits also arise, namely invincibility within the same tier. For others, the pursuit of the 9 transformations of profound arts could very well lead to the end of their lives before they accumulate sufficient power to transcend. However, this disadvantage does not apply to Chen Lin. Though his lifespan is limited, he possesses a system that grants him exponential returns. In the King's realm, the path of sovereign dominance necessitates not only the severance of shackles, but also the transcendence of tyranny to achieve true kingship. As Chen Lin breaks his chains, his cultivation realm experiences an instantaneous breakthrough into the King's realm. A beam of golden light ascends into the heavens. The giant gradually enlarges, and the colossal axe in his hand vanishes, replaced by an endless majesty that towers above. The sight is breathtaking, resonating deeply within all present at the Jade Void sect, who gaze up in awe at this extraordinary giant, a manifestation of the heavens. The giant heralds the dawn. This is the celestial phenomenon marking Chen Lin's ascension to the king's realm. Everyone is struck with astonishment and envy, but more so with joy. Stepping into the realm of kings signifies a true entrance into the higher echelons of the Tianyuan continent, particularly at this crucial moment of demonic invasion. The birth of a sovereign will play an indispensable role in resisting the onslaught of these malevolent forces. Excellent. Truly magnificent. Brother Chen, you are indeed a natural-born celestial body. They exclaim in wonder. One must not forget that Brother Chen has only cultivated for 11 years. 11 years to achieve kingship. How many years have we labored in our practice, only to end up as mere shadows of our former selves? A bitter smile is all that can convey the depth of this reality. Tai Mountain has transformed since the arrival of Elder Xianyuan. Although Elder Xianyuan does not match the kings, he has suppressed the realm of creation for over 200 years. Brother Chen's achievements are even more extraordinary, attaining kingship in just 11 years. And then there is his disciple, Xiao Wuzhao. It is clear to all that she is far more than simply a great transformation body. The victor of the Tai Xian Grand Assembly at the tender age of 7. She is destined to become a formidable sovereign, perhaps even a great emperor. At this moment, Su Yuan is filled with elation, unable to suppress his laughter. Brother Chen, your breakthrough has injected a calming bomb into our Jade Void sect. Everything is secure now. The Xianxia sect, I wonder when they will dare to challenge us. By then, Brother Chen alone will suffice to vanquish them all. Indeed, while Su Yuan appears indifferent amidst the chaos of the Twin Realms Mountain, boldly proclaiming the readiness of the Xianxia sect for battle, it is merely a facade to mask certain truths. The patriarch of the Yushu sect is aging. Having lived for 3,000 years, he is now over 2 millennia old, and his vitality is waning. In the event of a life-and-death struggle, he would be unable to exert his full power, as doing so would only hasten his decline. Time is slipping away for the Yushu sect, and they must secure successors. For if the patriarch were to fall, it would not simply signify decline, but rather the annihilation of their sect. Among the 3 great sects and the 2 ancient clans, they seemingly dominate the entire Taishan domain. Yet beneath the surface lies a realm of fierce competition and deadly rivalry, where opportunities for extermination of one another are seized without hesitation. This animosity, particularly among the 3 great sects, has escalated to a point of irrevocable enmity. Fortunately, the impending crisis has dissipated thanks to the formidable and tyrannical presence of disciple Chen Lin, which has allowed the Yushu sect to ascend to unparalleled prominence within Taishan. As the disciple recruitment conference approaches, it becomes evident that they can afford to welcome a greater number of disciples and abandon their previous low-profile stance. Su Yuan privately resolved that the time for growth had arrived. The invasion of demons poses both a threat and an opportunity, and the ability to seize this moment will determine their fate. The celestial phenomenon heralds the emergence of the patriarch. Despite the protective grand formations surrounding the Yushu sect, they struggle to conceal the earth-shattering spectacle of this event. The heavens tremble, and day turns to night, particularly in the small town beneath Yushu Mountain. The populace is left in awe at the sight of the colossal figure. Chapter 177. The Gift of the Heavenly Path. What is that? A giant? No. It is a manifestation of the heavens. It signifies someone's breakthrough to the realm of kings. At this moment, the Yushu sect witnesses a member transcending to this lofty status. The news spreads like wildfire throughout the Taishan domain, especially during this time of demonic incursion, providing a much-needed sense of reassurance to the human populace. The 3 royal families promptly prepare lavish gifts to present to the Yushu sect. The Shun family, the Xie family, and other factions with deep ties to the Yushu sect also hasten to offer their tributes. Those who previously sought to join the Yushu sect multiply tenfold in an instant. The once congested town becomes utterly inundated with seekers. At Tai Mountain, disciples such as Gu Qinshu gaze upon the towering giant standing resolutely upon Tai Mountain, feeling the unending pressure emanating from their master's secluded meditation. How could they not realize that their master has achieved a breakthrough to the realm of kings? Truly, he is deserving of their admiration. Xiao Wuzhao, with a dejected expression, laments senior sister. Could it be that master is broken through? Gu Qinshu nods in affirmation. What? Are you not pleased with master's advancement? Xiao Wuzhao nodded slightly, then shook her head, saying, Master has broken through. I wonder when I will be able to comply with Master's wishes. If I agree to Master, Wouldn't that mean I no longer have to be forced to learn characters? Gu Qinxue was momentarily speechless, then turned to Xin Linglong and remarked, Junior sister. Xiao Wuzhao requires proper supervision. It has been a month, and she has only completed the first stage of character recognition. When will she be able to read the 3 character classic and the 100 family surnames? Xin Linglong, wielding a ruler, responded, Rest assured, senior sister. I will take care of the little junior. She cast a mischievous glance at Xiao Wuzhao, who turned pale with fright, exclaiming, You are all villains. Whoa, oh dear. Our Empress Wuzhao is actually crying, Xin Linglong remarked, showing no mercy. How dare she think of defeating Master? Just then, amidst the playful scuffle of the 3 sisters, Chen Lin suddenly flew out from his seclusion. The giant vanished, and Chen Lin stood in the void, an endless surge of thunderclouds gathering, lightning flashing, and dark clouds swirling, exuding an aura capable of obliterating the very heavens and earth, as if intending to destroy Tianyuan Mountain itself. What is happening? Thunder? How can there be thunder? Could this be the legendary tribulation? Only by transcending the mundane and breaking through oneself can one face such a trial. A phenomenon witnessed in the breakthroughs of emperors throughout history. The tribulation is not something everyone is qualified to confront. Surviving the tribulation signifies the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao. Likewise, the tribulation serves as a selection by the heavenly Tao. Only those recognized by the heavenly Tao are qualified to attain the status of an emperor. The demeanor of an emperor? No, this is an omen of an emperor. Once junior brother Chen successfully navigates the tribulation, he is destined to become an emperor. Su Yuan trembled with excitement. Although he had repeatedly spoken of Chen Lin's potential to become an emperor, such remarks were merely humble praises. In the Tianyuan World, documented for over 1 million years, how many emperors have emerged? Throughout history, under the heavenly Tao, a list remains where every emperor's name is inscribed. There are a total of 28 emperors, which illustrates the difficulty of achieving such a status, akin to ascending to the heavens. According to the records, the first step to becoming an emperor is the King's War, a trial by the heavenly Tao, amidst a storm of thunder tribulations. Our Yushu immortal sect shall surely rise. Within Tianyuan Mountain, the thunder flashed. Xiao Wuzhao immediately set aside her earlier thoughts, gripping Gu Qinshue's hand tightly with a look of fear, saying, Senior sister, this is terrifying. Will Master be all right? Gu Qinxue reassured her, Do not worry. It's merely a thunder tribulation. Master will certainly be fine. Just watch how Master handles these tribulations. Senior sister, do all breakthroughs require facing the thunder tribulation? Xiao Wuzhao inquired. Gu Qinxue replied, Not necessarily. Only those who are invincible in the world, like our Master, must face the tribulation. Not everyone is qualified to confront the thunder tribulation. Oh, that's good, Xiao Wuzhao remarked. This thunder tribulation is truly terrifying. Gu Qinxue remarked, If you do not confront the tribulation, you shall never ascend to the rank of empress. Will you face the tribulation or forsake your ambition to become empress? Xiao Wuzhao, anxious, declared, I aspire to become Empress Wuzhao. Is it not the tribulation I must face? My master fears it not, and neither shall I. Such ambition. Gu Qinxue praised. As she contemplated the tribulation, Gu Qinxue silently vowed to summon the heavenly wrath in the future, marking the first step toward her own imperial achievement. At that moment, in the secluded depths of the rear mountains of Yushu Mountain, the air crackled with boundless thunder and an aura of destruction, awakening an elder within a secret realm. This realm, a spatial formation akin to the cultivation space crafted by Chen Lin, featured a serene lake, an herb garden, and 3 humble thatched cottages. The elder gazed into the void, and the formation could not obscure his vision. Someone is undergoing tribulation, he mused. The king is sending tribulation. What a formidable challenge. In my youth, I lacked the foundation to endure the heavenly trial, leaving me with eternal regret, forever stagnant at the realm of kings. Yet, to my astonishment, a junior disciple from the Yushu sect has reached this stage. What a pity my days are numbered. Otherwise, I would witness how far this disciple can progress. The Yushu sect has promising successors. I can depart in peace. The elder lowered his gaze, tending to his herb garden. Meanwhile, Chen Lin faced the thunder with an air of tranquility, devoid of any trepidation, instead sporting a smile. Merely thunder. Its power pales in comparison to the divine thunder of Yuqing, he mused, unperturbed by its audacity. The thunder's might was only marginally stronger than that of a mid-tier king. Before his breakthrough, His combat prowess had already equated to that of a mid-tier king, and now, having transcended, he would only grow stronger. Tribulation? Let it come, he proclaimed. With the supreme divine fist, he had already perfected the first 3 strikes. The fourth, despite the existence of the bug known as the spirit communication technique, had reached only a minor accomplishment. Yet, even this was sufficient. With a single strike, the void fractured. A rift appeared, as if a monstrous maw gaped wide, swallowing the heaven's thunder in one fell swoop. The thunder arrived swiftly, but departed even more rapidly. Onlookers awaited to witness how Chen Lin would navigate the tribulation, only to find themselves disrobed by the spectacle. The thunder was obliterated in an instant, astounding, almost beyond belief. As the thunder dissipated, a golden light descended from the heavens, a divine gift from the Tao. Envy filled the air, and all gazes turned green with longing, particularly that of the elder in the spatial formation, who sighed. Had I received such a divine gift, I would have had the opportunity to break through to the mid-tier king realm, extending my life by centuries and delaying the onset of decay. Alas, it is not I who faces the tribulation. Once bestowed with the heavenly gift, one would undergo a profound transformation, experiencing a renewal of existence. The divine offering of the Tao. Who could ever resist such a boon? Chapter 178, The Wheel of Virtue. As Chen Lin beheld the golden light surging towards him, he refrained from absorbing it immediately. Instead, a smile blossomed within him as a thought ascended to his mind. With a wave of his hand, the celestial golden light transformed into a gentle rain that cascaded over the entire Jade Void Mountain. Spiritual rain. No, this was a divine gift from the heavenly Tao. Chen Lin, our esteemed junior disciple, had graciously bestowed this boon upon the entire Jade Void sect. What a paragon of virtue Chen Lin is, Su Yuan exclaimed, quickly beginning to absorb the spiritual rain. This was a rare gift from the heavenly Tao, an opportunity seldom encountered. As the spiritual rain fell, the disciples of the sect soon discovered its miraculous properties, eagerly engaging in their cultivation. The entire sect erupted in fervor. Such opportunities are rare and precious. Each divine gift from the heavenly Tao is a fortuitous encounter, typically reserved for those undergoing the kingly thunder tribulation. With the relentless fall of spiritual rain, many found their cultivation enhanced, their innate qualities elevated, and their souls refined. It is widely acknowledged that improving one's innate quality and soul is an arduous endeavor. Yet, under the drenching of this spiritual rain, many experienced such elevation. Gu Qianxia, possessing the Ice Soul divine body, had previously received the ascending dragon pill from Chen Lin, gradually enhancing her divine physique. Although she remained an Ice Soul divine body, she now approached a critical threshold. Once she broke through this threshold, her constitution would ascend to a superior divine body. However, her innate quality remained unchanged. Yet her realm once again advanced to the mid-unity stage. Shun Linglong, with her blazing flame divine body, also experienced an elevation, leaping to a mid-grade divine body. The prior comprehension of the sword wisdom grass, coupled with the numerous elixirs graciously provided by Chen Lin, had transformed her blazing flame divine body into a mid-grade 6 yang divine body. Alas, her cultivation level did not witness any enhancement. Next was Xianxia, at the peak of condensation, soared into the celestial gang realm. Shenwan experienced a similar fate. In contrast, Wu Zhao found this mere drizzle to be inconsequential, feeling no effects whatsoever. On the back mountain of Jade Void, the appearance of the spiritual rain caught the attention of an elder. Upon sensing the divine gift from the heavenly Tao, he was struck with incredulity, his body trembling with excitement. The heavens are aiding me. The heavens do not forsake me. Boom. In the next moment, a vortex appeared behind the elder, absorbing all the descending spiritual rain. His internal magical energy surged wildly and with a crack. He achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation realm. Mid-kingly stage. His lifespan extended to 3,500 years. As his cultivation improved, the elder's once gray hair gradually regained some luster, and the wrinkles upon his face began to diminish. This enhancement not only elevated his cultivation level, but also granted him an additional 500 years of life. The aura of decline that had previously enveloped him dissipated entirely. The appearance of someone in their 70s now resembled that of someone in their 50s or 60s. The spiritual rain continued to pour for over an hour. The disciples of Yushu, each experiencing varying degrees of enhancement, witnessed some elevating their innate qualities, while others advanced in their cultivation. Those burdened by injuries found themselves instantaneously healed, and the aged felt a rejuvenation of vitality. All were aware that this miraculous transformation stemmed from a singular individual, Chen Lin, the esteemed head of Tai Mountain. His heart brimmed with emotion, for this was a divine bestowal. Had he chosen to absorb it for himself, his own cultivation would have undoubtedly soared. Yet, he opted to share this gift with all. In that moment, Chen Lin's figure loomed larger than life in the eyes of everyone present, an embodiment of admiration and reverence. At this juncture, Chen Lin transcended the status of a mere sovereign warrior. He became their beacon of faith. With such a venerable figure in their midst, what more could they desire? Unbeknownst to Chen Lin, should he have been aware, he would likely have laughed aloud at the notion. What was this, really? His act of sharing the heavenly bestowal was not the selfless gesture it appeared to be. Rather, it was a calculated endeavor to reap benefits. Indeed, this time, Chen Lin viewed everyone as instruments to his gain, seeking to extract maximum advantage from the entire Yushu sect in one fell swoop. He was filled with anticipation regarding the potential rewards this endeavor might yield. Moreover, the heavenly gift that others perceived as extraordinary was not new to him. It was merely another opportunity to enhance his innate qualities, cultivation, and soul refinement. With countless chances available, he was not overly concerned about this instance. If he could achieve a 10,000-fold return on his investment, it would be a magnificent windfall. Ding! The host has shared the heavenly bestowal with all disciples of the Yushu sect, meeting the conditions for a critical return. Would you like to report this? Critical hit. Critical success. Awarded a 10,000-fold critical return, receiving a wheel of merit. The wheel of merit, impervious to all methods, was a remarkable boon, more powerful than the previously acquired 9-tier Golden Lotus secret method. Wait, could the wheel of merit not be fused with the 9-tier Golden Lotus? The 9-tier Golden Lotus secret method, an immortal level technique, offered both offense and defense. Yet, should the wheel of merit be incorporated, it would yield the 9-tier wheel of merit, culminating in a quasi-immortal emperor's divine secret method. This would elevate him to his current pinnacle of power. Until now, Chen Lin had refrained from practicing the 9-tier Golden Lotus secret method. Firstly, he desired not to engage in the easy cultivation of the 9-tier Golden Lotus, though potent. It remained merely an immortal level technique, of which he had no deficit. Secondly, he aspired for something greater, aiming to gather the power of merit to attain the supreme secret method, the 9-tier wheel of merit. Now, this critical return had directly resolved that looming crisis. Should he successfully cultivate this method, his strength would ascend several tiers, propelling him beyond the realm of sovereigns. Chen Lin gazed at the dramatically transformed attribute panel with astonishment. Host Chen Lin. Qualification, supreme immortal body, the demeanor of a celestial, not entering the innate realm, ultimately deemed worthless. The evaluation has once again been disparaged, receiving an abysmal rating. Realm, 9th stage of martial arts, early King S realm, 6th in combat power of the Tianyuan continent. Alas, ranked 6th, 5 individuals surpass me. The masters of the 3 great holy lands. And who else? Never mind, I have at least entered the top 5. Side professions: Royal Grade Alchemist, Royal Grade Array Master, 8th Grade Artifact Master, 8th Grade Talisman Master, 8th Grade Rune Master, 9th Grade Immortal Physician, 8th Grade Poison Master, and more. Techniques: 9 transformations of mysterious arts. A supreme technique ranked among the top 10 across myriad realms, cultivated to the early 4th layer, mastering derived divine abilities, an undying body, the law of heaven and earth. Immense strength, and the 3 heads and 6 arms, not yet initiated. Techniques: innate thunder body refining immortal art, already cultivated to Hunyuan posture, Hunyuan fist, blood exchange method, invoking thunder into the body, thunder body refinement, true thunder body, utilizing medicinal baths, practicing the U-step. Divine powers, the first 4 forms of the supreme divine fist. Great sage spirit art, 1 chi transforming into 3 purities, emperor's prognostication technique, spirit communication immortal art, jade clear divine thunder, mysterious turtle immortal art, pagoda visualization method, skeleton visualization method, 10,000 swords returning to origin, great circulation stellar sword technique, great circulation sword drawing technique, great circulation destruction sword technique, great circulation instant kill sword technique. Within reach of heaven, lunar divine fire, solar divine fire. Formation, wind howl formation, 2/5 of a broken array. Treasures, Innate fire banana fan, for directions hell cauldron. Purple cloud set, overlord bow. Appearance, ranked among the top 10 in the Tianyuan World. Title of king, undetermined. Chapter 179, the grand ceremony of apprenticeship. What does it mean that the title of king remains undecided? It signifies that my title in the king's realm has yet to be established. However, it must be a name that is extraordinarily impressive. With such cultivation, I believe the invasion of demons is hardly a concern. Chen Lin recalls having learned some information about the demon emperors from the Golden Eagle Demon Commander, the 36 demon commanders of Tianyuan, all peak cultivators of the creation realm. The 72 earthly demon generals are also cultivators of the creation realm. Above them, there are the 4 great demon kings and the 2 saints. As for the demon emperor, while not necessarily the strongest, is certainly formidable. After all, the old demon emperor has passed away, and the new one has yet to mature. Gazing towards the junction of the Yushu mountain range and the 100,000 great mountains, the previously shifting figures within the rifts have suddenly quieted, and the incessantly emerging demonic aura has receded. Chen Lin couldn't help but smile. What is this? The demon dynasty also experiences fear at times. He instantly comprehended that it must be his breakthrough to the king's realm that has instilled trepidation in the demon dynasty. Nevertheless, Chen Lin does not believe that these demons will simply concede. Deep within the 100,000 great mountains, while not inferior to the Taishan domain, it is devoid of humanity. Since ancient times, demons have discovered that humans not only enhance their cultivation, but can also forge demonic treasures, akin to a miraculous elixir. Each emergence is accompanied by slaughter. Having grown accustomed to taking shortcuts, who would still choose the long way around? With the invasion of malevolent beings postponed, Chen Lin once again opted for seclusion. This presented an opportune moment to meticulously refine his own abilities while endeavoring to practice the esoteric technique of the 9-grade merit golden lotus. This technique, known as the golden lotus transformation, is derived from an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. As time swiftly passed, the grand ceremony for accepting disciples finally arrived. On this day, the enigmatic Yushu Xianmin suddenly manifested before the crowd. A staircase of white jade extended from the foot of Yushu Mountain, reaching up into the clouds. There, several indistinct celestial beings stood shrouded in mystery. The townsfolk erupted in excitement. Celestial beings, indeed. Had the disciple-accepting ceremony of Yushu Xianmin commenced? Regardless of age or gender, everyone departed the town and gathered at the mountain's base, not solely to join the Yushu Xianmin, but to catch a glimpse of the celestial beings' divine visages. As the crowd swelled, the celestial beings finally reacted. This ceremony was presided over by Elder Han Xianxia, a master of transformation, accompanied by 4 esteemed stewards responsible for the event. As one of the 4 elders under the sect leader, Elder Han played a pivotal role in managing the celestial sect, holding a position comparable to that of the heads of other prominent sections. Elder Han's voice resonated. Esteemed guests, today marks the disciple-accepting ceremony of Yushu Xianmin. The white jade staircase before you is the sole passage into our sect and serves as the first test for selecting disciples. Qualifications. Only those with an aptitude of grade 8 or above, or those possessing a unique bloodline, may ascend the staircase to enter Yushu Xianmin. We kindly ask each of you to come forward one at a time. Do not rush. Those who disobey will forfeit their eligibility and may never join our sect. The selection of disciples hinges on both aptitude and temperament. Notably, there exists an additional pathway, the Ascension Token. In years past, Gu Qinshui relied on this token to bypass the first test and directly enter Yushu Xianmin. The Ascension Token is a decree issued by Yushu Xianmin, granted to affiliated forces, with 1 quota available each year. The Gu family, to which Gu Qinshui belongs, is among those privileged. As the selection commenced with Elder Han's command, the crowd buzzed with anticipation. Eyes darted among one another, and for a moment, no one took the initiative to step forward. Just then, a young gentleman strode forth confidently, a broad smile gracing his face. Allow me to demonstrate how I shall triumph in the first selection. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Who was this audacious individual? Such bravado. A grade 8 aptitude is no trivial matter. Each year, Yushu Xianmin selects merely a handful of exceptional candidates from thousands. When it comes to qualifications, the general family powers truly have little understanding of how to assess them, let alone those with extraordinary bloodlines. One might not even know our heir, who happens to be Su Beijiang, the heir of the northern border king of the Han dynasty, born with a royal physique. This innate royal constitution, Even the Yushu Immortal sect recognizes as belonging to the exceptionally gifted. The crowd gasped in unison. Su Tianlong, the northern border king, revered throughout the Han dynasty, had contributed to the establishment of half the empire in less than a century, earning him the title of Northern Border King, where one does not kneel before royalty. Su Beijiang, with his noble status and innate talent, has essentially set foot in the realm of the Yushu Immortal sect. As Su Beijiang ascended the white jade staircase, a brilliant golden light erupted, enveloping him. With each step, 1, 2, the golden radiance intensified, covering him in layers. The white jade staircase consists of 99 steps, and only by traversing all 99 can one enter the Yushu Immortal sect for the second round of selection. Look, he has passed. The radiance at the 10th level indeed confirms his royal physique. To successfully pass the 99 steps, one must emanate a brilliance of 8 rays or more. Otherwise, one would be eliminated by the light. Next, following Su Beijiang's success, the second, third participants followed. Over 10,000 sought entry into the Yushu Immortal sect. The first test evaluates innate talent. Even an ordinary individual with extraordinary aptitude or a special bloodline can pass. Otherwise, they are not deemed worthy. However, there exists another possibility. This selection process is not absolute. Those below 35 years of age in the harmonious realm, under 30 in the celestial realm, and under 25 in the gathering essence realm are all eligible for the first round. The disciple recruitment ceremony consists of 3 stages. The first assesses innate talent. The second evaluates temperament, and the third measures comprehension. In fact, passing the second round grants one eligibility to join the Yushu Immortal sect. As the saying goes, diligence can make up for deficiencies. Those who cannot pass the third stage may remain as laborers. Once one becomes a laborer, there is an annual evaluation, and those who pass may become outer disciples. Those who succeed in the third round directly become outer disciples and are assigned to various mountain gates. Additionally, these disciples have another opportunity to be accepted as true disciples by the foremost masters. Since the injury of the supreme Xian, the Tai Mountain has not participated in the disciple recruitment ceremony for 10 consecutive years. A year ago, due to uncertainty regarding Gu Qinshua's arrangements, he was notified. Little did he know that Gu Qinshuo had already become the foremost disciple of the next generation of the Yushu Immortal sect, even surpassing Xiao Yi, the heir of the sect leader. With the rise of Tai Mountain this past year, their participation in this year's recruitment ceremony was inevitable. As the headmaster Chen Lin was in seclusion, Gu Qinshuo was tasked with representing them. Consequently, at the commencement of the ceremony, Su Yuan dispatched his disciple Xiao Yi to personally extend an invitation. Chapter 180, Gu Qinshuo's speech. Within the Sanqing Hall, the esteemed leaders have already arrived, awaiting only Gu Qinshuo. At this moment, the status of Tai Mountain has undergone a remarkable transformation, particularly after Chen Lin bestowed the Tao of Heaven upon the entire Yushu sect just half a month ago, leaving everyone deeply grateful. Along the way, disciples from various sects offered respectful salutes to Gu Qinshuo, both in awe of her cultivation level, having achieved the mid-stage of harmonization. A notable breakthrough, and in gratitude for Chen Lin's generous gift. Soon, they reached the entrance of the Sanqing Hall, where the enchanting fairy Miaoshan awaited. Upon seeing Gu Qinshuo's arrival, she immediately smiled and waved in greeting. Master Miaoshan, Gu Qinshuo quickly returned the gesture. With a smile, Miaoshan remarked, "Your master has not yet emerged from seclusion, so you shall accompany your master's uncle this time. If there are suitable disciples, they must not be overlooked. Tai Mountain possesses many virtues, yet its number of disciples is rather scarce. With Xie Qingshan and Shen Wan, there are only 5 in total. I've heard that this time, during the disciple recruitment ceremony, many with remarkable talents have appeared." Gu Qinshuo nodded. "My master instructed me before entering seclusion to consult with you whenever I encounter uncertainties." "Oh, master uncle, you have made a breakthrough." Gu Qinshuo suddenly noticed Miaoshan's cultivation level, now at the early stage of Dongxian. Miaoshan replied with a smile, "I owe it to your master. Without his guidance, my progress would not have been so swift." Having received Chen Lin's numerous insights and gifts of magical artifacts, supernatural powers, and secret techniques, this time she was even bestowed the 9 Nether Huangquan water, an immortal treasure. Throughout the process of restoring the Jade Pure Bottle, she gained substantial benefits, undergoing a profound transformation. And fortuitously, at the very moment Chen Lin shared the Tao of Heaven with the Yushu sect, she successfully stepped into the early Dongxian stage, establishing herself as a formidable figure. In the Taishan domain, among the 3 major sects, 2 ancient clans, and 5 great teachings, countless dignitaries and sects have produced over 30 formidable cultivators to date. Following this is the Dongxian realm. It can be said that her title of formidable figure is well-deserved. Even within the Yushu sect, she has risen from her previous 10th position to now rank 7th. Let us proceed inside, Fairy Miaoshan suggested. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Su Yuan exclaimed, Niece Xianxia, you are impressive. Mid-stage harmonization, and to think you have only been initiated for a year. Just like your master, you are indeed a prodigy. What? Mid-stage harmonization? The most astonishing part is that it has only been a year since your initiation. Everyone was taken aback. What can one accomplish in a year? Looking at the disciples they had accepted in the same time frame, none had even reached the level of refining their physical bodies, let alone any degree of chi refinement. Was this the prowess of a naturally divine body? No. Even a naturally divine body would struggle to achieve such feats. The Yushu sect has not lacked disciples with innate divine bodies. Take Xiao Yi, for instance. After 1 year of initiation, he was exceptionally gifted but had only reached the 9th level of body refinement. Gu Qinxue smiled and said, all of this is thanks to my master's teachings. Without him, there would be no accomplishments for his disciples today. Su Yuan expressed his admiration, stating, indeed, Chen Lin, my junior disciple, possesses remarkable teaching abilities. Even my disciple, Xiao Yi, achieved a state of enlightenment under his guidance, gaining immense benefit. He continued, during this disciple recruitment ceremony, dear Qianxue, you must take the opportunity to recruit more disciples on behalf of your master, thereby nurturing more talent for our Yushu sect. Gu Qinxue replied, my master has instructed that the disciples of Tai Mountain are scarce. It is an opportune moment to recruit additional disciples. Excellent, Su Yuan exclaimed with delight. With Chen's guidance, I am certain we will discover some exceptional talents. He surveyed the crowd and announced, now that everyone has arrived, the disciple recruitment ceremony shall officially commence. Those who pass the 3 trials will gather before the Sanqing Hall. At that time, disciples favored by the various sects may join their ranks. Everyone felt an immense surge of excitement. The purpose of the recruitment ceremony was to inject fresh blood into the major sects, and it was highly likely that some outstanding individuals would emerge, true dragons among men. However, they could not yet see Gu Qianxue's formidable presence. They still had to wait. No one had yet arrived to pass the trials. Su Yuan took a moment to assess the progress of the recruitment and said, while we await the passing disciples, let us discuss the current crisis. The demons, divided into the demon and fiend races, are inherently vicious and possess extraordinary talents, endowed with supernatural abilities. For millennia, they have been in constant conflict with humanity, and their enmity has reached an irreconcilable state. Most importantly, to the demons, humanity is akin to mere sustenance. Conversely, the core crystals within demons can be refined into elixirs or weapons, enhancing their cultivation, while human flesh and blood similarly serve to augment their power. Currently, there are 2 breaches in the defense against the demon invasion, one at the outskirts of the 10,000 mountains, and the other at the junction of the Yushu Mountains and the 10,000 mountains. The demons are ruthless. Should they invade, it would spell destruction and countless casualties, turning the mortal realm into a hell on earth. I have just received news that the Luofu sect, the Xianxia sect, the Ji family, and the Jiang family, the 5 major sects, have all declared a closure of their gates. Do you understand what this signifies? It means they have chosen to ignore worldly affairs and the demon invasion, effectively placing our Yushu sect in peril. One of the 2 breaches lies near the Yushu sect. At this critical juncture, we can hardly expect support from others. However, this time, during the Taishan Grand Assembly, Chen Lin's formidable presence and the achievements of the Yushu sect have drawn everyone's attention to our rise. As the demons invade, they have sealed their gates, leaving the Yushu sect to face the demon empire alone, only to reopen their gates once we are vanquished. Such treachery is truly sinister. Yet, this is not the most pressing concern. If they proceed with this course of action, what will become of the common folk in the secular empires and the Taishan domain? Unlike the Yushu sect, which consists primarily of cultivators, most are ordinary people who stand no chance against the demons and would undoubtedly become prey. In due time, it shall indeed become a hell on earth. To confront my Yushu sect, they disregard the lives of mortals. Su Yuan was genuinely incensed. Master, what do you propose we do? I shall heed your counsel. With demons invading and the world plunged into chaos. While other sects and ancient clans remain indifferent, we shall take action. Indeed, with a generous endowment from junior brother Chen Lin, our strength has significantly increased. What are mere demons to us? We shall slay one if it approaches, and a pair if two come. Su Yuan was quite pleased with this outcome and nodded in agreement, suddenly turning to Gu Qinxue, saying, "What are your thoughts on this matter, Qinxue?" "Aye." Gu Qinxue was momentarily taken aback at being asked for her opinion. Su Yuan continued, "You now represent Tai Mountain, thus you possess the right to voice your thoughts." Fairy Miaoshan added, "Qinxue, do share your opinions." A flicker of excitement coursed through Gu Qinshue's heart. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "I will abide by the decisions of Master and the sect leader." Was she truly speaking at the assembly? Representing Tai Mountain, representing her own master. Chapter 181. The Choice of the Yushu Sect. Su Yuan nodded. "Since everyone has no objections, I hereby declare that during this demon invasion, our Yushu sect shall not remain aloof. Not only must we defend the demon breach in the Yushu Mountains, but we shall also confront the demon incursions from the 10,000 Great Mountains. We shall strive to eliminate any demons that invade at the earliest opportunity. Safeguarding and protecting Taishan. I now announce that each major sect shall dispatch a portion of their disciples to the Demon Suppression Pass, ready to provide resources to the defending forces, ensuring the demons are repelled without fail. Let us abide by the sect leader's decrees." The assembly bowed in compliance. It is not difficult to envision that amidst the ancient clans and sects of the realm, many would seal their gates, while only the Yushu sect would send forth their disciples to protect the people, slaying demons and ridding the world of evil, undoubtedly stirring the sentiments of the entire realm. Henceforth, the Yushu sect shall hold a position in the eyes of the world that is likely to surpass that of other sects and ancient clans. As long as the Yushu sect navigates through this crisis, its status within the Taishan domain shall become unassailable, solidifying its place as the foremost sect of the Taishan domain. In times past, the Yushu sect may have hesitated to guarantee their survival through such a crisis. But now the circumstances have shifted. With Chen Lin's ascension to kingship and the blessings of the heavenly Tao, the Yushu sect has found its confidence. The foremost figure in the realm of transformation, now crowned king, though regrettably, the immortal ranking has yet to be revealed. The immortal ranking comprises 6 individuals, and many speculate that Chen Lin will assuredly rank within the top 3, for he possesses the necessary foundation. Alas, had he not shared the blessings of the heavenly Tao with others, he would not merely be among the top 3, but rather among the top 2 of the immortal ranking. As discussions unfolded, someone finally succeeded in passing all 3 trials. The first trial assessed aptitude, the second examined temperament, and the third measured comprehension, each of paramount importance. This selection process attracted tens of thousands of participants. Yet in the first trial, nearly 90% were eliminated, with only over 1,000 successfully advancing. Among them, half did not meet the aptitude requirement, but exceeded in cultivation, those of 35 years of harmonization and 30 years of Tianyuan. At the age of 25, Xianxia has already surpassed the previous years by 5 or 6-fold, and the assessment is far from over, with more individuals continuously arriving. The second test, concerning one's emotional intelligence, is relatively straightforward, with half of the participants expected to pass. The third test, which evaluates one's comprehension, proves to be slightly more challenging, with a passing rate of 1/3. Soon, over 100 individuals successfully navigate the assessments in front of the Sanqing Hall. What lies ahead for them is merely a period of waiting. Why is this taking so long? Some individuals begin to show signs of impatience. Shoo, keep your voice down. This isn't your home. We're at the Yushu Immortal Gate. Be careful not to be expelled. Look, someone is approaching, just as the crowd murmurs. A steward responsible for this disciple recruitment event steps forward. The sect leader has decreed a 2-day pause in the recruitment process. You are to remain here and wait. Why the delay? 2 days? Someone protests. Is the Yushu Immortal Gate no longer accepting disciples? Are we being toyed with? The crowd grows increasingly anxious. The steward coldly retorts. What? You cannot wait, even 2 days? Let me tell you, if you're unwilling to wait, you may leave immediately. Such disciples are not welcomed at the Yushu Immortal Gate. Upon hearing this, the crowd falls into a state of dismay. They have all passed the 3 assessments, with the opportunity to join the Yushu Immortal Gate, and to lose that chance merely for waiting seems a bitter loss. Moreover, it is only a 2-day delay, not a cancellation. Is this truly too much to bear? For the sake of apprenticeship, many would kneel for 10 days, or even half a month. The Yushu Immortal Gate is hardly lacking in talent. The true elite disciples of the Yushu Immortal Gate primarily hail from the Yushu Academy, which gathers the true paragons from across the Taishan realm. The steward continues. It is prudent to inform you that the entire Taishan realm is on the brink of an invasion by demons, which will bring untold suffering to all beings. The secular world will become a hell on earth. Almost all immortal sects and ancient clans have simultaneously declared the closure of their mountain gates. What? They're closing their gates? Panic spreads among the crowd. Your sect cannot do this. Immortal sects are meant to eradicate demons and protect a region. How can you turn a blind eye at such a time? While many of these individuals are on the verge of joining the Yushu Immortal Gate, they still have parents and loved ones. Does this not equate to abandoning their kin? What does it mean to join such a sect that prioritizes survival over familial bonds? The steward, exuding a formidable presence, unleashes an overwhelming aura that sweeps across the crowd. Silence. While other immortal sects and ancient clans may choose to close their gates and tend to their own affairs. Who told you that the Yushu Immortal Gate would do the same? Just moments ago, the sect leader and esteemed elders deliberated, and we at the Yushu Immortal Gate will dispatch a contingent of disciples to the demon suppression pass beyond the 100,000 mountains to confront the demons, ensuring they do not breach the pass even by a single step. Is this true? Is it really happening? The Yushu sect truly deserves our allegiance. It has not forsaken us. Long live the Yushu sect. As the senior steward made this proclamation, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, igniting excitement and even bringing some to tears. In that moment, the Yushu sect ascended to an exalted status in their hearts. The pursuit of immortality, can it truly be devoid of sentiments? With greater strength comes greater responsibility. This is the essence of genuine cultivation. Undoubtedly, the Yushu sect has embodied this principle. We were mistaken, revered immortal, we misunderstood you, and we are willing to accept any punishment they proclaimed. Indeed, we are prepared to wait, no matter how long it takes. The senior steward had achieved his purpose and vanished before the Sanqing Hall. The disciples who had passed the assessment received this news from their predecessors and settled down, no longer restless. They were willing to wait. Be it a day or even half a month, for this matter pertained to the very survival of the Taishan domain, including their own kin. Occasionally, they glimpsed Yushu disciples soaring through the sky, their hearts brimming with envy. Only envy, for soon they too would join their ranks. At Tai Mountain, Xianxia returned after concluding discussions. Support for the Demon Suppression Pass would naturally require personnel from Tai Mountain, and the most suitable candidate was undoubtedly her junior sister. Upon her return, Xianxia immediately informed Chen Lin of the situation. Rest assured, senior sister, Chen Lin replied. I will take care of the support for the Demon Suppression Pass, and you might not know that the commanding officer there is my elder brother. Ah, that is splendid. Xianxia sighed in relief. Let us do this. Bring Shen Wan along. She is now a celestial expert, well-versed in formations, and may be of assistance. Senior sister, I want to go too. Take me with you, exclaimed Wu Zhao, waving her small hands excitedly. Xianxia frowned and firmly stated, you are not allowed to go. Chapter 182. A conspiracy against a conspiracy. A similar scene unfolded across the various sects, each dispatching elders to participate. Notably, one of the four great elders of the sect, the Sword Elder, personally led the elders and disciples from the major sects to the mission. The Sword Elder, a pinnacle figure of the Dongxian realm, was the senior brother of Sect Master Su Yuan. Soon, the numbers were reported, over 200 individuals set forth, including 1 Dongxian giant, 3 at the transformation stage, and more than 10 at the harmonization stage, with the remainder being celestial and condensed chi experts. This was merely a fifth of the Yushu sect's combat strength. As the group embarked, they tore through the sky, heading straight for the Demon Suppression Pass. The news spread rapidly, including the reports of various ancient clans and sects sealing their mountains. The entire Taishan domain was set ablaze with fervor. Shouts of denunciation, slander, and outrage echoed throughout the realm. Previously, those who regarded the ancient sects and clans, as well as the religious establishments, as their pillars of faith, have now begun to hurl insults at them. The once revered Luo Fu sect is now accused of being a malevolent force, cruel and unfeeling, prioritizing their own safety over the lives of the common folk. Consequently, the reputation of the Luo Fu sect has plummeted, rendering its members the villains in the eyes of the public. Furthermore, Rumors circulate in the secular world proclaiming the Yushu sect as the foremost among the immortal sects. Its prestige soaring to unprecedented heights. The leaders are left in a state of bewilderment. Why do they seal their mountain gates? Naturally, it was to impose sanctions on the Yushu sect, hoping to see them and the demonic dynasty suffer mutual destruction. Yet, to their astonishment, while fending off the demons outside Yushu Mountain, the Yushu sect has simultaneously dispatched disciples to support the demon suppression pass. This maneuver has placed all the major factions in a precarious position. Cursed be the Yushu sect for their despicable and shameless tactics. Infuriated, the various sects seethe with rage. The revered Tian Tong exclaimed, "Ah, Yushu sect, with this move, they have not only garnered public support, but have also cast us, the Luo Fu sect, into a position of moral bankruptcy. Should we fail in this conflict, the Yushu sect may rise unscathed, solidifying their status as the premier immortal sect, while we may find ourselves bowing to their dominance in the future. Furthermore, the secular populace may brand the Luo Fu sect as a malevolent force, leading to our inevitable decline. This is a blatant scheme. Truly, we have underestimated you, Su Yuan." One senior member inquired, "Master, does this imply that the Yushu sect's plot is destined for success?" Tian Tong shook his head. Whether they succeed or not has become irrelevant. With this strategy, the Yushu sect has already secured an invincible position, barring a total annihilation of their sect. However, with a legacy spanning thousands of years, do you truly believe they can be easily extinguished? What should we do now, Master? The senior members of the Luo Fu sect looked toward Tian Tong, seeking guidance. With determination, Tian Tong declared, "Send the order down. Open the mountain gates and dispatch disciples to support the demon suppression pass." "Indeed," they responded. "If the Yushu sect sends experts to the demon suppression pass while we do the same, will the demonic dynasty not take notice? This could significantly weaken the Yushu sect's position at the junction with the 10,000 Great Mountains. If they were to launch an incursion into the Taishan domain from that point, what would become of the Yushu sect?" Just as the gathered leaders were engulfed in despair, a wave of exhilaration surged through them. Laughter erupted as they hastened to make arrangements. This scene unfolded similarly among the Xianxia sect, the two ancient clans, and the 5 major sections. The Demon Suppression Pass soon became a gathering place for countless formidable experts, even surpassing the numbers from the Yushu sect, ensuring a robust defense. However, the ancient clans and sects have gathered their forces, yet remains uncertain how long this tenuous alliance can endure. As a multitude of formidable experts converge upon the Demon Suppression Pass, it seems that the breach in the Yushu mountain range has become acutely aware of something. Is this an attempt to lure the tiger away from its mountain? Does this not imply that the gap in the 10,000 Great Mountains is a formidable obstacle? With a thunderous roar, as the various ancient clans and sects dispatch their elite to the Demon Suppression Pass, the ominous aura of demons inexplicably dissipates. Conversely, at the forefront of the Yushu mountain range, the vanished demonic presence reemerges, transforming into a fearsome beast that emits a deafening howl. The heavens darken with ominous clouds, and the blood-red aura, infused with the essence of demons, coalesces into a terrifying creature, causing the entire Yushu mountain range to tremble in fear. Su Yuan gazes upwards at the fissure, his expression graver than ever. The moment of truth for the Yushu immortal sect has arrived. In this era of great contention, the seal that has endured for millennia unexpectedly cracks open once more. It is uncertain whether this is due to human intervention or the passage of time that has caused this fracture. If it is indeed the handiwork of a person, Su Yuan shudders at the thought of who it might be and their intentions. During the first invasion of demons, he had suspected human involvement, but lacked evidence. This time, his belief in this conviction has only strengthened. Regardless of who is responsible, as long as I, Su Yuan, draw breath, I shall never permit demons to tread even a step into the Taishan realm. With a resounding boom, the Yushu seal soars from Su Yuan's grasp. Indeed, it is thanks to junior brother Chen that he possesses such a celestial artifact. This artifact is his foundation and confidence in resisting the demons. As the aura of the fearsome beast manifests, the disciples of the Yushu sect hasten to the scene, weapons in hand, prepared for battle. Gu Qianxue, though merely at the Harmony realm, represents Tai a mountain and stands resolute, wielding a sword with the demeanor of a general. At this moment, there is no need for concealment. The Taiyan celestial sword and the Taiyang celestial sword swirl around her, poised to deliver a lethal strike against any demons that may emerge from the fissure. At this juncture, Su Yuan, holding the Yushu seal, approaches. The crowd bows in respect. Su Yuan nods at Yang Wudi, who guards this location, and inquires, "Junior brother Yang, what do you see on the other side?" Yang Wudi, his face grave, replies, "Through the fissure, it appears that a demon king is personally making an appearance this time, senior brother. If it is indeed a demon king, we may have to call upon the ancestor." Su Yuan shakes his head. "What a demon king, even if it costs our lives. We shall not allow demons to enter the Taishan realm by even a step. Furthermore, we must not summon the ancestor until the sect faces annihilation." But Yang Wudi expresses his concern. Should a demon king intervene, they would be unable to withstand it. He fears not for his life. For the sake of the sect and the Taishan realm, death is trivial. However, he cannot bear to see the disciples perish in vain. Su Yuan remarked, "Do not forget about Brother Chen." Yang Wudi smote his thigh and exclaimed, "Indeed, how could I have forgotten that Brother Chen has already ascended to the throne? Wonderful. With Brother Chen by our side, what fear do we have of a mere demon king?" Chapter 183. Are the demons from the Yushu sect? Xianxia, do you know when your master will emerge from seclusion? Yang Wudi inquired. Gu Xianxia shook her head, replying, "I do not know. However, I believe that when the moment of crisis arrives, my master will surely appear." "Very well, that is reassuring," Yang Wudi said, feeling a sense of relief. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed through the air. Suddenly, a pair of colossal hands emerged from the fissure, gripping the edges tightly and pulling them apart. The crack was not large, measuring only 5 to 6 meters in length and 2 meters in width, allowing at most 2 or 3 demons to pass through at a time. If a formidable expert were to guard the fissure, they could easily hold back an entire army. Previously, with Yang Wudi's cultivation at the transformation realm, he had stationed himself at the fissure, swiftly slaying any demons that dared to enter. At this moment, it was evident that the demons had realized this as well and were devising means to widen the fissure. Under such circumstances, they could not be allowed to succeed. Su Yuan snorted coldly and unleashed the Yushu seal from his hands, sending it crashing down like a mountain. The Yushu seal was forged from the essence of mountain treasures and the Jinmu tree, imbued with the power of nature. It descended with great force, resulting in a ghastly scream as 2 hands were smashed into a pulp. The other side of the fissure erupted in surprise. Clearly, they had not anticipated the use of a celestial artifact even before their invasion had officially commenced. Boom! Another explosion rang out as a figure emerged from somewhere, suddenly attacking Su Yuan. "This is not good. This is the power of a king." Su Yuan's expression changed dramatically. The emergence of the demon king signified that the invasion had officially begun. He could not afford to be careless and immediately directed the Yushu seal towards the shadowy figure, shouting, "The demon invasion is about to commence. Be ready to act at any moment." The disciples of the Yushu sect promptly took their positions. "Su Yuan, you remain as arrogant as ever. Do you truly believe you can impede me?" The shadow gradually materialized into form, revealing an unparalleled being clad in black robes, exuding an aura belonging to the demons. A flame-like birthmark adorned its forehead, and it gazed at Su Yuan with a mocking expression. "Who are you?" Su Yuan trembled, his face a mask of disbelief. "How can this be? You are alive. How did you end up in the Demon Empire, and even become a king among demons?" The Demon Empire was divided into 2 factions, the demon race and the demonic race. The demonic race consisted of the demon demons and the human demons. The human demons were humans who cultivated demonic practices, achieving the status of human demons. The demon king chuckled. "Are you surprised, Su Yuan? I'm still alive. Years ago, my master favored you, despite the fact that the position of the leader of Yushu should have been mine. To ensure your ascension, he stripped me of my cultivation and expelled me from the sect. I cannot accept this. After hundreds of years apart, I see you remain at the realm of creation, while I have ascended to the sovereign realm. Today I, the Shura king, shall personally lead the demonic army to annihilate your Yushu immortal sect and sweep across the entire Taishan domain. Those who follow me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. From this day forth, I shall make the entire Taishan domain subservient to my demon empire." Su Yuan resolutely replied, "Ding Yuan, you shall not succeed. Even if it costs my life, I will not allow you to prevail." Ding Yuan sneered, "You have no say in this matter. While you possess celestial artifacts, I am no ordinary sovereign. You cannot impede me." With that, Ding Yuan struck his palm towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan's expression turned to one of horror as he hurriedly tried to defend himself. "Can you withstand my divine martial art, the Shura palm?" Su Yuan attempted to block the attack. A thunderous explosion echoed as he was forcefully thrown back, spitting blood. Ha ha ha! Ding Yuan laughed heartily and waved his hand. From a fissure behind him, countless demons emerged. Upon entering the Taishan domain, they revealed their ferocious nature and charged toward the Yushu disciples. Kill! We must not allow these demons to breach the Taishan domain. The Yushu disciples united in purpose and launched an assault against the demons. Gu Qianxue wielded 2 swords, unleashing the golden flood dragon scissors. Wherever she passed, demons were ruthlessly slaughtered, transforming her into a harbinger of death. With each stroke of her sword, foes fell before her. In an instant, countless demons lay dead or wounded. Ding Yuan noticed Gu Qianxue and gasped in surprise. What a remarkable killing move. I never imagined that even after the demise of the true monarch of Taishan, someone would comprehend his ultimate technique. This woman must be the prodigy of her Yushu immortal sect. I wonder what would happen if I were to kill her now. With a sinister grin, he turned to attack Gu Qianxue. Ding Yuan, you dare? Su Yuan's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that Ding Yuan would target Gu Qianxue, who was the disciple of his junior brother, Chen Lin. She must not be harmed. The more Su Yuan felt this way, the stronger Ding Yuan's murderous intent became. In a swift motion, he drew a massive black blade and struck down toward Gu Qianxue. The Shura blade strike was a supreme technique from the great Shura scriptures, a single move that had claimed countless lives. This Shura blade strike was indeed a divine-level skill. Su Yuan roared, Ding Yuan. Ask yourself in all honesty why Master expelled you from the sect. Was it not because you chose to practice demonic arts and ambush your fellow disciples? You deserved to have your cultivation abolished. Yet here you are, unrepentant, betraying the sect and injuring Master, which led to your being hunted by us. How dare you claim that the Yushu immortal sect wronged you? Ha ha! Ding Yuan laughed maniacally. Is this woman your disciple, Su Yuan? How could you grow anxious? Then I shall dare to slay her. With a thunderous force, the blade was already descending upon Gu Qianxue. Su Yuan, in a state of utter desperation, bellowed, Qianxue, quickly evade. Gu Qianxue, aware of Ding Yuan's lethal strike approaching her, and upon hearing Su Yuan's urgent warning, dared not confront it head-on. Ding Yuan, a figure of the kingly realm, was notorious for his prowess. With a swift movement, she retreated several meters, executing the U-step. Although her mastery of this divine movement art was not as innate as that of Xiao Wuzhao, she had nonetheless achieved a modest level of proficiency. The U-step, though merely a god-level technique, possessed an extraordinary quality, often hailed as invincible within a confined space. Its strengths were evident, yet its flaws were even more pronounced. Had it not been for these shortcomings, its rank would surely have ascended higher. Ah, I see, Ding Yuan exclaimed with surprise. No wonder our esteemed leader is so agitated. A junior in the harmonious realm can actually evade my attack. How intriguing. Shouldn't he be the one to perish? As he spoke, Ding Yuan erupted into laughter, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Junior brother, do you know what I most desire to witness? It is the expression on your face, one that reflects your longing to kill me, yet being utterly powerless to do so. Furthermore, I intend to slay before your very eyes, targeting your most cherished individual. This woman shall be the first. Chapter 184. A critical moment. Ding Yuan ceased this instant. Su Yuan's visage contorted with fury. Gu Qianxue was, after all, a disciple of Chen Shidi and must not be allowed to come to harm. The Yu Void Seal soared through the air, akin to a colossal mountain, crashing towards Ding Yuan with relentless force. Ding Yuan, disdainful, retorted, what of possessing a celestial artifact, junior brother? If I, Ding Yuan, choose to kill, no one shall be able to intervene, not even you. Today, not only must she perish, but the entire Yushu immortal sect shall be annihilated. With a resounding clash, the Azura Codex, a divine technique discovered together in the past, manifested alongside the Azura blade, which glowed with a ghastly scarlet hue as though drenched in blood, evoking a chilling sensation that sent shivers down one's spine. Unconsciously, a sense of dread enveloped the surroundings. Once more, the Azura blade descended, more rapid, ferocious, and elusive than before. Gu Qianxue, merely at the mid-harmonious realm, appeared as insignificant as a mere bird in Ding Yuan's eyes. He initially believed a casual strike would suffice to eliminate her, yet now he felt compelled to exert utmost caution. The essence of this strike had reached its zenith. With merely 30% of his strength, a single blow could slay not only those of the harmonious realm, but even those of the spirit transformation realm. The Yu Void Seal surged forth. Rather than evading, Ding Yuan summoned a blood-red shield from behind, colliding with the U-Void seal. With a crisp crack, the blood-red shield shattered. However, the momentum of the U-Void seal faltered. Su Yuan could only watch helplessly as Ding Yuan's blade aimed for Gu Qianxue. Qianxue evade. At this moment, it was the only thing Su Yuan could do, hoping fervently that Gu Qianxue would once more manage to escape the impending strike. Regrettably, Gu Qianxue found herself trapped, unable to evade the impending strike, as if she were ensnared in an unyielding grasp. A wave of desolation surged within her. Must she perish here? Master, forgive me. I cannot accompany you any longer. At that very moment, a fierce intent erupted from the direction of Tai Mountain. A blade of sword energy, slicing through the void, aimed directly at Ding Yuan. Who dares to harm my disciple seeks death. A thunderous clash resonated as the sword intent reached Gu Qianxue, striking Ding Yuan's azure blade. The blade rang with a crystalline sound. A tremendous force surged forth, shattering the lethal strike, forcing Ding Yuan to retreat several steps. In a realm of kings. Could it be that this is the one who recently ascended to the king's realm? Ding Yuan thought, allow me to demonstrate how I shall vanquish you. A formidable battle spirit erupted from Ding Yuan. He, the Azura demon king of the demon monarch dynasty, stood at the mid-stage of the king's realm, regarding his opponent, who had only just entered this domain, with disdain. Su Yuan, disinterested in Ding Yuan, swiftly positioned himself before Gu Qianxue to protect her. At that moment, an eerie force enveloped the battlefield. All weapons seemed to break free from their wielders, soaring into the air uncontrollably. This scene was all too familiar, especially to the fairy Miao Shan. All disciples of the Yushu sect retreat, she cried out, recognizing that this was her junior brother Chen Lin preparing to command the myriad swords to slay the demon before them. In terms of group attacks, no sword technique could rival the myriad swords returning to the origin. The demons were thrown into disarray, prompting chaos among their ranks. A similar thought also crossed Ding Yuan's mind. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the Xianxia sect's Shushan sword vein's ultimate technique, the myriad swords returning to the origin. However, he had no time to ponder, as he felt his Azura blade slipping from his control. At that moment, a domineering voice filled with murderous intent echoed. With a single thought, I command the myriad swords, capable of shaking the heavens, parting the earth, suspending mountains, and overturning seas. Myriad swords returning to the origin. Suddenly, all weapons, the flora and fauna upon the ground, and the demonic energy suspended in the void seemed to be under his command, levitating in the air, transforming into a colossal entity capable of annihilating worlds. Endless sword intent surged forth, as if it sought to eradicate every demon in sight. Ding Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as he cursed. Damn it, it truly is the myriad swords returning to the origin. We cannot withstand this. Retreat at once. Even he, at the mid-stage of the king's realm, could only hope to safeguard himself, with no assurance of the demon's safety. Having already entered the Tai Xin domain, how could these demons retreat? They prepared to defend themselves. Fall! Chen Lin bellowed, and in an instant the attack descended. Boom! In the realm of demons, countless attacks descended like torrential rain, each sword strike infused with formidable sword intent. A multitude of swords converged, akin to a barrage of arrows unleashed in unison. One sword was insufficient. A second followed swiftly. In an instant, apart from a few long-lived demons remaining outside the fray, the lower-tier demons faced utter annihilation. Over 10,000 demons perished in this encounter. Master Chen has arrived. How splendid. We're mere demons to him. They shall surely meet their end. Gu Qianxue exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, for in that fleeting moment, she truly believed her life was at its end. Master, Chen Lin nodded gently at Gu Qianxue, reassuring her, fear not. None would dare harm my disciple. He then turned to Ding Yuan and declared, you were the one who nearly took my disciple's life. You deserve death. Ding Yuan, witnessing the grievous toll on the demons he had summoned, felt murderous intent surge to its peak. He scoffed. You, newly ascended to the realm of kings, dare to boast of killing me? You are not worthy. With a thunderous roar, Ding Yuan unleashed Shura Blade Slash. The ensuing strike, accompanied by his maniacal laughter, was the same as before, yet now it bore an intensity several times greater than the one that had slain Gu Qianxue. Previously, he had exerted merely 30% of his strength. This time, it was a staggering 90%. Blood and death enveloped the battlefield, the void shattered, and fissures appeared before the onlookers. The blade seemed poised to sever their very souls. Those of lesser cultivation were instantly overwhelmed by the fierce Shura blade intent, collapsing to the ground with agonizing cries. Even Yang Wudi, a formidable true monarch, found himself unable to withstand the onslaught, resorting to sitting cross-legged in a desperate attempt to defend against it. Su Yuan's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Cover your ears. This is the Shura demon sound." "Ha! Indeed, the Shura demon sound. Do you think merely blocking your ears will spare you? And you, who have just entered the realm of kings, dare to speak so boldly? Prepare to die." Chen Lin shook his head. "The Shura demon sound attacks the soul, but alas, it holds no sway over me. And your swordsmanship, how formidable can it truly be? Allow me to return the favor with a strike of my own." Unity of the three clears. In that moment, to Ding Yuan's astonishment, Chen Lin transformed into three distinct figures, launching an assault from three directions. Chapter 185, Total Annihilation. "Is this but an illusion? You think to deceive me?" Ding Yuan closed his eyes, sweeping his consciousness to discern which was the true Chen Lin. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in disbelief. "How can this be? They are all real. No, surely two must be illusions. How can anyone possibly manifest as three?" Chen Lin scoffed. "Allow me to introduce myself. This is the supreme celestial technique, unity of the three clears. To slay you shall be a simple task." With a swift motion, he tore through the air. As Ding Yuan's spirit faltered in disbelief, Chen Lin's assault arrived in an instant. Three swords pierced through Ding Yuan's form simultaneously. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and half kneeled on the ground, his body stained crimson. With a voice filled with defiance, he exclaimed, "I refuse to accept this. You have merely just broken through to the king realm. How could you possibly defeat me? You ambushed me. If you have the ability, allow me to recuperate, and we shall fight to the death." Chen Lin, with a look of disdain, retorted, "Is your mind clouded? After you heal, we may engage in a final battle. But for now, understand this. You are the prey, and I am the hunter. To slay you would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Furthermore, who told you that I, having just achieved the king realm, am not your equal? The demons dare to invade my Taishian. You will serve as a flag for my victory, instilling fear in the demon's sovereign dynasty." With a swift motion, he severed Ding Yuan's head. The remaining demons trembled in terror, retreating hastily. Chen Lin gazed upon them with amusement. "How intriguing, a demon lord and three demon generals. It will be fitting for you all to perish together. Run," they cried, faced with the formidable prowess of Chen Lin. They dare not linger and turn to escape through the rift. But Chen Lin would not allow their escape. With a cold snort, he unleashed another blade, sending four heads soaring into the air. Next came the time for Chen Lin to collect his spoils, as he unceremoniously tossed the bodies of all the demons, including the Shura King Ding Yuan, back through the rift. "Master, you are truly remarkable." Gu Qinshui approached him. Chen Lin inquired with concern, "Are you unhurt?" Gu Qinshui shook her head, responding, "Disciple is fine. Thank you for your concern, master." Su Yuan stepped forward, saying, "Congratulations, junior brother, on achieving the king realm." The others echoed their congratulations. In the Sanqing Hall, the demon invasion had been repelled, and Chen Lin's powerful emergence, culminating in the slaying of a demon king, was indeed a resounding victory. Although it might not deter the demon's sovereign dynasty from future incursions into the Taishan domain, it would ensure a considerable period of caution before they dared to invade again. At this moment, everyone surrounded Chen Lin, a newly crowned king and their junior brother. The esteemed king ancestors had always been viewed as lofty figures, the unwavering anchor of the celestial sect, and never had they been so close in proximity. Not long prior, he had sat with them in a meeting to discuss sect matters. Su Yuan remarked, "The crisis has temporarily subsided, thanks to junior brother Chen Lin's emergence. Here, we also extend our congratulations to you for achieving the king realm. Our Yusu sect's foundation has gained yet another strength. Junior brother Chen, I always knew you would ascend to the status of a king ancestor. I initially thought it would take at least 3 to 5 years, yet here we are, and it has come so swiftly. It has only been a short time since the Taishan Grand Assembly concluded," Yang Wudi expressed, filled with emotion. Ever since Chen Lin had resurrected the 10,000 Great Mountains, Yang Wudi had held an immense gratitude and trust in him. Even the dead can be resurrected. What remains beyond his reach? Congratulations, brother Chen. Congratulations, brother Yang. The crowd echoed their congratulations in unison. Chen Lin humbly replied, "It was merely luck, just luck. By the way, master, earlier when I vanquished that demon king, I obtained a tome of martial arts from him. This should contain the techniques he practiced. How shall we proceed with it? As Chen Lin perused the volume of the Shura scripture, he was taken aback. The techniques were extraordinary, yet exceedingly cruel. Initially, he contemplated destroying it, but upon further reflection, he decided it would be wiser to hand it over to the master for destruction, allowing him to benefit from the situation. Upon hearing that this was the technique cultivated by Ding Yuan, Su Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily took the tome, inhaling deeply as he proclaimed the Shura scripture, the signature technique of the Shura royal family, one of the 4 great demon clans. This cannot remain in existence. Fortunately, it was discovered by brother Chen Lin. Had it fallen into the hands of another disciple, the consequences would be dire. Such an evil technique serves no purpose. It is better to destroy it. As he spoke, flames erupted in his hand. This was a divine fire technique from the Jade Void sect, known as the Jade Void Fire, a royal grade technique. As the flames engulfed it, the Shura scripture was instantly reduced to ashes. However, at that moment, a blue orb of light suddenly emerged from the ashes. As if sensing impending danger, it soared upward, attempting to flee from the 3 Purities Hall. Not good. This is the remnant soul of Shura. Su Yuan's face hardened with murderous intent as he struck with a swift hand. A scream echoed, and the blue orb was obliterated in an instant. Could it be that this remnant soul of Shura was the reason he had fallen into the path of darkness? Ding. The host has gifted the sect leader, Su Yuan, the semi-divine level technique tome, Shura scripture. It meets the conditions for critical reward. Would you like to trigger a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Reward of 4,000 times return granted, receiving the immortal level technique of riding the clouds, traversing thousands of miles in an instant. Very well, a technique for travel. This is the Shura scripture, a semi-divine level tome. However, it is quite advantageous. At least riding the clouds is exceptionally impressive. It far surpasses mere flying. The condensation realm allows for low-altitude flight, but it is only marginally faster than a horse, covering 1,000 miles a day. The longevity realm is significantly faster, traversing tens of thousands of miles daily, while this immortal level technique allows for instantaneous movement across vast distances. Of course, it pales in comparison to the legendary Cloud Somersault, which spans 100,000 miles in a single leap and is also considerably slower than the Flying Rainbow technique, which can cover 300,000 miles with a single flap of wings. Chen Lin quickly regained his composure from the joy of the critical reward. He had clearly heard Su Yuan's last statement, and not just him. Nearly everyone had caught it, turning their gazes towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan inhaled deeply and spoke. I am aware that many present harbor this question. Previously, the Demon King seemed to recognize me, addressing me as junior brother. Indeed, we are acquainted, and he hails from our Yushu sect. Master, what do you mean by stating that this demon originates from our Yushu sect? How is that conceivable? He is a demon. How did he infiltrate our Yushu sect? The crowd voiced their bewilderment. Su Yuan responded, Who has informed you that this Demon King is a demon and not a human? But his appearance. The crowd expressed their confusion. Chapter 186. A Great Hand Behind the Scenes. Su Yuan continued. Admittedly, he does resemble a human, yet he undeniably possesses characteristics of a demon. The reason for these attributes lies in the technique I recently obliterated, the Shura Sutra. The Shura Sutra is one of the supreme texts of the Shura royal lineage. Upon cultivation by a human, it transforms them into a semi-Shura physique. Ding Yuan is a case in point. Ding Yuan, the name of the Demon King, was originally the elder brother of our sect's master, endowed with a divine constitution. Had there been no unforeseen circumstances, my current position should rightfully belong to him. Yang Wudi interjected, Brother, this jest is far from amusing. Should he become the master of our Yushu sect, we would surely face annihilation. Su Yuan shook his head. Is this truly humorous? It is not. Ding Yuan, with extraordinary talent in his youth, unfortunately fell prey to the allure of the Shura Sutra, which he obtained through dubious means. When he chose to cultivate its arcane powers, he was discovered by our master. Initially, the intent was to strip him of his cultivation and expel him from the sect, but he, in a fit of madness, injured our master and fled. Such an act could not be overlooked, prompting our Yushu sect to issue a bounty for his capture. He subsequently vanished, rumored to have perished. Yet unexpectedly, he sought refuge in the 10,000 Great Mountains, joining the Demon Dynasty and ultimately rising to the position of Demon King, leading the vanguard in this incursion into the Taishan domain. The crowd scoffed, Master. This merely illustrates his lack of resolve. regardless of the truth from years past. He has transformed into a demon and now seeks to invade our Taishan domain. He must be eliminated. Fortunately, junior brother Chen Lin has ascended to the realm of kings. Otherwise, our Yushu sect would be doomed. The crowd shuddered at the thought. Thousands of demons, led by a demon king, not to mention the 36 heavenly demon marshals and 72 earthly demon marshals, none of whom are inferior to our sect's master. They are clearly formidable opponents. Su Yuan declared, well, let's set aside that topic. This invasion by the demons has sparked a significant thought within me, and I believe we should analyze it together. In an era of great strife, a monumental battle is inevitable. Throughout the millions of years of transformation in our Tianyuan world, this pattern has never deviated. We all recall the sudden emergence of the Demon Emperor's tomb, the repeated demon incursions, and the breaches in our barriers, including one that appeared within the Yushu sect. I have a profound sense that an invisible hand is orchestrating these events, with the intention of sowing chaos throughout the Taishan domain, and our Yushu sect is likely their primary target. What? The words of Su Yuan were utterly astonishing, their meaning unmistakable. Whether it be the emergence of the Demon Emperor's tomb, the recent incursions of the demons, or even the breach in the barrier, all appear to be orchestrated by human hands. Elder brother, do you possess any evidence to substantiate this? Chen Lin's countenance grew grave, his heart brimming with murderous intent. Someone had meticulously plotted all of this. But who could it be? They exhibited no regard for the lives they ravaged. During the previous tentative incursion, Chen Lin had descended from the mountain to vanquish demons. He was no saint, yet he had witnessed countless lands devastated by these fiends, with untold casualties and people rendered homeless, the scene akin to a hell on earth. Su Yuan shook his head. No, I do not possess such evidence, and what I express is merely my intuition. Moreover, the recent events have unfolded with such uncanny coincidence, as if meticulously designed. Perhaps the only variable they did not account for was you, junior brother Chen Lin. Chen Lin furrowed his brow. Su Yuan nodded. If it were not for you, what do you think the outcome would have been? Our Yushu sect would have surely faced annihilation, and the demons would exploit this as an opportunity to plunge the entire Tai Xin domain into chaos. Elder Wu Zong coldly interjected, brother, that assertion is unfounded. Our Yushu sect is not without its formidable ancestors. Su Yuan responded, you refer to Elder Qingyang, do you not? Are you aware why the 3 great sects and the 2 ancient clans maintain their grip over the Taishan domain? Why did they choose to target our Yushu sect? Indeed, why? The assembly was rife with curiosity. With a sigh, Su Yuan continued, Elder Qingyang has lived for over 2,700 years. 2,700 years. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. In the realm of kings, a lifespan typically extends to around 3,000 years. 2,700 years signifies a nearing of one's natural limit. Vitality wanes and power diminishes. Though he possesses the realm of a king, it is exceedingly challenging to exhibit the prowess befitting such a status. Given Ding Yuan's formidable strength, it is likely that Elder Qingyang would not stand a chance. However, this does not necessarily imply that someone has conspired against our Yushu sect. Su Yuan remarked, this is merely my personal sentiment. Whether there is indeed a conspiracy remains to be seen. At present, the most pressing concern is how we shall confront the impending great battle. Yang Wudi stated, Elder brother, you cannot possibly believe that the demons will invade our Tai Xin domain again. One demon king has already perished in this encounter, and he was a formidable ancestor. Su Yuan shook his head. No, the demon empire was sealed by the great emperor. To breach the 9 domains, they must traverse the perilous depths of the 10,000 mountains, not to mention the inherent dangers. The natural barriers of the 10,000 mountains would prevent them from reaching the human domains in less than several years. Now, with 2 breaches suddenly appearing, if they do not seize this opportunity, what does one setback signify? According to historical records, during the zenith of the demon empire, there were more than 10 demon kings. Even during leaner times, there were at least 7 or 8. Fellow elders, a single Ding Yuan is hardly a concern. A greater crisis looms ahead. At that moment, a steward from the celestial sect rushed in, breathless, and reported, Master, esteemed elders, dire news has just arrived. A breach at the demon suppression pass has suddenly unleashed countless fiends, who are now assaulting the stronghold. Startled, Su Yuan sprang to his feet. The demon monarch dynasty, indeed, harbors undying ambitions. I had presumed that after suffering a crushing defeat at our Yushu celestial sect, they would at least require time to regroup and strategize before launching an invasion into our Taishan domain. Yet, it seems they cannot even afford to wait a mere quarter of an hour. With all the esteemed elders present, he proposed, I suggest we immediately dispatch some of our elders and disciples to provide assistance. I shall go, Chen Lin unexpectedly declared, rising from his seat. Everyone else remains here. I shall venture forth alone. Chun, can you truly undertake this alone? Su Yuan inquired. If I cannot manage alone, then who can? Chen Lin retorted. The reason I ask you to stay is to guard against a potential scheme by the Demon Monarch dynasty to divert us. Furthermore, I possess a particular mastery of a swift travel technique. Should the Demon Monarch dynasty seize the opportunity to attack our Yushu celestial sect, I can return in a timely manner. I have yet to slay a demon king. As long as they dare to invade our Taishan domain, I would not mind dispatching a few more. Chapter 187, Blood Summoning Array. Outside the Demon Suppression Pass, a multitude of powerful factions had gathered. The three great dynasties revered Shunmingshi. The war god Shunmingshi, renowned for his illustrious achievements, commanded respect across the three dynasties. Meanwhile, various celestial sects and ancient clans operated independently, each wielding their own influence, with lesser sects seeking refuge in the shadows of the celestial sects and ancient clans. The Yushu celestial sect was not entirely isolated, as it was flanked by a minor sect and two other religious organizations. Shun Linglong, accompanied by Shun Wan, took refuge among the Yushu forces, and upon arriving at the Demon Suppression Pass, she quickly reunited with her elder brother. United in purpose, the siblings were as strong as tempered steel. As news spread that the Yushu celestial sect had repelled the demonic forces and that the head of Tai Mountain, Chen Lin, had broken through to the King Realm and vanquished a demon king, Spirit Sword. Indeed, the news was exhilarating. However, half of those present found their expressions darkening, their hearts brimming with animosity. Damn it, they cursed. We thought the Yushu celestial sect would suffer significant losses this time, only to have Chen Lin ruin our expectations. Breaking through to the King Realm? Does this not imply that the Yushu celestial sect now possesses two kings? This is undoubtedly a severe blow to all the major factions. Particularly, the Xianxia celestial sect was driven to the brink of madness. By what right does he, Chen Lin, kill their sect leader, their esteemed elders, their master, and now ascend to kingship? How can they seek vengeance now? Yet, the peculiar atmosphere did not linger for long. Suddenly, the gap at the periphery of the 10,000 mountains underwent a strange transformation. This breach was wider than that of the Yushu mountain range, measuring 7 or 8 meters in length and over 3 meters in width, allowing 4 or 5 individuals to pass through simultaneously. Demonic energy surged forth as a colossal beast emerged first from the depths. At first, it emerged like a tiny insect, but upon appearing in the Tianyuan domain, it instantly transformed into a colossal creature, stretching over 100 meters in length. With its gaping maw, it swiftly devoured a person who stood before the rift. This is dire. It is the Titan Python, an ancient demonic beast. Everyone, be cautious. This Titan Python possesses at least the pinnacle of the transformation realm. A wave of unease swept through the crowd. The Titan Python, known for preying upon dragons, has now become the vanguard of the demonic invasion. Its scales are impervious, rendering ordinary attacks futile against its defenses. The moment the Titan Python manifested before them, it cleared the area, followed closely by an overwhelming surge of demons. As the invasion commenced, preparations for defense were imperative. Standing atop the city walls of the Demon Suppression Pass, Shunmingshi brandished the greedy wolf spear, pointing it towards the demons pouring forth from the rift, unleashing a barrage of arrows, an unrelenting hail of projectiles. These arrows were sufficient to handle ordinary demons, but they were utterly ineffective against their higher counterparts, especially with the presence of longevity realm demons among them. The latter could take on human forms, making it impossible to distinguish between human and demon without engagement. Before long, the number of demons spilling from the rift surged into the hundreds of thousands, even millions. The ground trembled as if struck by a magnitude 12 earthquake, with the earth quaking and collapsing. They launched an assault on the defenses outside the Demon Suppression Pass. Boom! Once, twice, thrice, the relentless impacts resonated, and with a crack, the grand formation outside the pass shattered instantaneously. Kill! Commanded an elder of the Yushu sect, drawing his sword and signaling for his disciples to charge forth against the demons. Shun Linglong, wielding her sword alone, showcased formidable combat prowess. With her cultivation at the harmonization realm and armed with the southern bright leaf fire sword, she had comprehended a unique sword technique from the sword comprehension grass. Though it was merely a divine-level technique, it unleashed a terrifying destructive force in that moment. One strike, one demon slain. Her fighting capability ranked second only to the Elder within the Yushu sect. The Tianyuan Grand Formation, characterized by unity and mutual support, must not allow the demons to breach their defenses. Various esteemed sects and ancient clans swiftly established their formations, merging into a cohesive whole. This immediately halted the demonic onslaught. With countless demon corpses littering the ground, the formation of the Yushu sect alone was capable of obliterating beings of the transformation realm. The slaughter persisted as time flowed inexorably. An hour passed, and tens of thousands of demonic beasts had perished beneath the demon suppression pass. Yet, no one dared to underestimate the situation, as it was evident that these demons primarily consisted of lower-tier entities, with only a scant few higher-tier demons present. At this moment, Chen Wan found Chen Lin, exclaiming, "Miss, I sense something amiss. This reminds me of a summoning formation." Trained under Chen Lin's meticulous guidance, Chen Wan excelled in swordsmanship, with formations as her secondary focus. At this moment, she had already ascended to the realm of the celestial strong, with her mastery of formations reaching the 5th tier. Although her level was not exceedingly high, her insights were remarkable. With the return of his experience in formations, Chen Lin attained the status of a royal-grade formation master. Supported by the system, Chen Lin could be considered a versatile formation master, encompassing summoning formations among his repertoire. He had meticulously compiled his knowledge of formations into a tome, which he placed in the library, perfectly aligning with Shen Wan's areas of interest. Shen Wan continued, "I have encountered a similar formation in a tome within the library, one that utilizes blood as a conduit to summon a blood demon. The greater the number of summons, the more formidable the blood demons become. Given the current situation, it seems they are preparing to summon a king-level blood demon." Shen Linglong's expression changed dramatically as she immediately grasped the severity of the situation. A king-level blood demon possesses the combat prowess of a sovereign, indestructible and reliant on blood for sustenance, driven solely by slaughter, devoid of humanity. Shen Linglong promptly sought out the Elder of the Sword. The Elder's demeanor was grave as he addressed Shen Wan. "What is your confidence level regarding the demons performing the blood-summoning formation?" With determination, Shen Wan replied, "I am 80% certain." "That will suffice," the Elder stated. "I will promptly notify the other celestial sects and ancient clans." Before long, the Elder located the leaders of the various celestial sects and ancient clans, stating, "Esteemed colleagues, do you not find this peculiar? Although we have slain hundreds of thousands of demons, they were all of the lower ranks, with the higher-ranking demons being exceedingly few. This brings to mind a formation, the blood-summoning formation. Goofing, which of your eyes perceive this as the blood-summoning formation? You are merely borrowing trouble for yourself. Moreover, what do you propose we do about the multitude of demons? Are you suggesting we retreat and seek excuses?" The demons continued their relentless assault. To refrain from slaying them was simply impossible, unless one abandoned the demon suppression pass and withdrew 100 miles, which would render the blood-summoning formation ineffective. This was an open plot. Retreat? How could that be a possibility? The Elder of the Sword found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The other leaders dismissed him, returning their focus to the battle and the slaughter of demons. The Elder could only return in disappointment. Shen Linglong immediately inquired, "Elder, what is the situation?" The Elder replied, "Continue the fight. To break the formation, retreat would be necessary. But can we truly retreat? Behind us are millions of ordinary people." Shen Linglong's complexion shifted drastically as she anxiously exclaimed, "What shall we do? If a king-level blood demon is summoned, the demon suppression pass will be utterly incapable of withstanding it, and we will all perish." Chapter 188. The Descent of the Blood Demon. The Elder of the Sword stated, "At this juncture, there remains but one course of action. We must urgently notify your master, Chen Lin, the Grand Master. Otherwise, we shall all meet our demise at this demon suppression pass." As he spoke, the Elder commanded a disciple to once again relay the message to the celestial sections. The battle raged on. The demons pressed forward fearlessly, undeterred by death. The Titan Serpent, resembling a commander, presided over the battlefield, directing the demons to launch relentless assaults. Those who retreated met death, while those who advanced faced the same fate. In an instant, the death toll soared to a staggering million. At that very moment, A colossal minotaur emerged from the fissure, wielding a massive axe in one hand and a blood-red orb in the other. Upon its arrival in the Tianyuan realm, it transformed into a towering behemoth, towering over 10 meters. With each step it took, the earth trembled beneath it. As the minotaur appeared, the blood-red orb emitted an eerie glow, causing the demons outside the demon suppression pass to erupt in a swirling mist of crimson, rushing towards the orb. That was the blood demon orb. We had fallen into a trap. This was indeed the blood-summoning formation, a dire omen. By the time the crowd sensed the impending doom, it was already too late. Countless streams of blood converged from the ground towards the blood-red orb, revealing a crimson silhouette amidst the swirling mist. The blood demon had materialized. Indeed, it was a blood demon of the King's sealing realm. With a thunderous roar, the blood demon took shape, its immense aura surging skyward, shrouding the sky in a veil of blood clouds that rapidly enveloped the entire demon suppression pass. Blood-red rain began to fall, crashing to the ground and creating deep craters. Should it land upon a person, it would instantly transform them into a puddle of blood. The elder wielding the sword swiftly retrieved a defensive artifact, shouting, "Quickly, gather around me. The demons are fierce. We must stand united. The Tianyuan sword formation must not falter. If it does, we are all doomed." As the blood rain poured down, the blood demon launched its assault on the demon suppression pass. Wherever it went, human warriors were swiftly reduced to mere mists of blood, consumed by the blood demon. In less than a short incense time, tens of thousands of human warriors had perished. Everyone understood that retreat was not an option. Behind them lay millions of civilians, vulnerable to the demons, destined to become their prey. Long before the fissure's abnormality had been detected, the three great empires had begun relocating their populace. Yet time was insufficient. It was impossible to evacuate over 100 million people in such a short span. At this moment, their only recourse was to fight to the death and buy time. Shen Lin wielded her battle spear, fiercely engaging in combat. The elder wielding the sword led the formation of the Tianyuan sword, desperately resisting. Various great sects and ancient clans, momentarily setting aside their rivalries, rallied under a singular belief, to stand united against the demons. However, the blood demon drew perilously close, nearing the city walls. Suddenly, the blood demon split into 2, then 4, then 8, multiplying exponentially with tens, hundreds, and thousands of blood demons surging towards the throng. Screams echoed as those touched by the demons' avatars were instantaneously drained of their blood and flesh, reduced to mere puddles of gore. The specter of death loomed ever larger, and the carnage continued unabated. The blood demon had seized the initiative completely, its myriad avatars unleashed. This was its innate divine ability, the blood god's children, capable of manifesting up to 48,000 avatars. However, in contrast to Chen Lin's ability to transform energy into purity, the newly differentiated blood god child possesses only the strength of the divine passage realm. It gradually grows stronger by devouring flesh and blood until it reaches the first level of its original form. Yet, it cannot maintain this state for long. Once the manifestation ceases, it reverts to its original self. Each time the blood god child separates, it must begin anew. Nevertheless, despite these limitations, it remains a harrowing symbol of the blood demon. Countless members of the human race have perished at the hands of the blood demon, whose assaults now reach the Jizhou immortal gate. The elder wielding the sword, with a grave expression, commands the disciples to resist with all their might. If one is insufficient, then 2. If 2 are inadequate, then 3, as an increasing number of blood god children launch their attacks. After the sacrifice of dozens of blood god children, a significant flaw emerges in the Tianyuan sword formation. A blood god child pounces upon a disciple of the Jizhou sect, instantly reducing them to a lifeless husk. With the first fallen, a second and a third soon follow. Chen Lin and Chen Wan stand back to back, desperately defending against the onslaught. Fortunately, Chen Lin cultivates the sun divine fire, a bane to all evil, enveloping both of them in flames that deter the blood god children for the moment. This, in turn, draws the attention of the blood demon. Although driven solely by the instinct to kill, it perceives the detestable flames emanating from Chen Lin. Being loathsome, they must be obliterated. In a flash, it lunges towards Chen Lin, its body aglow with bloodlight. The elder wielding the sword gasps in alarm, urgently warning Chen Lin to be cautious. Alas, this is the blood demon, an entity of kingly might. In an instant, It stands before Chen Lin, waving its hand as the sun divine fire extinguishes, then seizing her by the throat. Chen Lin, alarmed, strikes out with the Nanming Leaf Fire Sword. This strike, a fusion of the Great Zhou celestial sword technique and the Great Zhou sword drawing technique, is uniquely hers and represents her most formidable attack at this stage. The sword cleaves through the air, silencing all existence. Yet, in the hands of the blood demon, it is dismissed without a flinch, effortlessly evaded, and then countered as it grips Chen Linglong's throat. Demon, release my lady. Seeing Chen Linglong captured, Xianxia panics, letting out a fierce cry as she unleashes her full power against the blood demon. The blood demon, with a look of contempt, waves its hand, and Xianxia is sent flying like a mere straw doll, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Xiaowan. Chen Linglong's face contorts in desperation as she struggles. However, the grip of the blood demon feels like iron, unyielding and inescapable. Haha, the blood demon chuckles cruelly, preparing to devour Chen Linglong's flesh and blood. Suddenly, a surge of sword intent pierces the air, aimed directly at the blood demon's grasp on Chen Linglong. The blood demon paused momentarily before abruptly turning and hurling Chen Linglong towards the assaulting sword intent. Just as the sword intent appeared poised to strike Chen Linglong, it vanished without a trace. In the next instant, Chen Lin materialized before her, deftly ensuring her safe descent to the ground. Master, Chen Linglong thought in that fleeting moment that death had claimed her. Chen Lin nodded, instructing, lead Xianxia to safety. I shall handle this. Chen Linglong acquiesced, swiftly assisting Xianxia to her feet. Chen Lin regarded the blood demon before him, his brow furrowed in concern. What he had initially perceived as a demon king turned out to be a grotesque amalgamation of countless blood essences. Bloodthirsty, merciless, and brutal. Chapter 189. The Purple-Eyed Bull Demon, the Blood Demon of the Sealed King. Chen Lin's expression grew grave. This blood demon had been summoned with the essence of millions of demons. Immortal and indestructible, even a single drop of its blood could lead to rebirth. With a heart devoid of compassion, its insatiable hunger for slaughter posed a grave threat to the realm. Should it remain unvanquished, the world would succumb to terror. The blood demon must be eradicated. With a steely resolve, Chen Lin's gaze was fixed intently upon the blood demon, which in turn glared back in fury, enraged by the disruption of its hunt, eager to make Chen Lin its next feast. The atmosphere crackled with tension. With a ferocious roar, the blood demon lunged at Chen Lin. In response, the purple cloud celestial sword appeared in Chen Lin's grasp as he charged towards the blood demon. The two soon clashed in an epic confrontation. The blood demon lived up to its fearsome reputation. Yet, it was unfortunate for it that Chen Lin stood in its path. Though he had only just stepped into the realm of kings, he was no ordinary contender. His combat prowess had already rivaled that of a fledgling king during his time in the transformation realm. Now, having ascended to the king realm, his combat strength was akin to that of a late-stage king, coupled with formidable defensive capabilities. Armed with the 9-grade merit Golden Lotus secret technique, the profound turtle celestial arts, the great sage spirit mantra, and the purple cloud celestial garb, he possessed an indomitable body. With quintuple defenses, only a peak king could hope to triumph over him. Otherwise, he was virtually invincible. However, should Chen Lin face a typical king-level adversary, he would have dispatched them long ago. Yet his opponent was the blood demon, capable of blood rebirth, truly immortal and imperishable. Time and again, Chen Lin pierced the blood demon's form, severing its limbs, but they would swiftly regenerate. Its combat effectiveness undiminished. The elder wielding the sword recognized Chen Lin's plight and quickly advised, Master Chen Lin, the blood demon is formed from demon blood, susceptible to fire. Water extinguishes fire, yet conversely, fire can consume water. This interplay of elements, though seemingly immutable, has its exceptions. Fire can indeed burn water. A spark ignited in Chen Lin's eyes. He realized he had fallen into a misconception. Playing with fire was his forte. Although the Tianyuan divine fire and the sun divine fire were merely divine flames, they sufficed against the blood demon. After all, he had fused the two divine fires into one. With a resounding boom, the confrontation reached a critical juncture. In a dazzling display, the dual powers of the sun and the moon erupted from Chen Lin's palms. Observing the two blazing orbs, the blood demon felt a surge of agitation and dread. Flames were his most loathed adversary, reminiscent of his earlier attempt to eliminate Chen Linglong. He sensed an imminent threat. When confronted with danger, one must eradicate such peril. With a forceful stomp, the blood demon ascended, wielding his cursed blade, aiming a lethal strike at the fiery manifestations in Chen Lin's hands. Chen Lin smiled faintly, eagerly anticipating this moment, fearing only that the confrontation might not occur. Suddenly, a radiant golden lotus blossomed behind him, emanating boundless virtuous golden light, manifesting above the blood demon's head and immobilizing him entirely. The flames in Chen Lin's grasp surged forth, enveloping the blood demon and merging into a singular conflagration. One flame represented the sun, the other the moon, two inherently opposing forces. Within Chen Lin's being, they coexisted harmoniously. However, unleashed, they were destined for conflict, a dichotomy of yin and yang. As the two flames collided, they ignited with the ferocity of an explosive charge, resulting in a cataclysmic detonation. The violent explosion birthed a devastating black hole that consumed the blood demon, obliterating him without a trace, leaving not a single drop of blood behind. Yet, Chen Lin remained cautious. After several confirmations, he finally exhaled in relief. The blood demon is vanquished. Let's pursue the slaughter, he bellowed. The news of the blood demon's demise was undeniably exhilarating. Earlier, he had unleashed the blood goddess' wrath, causing untold casualties. Now, at last, he was no more. The morale of the crowd surged, their murderous intent palpable as they turned the tide against the demons. Meanwhile, in the demon faction, the bull-headed giant immediately sensed the shift. His brow furrowed as his eyes flashed in eerie violet, peering through the throngs to locate Chen Lin. Could he be the one who killed the Shura Demon King? He inquired, pointing ominously. The Shura Demon King, one of the four great demon lords of the Demon Empire, had recently met his demise amidst catastrophic losses. With his very head returned to the human realm, the human sovereign had intervened decisively. Thus, the bull-headed giant, the foremost among the four demon kings, the violet-eyed bull demon king, took matters into his own hands. Beside him stood a demon commander, who had been the first to recognize the peril during the battle at the Yushu Immortal Gate and had fled in haste. Fortunately, his quick decision had allowed him to return to the Demon Empire, though he was subsequently branded a coward and brought back against his will. This commander was a formidable beast of the Tanger species. At the moment Chen Lin appeared, fear had already gripped him, causing his legs to tremble. Had he not been restrained by the purple-eyed bull demon king, he would have fled in terror. When questioned about Chen Lin, he promptly nodded, exclaiming, "It is he who has slain the Shura Demon King." The purple-eyed bull demon king scoffed, remarking, the Shura was quite pathetic, defeated by a mere fledgling of the human realm. The fall of a human king would serve as a stark warning to the human race. With a thunderous stomp, the purple-eyed bull demon king struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble and a vast chasm to form. Towering like a giant, he charged at Chen Lin wielding a colossal axe, declaring, "Human king, come forth and meet your demise." In his wake, the human race suffered heavy casualties. Chen Lin's victory over the blood demon had invigorated the spirits of his kin, inciting a massacre against the demons. Especially Chen Lin himself, who, with a single sword, cut through the enemy ranks as if slicing through vegetables, leaving countless demons in his wake. At that moment, the emergence of the purple-eyed bull demon king captured Chen Lin's attention. Utilizing the Emperor's insight technique, he discerned the full extent of the bull demon king's power. At the peak of the king's realm, this would be the most formidable opponent he had yet encountered. Wielding his battle axe like a bloodthirsty fiend, each step sent tremors through the ground, and the eerie fluctuations claimed the lives of dozens, if not hundreds. Chen Lin's expression turned grave. With a flicker, he appeared before the purple-eyed bull demon king, coldly stating, "Demon, you have invaded my Tai Xian domain. Today marks your end." The bull demon king, with a disdainful scoff, retorted, "Invaded? How dare you humans utter such words? I am of the purple-eyed bull demon lineage, a native race of the Tianyuan World. It is you humans who are the despicable invaders, merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to us. If you wish to label us as demons, so be it. Today I, the purple-eyed bull demon king, shall eradicate your kind. For those human kings who do not wish to perish, I offer you a chance. Embrace the path of the human demon, and I shall appoint you as the demon king of my dynasty." Chapter 190, Dismantling Morale. Chen Lin furrowed his brow, perplexed by the bull demon king's words. What did he mean by humans being the invaders? Shaking his head, he retorted with a dismissive snort, "I have no interest in becoming any king of demons. Surrender to me as my pet, and I might consider sparing your life." You dare to suggest that the noble purple-eyed bull demon lineage should serve as your pet? You shall pay for your insolence. The bull demon king was incensed. The bull demon clan was one of the 6 formidable races among the demons. The purple-eyed were the royal lineage, born as divine beasts, comparable to the natural divine physiques among humans and the ancient beasts among demons, inherently noble and destined to rule. How could they be so humiliated? Boundless fury ignited within the bull demon king. You, an insignificant ant, dare to speak so boldly. Taste my war tread. The innate powers of the bull demon clan allow them to draw strength from the earth beneath their feet, manipulating seismic waves that can induce a 3-second daze in their opponents. One must not underestimate this trifling span, for in the realm of expert duels, it could decisively determine the outcome of a battle. In an instant, an eerie wave enveloped Chen Lin, who felt a sudden dizziness permeate his mind. Alarmed by the realization that danger loomed, he quickly activated the tower visualization technique, and the disorienting sensation vanished as swiftly as it had come. This wave primarily affected one spirit. Yet Chen Lin's dedication to the tower visualization and skeleton visualization techniques had honed his spirit through the practice of spiritual arts, elevating it without the need for deliberate training. At this moment, his spirit rivaled that of a late-stage monarch. As the bull demon king grounded himself, he leapt into the air, brandishing his colossal axe and swinging it down towards Chen Lin with lethal intent. This strike had proven effective against countless formidable foes, severing many an ancient warrior in twain. As the axe descended upon him, the bull demon king chuckled, deeming the human monarch unworthy of survival. However, at that critical moment, Chen Lin abruptly opened his eyes, fully alert, and deftly sidestepped the attack with the Yufu steps. The Yufu technique not only allowed for effortless movement in confined spaces, but also rendered him immune to all negative assaults. The bull demon king's attack dissipated into nothingness. Taken aback by Chen Lin's evasion, the bull demon king furrowed his brow, exclaiming in disbelief, "You managed to evade my strike? Then taste my axe once more." A natural-born warrior of the bull demon clan, possessing immense strength, he wielded his axe with the power to rend the heavens. Chen Lin, however, was undeterred. With a sword intent that spanned the horizon and the protection of the 9th-rank merit Golden Lotus, he stood as a veritable deity of war. Their clash resonated throughout the expanse beyond the demon suppression pass, forcing both demons and humans alike to retreat. For lingering too long would invite devastation from the tumultuous energies unleashed by their battle. Humans, it's no wonder the Azura Demon King fell by your hand. You possess considerable skill, yet I am not that worthless Azura. Out of respect for your abilities, I offer you one final chance. Submit to me, and I shall endorse you as the Demon King of the dynasty. Otherwise, you shall perish. The bold Demon King's murderous intent was palpable. Yet he was keenly aware of talent, particularly Chen Lin's. Capturing him would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to humanity. Chen Lin scoffed, "Spare me your offers of surrender. No one is foolish enough to entertain such thoughts. Moreover, do you truly believe you possess the capability to kill me?" Enraged, the bull demon king retorted, "You will soon know whether I am worthy. Prepare to meet your demise." The intensity of their battle surged once more. The bull demon king roared, his form expanding to towering heights, resembling a colossal giant capable of reshaping the world. "Foolish human, watch as I crush you beneath my feet." Chen Lin, undaunted by the foot that dwarfed him, merely smiled. "Not only can you grow larger or smaller, but I can too." With that, my entire body continuously expanded and soared higher. The 3rd level of the 9 transformations profound art bestowed such miraculous powers. As my stature increased, so did my strength and defense. Chen Lin chose to sheath the purple cloud sword and, with fists raised, struck fiercely at the bull demon king. The supreme divine fist. The way of killing. Engaging in barehanded combat, he challenged, "Let us see whose fist is mightier, yours or my axe." The axe wielded by the bull demon king was a supreme grade divine artifact, weighing over 7,000 pounds, yet in his hands, it seemed no more formidable than a mere twig. However, once unleashed in attack, it could shatter the void itself. Boom! Chen Lin's fist collided violently with the axe. The bull demon immediately felt an overwhelming force surge towards him. Pain shot through his hands, and he nearly lost grip of the colossal axe. Such immense power! The bull demon grew increasingly alarmed as he fought on. He was a late-stage sovereign, the purple-eyed bull demon, and yet here stood an ordinary human, merely a recent breakthrough into the sovereign realm. This was intolerable for him. He could faintly sense that he was at a disadvantage. As a king among demons, the patriarch of the purple-eyed bull demons, he could not allow a human of lesser cultivation to dominate him. In fury, the bull demon swung his axe, unleashing a series of devastating strikes. The void was cleaved open with each swing, creating rifts that exuded a powerful suction. Any nearby human or demon was instantly drawn in, unable to utter a single cry before being torn to shreds by the spatial fissures. The human warriors quickly warned each other to retreat, fall back to the demon's subduing pass. The demons also recognized the impending danger and hastily withdrew. The two combatants resembled titanic deities, and outside the demon subduing pass, chaos reigned across the 10,000 mountains as rocks and trees were obliterated and the ground pockmarked with craters. Countless corpses were consumed by the rifts, shredded into fragments. Even the sky seemed to acknowledge their ferocity, dark clouds gathering ominously, as if a storm were imminent. One wielded a colossal axe, the other brandished his fists. At first glance, the bull-headed figure with a weapon appeared to hold the advantage. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that Chen Lin, a mere human, was overpowering the bull demon. All around, spectators were left in astonishment. The disciples of the Jade Void, celestial sect, and their allied forces were filled with shock and exhilaration. This was the might of their sect. In stark contrast, the opposing forces of the Jade Void celestial sect wore expressions of despair, particularly the Xianxia celestial sect, who were driven to the brink of madness. They had never anticipated Chen Lin to be so formidable at this moment. He had attained the title of sovereign, and with such prowess right after his ascension, it was beyond what any human could achieve. One man could vanquish a nation. No, a single individual is sufficient to bring destruction upon the entire Tianyuan domain. Observe the turmoil beyond the demon suppression pass. Has the slaughter of the leaders and elders of my Xianxia sect been so easily dismissed? Chen Lin, why do you not meet your end? Chen Lin, with an icy demeanor, proclaimed, Neo-Mo, I now extend to you an opportunity. Kneel and surrender, becoming my pet, and I shall spare your life. An eye for an eye, a principle of reciprocity. Did you not wish for me, Chen Lin, to capitulate and shatter the morale of humanity? Thus, I shall have you serve as my pet, undermining the spirits of the demons. Chapter 191, The Slaying of the Bull Demon King. Become a pet? Never. Neo-Mo bellowed in fury. Chen Lin retorted with disdain, stubborn and unyielding, then you may embrace death. Boom! The supreme divine fist, the sacred fist of the immortal path. This was the fourth technique of the fist martial art. Although the supreme divine fist power escalated with each master technique, the profundity of the moves deepened as one advanced. This punch represented the amalgamation of the immortal path and the sacred path, a union of immortal fist and sacred fist belonging to the realm of the immortal sacred fist. After a series of strikes, Neo-Mo's hands were shattered, blood streaming from his palms, and the axe he wielded began to tremble. Boom! Finally, with another blow, Neo-Mo's axe was sent flying, the tremendous force akin to a heavy hammer striking deep into his heart, eliciting a groan and a spurt of blood. His body staggered backward. At that moment, Neo-Mo was shaken, struggling to rise. Just moments ago, he was the exalted leader of the Bull Demon clan, the king of demons, and now he lay half dead from Chen Lin's fist, unable to summon even a fragment of his magical power. Reduced to the state of a defeated hound. For the first time, he felt fear. The sealed demon dynasty suddenly revealed two breaches. The Tianyuan domain had become the starting point for their renewed conquest of the human realm, filled with confidence. It is vital to understand that even at their zenith, humanity was no match for the demon dynasty. They possessed countless demons and fierce beasts, even ancient beasts of legend, endowed with innate racial talents. Humanity was inherently at a disadvantage. Throughout history, only a few emperors had emerged from the human race, capable of suppressing the demon dynasty, yet they could never annihilate them, only managing to seal them away. Now, with breaches in the barrier, an emperor fallen and no new emperor arisen, it was precisely the moment for their assault on the human territories, commencing from the Tianyuan domain. However, from initial probes to this full-scale offensive, they had met with failure each time. Presently, Neo-Mo found himself being mercilessly beaten by a mere human who had just stepped into the ranks of kings. Do not approach me, Neo-Mo pleaded in terror. I am a king of demons. Chen Lin scoffed, the king of demons, such a fearsome title. Alas, before me, you are but a mere wretch. Why do you, the king of demons, Abandon your realm to foolishly trespass upon the territory of my human race. I have slain demon kings before, Chen Lin remarked. The bold demon king retorted, how dare you? The Azura demon king cannot compare to me. I am the supreme among demon kings, while he is merely the lowest. Chen Lin shook his head, replying, do you think there's a distinction in my eyes? You invade my Tianyuan domain and shall meet the same fate. I shall send your head back to the demon empire and inform all demons therein that any who dare invade our realm shall meet your end. You dare, the bold demon king bellowed. Chen Lin scoffed. Do you question my courage? Enough with your prattle. You may die now. In an instant, the Xianxia immortal sword appeared in Chen Lin's grasp, piercing towards the bull demon king. This was the Great Zhou Tian sword technique, a fusion of the Great Zhou Tian star sword technique, the Great Zhou Tian sword drawing technique, the Great Zhou Tian instant kill sword technique, and the Great Zhou Tian destruction sword technique, a sword art transcending the 12th rank. Reaching the level of the Tao, one strike cleaved through the air, far exceeding the ordinary celestial level, attaining the true celestial realm. No, how could mere humans can possibly kill me? I, the bold demon king, shall not perish here, he roared. Suddenly, his entire form transformed into a massive black bull, towering 2 to 3 meters high, with fearsome horns charging directly at Chen Lin. This was the second innate talent of the bull demon clan, barbaric charge. Generally, possessing a single innate talent marks a demon as a high-ranking entity, but to bear a second is to be a king among demons. Akin to the previous Zhu Yan with his 3 talents, enabling him to single-handedly defeat the Gu Jiao and Huidou. The barbaric charge combined with the war trample was even more formidable than the bull demon's axe strikes, arriving in an instant and crashing through anything in its path. Chen Lin had long observed the bull demon king. No demon should be underestimated, especially a king among them, for they have fought their way through countless adversaries to attain their status. Indeed, the seemingly broken bull demon king still possessed this skill and executed a barbaric charge. This time, Chen Lin did not evade the bull demon king. Let us test our strength. He had yet to fully unleash the immense power granted by the second level of a 9 turns mystic art. With legs apart, he met the bull demon king head-on, grasping one of its horns. With a slight exertion, a resounding crack echoed. Down you go. In the next moment, the bull demon was uncontrollably toppled to the ground. The bull demon king was left in a state of shock. The impact of his move was not lost on him. Even the formidable ancient beast, Zhu Yan, renowned for its strength and ranked among the top 10, would not dare to withstand a head-on. Yet, this human not only accepted the challenge, but also audaciously overturned him. What immense power must he possess? In the next moment, the bull demon king was caught off guard. Chen Lin's grip on his horns remained steadfast. With a sudden exertion of force, a resounding crack echoed as he snapped one of the bull demon king's horns. A sharp pang of agony surged through the bull demon king, nearly rendering him unconscious. Strictly speaking, he had already lost consciousness, but Chen Lin was directly atop him, delivering a barrage of powerful blows. 1 fist, 2 fists, and then he succumbed to oblivion. It was only when he felt the chill at his neck that he realized his life had slipped away, witnessing his head severed from his body before darkness enveloped him. He was dead. The bull demon king had perished. The king of demons was no more. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. From the demonic invasion to the emergence of the blood demon, and culminating in the bull demon king's direct involvement, humanity had faced repeated crises, especially during the fierce clash between Chen Lin and the bull demon king, which nearly shattered the demon suppression pass. This formidable structure was constructed through the collective might of the 3 great dynasties of the Tianyuan realm. Upon its completion, the Yushu immortal sect dispatched masters of formations and runes to collaborate with the Xianxia and Luo Fu sects in inscribing runes and establishing formations, rendering it a bastion of indomitable strength, the greatest line of defense against the demons, with a history spanning over 10,000 years, enduring through the ages. Yet at this moment, fissures marred the walls, testament to the ferocity of their battle. With the demon king fallen, the collective resolve surged. Let us annihilate the demons, leaving not a single one alive. Seizing the moment, every human warrior was filled with fervor, brandishing their treasures, unleashing their full combat prowess as they charged towards the demons. Chapter 192, Rewards and Exploitation. Chen Lin was not idle either. He charged toward the Titan giant python. This ancient beast possessed an attack and destructive power surpassing that of even a demon lord, and upon witnessing the death of its master, it went into a frenzy. With a gaping maw and thrashing tail, it crushed all in its path into a gruesome pulp or consumed them whole. This wretched creature sought its demise. The ancient beasts were akin to demonic divine beasts, with human-like physiques and extraordinary innate talents. However, the Titan giant python was ultimately only at the level of transformation. It was no match for Chen Lin. A surge of sword intent cleaved the Titan giant python in two with a single strike. Another swing unleashed a precious bone from its carcass. Each ancient beast harbored a precious bone within, containing an unparalleled divine ability that, once refined, could be mastered by its wielder. Chen Lin collected the precious bone and continued to charge into the fray against the demons. The blood demon, the bull demon king, and the Titan python, the three mightiest of the fiends, have perished. What remains are merely 3 demon generals and 5 demon captains. Coupled with the low morale of the demons, this undoubtedly grants humanity a significant advantage. As the battle commenced, the situation swiftly turned overwhelmingly in favor of humans. Within half a day, the demons retreated, leaving a battlefield strewn with corpses. Among the 3 demon generals and 5 demon captains, 6 fell, leaving only 1 general and 1 captain to escape. The higher-tier demons possessed a crystal core within them, regardless of whether they were generals or captains, as they were all of the creation realm. This crystal core not only holds the capability to concoct elixirs, but also to forge artifacts and enhance one's cultivation, making it more precious than any spiritual elixir. Naturally, the crystal cores from the blood demon and the bull demon king rightfully belonged to Chen Lin. Everyone was diligently clearing the battlefield when Chen Lin suddenly felt a golden ray of light descend from the heavens into his body. It was faint and minuscule, approximately 1/1,000,000th the size of the Merit Golden Wheel. Nevertheless, he clearly recognized it as the Merit Golden Light. It is worth noting that he had cultivated the 9-grade Merit Golden Lotus using this golden light and the secret technique of the 9-grade Golden Lotus, which is a divine ability of the Immortal King level. It could even provide him with sufficient Merit Golden Light to elevate the grade of the 9-grade Merit Golden Lotus once more. Yet, this slender thread of Merit Golden Light was regrettably insufficient. It wouldn't even be enough for him to ascend a single realm. Integrating it into the 9-grade Merit Golden Lotus would be akin to a drop in the ocean. At that moment, Shun Mengxi, Shun Linglong, and Shun Wan approached. Master. First seat, Chen Lin nodded and inquired. Are you all unharmed? Thank you for your concern, Master. I am fine, replied the disciples. Chen Lin turned to Shun Mengxi and remarked, You have performed admirably, living up to the reputation of the greedy wolf battle body at the pinnacle of Tianyuan. However, as you have now become the commander of the Demon Suppression Pass, your cultivation is still somewhat lacking. Allow me to lend you my support. As he spoke, Chen Lin immediately infused the Merit Golden Light he had just acquired into Shun Mengxi's body. Upon the golden light entering her being, Shun Mengxi's cultivation experienced a remarkable enhancement without any adverse effects, instantly reaching the initial stage of harmonization. Thank you, Master, Shun Mengxi exclaimed in delight. This is truly miraculous. My cultivation has risen without me even realizing it. Indeed, it is the Merit Golden Light. How wondrous. Notification. The host has gifted the disciple Shun Mengxi a thread of Merit Golden Light, meeting the conditions for critical strike return. Would you like to trigger a critical strike? Critical strike. Critical strike successful. Reward of 8,000 times critical strike return, acquiring 8,000 threads of Merit Golden Light. Impressive. The current Merit Golden Light is sufficient for him to step into the mid-stage of kinghood. However, Chen Lin chose not to use this vast amount of Merit Golden Light to elevate his cultivation level. Instead, he swiftly integrated it into the 9-grade Merit Golden Lotus. The 9-grade Merit Golden Lotus reminded him of the Fan Tian Seal and the 9-Dragon Divine Fire Cover. Utilizing it could evolve it into a true first-rate innate spiritual treasure. The 9-grade Merit Golden Lotus. The integration of offense and defense is immensely powerful, akin to a quasi-imperial treasure. However, the path to acquiring the Meritus Golden Light is undeniably arduous. Yet, this time, in repelling the invasion of demonic forces, it has seemingly unlocked a door for him, revealing a method to attain the Meritus Golden Light. Coupled with 1,000-fold critical return, he shall never be devoid of this golden radiance in the future. Elevating his cultivation realm is thus a simple endeavor. Let's not forget that he possesses the ability to impart his skills. The recipient of his teachings has already been determined, Shun Mengxi. Only she, having recently been bestowed with a trace of meritorious golden light, is sufficiently equipped to counteract any negative repercussions from the transmission of power. Chen Lin remarked, "You, after all, are not by my side. You are more suited for the battlefield. Now that a breach has been opened between the Tianyuan domain and the demonic realm, it is uncertain when the demons may pour through this rift. Your role is paramount, yet your realm is slightly lacking. Allow me to assist you once more." He sat cross-legged, focusing his mind and channeling the greedy wolf battle technique. Although Shen Mingxi was unaware of Chen Lin's intentions, she complied without hesitation. In the next moment, Chen Lin transmitted a vast amount of magical power towards her, 1,000 years of royal magical energy. As this energy entered her body, the previously infused meritorious golden light reacted. At this juncture, Shen Mingxi faced two choices to directly elevate her strength, wherein the 1,000 years of royal magical energy would suffice to advance her cultivation to the realm of creation, or to refine her physical body entirely, awakening the greedy wolf battle body, though her cultivation would only reach the Dongxian realm. This was made possible by the earlier trace of meritorious golden light, which mitigated any side effects, allowing the imparted magical power to seamlessly merge with her innate energy. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Lin opted for the second approach, prioritizing the complete awakening of the greedy wolf battle body. The greedy wolf star is one of the 3 battle bodies born for combat. Suddenly, a colossal wolf materialized behind Shen Mingxi, unleashing a thunderous roar that echoed across the heavens. As the giant wolf howled at the moon, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a full moon emerged overhead, despite it being daytime. This was the legendary phenomenon of the greedy wolf battle body's awakening, greedy wolf howling at the moon. Immediately, this extraordinary event drew attention. Though the greedy wolf battle body is merely a royal body, its unique essence is undeniable. On the battlefield, it rivals even mid-grade divine bodies, if not surpassing them. Born for combat, for slaughter, and for peace, the manifestation of this phenomenon shook the very heavens and earth. A beam of white light cascaded down from the full moon, enveloping Shen Mingxi. Meanwhile, her cultivation level ascended at an astonishing pace. Early stage of harmonization, mid-stage of harmonization, late stage of harmonization, and finally reaching the pinnacle of harmonization. With a crisp crack, her realm broke through, and her cultivation instantly soared to the God transformation realm. Yet it did not end there. She advanced further into the mid-stage of God transformation, just when everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. An unexpected turn of events caused a sheen of sweat to cover Shen Mingxi's forehead, her complexion turning pale as her body writhed in distress. Chen Lin's expression shifted dramatically, suddenly aware of the repercussions of his own comfort. The surge of spiritual power had overwhelmed Shen Mingxi's soul, which had not kept pace with her rapidly advancing cultivation. Were it not for the mitigating effect of the merit golden light, her soul would have already succumbed to damage. Chen Lin swiftly proclaimed, "I shall now impart to you a technique known as the skeleton visualization method. Commence your visualization practice immediately." In the next moment, a skeletal figure materialized within Shen Mingxi's mind. The skeleton visualization method involves delineating the silhouette of a skeleton in one's consciousness to enhance soul power. Upon acquiring this technique, Shen Mingxi's soul was instantaneously stabilized, her complexion regaining its color as her cultivation continued to ascend, reaching the late stage of transformation and ultimately the pinnacle of transformation, entering the initial stage of the profound void. This rapid progression was remarkable. In a single night, she transcended from the second realm of divine abilities, the celestial gang, to the second realm of longevity, the profound void, a colossal figure in her own right. Achieving the profound void stage placed her among the dominant forces even within the Tianyuan domain, an unparalleled existence. To her, the worldly empires seemed akin to insignificant creatures, hardly worthy of consideration. At this juncture, Shen Mingxi truly embodied the responsibilities of guarding the demon suppression pass. However, her strength alone was insufficient. It remained to be seen whether she could forge an invincible army through her own efforts. The records of the Greedy Wolf Legion were preserved within the Greedy Wolf Battle Scripture. Ding! The host imparts the divine-level soul secret technique, skeleton visualization method, to disciple Shen Mingxi, meeting the conditions for critical return. As the skeleton visualization method is a critical return acquisition, you shall receive an equivalent critical return and obtain the divine-level soul defense artifact, the Azure Blue Ring. This ring was relatively commonplace for Chen Lin. The primary advantage lay in its soul defense. He promptly adorned it upon his hand. Ding! The host imparts the millennial monarch's magical power to the disciple. Does it meet the conditions for critical return? Is it a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful, awarding 70-fold critical return, resulting in 70,000 years of monarch's magical power. Will you accept? Why only 70-fold? System, explain yourself. To Chen Lin's surprise, the system responded. Your physical strength and level of cultivation can only accommodate a maximum of 70,000 years of magical power. Are you certain you wish to risk bodily destruction? Reluctantly, Chen Lin acquiesced. Accepted. Boom. An immense surge of magical power surged into Chen Lin's body. The 9 turns profound art, the innate thunder refinement body technique, and the soul secret techniques, the pagoda visualization method and the skeleton visualization method, began to operate in unison. As the saying goes, children choose one, but adults desire all. Immortal and indestructible, possessing immense strength, the celestial laws were enhanced, and the 3-headed, 6-armed form continued to improve. 70,000 years of magical power may seem substantial. Yet upon allocation, it proved to be quite advantageous, placing him firmly in the mid-stage of the monarch realm. At long last, the consumption of 70,000 units of magical energy has reached its limit. What a remarkable feat of the 9 turns profound art, yielding only half of its potential. If this 70,000 magical energy were bestowed upon an ordinary individual, it would undoubtedly cultivate a being on the verge of becoming an emperor. Yet for Chen Lin, it merely signifies an ascension from the initial phase to the mid-phase of the monarch realm. Master, you have broken through, Chen Lin exclaimed. His breakthrough, fleeting yet palpable, did not escape the keen perception of Chen Linglong and her companions, who were filled with joy. With a slight smile, Chen Lin remarked, mid-phase of the monarch realm. Congratulations. Master, we celebrate your achievement, Chen Linglong responded, her voice brimming with excitement. Chen Lin nodded, assuring her, rest assured, your treasures will not go unrecognized this time. He tossed the crystal core acquired from vanquishing the Bull Demon King towards Chen Linglong, declaring, this core is yours, but remember, it originates from a monarch realm demon. It would be wise not to absorb it directly. Thank you, Master, Chen Linglong replied, elated. With this monarch realm crystal core, she believed her strength would advance significantly in a short span, perhaps even leading her to the 3rd stage of eternal life. This stage is regarded as a pinnacle within the Tai-Xian domain, with the head of the mountain gate and the 4 grand elders all belonging to this esteemed tier. Shen Wan, this bone treasure, belonging to the Titan giant python, is for you, he said, handing the bone treasure to Shen Wan, who was equally delighted. Thank you, head elder. Moreover, this bone treasure, once refined, would grant her a divine ability akin to that of the Titan giant python, specifically its formidable defense, a supreme defensive secret technique known as Titan defense. After refining, while Shen Wan's cultivation level may not have escalated, her defensive capabilities and combat strength saw a substantial increase. Ding! The host has gifted disciple Chen Linglong a monarch realm demon crystal core. It meets the critical hit return conditions. Would you like to trigger a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Reward is an 8,000-fold return, resulting in the acquisition of an immortal-grade elixir, the 7-return fire pill. This elixir amplifies the internal fire within the user's Dantian 7-fold, providing a momentary surge that can elevate their combat prowess 7 times over. Though this burst lasts but an instant, it could decisively alter the course of a life-and-death struggle. Chen Lin estimated that upon encountering the Bull Demon King once more, it would not necessitate a series of strikes to disarm him. A single blow would suffice to vanquish the foe. However, it would only yield the strength of 1 punch. The elixir posed no adverse effects, serving as a reliable trump card, though as an immortal pill, its potency felt somewhat lacking. Ding! The host has gifted disciple Shen won a bone treasure from the ancient demon beast, the Titan giant python. It meets the critical hit return conditions. Would you like to trigger a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Reward is a 5,000-fold return, resulting in the acquisition of an immortal-grade material. The True Dragon's Tooth. An immortal treasure. It is indeed an immortal treasure. Such artifacts can be utilized to forge celestial weapons. However, his skills in artifact forging were somewhat lacking, let alone creating celestial artifacts. It would be fortunate if he did not completely ruin them. Fortunately, he did not intend to use them for forging. Instead, he planned to integrate them into the Ziyun sword. The Xian sword is a top-tier celestial artifact, and if the true dragon's tooth were to be melded into it, it could at least reach the level of a supreme celestial artifact. Most importantly, the crafting of celestial artifacts requires an exceptionally high level of skill, yet the integration of the true dragon's tooth could be managed by a master craftsman of lesser quality. Boom! At that moment, a sudden and violent explosion erupted, followed by the ground beginning to tremble as if a cataclysmic earthquake of magnitude 12 had occurred. Chen Lin furrowed his brow and employed the Emperor's Qi observation technique, looking up in astonishment, exclaiming, "What a tremendous force of demonic power!" What? Demonic power? Chen Lin's words were overheard by those nearby, who were instantly struck with alarm. Could it be that demons were invading once again? They had just endured a fierce battle and were utterly exhausted. Another invasion would surely lead to their demise, either by the hands of the demons or through sheer exhaustion. Although there had been no official tally of casualties, rough estimates had begun to circulate. On the side of the demons, one demon king had perished, alongside an ancient demonic beast. The summoned blood demon had also fallen, as well as 3 demon commanders, 5 demon generals, 27 demonic beings of the longevity realm. Over 30,000 high-ranking demons, and more than 150,000 low-ranking demons, the battlefield littered with corpses, akin to a hell on earth. On the human side, thanks to Chen Lin's presence, 2 powerful beings of the longevity realm had died, while over 500 from the divine ability realm had perished. The majority of casualties were from the Foundation establishment stage, primarily soldiers from the 3 great empires, amounting to over 100,000 lives lost. This battle had left countless families shattered, with parents losing sons and children losing fathers. Such is the nature of war. Such is the reality of invasion. Chapter 194, The Shocked Chen Lin. Chen Lin shook his head, stating, "No, there are no demons breaching into the Taishan realm through the fissure. There must be other gaps." This was a prospect no one wished to confront. The 2 existing breaches had already stretched their defenses thin, and the thought of another gap was daunting. An additional breach would necessitate the division of forces for protection. Should an invasion occur, their resistance would be weakened. Although the demonic empire is said to be sealed within the 10,000 mountains, those mountains are vast and boundless. Coupled with the periphery, they occupy 1/3 of the entire Tianyuan world. Even the heart of the demonic empire is not smaller than the Taishan realm. Concealed within for millions of years, the 9 great realms united had only managed to contend with the demonic empire, and now they faced merely a small Taishan realm. If the demonic empire were to launch a full-scale assault, could they truly withstand it? Over 100,000 demons could be cast away at will, their blood summoned to call forth blood demons. A few more episodes like this, and who can endure? Chen Lin continued to shake his head. That direction should be Xianxia Mountain. Xianxia Mountain, Xianxia sect. Could it be? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Could it be that an unexpected incident has occurred at Suqing Mountain? Just now, I received word that during the demonic invasion of our Taishan domain, it was not merely a single demon king that emerged, but 2. One of these demon kings, accompanied by several demons, has launched an assault on Suqing Immortal Gate, which is currently under siege. The mountain gate of Suqing Immortal Gate has been breached, the formidable power of the gate's protectors has been vanquished, and the fate of Suqing Immortal Gate is sealed. What? No. Quickly. Where are the disciples of Suqing Immortal Gate? Return with me immediately to rescue the gate. Upon hearing this news, the first to be engulfed in anxiety were the members of Suqing Immortal Gate, their hearts heavy with despair. They could scarcely believe the calamity that had befallen them. The gate has been shattered, and its protectors slain. It was beyond their comprehension. Meanwhile, other factions remained conspicuously inactive. Ordinarily, one would expect assistance to flow from all directions in times of distress. However, Suqing Immortal Gate has unfortunately set a dreadful precedent. The intrusion faced by Yusu Immortal Gate has prompted not only a lack of support, but also a decree forbidding any aid to be rendered to them. Initially, even the Demon Suppression Pass offered no assistance. Only later, when compelled by circumstance, did they opt to intervene, albeit with ulterior motives towards Yusu Immortal Gate. The ferocity of the demons, particularly the might of the Demon King, was evident to all present. Had it not been for Chen Lin's intervention, their fate would have been sealed. Observing the hurried return of Suqing Immortal Gate's members, others began to speculate. What, I wonder, is the strategy of the Demon Dynasty in sending a Demon King to assault Suqing Immortal Gate? It is not difficult to deduce. The death of the gate's leader has left them leaderless, presenting the perfect opportunity for an attack. Someone interjected, Indeed, the leader is deceased, and no successor has yet emerged. With the elder Xianguang, the head of affairs, and the esteemed figures of the Mao Mountain Talisman lineage, Su Santong, and the pure Yang Sword lineage, Qi Haoyan, all perished, it truly is a time of chaos and disarray. If not now, when should they strike? This led Chen Lin to reflect upon the earlier conjecture of Master Su Yuan. The breach outside Yusu Immortal Gate may indeed have been orchestrated by human hands. If so, the strength of the orchestrator must be formidable, a feat Chen Lin believed himself incapable of. Upon opening his attribute panel, Chen Lin discovered that his combat ranking had not improved at all. Host, Chen Lin. Constitution, supreme immortal body, ascendant form, not of the innate, ultimately deemed worthless. Realm, 9th realm of martial arts, mid-stage of the King S realm, 6th in combat strength among the human race of Tianyuan continent. Mid-stage, a complete elevation in realm, yet his ranking had not shifted in the slightest. Secondary professions, royal grade alchemist, royal grade formation master, 8th grade artifact master, 8th grade talisman master, 8th grade rune master, 9th grade immortal physician, 8th grade poison physician, and so forth. Technique, 9 transformations of mystic arts, one of the supreme techniques ranked among the top 10 in all realms. Mastering the initial stage of the 4th layer grants the ability to wield derived divine powers, an immortal and indestructible body, the capacity to manifest the heavens and earth, boundless strength, and the prowess of 3 heads and 6 arms. Technique, innate thunder body refinement, having cultivated the primordial posture, primordial fist strength, blood exchange method, thunder ingress. Thunder body refinement, true thunder form, true thunder technique, control of thunder, utilizing medicinal baths, and practicing the U-step. Divine powers, the first 4 forms of the supreme divine fist, great sage spirit technique, 1 Qi transforming into 3 purities, imperial Qi observation technique, spirit communication technique. Jade, clear divine thunder, mystic turtle technique, tower visualization method, skeleton visualization method, 10,000 swords returning to the sect, great circulation stellar sword technique, great circulation sword drawing technique, great circulation destruction sword technique, great circulation instant kill sword technique, close yet distant, lunar divine fire, solar divine fire. Formation, 5/10 Remen array of the wind howl formation. Treasure, innate fire banana fan, 4 directions refinement hell cauldron, purple cloud set, overlord bow. Appearance, ranked among the top 10 in the Tianyuan World. Title, Purple Robe, Sword King. A rather unimpressive title, lacking the potency of the previous Purple Robe, Sword Immortal. This feels like a dimensional strike. However, it does signify the attainment of a royal title, though it remains unclear who acquired the title of Purple Robe Sword King. Observing his faction's ranking, Chen Lin increasingly sensed the complexity of the situation. The previous ranking was merely a ranking, but the addition of the words human race ranking indicates that this list excludes the demon and monster dynasties, as well as other races and factions. Especially in light of the prior proclamation by the Bull Demon King, you humans are the invaders. A meticulous analysis of the former Yushu Immortal Gate and the current Xianxia Immortal Gate reveals an unsettling possibility of an invisible hand orchestrating these events, directing the demon and monster dynasty while plotting against the human race. The consensus among the crowd clearly aligns with this notion. The Xianxia Immortal Gate, in disarray, present an opportune moment for attack. Yet, a question arises. How did the demons come to know of Xianxia Immortal Gate's disarray? Historically, the Taishan domain has been separated from the demon and monster dynasty by the perilous 10,000 Great Mountains. Few can traverse those treacherous paths. Indeed, the demons have chosen their timing with remarkable precision, launching their assault on Xianxia Immortal Gate concurrently with their attack on the Demon Suppression Pass. Furthermore, the formidable array surrounding Xianxia Immortal Gate is no trivial matter. It is said to have evolved from the 2 instruments Clear and Subtle Grand Array. Not even a king, let alone a quasi-emperor, could breach it unless there were traitors within the Xianxia Immortal Gate. Traitors? Surely no one would stoop to such treachery. Chen Lin furrowed his brow, absorbing the discussions around him, his expression growing increasingly grave. For the first time, he felt a profound sense of shock, as though an invisible hand were manipulating all these events. From whence does this hand originate? From a force unknown to him within the Tianyuan world, or from other realms altogether? In the realm of Taishan, though it does not hold the esteemed position of being the foremost territory, it nonetheless ranks impressively as the 2nd or 3rd, excluding the central domain. Is it possible that a certain force has finally emerged? Chapter 195. The Downfall of the Xianxia Immortal Sect. Master, what should we do now? Inquired Chen Lin. Chen Lin replied, You shall return to the mountain with the Elder of the Sword, while I pay a visit to the Xianxia Immortal Sect. At that moment, within the Xianxia Immortal Sect, the great formation lay shattered, leaving devastation in its wake. The sole king-level powerhouse had fallen at the front lines, his head gripped by the Demon King, emanating an aura of icy coldness and a murderous intent that swept through the air like a divine being, looking down upon mortals with disdain. Listen well, people of the Xianxia Immortal Sect, I offer you one last opportunity. Surrender to the demons or face death. The king-level powerhouse of the Xianxia Immortal Sect was none other than the former sect leader, Xianxia, known as the Seven Cultivation King. He wielded a set of 7 legendary swords, each corresponding to the 7 fundamental attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang, which he had fortuitously acquired in his youth. Unlike his predecessors, who sought immortality, he chose to cultivate the path of the sword. Yet, he stood as the lowest in cultivation among the 6 realms of ascension. However, at this moment, he was effortlessly subdued, his head severed with ease. The Demon King possessed an otherworldly appearance. Though he was male, he exuded an allure reminiscent of a captivating beauty, each gesture and smile drawing forth irresistible temptation. This figure was the 9-tailed red fox, inherently enchanting. Behind him stood 3 of the 36 demon commanders, each a late-stage or even peak transformation realm demon, all gifted with extraordinary talents and formidable combat prowess. In the Xianxia Immortal Sect, with their king slain, only 2 initial stage elders remained to face 4 unparalleled demons. Akin to a small fishing boat amidst the vast sea, perilously close to capsizing. Ha! You wish us to surrender? The disciples of the Xianxia Immortal Sect are not like that traitor Lu Zhuan. Even in death, we shall not yield. Lu Zhuan, how could you betray the Xianxia Immortal Sect after all we have done for you? You are nothing but a scoundrel. Lu Zhuan replied coldly, I am not a traitor, for I have never been of the human race. As he spoke, a sudden transformation overtook him, his skin turning a deep blue, as if he had morphed into a monstrous figure. He revealed himself to be a blue demon, a remarkable entity from the demon dynasty. Grotesque in appearance, yet capable of assuming any form, regardless of gender. Paths diverge. We cannot conspire together. He is indeed a demon. So the notion of being a spy is unfounded. Lu Zhuan continued, Centuries ago, Lu Zhuan, ventured into the Taishan domain and joined the Xianxia sect. Awaiting this very day, if blame is to be assigned, it rests upon your Xianxia sect for your arrogance and disdain, particularly as the Yusu sect has produced an unparalleled prodigy. You have provoked them, resulting in the death of your sect leader, 3 of your foremost elders, and even an esteemed elder, thus allowing His Highness, the Red Fox, to seize the opportunity to annihilate your Xianxia sect. Our esteemed Red Fox has proclaimed that should you choose to serve as his vassals, your lives may be spared. Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate as the Swordwing King. Your arrogance and disdain have undoubtedly pierced the hearts of all present like a dagger. They fell silent. Could it be that they truly had been so? Gudan bellowed, Demons, abandon your futile hopes. The Xianxia sect shall see its members die in battle, never surrender. If you wish to obliterate us, you shall not find it so easy. Once the other sects respond and come to our aid, it will be your demise. Do not forget, this is the Taishan domain of the human race. The Red Fox King's expression changed in an instant, a cold, murderous intent crystallizing. His words served as a stark reminder. Indeed, this is the Taishan domain, a territory belonging to humanity. A swift resolution is imperative. The Red Fox King shook his head. Alas, I had no intention of spilling more blood, yet you fail to cherish your lives. Thus, do not blame me for unleashing a massacre. Black Tiger, Demon Commander, Terrifying Demon Commander, Dragon Scale Demon Commander, annihilate them. No one is to escape. Yes. The 3 great demon commanders lunged toward the Xianxia sect. The carnage persisted, death continued, and the wails of the dying echoed. The members of the Xianxia sect were no match for the 3 great demon commanders, despite their desperate attempts to organize formations for defense. With their mountain gate breached and their king slain, their morale had long since evaporated. The Xianxia sect, once revered, now faced utter destruction. Flee. At this moment, many chose this path. Everyone charged together. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not worry about firewood. Only by surviving can we preserve the ember of the Xianxia sect. Yes, let us charge together. Someone shouted. The previously disheartened crowd rekindled their spirit. To remain is to face certain death. Fleeing offered a glimmer of hope. Gudan and the elder members of the sect, having devoted hundreds of years to the sect, regarded it as their home. With their sanctuary destroyed and disciples fleeing, they were nearly driven to madness. They roared, "Come back! No one is to escape. Defend against the enemy." Yuan Tianshan sighed, "Brother Gu, let it be. Allow them to go. At this juncture, is it truly useful to force them to stay?" Gudan sighed deeply. "Very well. Let them save themselves. Let those who can escape do so." The flames of war raged on. As the three great demon commanders began their harvest, the Red Fox King oversaw the battle, and Lu Zhuan joined the fray. Lu Zhuan, the head of the sect, wielded the formidable power typically reserved for those at the transformation stage, despite being one of the four elder administrators, known as the Law Elder and the Transformation Elder. In a fierce display, he charged first towards the Sword Elder, one of the four esteemed administrators. Each of the four elders, without hierarchy, governed distinct realms. The Sword Elder represented martial prowess, the Mountain Guardian Elder embodied protective strength, the Law Elder upheld the order of the Celestial Sect, and the Transmission Elder managed the disciples of the sect. Traditionally, the Sword Elder, being the strongest, naturally assumed the position of the foremost among the four elders. Lu Zhuan sought him out specifically, yet the Sword Elder merely stood at the pinnacle of the cave profound realm, proving no match for Lu Zhuan. With arrogance, Lu Zhuan taunted Zhang Qingxian, "Today is your day of reckoning." To which Zhang Qingxian retorted angrily, "Lu Zhuan, you demon, I shall end you today." Lu Zhuan laughed dismissively. "Can you truly kill me? You, like a mere domestic fowl or a mutt, believe you have kept me at bay all these years? It has only been my indulgence." At this moment, the three leading figures, Gudan, Yuan Tianshan, and Gongsun Long, found themselves entangled with three formidable demon leaders. Countless disciples fled in panic. The Red Fox King, observing the scattering crowd from a high vantage point, let out a cold snort and waved a hand. Countless fine, hair-like needles shot forth, striking down the fleeing individuals. The air was filled with piercing cries of agony as many fell from the void, suffering grievous injuries and fatalities. "Thinking of escaping? Have you consulted me?" The Red Fox King declared. "As I have stated, surrender or face death. None shall flee." Chapter 196, The Red Fox King. The Xianxia sect is doomed. Soon, Gudan perished, Yuan Tianshan fell, and Gongsun Long met his end. The Sword Elder was slain, and the Mountain Guardian Elder also fell. Countless elders and disciples succumbed. To escape, one must first confront the Red Fox King. Hundreds of miles away, the Transmission Elder, accompanied by over 100 disciples, halted in their tracks, witnessing the carnage unfolding within the Xianxia sect. 5 supreme beings slaughtered the sect's disciples. Bodies lay strewn, blood flowed, and flames blazed. The stench of death permeated the entire sect. The head of the king of Sealing hung high, casting a shadow of hesitation and fear over him. He realized that the disciples he had brought to the demon suppression pass were all ordinary, lacking even a single true disciple, for from the outset, the Xianxia sect had never intended to genuinely support the demon suppression pass. Who could have anticipated that demons would invade the Xianxia sect, sparing them from calamity? A disciple ventured, "Elder, shall we return?" The Transmission Elder shook his head. "There is no returning. The sect is finished. You must flee for your lives. Henceforth, the Xianxia sect shall cease to exist." A wave of sorrow swept over everyone present. Dispersed, the Transmission Elder seemed to age decades in an instant. "Elder, we are leaving. What shall become of you?" A disciple inquired. The Elder of Transmission gazed resolutely towards the direction of the Xianxia sect, declaring, "You need not concern yourselves with me. While the demons remain unaware of your presence, you must depart at once." The disciples understood that returning to the mountain gate would be tantamount to seeking their own demise. Hence, they hastily fled into the mundane world, banding together in groups of 3 or 5. Soon, only the Elder remained in place, observing the retreating figures of his disciples. He gritted his teeth and murmured, "Xianxia sect, I, Cheng Wenju, vow to share your fate. Await my arrival." With that, he charged towards the Xianxia sect. However, as he surged forward, it was as though he had collided with an impenetrable wall, leaving him momentarily dazed. Undeterred, the Elder charged again, this time with determination. Yet he encountered the same invisible barrier. Cheng Wenju's expression turned grave as he spoke solemnly. Which esteemed predecessor plays tricks on me? It is I, came the response from Chen Lin. Cheng Wenju's countenance shifted dramatically. The purple-clad sword king. Chen Lin, what is your intention? Please step aside. Chen Lin shook his head. I halt you out of respect for your unwavering resolve to perish for the Xianxia sect. At this juncture, you choose not to flee, but to embrace the fate of the sect. Are you certain you wish to court death? Cheng Wenju clenched his jaw and replied, I am an orphan. I joined the Xianxia sect at the tender age of 7, and now, over 3 centuries later, it is my home. Without the Xianxia sect, I have no home. What is the point of living? Rather than languishing in despair, I would prefer to share the fate of the sect. Purple-clad Sword King, I am aware of your formidable prowess. The Blood Demon and the Demon King fell by your hand beyond the Demon Suppression Pass. You surely possess the strength to save the Xianxia sect, yet I also understand that given our enmity, you would relish in our downfall. How could you possibly come to our aid? Chen Lin retorted brusquely, who says I am unwilling to save the Xianxia sect. Otherwise, why would I be here? Your strength is insufficient. Return and leave the rescue of the Xianxia sect to me. With that, he swiftly made his way towards the sect. Cheng Wenju stood there, bewildered, incredulous. Could I misjudge him? Will he truly come to our rescue? A few minutes later, Chen Lin arrived at the gates of the sect. Through the Heavenly Emperor's insight technique, the entirety of the Xianxia sect lay before him. The scene was one of utter devastation. Debris and remnants littered the ground, corpses strewn about. The sect thoroughly annihilated, flames raging uncontrollably. 5 figures within the sect caught Chen Lin's attention. 5 demons. You shall pay for your deeds. He thundered in fury. It was evident that the destruction of the Xianxia sect was wrought by these 5 malevolent beings. Ah, another human who does not grasp the gravity of the situation. And a king-level warrior at that. The head of the esteemed Wang Lao, ancestor of the Xianxia immortal sect, still hung in the heavens. And now another adversary appeared. Perfect. Whether to slay 1 or 2 mattered not. Death was death. The Red Fox King emitted an otherworldly grin. With a mere flick of his wrist, a crimson divine sword materialized in his grasp and lunged towards Chen Lin. Chen Lin scoffed. You wish to compare swordsmanship with me? The demon clan, endowed by nature, typically executed their formidable techniques in conjunction with their innate talents, resulting in unparalleled power, primarily manifested through grandiose weaponry. Swords, however, were a rarity. Yet the Red Fox King was an anomaly. By chance, he had acquired a divine sword technique, and through years of cultivation, he had honed it to an extraordinary level. As the sword technique unfolded, layers of sword shadows swiftly enveloped Chen Lin. The previous Sword Wing King, Yang Gu, had perished beneath his blade. Thus one could only imagine the heights of his swordsmanship. The moment Chen Lin engaged him, his expression turned grave. This seemingly ordinary demon was indeed a master of the sword. The Black Tiger Demon General derided, a human sovereign. Our Red Fox Prince was once hailed as one of the 5 sword spirits of the central domain. This was the Taishan domain. And you are unaware of the significance of the 5 sword spirits. These were the 5 individuals of unparalleled swordsmanship in the central domain, known as the Sword Immortal, Sword Deity, Sword Demon, Sword Saint, and Sword Spirit. Now you should comprehend the prowess of our Red Fox Prince. The Red Fox King, born with 9 tails, possessed extraordinary intelligence and learned swiftly in all endeavors. Moreover, whether male or female, their beauty was striking, and they pursued excellence in all activities. To master the sword, he ventured into the central domain, challenging the finest sword masters to attain his current level of skill. Initially, Chen Lin held him in contempt, questioning the swordsmanship of a mere demon. Yet, as their duel unfolded, he realized his error. The Red Fox King was indeed formidable. With a sword in hand, he surprisingly matched Chen Lin's prowess. Unbeknownst to Chen Lin, while he was astonished, the Red Fox King was equally taken aback. He was aware of his own swordsmanship, not quite invincible, yet certainly unmatched by many. In facing Chen Lin, however, he felt an unexpected sense of inadequacy. The opponent's sword technique was profound and replete with lethal intent, and he sensed that the other had yet to reveal the full extent of his abilities. Should that occur, his defeat would be inevitable. With a smile, Chen Lin remarked, "Indeed, quite impressive, but merely so. Unfortunately for you, Red Fox King, you should not have ventured into the Taishan domain." Chapter 197. There truly is a traitor. Let us continue our duel. Receive this strike of mine. Having gained a clearer understanding of the Red Fox King's swordsmanship, Chen Lin assessed it to be slightly superior to that of the so-called foremost sword immortal of the Taishan domain, by Mei, though he was uncertain how it compared to his own master. Regardless, he believed he surpassed them all. At this point, Chen Lin had no intention of holding back. The essence of his sword surged forth. A single stroke of the sword, indeed, embodies the transcendent technique of the one chi transforms into 3 clears. In an instant, 3 figures lunged toward the Red Fox King. The moment the sword technique was unleashed, the Red Fox King perceived the chilling breath of death. He had ventured into the central domain, challenging numerous swordsmanship masters, even formidable beings such as sword immortals, sword gods, sword saints, and sword demons had only managed to instill a similar sense of pressure within him. Yet, while pressure was merely a sensation, the swordplay he faced was entirely incomparable to this singular strike. One chi transforms into 3 clears was a pinnacle of celestial mastery, derived from the supreme secret art of the same name. Even a fraction of its might surpassed the ordinary celestial techniques. Within the realm of celestial mastery, it was surely among the top 3. With one sword manifesting 3 figures, the power surged 9-fold, akin to confronting 9 adversaries simultaneously. The Red Fox King realized too late that he could not withstand this strike. With a thunderous roar, the Red Fox King instantly transformed into his true form, a 9-tailed red fox, its 9 tails sweeping toward Chen Lin with fierce intent. What I take you for? A mere 9-tailed fox. No wonder you exhibit such arrogance. The 9-tailed fox, a royal of the Fox clan, possessed tails that each contained distinct magical powers and divine abilities. With the augmentation of its 9 tails, it was undoubtedly a divine beast, comparable to the previously encountered purple-eyed bull demon king. Moreover, its tails were not merely symbolic. They could be wielded as weapons of unparalleled might. At that moment, the Red Fox King wielded its 9 tails as swords, launching a ferocious assault toward Chen Lin. Alas, each tail executed the identical sword technique. Chen Lin shook his head and remarked, "Such extraordinary talent, yet poorly utilized. Do you truly believe you can withstand my one chi transforms into 3 clears?" With a resounding strike, the sword pierced the Red Fox King's form. Blood gushed forth as he emitted a desolate, cold laugh. Suddenly, one of his tails fell away, and he transformed into a fleeting red shadow, darting away in a desperate bid for survival. In severing his tail, he sought to escape. Chen Lin furrowed his brow, realizing it was too late to pursue. Consider yourself fortunate to have escaped this time, but next, luck may not favor you. As he spoke, Chen Lin turned his attention to the other 4 demons. The 4 great demons were utterly terrified. Just moments ago, they were brimming with confidence, believing the Red Fox King would vanquish Chen Lin. Now, witnessing the king's grievous injuries and desperate flight, they faced the looming presence of the human sovereign. Flee, scatter, and escape. Who lives and who dies is left to fate. The 4 demons promptly dashed in different directions. Chen Lin's brow furrowed once more. Invoking the technique, one chi transforms into 3. The swordsmanship reached its zenith. Once the attack's manifestations dissipated, they would cease, but if not attacking, the manifestations could endure for a fleeting 20 seconds. Regrettably, it was not the true supreme art of one chi transforms into 3, for otherwise he could have embodied 3 true forms. Nevertheless, slaying the demons was more than sufficient. The 3 formidable demons barely had the chance to emit a cry before being vanquished by Chen Lin's sword. Each strike imbued with the essence of the jade, clear divine thunder, reducing their corpses to mere ashes in the wake of a singular lightning bolt. The last among them was Lu Jun, who fled in the direction of Elder Cheng Wenjiu, the transmission elder. After a few desperate leaps, he found himself before Cheng Wenjiu. Overjoyed, Lu Jun bellowed, "Senior brother, I am being pursued. Please save me." "Calm yourself, junior brother," Cheng Wenjiu replied hastily. "I shall come to your aid. Those vile demons have wrought destruction upon our Xianxia sect, and I, Cheng Wenjiu, will not let this stand." With fierce determination, he charged forth, fueled by a potent desire for vengeance. Lu Jun pointed behind him, exclaiming, "It is him. He has come to annihilate our sect, and I have witnessed several esteemed leaders fall by his hand." Cheng Wenjiu furrowed his brow as he followed Lu Jun's finger. "Is that not Chen Lin?" he pondered. Chen Lin was known for his slaughter of the Xianxia sect, a fact that seemed implausible. As the violet-robed sword king, it was inconceivable that he would conspire with demons. The deaths of the blood demon and the bull demon king were attributed to his blade. If he truly were in league with the demons, the demon suppression pass would have been breached long ago. He could have simply stood by and let the chaos unfold without anyone suspecting him. The only explanation that made sense was his deep-seated enmity with the Xianxia sect. This train of thought led Chen Lin to recall the analysis shared among his peers at the demon suppression pass. The grand formation surrounding the Xianxia sect was exceedingly complex. For anyone to breach, it would be nearly impossible without an insider's assistance. With Lu Zhuan's appearance here and his accusations against Chen Lin, the identity of the traitor became glaringly apparent. Chen Lin harbored a deeper loathing for traitors than for the demons themselves. Without a traitor, the Xianxia sect would not have fallen so easily, and the demons would not have targeted them. All traitors must perish. Chen Lin drew his weapon and swiftly turned to thrust his sword towards Lu Zhuan. At that moment, Lu Zhuan wore a smug expression, believing he could escape, while Chen Lin intercepted Chen Lin. He had never anticipated that Chen Lin would pursue him first. Cursed be this fate, he thought, realizing that he must have been perceived as the traitor. Little did Lu Zhuan know, Chen Lin was not the first to hunt him down. Rather, he had obliterated 3 others before turning his attention to him. Yet in the next instant, a sword pierced through his very being. Looking down in disbelief at the blade protruding from his abdomen, he turned to Chen Lin, utterly bewildered. "Senior brother, why do you wish to kill me?" With a chilling resolve, Chen Lin replied, "Because you deserve death, you traitor. Do you still attempt to deceive me at this juncture?" "Traitor," Lu Zhuan managed a bitter smile. "How did you uncover my identity?" Chen Lin scoffed. "You were so naive as to not recognize that even Lord Chen Lin could be a potential demon spy. Anyone could be in league with the demons, except for him. If he is not a traitor, then it must be you." "Lu Zhuan, I have always abhorred traitors. Do you not feel the weight of your betrayal upon your heart?" Lu Zhuan lamented, "I am not a spy. I am not a spy, for I am a demon." As he spoke, his true form revealed itself. He was a blue demon. "You are indeed a demon," Chen Lin roared, drawing a sword from Lu Zhuan's body and severing his head in one swift stroke. "You shall perish." Chen Lin, who had just arrived, witnessed this scene but chose not to intervene. Instead, he turned back. The Xianxia immortal sect had met its demise. Yet the treasures of the entire sect could not be overlooked. 3 days had passed since the invasion of the demons. Chen Lin had recently returned to the mountain gate. Surveying the aftermath, gazing through the layers of void at the 2 significant breaches, he felt an unprecedented weight upon his heart. Each breach was guarded by formidable warriors. Yet all were aware that if these gaps remained unsealed, the demons would continue to invade. Although the previous incursions appeared perilous, Chen Lin understood that they were mere probing attacks. Chapter 198, Gathering of the 7 Kings. The demon dynasty possessed power sufficient to rival the 9 domains human races. From the intelligence acquired from the Golden Eagle demon commander, Chen Lin learned that within the demon dynasty resided a demon emperor, 2 demon saints for demon kings, 36 celestial demon commanders, and 72 earthly demon generals. Additionally, countless demons at the creation stage awaited their turn to ascend to the ranks of commander or general. Should a commander or general fall, another would swiftly take their place. Moreover, there were some formidable demon kings who acted on their own accord. The demons swept across the Taishan domain, and a great battle was inevitable. Thousands of years prior, the 9 great sects and ancient clans united against the demons, forming an alliance of offense and defense. This time, Chen Lin's formidable rise instilled fear throughout the Taishan domain. The Yusu immortal sect and the 2 reigning kings stood unparalleled, and with the annihilation of the Xianxia immortal sect, all factions shared a common enemy. A single misstep could lead to their downfall. In such dire circumstances, there existed but one solution: unity, with the Yusu immortal sect as the esteemed leader. When calamity struck the Taishan domain, after much deliberation, all factions reached a momentous decision: to seek aid from the other 8 great domains and the ancient clans of the central region. Within the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, a dynasty formed by demons convened within a colossal palace. Countless high-ranking demons gathered here. If Chen Lin were present, he would be astonished to discover that every single demon in attendance was a demon king, with even those at the creation stage relegated to standing guard outside. There was no place for them within these hallowed walls. The atmosphere was eerie, with a total of 7 individuals radiating an astonishing aura, rivaling that of the Bull Demon King and the Red Fox King. Notably, the Red Fox King was among them. At this moment, the Red Fox King appeared unscathed as he rose to speak. "In this battle, we have been thoroughly defeated. The Bull Demon King is dead, and the Azura King has also perished." A remarkable sovereign has emerged among the human race of the Tai-Xian domain. I propose we delay our invasion of the Tai-Xian domain. Another demon king scoffed. What? Has our Red Fox King returned from the Tai-Xian domain in fear? Afraid of a human sovereign? You should refrain from claiming to be one of the demon kings of our dynasty, lest you become the subject of ridicule. Clearly, the title of the 4 great demon kings is an external designation. There are more than 4 demon kings present, not to mention the fallen Azura King and Bull Demon King. The demon king mocking the Red Fox King was a true fiend, known as the Fire Demon King. The 4 great demon kings are titles of honor, bestowing privileges upon those who possess them, while those who do not naturally harbor resentment. The Red Fox King retorted, "If you're unafraid, then go ahead. Take 100,000 demons with you, and see if you, too, do not end up like the Bull Demon King and the Azura King, having your head severed and returned to our demon dynasty." "I will go." The Fire Demon King seethed, "But let me clarify. I, the Fire Demon King, will never lose my head. Enough of the bickering." At that moment, another demon king stepped forward. "During this battle, I observed through the breach. This human sovereign is indeed formidable. None among us here may stand as his equal, unless the 2 esteemed demon saints intervene. However, the esteemed demon saints are currently in seclusion, and to require their intervention for an incursion into a mere Tai-Xian domain would be a blow to our pride. A 1,000,000-strong army, even summoning the blood demon, has been vanquished. This human sovereign must not be underestimated." The Red Fox King nodded in agreement. "The Dragon King speaks true. I have personally clashed with him and found myself lacking." The Dragon King, unlike the Fire Demon King, was one of the 4 great demon kings, with a noble status and formidable strength. Upon hearing the Red Fox King's words, the Dragon King's brow furrowed. He understood the Red Fox King's prowess. Not only was he powerful, but he was also arrogant and dismissive. For him, to concede indicates that the strength of the opponent is indeed worthy of caution. Soon, the Dragon King devised a plan. He snorted, "What a lack of insight." Thousands of years ago, before the last human emperor fell, layers of seals were laid to confine us deep within the 10,000 mountains. After millennia, we have finally found a fissure connecting to the human realm. If we do not seize this opportunity to invade the Tai-Xian domain, once the human powerhouses realize what is happening and reseal the breach, we may never return to the human realm. Our previous defeat is inconsequential. We underestimated our foe, not anticipating that such a minor domain could thwart our advance. This time, we cannot afford another failure. It has been said that none of our kings can rival this human sovereign, but what if we 7 kings unite? United, we would be unprecedented, capable of sweeping across the entire Tai-Xian domain. When the time comes, the 7 kings shall act, undoubtedly compelling this so-called human monarch to kneel and beg for mercy. However, I propose we subdue this individual, turning him into our slave. After all, even if we occupy the Tai-Xian domain, we cannot annihilate the entire human race. We must support a puppet to govern these humans on our behalf. Indeed, this proposal holds merit. United, the 7 kings shall not fear his refusal to surrender. Should he remain obstinate, we can always find another ruler to bring him to heel. Swiftly, the 7 demon kings began to formulate their strategic approach. 2 of the demon sages retreated into seclusion, while the demon emperor, a mere youth, was hardly regarded by them. Since the fall of the previous demon emperor, they had supported a new one to ascend the throne, with the 2 sages managing the demon empire in their absence, leaving the affairs to the council of 9 kings. With 2 now deceased, only 7 remained, sufficient to suppress all opposition. The Dragon King remarked, "Last time, we caught them off guard, turning 1,000,000 troops into blood demons. This time, let us not settle for less than 5,000,000. The Red Fox King furrowed his brow, objecting, "That is unwise. Though they belong to the lower ranks of demons, they are still our kin. I cannot forsake them." Others among the demon kings echoed his dissent. The Dragon King conceded, "Very well, let's abandon that notion." The Azura King accepted this, yet lamented the loss of the Bull Demon King, of the purple-eyed Bull Demon clan, born for battle. Surely, none present could claim to guarantee victory against him, yet he fell to a human monarch. This vendetta must be avenged. However, it serves as a lesson for us all. Arrogance and disdain lead to downfall. This incident is a profound lesson. I know the Bull Demon King possessed strength, yet his hubris proved fatal. The assembly nodded in agreement, recognizing the gravity of their own fates. One misstep could lead to a cascade of errors, with the ultimate price being their lives. Chapter 199. The Celestial Gate also holds traitors. Yushu, Celestial Gate, 3 Pure Hall. Chen Lin sought out Su Yuan. In response to Chen Lin's arrival, Su Yuan extended due respect. For Chen Lin was not merely the head of Tianyuan Mountain, but also a revered king, the purple-robed sword king, who had saved them from the demon invasion. Su Yuan inquired, "Junior brother Chen, what brings you to me?" Chen Lin replied, "Master brother, are you aware of how the Xianxia celestial gate was breached?" Su Yuan frowned. "It is said that a traitor emerged from the Xianxia celestial gate. I too believe this to be the only possibility. Yet, I did not anticipate that someone would betray the celestial gate, willingly becoming a lackey of the demons. I wonder when the demons managed to corrupt this traitor." Chen Lin shook his head. "Not a traitor, but a demon. You should know, brother, that among the myriad races of demons, there exists one renowned for its shape-shifting, the Blue Demon Clan." Su Yuan shuddered slightly. "Are you implying?" Chen Lin nodded and said, "This blue demon has transformed into Lu Zhuan, the Law Elder, one of the 4 chief elders of the Xianxia sect. It was he who activated the Mountain Protection Array and subsequently ambushed the powerful king of the Xianxia sect, allowing the demons to exploit the situation. However, I must admit, the downfall of the Xianxia sect was significantly influenced by my actions. This statement is not a form of self-deprecation, but rather an expression of my perplexity. After all, who could blame me when the Xianxia sect was so arrogant and dismissive, provoking me? Should it happen again, I would not hesitate to strike." Su Yuan instantly grasped Chen Lin's implication. His junior brother believed that there might also be demons infiltrating our Yushu sect. Chen Lin affirmed, "It is not merely a possibility, but a certainty. As you have mentioned, the sudden appearance of 2 gaps in the Taishan domain is likely man-made, and it appears to be connected to the demons. I even suspect that the fall of the previous demon emperor might be related to these newly emerged gaps." Su Yuan was taken aback. Burning 1's life could indeed open those 2 gaps. "Setting that aside, you are right, junior brother. Since there are demons among the Xianxia sect, why would our Yushu sect be exempt? Even the Luofu sect and other sects might be affected. But who could it be that has evaded our detection? With the blue demon's innate talents, even if we are aware of the infiltration, we might find it exceedingly difficult to uncover the truth." As this thought crossed his mind, Su Yuan could not help but feel a wave of apprehension. The annihilation of the Xianxia sect speaks volumes. The threat posed by demons is real. In critical moments, a betrayal could come from the shadows, leaving no one the wiser. Surely, the Xianxia sect never anticipated such treachery. Even if they had prepared, their confidence would have been shaken. Chen Lin stated, "Brother, if I say I can identify the demon, would you believe me?" "Absolutely, why would I not?" Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Junior brother Chen, please share how you intend to locate this demon." Chen Lin replied, "Through its aura. I happen to be proficient in a technique known as the Royal Aura Observation Method, which allows me to discern the aura of any living being. With this art, I can detect and identify each individual's unique essence. I have memorized the auras of Lu Zhuan and the Blue Demon. As soon as I encounter this traitor, I will undoubtedly recognize them." The Royal Aura Observation Method. Although Su Yuan was unfamiliar with this particular technique, the notion of killing with a smile indicated its remarkable nature. The ability to discern auras. Su Yuan said, "I shall immediately summon all members of the Yushu sect to expose this traitor." "Not so fast," Chen Lin interjected. "I can see that your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. You are but a step away from becoming a king-level powerhouse." Su Yuan nodded. "I must credit the 2 celestial treasures you gifted me, which allowed me to forge the Yushu seal. It is through the Yushu seal that I have attained my current level of cultivation. Alas, even this final step seems insurmountable for many, and perhaps I shall never achieve it in my lifetime." Chen Lin had just recently broken through and understood the arduousness of this step. Though it may appear simple, one must consider the sacrifices made, the 9,000-year peach, the immortal elixir, the Tianyuan pill, and so forth. This step is far from simple. Although he is eager to assist, he finds himself powerless. Naturally, one must continue to reap the benefits. Chen Lin remarked, "Junior brother, I happen to be proficient in a particular celestial art that can awaken the innate magical energy within you, allowing it to circulate continuously and facilitating your breakthrough to the sovereign realm." "Another celestial art? Just how many do you master, junior brother?" Su Yuan was astounded. Celestial arts. He reflected on his own limited knowledge of only a few such arts. The entire Yushu sect has only passed down 2 celestial arts and 15 divine skills. Chen Lin alone was proficient in 2. Most notably, it appeared that Uncle Tai Xian was only adept in 1 or 2. neither of which were the Emperor's Gaze technique or the Spirit Awakening celestial art. In the moment of Su Yuan's astonishment, Chen Lin had already invoked the Spirit Awakening celestial art. With a single pointed gesture, he unleashed the magical energy. Su Yuan immediately sensed the circulation of his inner power, which seemed to possess a spirit of its own, operating at a speed rivaling that of his own cultivation. Even during times of rest, it felt as though he were engaged in closed-door training. As the sect leader, he found himself constrained by responsibilities. This is a reason many are reluctant to assume the role of leader. However, being the leader does have its advantages: greater resources and increased power. Ding. The host has activated the Spirit Awakening art for sect leader Su Yuan, meeting the conditions for a critical return. Will it be a critical hit? Critical hit. Chen Lin discovered that his Spirit Awakening art had reached perfection, yet he was uncertain whether the critical return this time pertained to the cultivation experience of the Spirit Awakening art. Critical hit successful, awarded 7,000 times the critical return, receiving cultivation experience applicable to any technique. This means he could bestow this cultivation experience upon the 9 transformations mystic art. This was a first, receiving experience applicable to any technique akin to martial arts or swordsmanship, and finally it was time for the cultivation techniques. Previously, he had only received assistance through elixirs, magical energy returns, and forcefully advancing the 9 transformations mystic art without acquiring any actual cultivation experience to refine it. Without hesitation, Chen Lin chose to accept the reward, and the 9 transformations mystic art surged into action. In an instant, it experienced tremendous enhancement, although his realm did not break through. He had effectively reduced his cultivation time by a millennium. He was now one step closer to surpassing the late stage of the sovereign realm. At this moment, he found himself in the mid-stage of the sovereign realm, equipped with a plethora of magical artifacts and celestial skills, capable of contending with those at the peak of the sovereign realm. Even against formidable foes like the Bull Demon King and the Red Fox King, he could easily handle 3 or 4 opponents without issue. However, he remained blissfully unaware that the demon monarchs were preparing to strike with 7 kings united. Had he known, his calm demeanor would surely have faltered. Feeling the magical energy flowing within him, Su Yuan was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude to Chen Lin. Junior brother Chen, I truly owe you my thanks this time. Chen Lin waved his hand dismissively. What thanks? You are the leader of our sect. When a leader grows stronger, the sect naturally follows suit. Besides, I have grown up in the sect. It is my home, and you, senior brother, are my family. Chapter 200, Uncovering the Traitor. Naturally, Chen Lin had yet to articulate a thought. With your formidable strength, isn't it easier for me to reap benefits? Chen Lin stated, Senior brother, I must trouble you to summon all the high-ranking members of the celestial sect who have attained the realm of immortality. I hope my Imperial Chi observation technique can reveal this traitor. Su Yuan nodded, acknowledging, if the traitor remains elusive, it will pose a tremendous threat to our Yusu sect. Immediately, Su Yuan dispatched individuals to carry out the task. The esteemed leaders required no summons, as Chen Lin was already acquainted with them. However, the 4 managing elders needed to be called forth, along with the elders from various mountain gates. This bustling activity consumed half a day. Su Yuan inquired, Junior brother Chen, have you managed to identify the traitor? Chen Lin frowned, replying, Senior brother, you are certain that all the elders and disciples above the longevity realm have been summoned? Absolutely, Su Yuan confirmed. Yet upon uttering these words, his expression shifted dramatically. There are still a few places we have yet to visit. Oh, which places? Chen Lin asked. Su Yuan responded, follow me. He then led Chen Lin to the exterior of the treasure pavilion. Upon arrival, Chen Lin's demeanor became immediately serious. Indeed, it was here. Su Yuan remarked, Junior brother, what do you mean? How could this be? Su Yuan exclaimed, the elder responsible for managing the treasure pavilion is overseen by the Grand Elder of Mountain Guard. He appears to be in his 70s or 80s, frail and decrepit, having served as a managing elder for over 3 centuries, nearing the end of his life. It is well known that those who guard the library and the treasure pavilion are typically elderly individuals, lacking ambition and solely focused on retirement. Such elders dedicate their lives to the sect, earning respect even from the sect leader. The reason for bringing Chen Lin here was to utilize the Chi observation technique to survey the entire sect, revealing no demons or monsters, save for the library and treasure pavilion, which had yet to be investigated. As expected, they uncovered something amiss. Chen Lin nodded, stating, it seems this elder from our Yusu sect has maintained a low profile, After over 300 years, despite his frail appearance, under my Imperial Qi observation technique, he exudes vitality, showing no signs of aging. Moreover, he possesses cultivation at the transformation realm, not inferior to our sect leader. What? The transformation realm? Su Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. Just then, the door of the treasure pavilion creaked open. An elderly man, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, emerged. Upon seeing Chen Lin and Su Yuan outside, he paused, quickly offering his respects. Ah, it is the sect leader and esteemed elder visiting. May I inquire if you seek any treasures? Su Yuan responded, Elder Zhou, how many years have you been a member of our Yusu sect? Elder Zhou hesitated, replying, It has been 325 years. Sect leader, why do you ask? Su Yuan remarked, Indeed. It has been over 3 centuries since a demon infiltrated my Yushu sect without detection. Is this a testament to your prowess or a reflection of the incompetence of my sect? Elder Zhou's countenance changed subtly, yet he quickly regained his composure. Feigning ignorance as he inquired, Master, what do you mean by this? What demon? Is there an invasion? I, old Zhou, would willingly sacrifice my frail body to defend against any demon, allowing none to step into our Tai-Shen domain, were it not for Elder Zhou's known identity. One might have been swayed by his words. Alas, the more he protested, the more convinced Su Yuan became of his treachery, fueling his murderous intent. With a cold snort, he retorted, Elder Zhou, no, I should call you the Blue Demon. You still pretend even now. Elder Zhou's heart sank at the mention of the Blue Demon. He could not fathom how he had revealed himself. A slight shift of his feet indicated his readiness to flee. However, such subtlety could not escape Su Yuan's keen gaze. Otherwise, he would truly be an inept leader. Shaking his head, Su Yuan launched his assault, stepping forward and striking with his swift palm. His simple technique, the first Heavenly Qi Great Capture, was merely a 7th-tier skill, not intended to slay Elder Zhou. The Elder exhibited only the cultivation of the transformation stage and was quite aged. A mere harmonization stage practitioner could easily subdue him. Su Yuan, at the pinnacle of the creation stage, could dispatch any transformation stage opponent with ease. Had Elder Zhou concealed his identity, he would have met certain death. Deep within, Elder Zhou was engulfed in trepidation and doubt. Should he flee or stand his ground? The mention of the Blue Demon indicated his identity had been fully exposed. After 3 centuries of hiding, believing himself discreet, he pondered what might have betrayed him. Was it Chen Lin, the new sovereign of the Yushu sect? When he ascended to the sovereign realm, he provoked the heavenly tribulation, an occurrence so rare that to invoke it was a luxury. Yet, he faced it with calm, vanquishing the lightning with a single move and offering the heavenly bounty to the entire Yushu sect, thereby advancing his own cultivation by a small level. A demon invasion, with the king of Azura personally intervening. He had prepared for an internal alliance, yet before he could act, the king was slain and the invasion failed. Had he inadvertently exposed himself during that time? Cursed be his fate. How he regretted his earlier choices. What now? In that fleeting moment, myriad thoughts raced through Elder Zhou's mind. Finally, as Su Yuan's palm was about to seize him, he moved. Like a slippery fish, he vanished, reappearing hundreds of meters away. Su Yuan bellowed, You still refuse to admit your identity as the Blue Demon, yet you have mastered the illusory demon technique of the demon race. The Phantom Body technique is a skill exclusive to the Phantom clan, swift as lightning and only cultivable by the demon race. The Blue Demon, being one of the demon kin, though slightly slower than the Phantom clan in execution, still rivals the majority of techniques at the kingly level. Such treachery ignited a fierce wrath within Su Yuan. He could scarcely fathom the consequences had Chen Lin not discovered the traitor. Should demons invade and execute their treachery, the Yushu Immortal Gate would face dire repercussions. Even if it did not meet the same fate as the Zwanking Immortal Gate, the losses would be substantial. At this moment, Elder Zhou clearly realized that he could no longer conceal the truth and thus shed his facade of frailty, appearing suddenly youthful, resembling a man in his 30s. Radiating a vigorous aura, the essence of the transformation realm erupted forth. Instead of fleeing, he boldly advanced to attack Su Yuan. Such audacity ignited Su Yuan's fury further. Seeking his own demise, he swiftly unleashed the Yushu Seal, a force that shook the heavens and earth. The Yushu Seal transformed into a presence akin to a small mountain, crashing down upon Elder Zhou. When did the Yushu Immortal Gate possess such an artifact? With a thunderous crash, the Yushu Seal descended. Elder Zhou roared. His fists clenched tightly as a golden shield materialized before him, staunchly resisting the assault of the Yushu seal. Upon seeing the shield, Su Yuan's face changed with anger. This was one of the 7 divine treasures housed within the treasure pavilion, the Ling Ao shield. Moreover, of the 7 so-called divine treasures, only 3 were functional, while the remaining 4 were utterly unusable. Indeed, treachery abounds. Entrusted to guard the treasure pavilion, he instead lined his own pockets. However, the next moment, Su Yuan's fury surged to an even greater height. In an instant, Elder Zhou waved his hand, launching a flying needle towards Su Yuan. The needle was all too familiar. Was this not another divine treasure, the Ice Soul Needle? Once it struck an adversary, it would instantly freeze them, impervious to all defenses, and possessed a locking mechanism that activated upon drawing blood. "You shall perish," Su Yuan exclaimed, raising his hand to press down upon Elder Zhou. The imprint of heaven turned the world upside down, invoking the celestial imprint, a divine secret art said to have evolved from the supreme artifact, the celestial seal. Chen Lin had always felt that this celestial imprint was far more profound than merely divine in nature, especially when paired with seal-type artifacts, amplifying its power exponentially. With a resounding crash, the Yushu seal emitted a beam of white light, sweeping towards the Ice Soul Needle. The needle rebounded as if it had struck a wall. Elder Zhou caught the Ice Soul Needle and hurled it once more. At that precise moment, Su Yuan's assault followed in quick succession, faced with a multitude of flying needles. He was compelled to withdraw his attack, rendering this wave of offense ineffective. With a swift motion, he opted to defend against the Ice Soul Needle. With a swift motion, a sword flew from behind, a divine celestial blade known as the Yushu sword. This extraordinary weapon was a privilege reserved for the esteemed leaders of the Yushu sect, symbolizing their authority and status, much like the Yin-Yang twin swords of Tai Mountain or the Five-Dragon sword of Wulong Mountain. Although Su Yuan's most formidable skill was the Fan Tian seal, his swordsmanship was equally impressive. The 3 great immortal sects specialized in different disciplines. Yet this did not hinder their holistic development. The Luofu Immortal Sect focused on swordsmanship and formations, while the Yushu Immortal Sect emphasized martial arts and artifact forging, with dabblings in alchemy, runes, and formations. The Xianxia Immortal Sect excelled in swordsmanship, alchemy, artifact forging, runes, and formations, showcasing an expansive and profound growth in multiple areas. The sword technique was known as the Yuqing sword technique, a transcendent art that encompassed myriad forms. Once unleashed, it was an embodiment of perfection. As Su Yuan engaged Elder Zhou, the latter produced a formidable artifact, a colossal axe, one of the 3 usable divine treasures from the treasury. This infuriated Su Yuan, who could only exclaim in disbelief. If Elder Zhou truly had the Yushu Immortal Sect's best interests at heart, it might have been forgivable. However, he was a demon in disguise, adding to the treachery. A fierce murderous intent enveloped the void, nearly freezing it in place. While Elder Zhou defended against Su Yuan's onslaught, he sought a means of escape. Even within the Yushu Immortal Sect, he had spent over 300 years as a spy, meticulously searching for flaws in their formations. Though he had not discovered any significant vulnerabilities, he had identified certain weak points. If he could shake off Su Yuan's pursuit, he was certain he could flee the Yushu Immortal Sect. Although Su Yuan wielded a celestial artifact, Elder Zhou was no pushover. He managed to sustain himself temporarily with 3 divine tools. After exchanging dozens of blows, Elder Zhou finally spotted an opening. He immediately unleashed the illusory demon movement technique, which was not only swift, but also capable of creating countless phantoms. Each illusion, even when scrutinized by divine consciousness, appeared as a tangible entity. Yet they were all mere specters. Suddenly, each phantom darted in different directions, creating a chaotic scene. Su Yuan's expression changed as he confronted the multitude of Elder Zhou's duplicates. How could he pursue them all? "Junior brother, we cannot let him escape," Su Yuan implored, turning to Chen Lin for assistance. Chen Lin nodded in agreement, declaring, "Leave it to me." With a grasp into the void, he struck at one of the many phantoms. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as the fleeing Elder Zhou was forcefully brought down from the void, spitting a mouthful of blood. His visage transformed into one of sheer horror. It was evident that Chen Lin had taken action. Elder Zhou's sudden escape was prompted by the presence of Chen Lin. He understood that should Chen Lin make a move, his demise would be inevitable. It was only after confirming Chen Lin's reluctance to act that he chose to flee. However, he ultimately did make a move. Before Elder Zhou could rise, Su Yuan swiftly appeared before him, placing a foot upon his chest, the Yushu sword aimed at Zhou's throat. I ask you, aside from yourself, who else in the Yushu sect is a traitor? Elder Zhou coughed and replied, "Kill me if you must. I shall not divulge anything. I accept the outcome of this contest." "You truly refuse to speak?" Su Yuan coldly retorted. "Then do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With a single stroke, Su Yuan severed Elder Zhou's legs. Zhou let out a muffled groan, and his human form began to dissipate, revealing his true essence as a blue-skinned demon, the embodiment of the blue demon. "Will you speak?" Su Yuan inquired. Elder Zhou simply shut his eyes, offering no response. Su Yuan's fury reached its peak as he swung his sword once more toward Zhou's arm. At that moment, Chen Lin interjected, "Brother, allow me to take over the questioning." Su Yuan nodded and stepped back. Chen Lin approached Elder Zhou, deftly extracting his soul and delving into his memories. The methods of the bout of visualization and the skeleton visualization, one righteous, the other sinister, enabled him to draw forth the soul and access the memories. A technique he was employing for the first time. Quickly, he uncovered all the information that Elder Zhou possessed. "Junior brother, what have you discerned?" Su Yuan asked. Chen Lin responded, "It appears that he is the sole traitor within the Yushu sect. However, to ensure there are no others, I propose we conduct a thorough examination of all disciples." Fortunately, after a quiet search, they confirmed that no further traitors existed. In the rear mountains of the Yushu range, Chen Lin encountered the revered ancestor of the Yushu sect for the first time. The venerable figure, known as Nangong Wentian, was at the mid-level of the King realm. Having cultivated for over 2 millennia, he had recently ascended to this stage, thanks to the heavenly gift shared by Chen Lin with the others. In stark contrast, Chen Lin had already reached the same mid-level of the King realm in a remarkably short time since his own breakthrough. "This is my junior brother Chen," the elder introduced. "He is the second individual to attain the title of king within the Yushu sect." "Junior brother Chen, this represents the foundation of our Yushu sect, our esteemed ancestor, Nangong Wentian, the Southern King." "Greetings, elder," Chen Lin said politely. Nangong Wentian shook his head. "In the realm of the accomplished, titles hold little weight. Once you step into the King realm, we shall regard each other as equals. Simply call me brother." Chapter 202, The Ultimate Tool. Elder of the Kings. Chen Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a more advantageous ally than even the sect master. Among peers, they could trigger critical returns, especially on the first encounter. Elder of the Kings, he mused, the title of brother is indeed quite appealing. However, there exists a treasure on him that is not bestowed by the system. One that could undoubtedly catch the discerning eye of senior brother Wentian. Ah, he has indeed thought of a certain item, one that could yield substantial benefits. The Great Zhou Tian Sword Technique. Although the Great Zhou Tian Star Sword Art, the Great Zhou Tian Sword Draw Technique, the Great Zhou Tian Instant Kill Sword Technique, and the Great Zhou Tian Annihilation Sword Technique were all acquired from the system. The perfected synthesis of these 4 sword arts into the Great Zhou Tian Sword Technique is a creation of his own. This sword technique is akin to a true immortal level skill, ranking just below the Supreme Divine Fist among all his martial arts. Furthermore, Nangong Wentian is also a master of the sword. This technique would undoubtedly provide him with immense assistance. Of course, this is merely Chen Lin's conjecture. He promptly took out a jade slip to record the sword technique, saying, "Senior brother Wentian, the achievements I have today, the ability to slice through the void, obliterate thunder, and even attain the realm of a sovereign, are all thanks to a sword technique I acquired not long ago. If you're interested, it would be prudent to take a look." Nangong Wentian was momentarily taken aback. A sword technique capable of aiding him in reaching the sovereign realm was being offered to him. This was exceedingly precious. Chen Lin chuckled, as fellow disciples. No matter how valuable it is, it requires someone to cultivate it. With the current invasion of demons, for you to break through to the mid-sovereign realm, extend your lifespan, and return to your peak, it is only fitting to contribute to the Jade Void Immortal Sect. If you can glean insight from this sword technique, it would greatly enhance your ability to protect the sect. This statement struck a chord with Nangong Wentian. He nodded and replied, "Very well, I shall examine this sword technique." Upon receiving the jade slip, he unleashed his divine sense, and in an instant he was profoundly astonished by the sword technique. This technique surpassed even the 2 mighty arts of the Jade Void Immortal Sect. Could it be that this sword technique is the legendary existence that transcends immortal level spells? A Dao level sword technique? This was utterly unbelievable. Nangong Wentian became wholly absorbed in the sword technique, involuntarily practicing it. Chen Lin was overjoyed. His gamble had paid off. A critical return was triggered, and not merely an equivalent critical return, but a 10,000-fold critical return. Ding. The host imparts the true immortal-level Great Zhou Tian sword technique remnants, which were comprehended by the Ancestor King, Nangong Wentian, meeting the conditions for critical return. Would you like to trigger a critical return? Critical return. Critical return successful, receiving a 10,000-fold return, obtaining the sword intent of extermination. By heavens! Chen Lin was astounded, his jaw dropping in disbelief. He couldn't help but feel elated. One of the premier sword techniques across the myriad realms, the sword intent of extermination. What level of sword technique could this be? Immortal King, Immortal Emperor, or perhaps even beyond the Immortal Emperor? Chen Lin dared not even imagine. Although it was merely one of the 4 sword intents, and there was no complete extermination 4 swords, nor the extermination sword array. It was undoubtedly the foremost sword technique in the myriad realms. Fierce, lethal, a single sword to annihilate foes. A great revelation has occurred. What are we waiting for? Swiftly grasp it. In the next moment, a sword intent of extermination entered Chen Lin's being, instantly coalescing into a diminutive sword formed by this very intent. The technique of the sword intent was seamlessly mastered by Chen Lin. However, upon achieving this control, Chen Lin found himself on the verge of tears. Despite being in the mid-stage of the sovereign realm and cultivating the 4th transformation of a 9 revolutions profound art, he was unable to fully wield this sword technique, managing to manifest only a mere wisp of sword intent. To truly unleash its potential, one would need to attain the 3rd stage of immortality, the realm of the Great Emperor. Yet, even a single wisp of intent, Chen Lin estimated, could effortlessly vanquish formidable foes such as the Bull Demon King and the Red Fox King, both of whom were late-stage sovereigns with power magnitudes multiplied several times. Then, a thought struck Chen Lin. Wasn't there a tool at hand? Since the system deemed this sword technique as belonging to him, it presented an excellent opportunity to reap some rewards. The sect leader was also a master of the sword path. Chen Lin once again retrieved a jade slip, inscribing the sword technique upon it before presenting it to Su Yuan. Sect leader, you should take a look at this sword technique. Su Yuan accepted the jade slip without hesitation. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he was thoroughly captivated and astonished by the sword technique. Much like Nangong Wentian had been. Ding. The host imparts the supreme level sword technique, the Great Zhou Tian sword art, to sect leader Su Yuan, qualifying for critical return. Will it be a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical successful. Rewarded with a 3,000-fold critical return, obtaining the secret method of the Great Tao Immortal King. The One Qi transforming 3 clears technique. What began as a sword technique had transformed into a divine spell. This time, it truly enabled the cultivation of 3 avatars. A trinity. Furthermore, in battle, 3 distinct divine abilities could be wielded. Although it was not the ultimate One Qi transforming 3 clears of that extraordinary being, this version undoubtedly became his most formidable asset, second only to the sword intent of extermination and the 9 revolutions profound art. Each of the 3 avatars possessed 80% of the original strength, with no time constraints. It was akin to having a single clone. However, there was a drawback. They could not stray too far from the original body. Nonetheless, this was adequate for slaying adversaries on the battlefield. The trio could form a celestial sword formation capable of annihilating any sovereign realm expert. Yet, the question lingered. How did their current combat power rank among the human race? And could they ascend to the celestial rankings of the Tianyuan World? Chen Lin promptly accessed the system. Host, Chen Lin. Qualities, supreme immortal body. The visage of an immortal, not born innate, ultimately deemed worthless. Realm, 9th level of martial arts, mid-stage sovereign. 4th in combat power among the human race in the Tianyuan World, ranked 18th in the Tianyuan World. His combat power had surged to 4th. Yet astonishingly, he was ranked only 18th in the Tianyuan World. As far as he knew, the heavenly heart mark had yet to manifest, and no great emperor reigned over the entirety of the Tianyuan World. Ranked 18th, could it be that there's still over 10 quasi-emperors above? Indeed, the depths of the Tianyuan World are profound. One must remember that I possess the essence of the Excalibur, yet I am unable to dominate unchallenged. It is not difficult to comprehend. While the Excalibur's essence is formidable, I can only wield a mere fragment of its power. This fragment can slay any king and injure most quasi-emperors, but once unleashed, It consumes 70 to 80% of my internal energy, significantly diminishing my combat prowess. Unless I act as an assassin, striking swiftly and retreating 1,000 miles. Otherwise, if I fail to eliminate my opponent in a single blow, I become a lamb to the slaughter. Secondary professions: Royal Grade Alchemist, Royal Grade Array Master, 8th Grade Artifact Smith, 8th Grade Talisman Master, 8th Grade Rune Master, 9th Grade Celestial Physician, 8th Grade Poison Master, among others. Cultivation techniques: 9 Revolutions Mysterious Art, a supreme technique ranked among the top 10 across myriad worlds, cultivated to the early 4th layer. Granting mastery over derived divine abilities, an immortal body, the ability to manipulate the heavens and earth, immense strength, and the power of 3 heads and 6 arms. Cultivation techniques: innate thunder body refining celestial art, already trained in the primordial posture, primordial fist power, blood exchange technique, thunder invoking, thunder body refinement, true thunder body. True thunder art, thunder manipulation, using medicinal baths, and practicing the U-step. Chapter 203. Mutual Gifts. Divine Abilities. Essence of Excalibur. The method of transforming one into the 3 pure ones. The first 4 forms of the Supreme Divine Fist. The Great Zhou, Tian Sword Technique. The Great Sage Spirit Formula. The method of transforming one into the 3 pure ones. The Emperor, Chi Observation Technique. The Spiritual Communication Celestial Art. Jade Clear Divine Thunder, Xianxia, Celestial Art. Tower Visualization Method, Skull Visualization Method. 10,000 Swords Returning to Origin, Great Zhou Tian Stellar Sword Technique. Great Zhou Tian Sword Drawing Technique. Great Zhou Tian Destruction Sword Technique. Great Zhou Tian Instant Kill Sword Technique. The distance of a mere hand span, Lunar Divine Fire, Solar Divine Fire. Array, Wind Howl Array, 2/5 of a broken formation. Magic Treasures, Innate Fire Banana Fan, 4 Directions Hell Cauldron, Purple Cloud Set, Overlord Bow. Appearance, ranked among the top 5 in the Tianyuan World. Title, Purple Robe Sword King. Junior brother, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. This kindness shall be remembered by your elder brother. Feeling the extraordinary nature of this sword technique, Nangong Wentian was profoundly grateful. This sword technique is of paramount importance to him, promising at least a several-fold enhancement in his combat capability. It may even grant him the opportunity to reach the late king realm, thus extending his lifespan by several hundred years. This time, the gift from the Tao has already granted him 500 years of longevity, restoring him to his peak. In several hundred years, who can ascertain whether another breakthrough is possible? Equally grateful was Su Yuan, perhaps even more so than when Chen Lin gifted him the celestial treasure. All along, he had faced numerous challenges on the path to the pinnacle of creation, the road to becoming a king fraught with difficulties and uncertainties. However, this sword technique illuminated a path of hope before him. Mastering this technique could potentially elevate him to the realm of kings. Su Yuan remarked, Junior brother Chen, this marks the umpteenth time you have bestowed treasures upon me. As your elder brother, I cannot remain ungrateful. Fortuitously, I possess a treasure that you must accept. As he spoke, he produced a bead and handed it over. This was a piece of ancient locust wood. Chen Lin was filled with astonishment. It was a divine treasure. Most importantly, it could nurture the soul, greatly assisting his cultivation and visualization techniques. Furthermore, the significance of such a precious item was that it could be leveraged for personal gain. Chen Lin accepted it with delight, saying, Senior brother, I have use for this treasure, so I shall gladly accept it. Good, as long as it is of use, that is what matters. This locust wood pales in comparison to your sword technique, Junior brother. I feel somewhat undeserving, he replied. Chen Lin responded, Senior brother, you are too modest. Your enhancement in strength equates to an elevation for the Yushu immortal sect. I wish you an early breakthrough to the monarch realm. Indeed, this sword technique has allowed me to glimpse the shadow of entering the monarch realm. Yet achieving such a breakthrough is no simple feat. Nangong Wentian then presented a brocade box. Junior brother, as your senior brother, I must repay your kindness. Here is a piece of celestial treasure that I have no use for. I shall gift it to you. Another celestial treasure? And one that had not been exploited for personal gain? Chen Lin felt somewhat cunning, having been spoiled by the system. The first order of business upon acquiring treasures was to capitalize on them. Leveraging celestial treasures for personal gain could yield innate spiritual materials. However, at present, he was merely experiencing a 10,000-fold critical hit. No, he must strive harder. He needed to secure a Tao partner. A 100,000-fold critical hit would be exhilarating. In truth, Chen Lin estimated that his first critical hit, which yielded the 9 transformation profound art, was not merely a 10,000-fold critical hit. It likely involved an additional critical hit on top of that base. A million-fold critical hit. Not to mention the slaying immortal sword intent, which certainly exceeded 10,000 times. And then there was the Ice Divine Pill, a rare find indeed. He had 2 potential Dao partners in mind, Zhao and Fairy Miaoshan. Zhao, far away in the Tianyuan domain, he wondered if she would respond to the Yushu immortal sect's call for aid. The second was Fairy Miaoshan, who resided on Mount Luojia. In the Tianyuan domain, at the Guangqing immortal sect, Zhao had immediately entered seclusion upon her return, and months had swiftly passed. Today, she finally emerged from her retreat. During her journey to the Demon Emperor's tomb, she encountered a man she wished to entrust her life to. He had promised to come for a formal marriage proposal, and with his assistance, she acquired several treasures, the Zhuyin bone and a celestial-grade peaches of immortality. Although this celestial-grade peach was only one and did not constitute a complete elixir of immortality, its potency remained formidable. Upon returning to the Guangqing immortal sect, she consumed the peach and began to refine the bone. Finally, half a month ago, she had elevated her constitution to that of a mid-grade divine body. Once it entered her being, it provided her with the foundation necessary for a breakthrough into the creation realm. Another half-month passed, during which she mastered the 5 Thunder cultivation to a consummate level, achieving the 5 Thunder divine body. Her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the creation realm. The current state of the esteemed Master Dingwang is not significantly inferior to that of his predecessors. It is important to note that the mastery of the 5 Thunder, which is one of the 36 celestial techniques, combined with the enhancement of precious bones, elevates not only one's aptitude, but also foundational attributes in combat prowess. On the day of her emergence from seclusion, the previously clear skies were suddenly engulfed in thunder and lightning. The cultivation chamber she occupied was entirely enveloped by the tempest. The entire Guangqing sect was stirred into commotion. Rumors suggested that Elder Zhao had gained substantial rewards from her expedition to the tomb of the Demon Emperor, and it now appeared to be true. This must be a form of thunder-based divine technique. If I am not mistaken, this is the fabled 5 Thunder divine body. Previously, Elder Zhao was merely of the supreme royal physique. The enhancement of her aptitude signifies a foundation for ascending to higher realms. To claim that I'm not envious would be disingenuous. Previously, Zhao, a woman of remarkable talent, achieved the status of true monarch of creation and was hailed as the most beautiful woman of the celestial domain, her fame resounding throughout countless realms, drawing admiration from many cultivators. Particularly, the saint son of the Yaoqi sacred land, Xiao Qingdi, pursued her with unwavering devotion, achieving the 5 Thunder divine body. If there were any doubts about her being the most beautiful in the celestial domain, those doubts are now dispelled, as all eyes were drawn to Zhao, who floated gracefully in the void. Surrounded by the essence of 5 thunders, she resembled a divine goddess. The aura of pinnacle creation emanating from her rendered everyone momentarily blinded. Such formidable presence. The one most delighted was undoubtedly the sect master of Guangqing. Zhao breakthrough signified an enhancement of the sect's strength. Splendid, truly splendid. Our Guangqing sect has gained a formidable peak creation expert. Observing the celestial aura enveloping Elder Zhao, it is possible that her ascension to the rank of king is imminent. The realm of kings, one that even he dared not envision. At last, as the thunder dissipated, Zhao suddenly opened her eyes, descending gracefully before the crowd. With a joyful expression, she greeted, "Greetings, esteemed brothers." The sect master replied with a smile. "It is indeed a blessing for our Guangqing sect that you have reached the pinnacle of creation, further enriching our foundation. Especially as the demonic forces lurking within the depths of the 10,000 great mountains may soon stir. This undoubtedly fortifies our sect's standing." Demons. Zhao heart stirred at the thought, recalling her encounter with a demon commander, the Golden Eagle Demon Lord, during her expedition to the tomb of the Demon Emperor. She inquired, "Brother, is there unusual activity from the Demon Emperor's forces?" Chapter 204. Zhao journey to Taishan. The sect master responded, "Sister, you may be unaware due to your seclusion, but news has just arrived from the Taishan domain. 2 breaches have appeared in the seal between Taishan and the 10,000 great mountains, and the demons have dispatched armies to invade. A great battle is imminent. Although the Taishan forces have repelled 2 invasions, The losses have been severe, and one of the three great sects, the Xianxia sect, has been entirely annihilated. The Taishan domain is in grave peril. Even the great emperors of the human race, despite leading my 9 vast territories, have been unable to annihilate the demon emperor's dynasty. They could only seal it away. The mere thought of the peril lurking within the Taishan domain sends a wave of anxiety through Xiaoruoshi. With the demons invading Taishan, she cannot help but worry for his safety. No, he shall be fine. After all, he has slain even the old monk Dingguang, and he is not intimidated by the holy son of Yao Qi, Xiao Qingdi. The demons cannot harm him. Moreover, he has promised to come to the Guangxing immortal sect to propose marriage. We have yet to become Dao partners. Senior brother, are you aware of any news from the Yusu immortal sect? Zhao Ruoshi inquired. The sect leader replied. The Yusu immortal sect is closely linked to our Guangxing immortal sect, both being branches of the Yuqing sacred ground. Fortunately, nothing grave has occurred, but there are 2 breaches in the seal. One is situated outside the Yusu immortal sect, and that does not bode well. How could this be? Zhao Ruoshi exclaimed, her shock palpable. The sect leader, puzzled, asked Elder Zhao, do you happen to know someone from the Yusu immortal sect? No, I do not know anyone. Zhao Ruoshi blushed and quickly shook her head. The sect leader reassured her, rest assured. It is said that a chief disciple of the Yusu immortal sect has recently broken through to the rank of king. This king's intervention has repelled the demon invasion. Furthermore, following this battle, the Yusu immortal sect has become the leader among the formidable forces of the Taishan domain and has sent out requests for assistance to the other 8 territories. Our Guangxing immortal sect also plans to dispatch an elder accompanied by some elite disciples to provide support to the Taishan domain, and to allow these elite disciples to gain valuable experience. It has been over 500 years since our Tianyuan domain has produced a single king. It appears that death and crisis truly serve as the most potent catalyst for cultivation. Could it be him? A thought suddenly flickered in Zhao Ruoshi's mind. The king produced by the Yusu immortal sect must be Chen Lin. However, she quickly dismissed this notion, though she was confident in Chen Lin's potential to achieve kingship. The time since their separation was far too brief. Moreover, he had only reached the Dongxian realm when they parted. Such rapid advancement was impossible. Leader, you mentioned that you were preparing to send an elder with elite disciples to the Taishan domain. What do you think of my going? Zhao Ruoshi proposed. The sect leader was momentarily taken aback. You wish to go? Indeed, I do. Zhao Ruoshi affirmed. After a moment's hesitation, the sect leader replied. It would be splendid if Elder Zhao could go. Thank you, leader. Zhao Ruoshi's heart soared with elation, yearning to soar to the Taishan domain at once. However, this time, various factions from the major territories also responded to the call for assistance. They understood the wisdom in repelling the enemy at the gates. Although the breaches in the seal lie within the Taishan domain, they are acutely aware of the formidable strength of the demon emperor's dynasty. Should they seize control of the Taishan domain, it would grant them a foothold in the human world. It is crucial to recognize that travel from the Taishan domain to other territories is far simpler than traversing the 10,000 Great Mountains to reach the various domains. Leaving the demon emperor's dynasty and venturing into the vast territories necessitates attaining the state of creation. However, traversing from the Taishan domain to the other realms requires merely the state of harmonization, which entails a shorter distance and less time. One journey may demand years of arduous effort fraught with peril, while the other may only require a few months, presenting both danger and opportunity. Upon departing from the back mountain, Chen Lin arrived at Mount Luojia, only to receive disheartening news. The enchanting fairy Miaoshan had entered seclusion. After some contemplation, he decided to leave the celestial treasure he had acquired from Nangong Wentian for her, entrusting it to her disciples for delivery, before returning to Mount Tai. Upon his return, he was promptly approached by Gu Qianxue. Master, your timing is impeccable. I have brought back the disciples I recruited from the recent enrollment conference. You must take a look. Chen Lin replied, very well. Gu Qianxue, brimming with joy, exclaimed, Master, we have accepted a total of 86 disciples, 70 outer disciples, 8 ordinary stewards, 5 senior stewards, and 3 elders. Aren't I impressive? In an instant, Chen Lin grasped Gu Qianxue's criteria for recruitment, recognizing her endeavor to establish a flawless institutional framework. While the disciples themselves were commendable, it was particularly the stewards and elders that would demand considerable attention. The task was not trivial, especially since Chen Lin harbored intentions of taking 2 apprentices himself, after observing that one had chosen alchemy while the other opted for sword formations. The system finally provided the prompt for recruitment. The delay in accepting disciples stemmed from the management needs of Mount Tai and the necessity for the two to undergo further refinement. Now, with more than 80 new disciples, all challenges appeared to be resolved. As Chen Lin approached Mount Tai, he was astonished to discover that among the 80-plus disciples, over 10 were female. Following Gu Qianxue's introductions, everyone was taken aback. This was the esteemed head of Tai Mountain. The 86 individuals collectively bowed. Disciples pay their respects to the head. Chen Lin gestured for them to rise. Well done. Today, as you join Tai Mountain, you shall henceforth be our disciples. Based on your cultivation levels, we have 70 outer disciples, 8 ordinary stewards for management, 5 senior stewards, and 3 elders. Each of you will oversee the inner disciples, while the core disciples remain unassigned for now. Hence, focus on your cultivation. Shortly, you will each embark on the path to comprehend your respective techniques and divine abilities. Once you enter Tai Mountain, forget all previous practices and techniques. That is all. You're dismissed. Chen Lin felt a sense of satisfaction towards the 86 disciples. It was indeed sufficient. Once they departed, each returned to their designated positions. The outer disciples would cultivate the foundational Tai building fist and Tai building technique, which Chen Lin had meticulously deconstructed from the Tai divine art. Previously regarded as the mountain's sacred technique, in Chen Lin's eyes, it was merely a first-rate divine art. He intended to utilize the cultivation techniques of Tai Mountain for all disciples. As for the true disciples, Shen Linglong and Gu Qianxue, among others, planned to select different methods of cultivation. However, this particular technique still required further validation. Upon reaching the earthly fiend realm, one could attain a 9th-grade divine ability. Upon entering the celestial phenomenon realm, one could obtain a royal grade divine ability. In the harmonious path realm, it would also be a royal grade, albeit either top tier or peak tier. Only upon entering the realm of eternal life could one cultivate divine level spells. The group of disciples entered the library to receive their essential cultivation techniques. And upon learning that they could also choose a divine spell, they were utterly astonished. They realized that joining the Yushu Immortal Sect and Tai Mountain was the most astute decision of their lives. Chapter 205, Taking on Disciples Again. They reflected on their previous martial arts training, which had barely reached the 7th or 8th grade, while entering Tai Mountain guaranteed a minimum selection of 9th grade divine ability, rendering any previous comparisons utterly futile, especially considering the foundational technique they practiced, the Tai divine art, which was a divine level method. Upon reaching the requisite realm, they would receive subsequent techniques. Once the new disciples were properly arranged, the system for tenfold returns immediately reacted. Ding! The host imparts the Tai divine art and divine spells to the disciples, meeting the criteria for critical returns. A one-time critical return can be selected. Would you like to proceed? Critical return. Only a fool would forego the critical return. Critical success. A 5,000-fold critical return is rewarded, granting the celestial level technique. The Wijixian formula. Excellent, this arrival was perfectly timed. Chen Lin was just contemplating how to impart even more formidable techniques to everyone, and here it was. Most importantly, Chen Lin discovered that the Wijixian formula was actually an advanced version of the Tai divine art, allowing for seamless modifications without any adverse effects. Truly a bespoke solution. Without further ado, he immediately summoned Gu Qianxue and the others. Master, First Seat, Gu Qianxue, Shen Linglong, Xie Qingshan, and Shen Wan all arrived. However, it seemed one person was absent, little Wu Zhao. Chen Lin furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where's little Wu Zhao? Why has she not come?" With a chuckle, the four burst into laughter. Chen Lin, adopting a serious demeanor, urged, "Speak plainly. What is the matter?" Only then did Gu Qianxue reveal the truth. It turned out that little Wu Zhao had been bullied. Indeed, she had been mistreated. Who could blame her? The girl, unruly and mischievous, had caused chaos for others. Her antics had led to repercussions for Tai Mountain, and rather than mend her ways, she had turned her mischief towards other sects, becoming quite addicted to it. In the past, she had meddled with other sects, such as Jintingshan, where Wei Juetian had personally intervened to teach her a lesson. Now, with Chen Lin stepping into the king realm and having endured the tribulation, bestowing blessings upon everyone who did not know little Wu Zhao's identity, she was simply a troublemaker for spirit beasts. Everyone turned a blind eye, inadvertently fostering the impudence of the little girl. Not long ago, she surprisingly ventured to trouble the Spirit Lord. The Spirit Lord is a fire Qilin, one of the ancient divine beasts, possessing cultivation at the transformation realm. However, due to its divine nature, it is indeed a formidable opponent, often unmatched by others within the same realm. Its prowess ranks among the elite within the transformation realm. Divine beasts enjoy significantly longer lifespans than humans, and this fire Qilin has resided in the Yushu Immortal Gate for nearly 20 millennia. The young girl, in her naivety, found her way to the fire Qilin, which did not indulge her. Instead, it gave her a harsh lesson. Now, she is diligently cultivating, preparing to seek vengeance against the fire Qilin. I estimate that it will be well before she reaches adulthood that she can exact her revenge. Of course, the fire Qilin is also aware of Xiao Wuzhao's identity. While it chastised her, it did not take her life. Chen Lin nodded and remarked, "That girl certainly deserved a thorough reprimanding. Let's not dwell on it any longer. Previously, I decreed that all disciples of Tai Mountain could cultivate the Tai divine art. However, as true disciples, it seems somewhat inappropriate for you to practice the Tai divine art. I plan to impart a new technique to you, the Wuji Immortal Formula, a 12th grade celestial level art. Finally, we can upgrade from a bird's gun to a cannon." The four of them brightened at this news. The junior sister has been practicing the innate Thunderbody refinement art, a technique of the Grand Tao level, although it does not reach the level of the Grand Tao. As a 12th grade celestial level technique, it certainly stands supreme within the Yushu Immortal Gate. Chen Lin continued, "Before we proceed, Xianxia and Shenwan, I ask you both, do you wish to take me as your master?" "To take you as master. We wish to bow before the esteemed master." Xianxia and Shenwan exclaimed with joy. Previously mere ordinary disciples, they harbored unspoken envy and desire to become Chen Lin's disciples, recognizing their own qualifications and keeping their hopes concealed in their hearts. Now, having finally received the master's acknowledgement, how could they not be overjoyed? The two of them knelt before him, saying, "Disciples pay their respects to master," accompanied by 9 resounding bows. Ding! Congratulations, host, on accepting Xianxia and Shenwan as disciples. Rewards include 2 opportunities for daily critical returns and 2 disciple gift packs. Would you like to claim them? 2 gift packs, he affirmed. Claim them. The gift pack opens, yielding the divine level sword technique, Great Zhou Tian, slaughtering sword art. Acquired a divine level artifact, a golden brick, and a divine level artifact, a wind stabilizing pearl. 2 remarkable treasures and a divine level sword technique. The golden brick can be thrown to strike opponents with pinpoint accuracy, causing them to feel dizzy for 3 seconds upon impact. It bears a striking resemblance to the war tactics employed by the Bull Demon King in times of old. Meanwhile, the wind stabilizing pearl, though devoid of lethal force, can immobilize foes and counter wind-type spells. Most importantly, this treasure serves as an imitation of a powerful artifact, a nemesis to the Wind Howl Array, capable of assisting in the formation of wind-type arrays. What delighted Chen Lin the most was the Great Zhou Tian sword technique, a martial art that involved the manipulation of space. With a single stroke, it could obliterate all that existed. This was the 5th form of the Great Zhou Tian sword method. Integrating this technique would undoubtedly elevate the power of the conference's Zhou Tian sword art to unprecedented heights. Chen Lin proclaimed, "All right, everyone rise. Since you have chosen to become my disciples, how could I possibly neglect the gifts?" As he spoke, he produced a gold brick he had recently acquired and handed it to Xianxia. "This is a divine grade treasure, a gold brick, perfect for striking foes." "Thank you, master," Xianxia exclaimed with joy. Chen Lin then retrieved a wind stabilizing pearl and presented it to Shenwan, saying, "This is also a divine grade treasure, the wind stabilizing pearl. Just right for your formation works." Shenwan promptly accepted it. Ding! The host has bestowed a divine grade treasure, a gold brick, upon disciple Xianxia, meeting the criteria for critical return. Will it trigger a critical hit? Critical hit. The system was remarkably humanized. Within the grand gift package were 3 treasures, 1 for himself, 1 suited for Xianxia, and 1 for Shenwan. It even provided a chance for critical returns. Critical success. Reward: 8,000 times the critical return, obtaining a celestial grade treasure, a celestial striking stone. The celestial striking stone was evidently more formidable than the gold brick. Swift as lightning, guaranteed to strike true. Its might was extraordinary. For Chen Lin, this treasure represented the pinnacle of concealed weaponry. Once unleashed, it could effortlessly slay opponents of the same rank by catching them off guard. This treasure was one he desired. Ding! The host has bestowed a divine grade treasure, the wind stabilizing pearl, upon disciple Xianxia, meeting the criteria for critical return. Will it trigger a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical success. Reward: 7,000 times the critical return, obtaining one of the 72 earthly fiend techniques, the binding spell. The treasure transformed into a supernatural ability. The 36 celestial generals and 72 earthly fiends represented 108 supreme techniques, much like the control over the 5 thunder previously acquired. These belonged to the foundational supernatural arts that pointed directly to the source. The binding spell, in the hands of others, was merely a means of immobilization. Yet, in the hands of the great sage Sun Wukong, it became an art form that had caused countless demons and spirits to falter beneath its influence. Chapter 206: Establishing Authority. Successfully accepting disciples, Chen Lin had generously bestowed a divine-grade treasure upon each, yielding substantial rewards for himself as well. He had gained the opportunity for critical returns twice daily, acquired one of the 72 earthly fiend techniques, the binding spell, and obtained a celestial-grade treasure, the celestial striking stone. This marked yet another leap in his capabilities for confronting foes. Subsequently, Chen Lin imparted the Wujing Immortal Sutra to the 4 disciples. Ding. The host has taught disciples Gu Qianxue, Shun Ling Long, Xie Qing Shan. And Shun won the Wujing Immortal Sutra, meeting the criteria for critical return. As this technique belongs to the rewards of critical returns, it can only trigger a corresponding critical return reward, granting a celestial-grade palm technique, the Great Might of the Heavenly Dragon. The Great Might Heavenly Dragon's supreme spell. The prajna of the Buddhas is indeed this particular incantation. The Buddhist arts, though lacking a legacy in the Tai-Xian domain, find their esteemed presence in the central domain, where the Great Thunder Sound Temple stands as one of the 3 sacred sites. Chen Lin harbored suspicions that this recent backlash was a return of the supreme celestial arts of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Nevertheless, this palm technique exudes sophistication and possesses an innate prowess in countering the forces of demons and monsters. This technique he resolved to acquire. As time flowed by, a week slipped away in the blink of an eye. Throughout these 7 days, Chen Lin dedicated himself to cultivation and mentoring a few disciples in their endeavors. Notably, his efforts bore fruit, allowing him to elevate the newly acquired techniques to a considerable level of mastery. The Great Might Heavenly Dragon reached the minor accomplishment stage, while the binding spell also attained a similar milestone. The technique of transforming into the 3 purities, having previously practiced the swordsmanship of this technique, swiftly achieved great success, enabling him to separate into 3, manifesting 2 incarnations that retained 80% of his power and realm. Thus, his main body stood at the mid-level of the sovereign realm, while his incarnations hovered at the early stage. The most formidable among his abilities was the extermination of a mortal's sword intent, which he unleashed through his finger-flicking technique. With a simple snap of his fingers, the extermination sword intent was instantly ignited. To his astonishment, he discovered that this flicker of sword intent surpassed even his current pinnacle of the Great Zhou Tian sword intent. The 5th technique of the Great Zhou Tian swordsmanship. The Great Zhou Tian slaying sword technique had reached a state of completion. Unfortunately, it had not yet merged with the Great Zhou Tian sword law. Otherwise, his combat prowess would have escalated further. The path ahead remained arduous and demanding. Chen Lin contemplated the prospect of seamlessly integrating the 5th Great Zhou Tian sword technique into the overarching Great Zhou Tian swordsmanship. However, the demons and monsters had other plans. At the juncture of the Su mountain range and the 10,000 Great Mountains, a peculiar transformation unfolded. The forces of demons surged forth from the fissures, swiftly claiming a 1-kilometer radius. The once clear skies were shrouded by ominous clouds, and the air thickened with the stench of blood. The invasion of demons commenced anew, this time with a more formidable force than the previous incursions. The howls of beasts and the pervasive aura of slaughter rendered the expressions of all within the Yusu Immortal Gate grave and serious. Unable to remain idle, Nangong Wentian approached the rift. Utilizing the Heavenly Sun's fortune-gazing technique, Chen Lin discerned the faint silhouettes of 7 demon kings, each on par with the previously encountered bull demon, which instilled a sense of gravity within him, though he remained undaunted by 1 or 2 demon kings. The prospect of facing 7 instilled a sense of apprehension regarding his chances of victory. Even if Nangong Wentian managed to detain 1, he would still contend with 6 demon kings. A thought crossed his mind, and the Overlord Bow materialized in his grasp. drawing the bow and releasing an arrow. The Overlord arrow whistled through the air, piercing the rift. On the other side of the fissure, the 7 demon kings were strategizing their invasion into the Taishan domain. Suddenly, an arrow shot through the air, aimed directly at the Red Fox King. His expression shifted in alarm as he swung his sword to cleave the oncoming projectile. With a resounding clang, the arrow was deflected, yet a fierce sword intent surged into the Red Fox King's body, causing him to stifle a groan and spurt a mouthful of blood. The oppressive sword intent rampaged within him, a harbinger of doom. What treachery is this? The Red Fox King felt as if he were losing his sanity. This sword intent not only resisted expulsion, but grew ever stronger. The other demon kings could only stare in disbelief. The events unfolding were utterly unfathomable. What had just transpired? The Dragon King approached the Red Fox King's back and declared, "Allow me to lend you my strength." With that, he channeled his magical power into the Red Fox King. A jarring impact ensued as the power entered, inciting the wrath of the vengeful sword intent, which immediately repelled the Dragon King, causing him to cough up blood and rendering him feeble. The remaining demon kings exchanged glances, their expressions troubled. The Red Fox King forced a wry smile. It is he, the human sovereign, with a sword intent so formidable. Had he unleashed this power earlier, I would have surely met my demise. How is this possible? The Dragon King replied gravely. This sword intent does not resemble that of our realm. It cannot possibly emanate from a mere human monarch. What shall we do now? The Red Fox King lamented, his strength utterly depleted. The plan of the 7 kings to annihilate Taishan now seemed to hinge upon just 6. Are you afraid? Someone interjected. Though this individual is powerful, he remains but a sovereign. Let's not forget that we are 7. United, he cannot possibly stand against us. Moreover, do you not find the prospect of subduing a being of such might as our slave exceedingly gratifying? Indeed, what are we waiting for? The Red Fox King observed the unfolding scenario, confident that the 6 of them would vanquish the human sovereign, turning him into their thrall. And that vengeance would come in due time. As the 6 made their decision, a colossal creature suddenly appeared at the fissure, its eyes larger than the rift itself. Without warning, it raised a mighty hand and struck down upon the fissure with tremendous force. A thunderous roar echoed as the previously intact fissure began to widen ominously. Quickly, we must not allow this beast to tear the rift further. Su Yuan was the first to act, unleashing the celestial artifact, the Jade Void Seal, upon the creature lurking within the rift. The primary function of the Jade Void Seal was to crush foes with the weight of mountains. A tremendous crash resounded as the seal made contact, clearly inflicting discomfort upon the lurking creature, which promptly retreated from the fissure. The 6 kings recognized that the human side had readied itself. Rather than succumbing to fear, the 6 kings felt invigorated, exchanging determined glances before launching their assault. In the next moment, the 6 kings materialized within the Taishan realm. The once tumultuous force of the demons surged forth as if under a spell, coalescing into a colossal beast, with the 6 kings poised above, surveying the realm with an air of dominance. An overwhelming aura erupted from their beings and in their eyes. All were merely prey, flesh ready to be slaughtered upon the altar. The demonic energy ravaged the surroundings, swirling like tempestuous winds, exerting pressure upon the present era. The 6 kings, akin to titans, seemed to have suppressed the very heavens and earth, instilling an undeniable sense of dread within the hearts of all present. Chapter 207, The Descent of the 6 Kings. In this dire moment, the greatest crisis of the Taishan realm had arrived. With only a handful of sealed monarchs, merely 6, and that was under the condition of Chen Lin attaining monarch status, alongside 2 from the Yushu immortal sect, the odds stood at 6 against 2. How could they prevail? As they gazed at the 6 demon kings in the void, the once emboldened crowd, buoyed by Chen Lin's recent victories against 2 waves of demonic incursions, now faced a drastic change in countenance, as boundless terror unfurled within their hearts. Present were not only the members of the Yushu immortal sect, but also other immortal sects, ancient clans, and various religious orders, with 2 fissures still remaining, through which the demon kings could invade at any moment, just as had occurred with the Xianxia immortal sect. 1 demon king and 3 demon generals had obliterated a single immortal sect. Should the monarchs fall, it was likely that the heads of the Xianxia immortal sect's ancestors would be paraded back to the demonic realm as trophies. The 2 great monarchs of the Yushu immortal sect stood unparalleled in the Taishan realm, making it evident that only they could withstand the onslaught of demons. Moreover, one of the fissures was situated right at the gate of the Yushu immortal sect. To thwart the demons, unity among all was imperative. What to be done? The demon dynasty was evidently resolved to annihilate the Tai-Xian realm. Could the Yusu immortal sect withstand such a force? 6 demon kings. It felt as though doom loomed over them. Instantly, despair echoed throughout the gathering, a melancholic atmosphere permeating the air. A sense of futility and hopelessness radiated from the crowd. A couple of demon kings might have been manageable for Lord Chen Lin, but now there stood an overwhelming 6. The memories of previous invasions, the chaos wrought by the blood demon and the ferocity of the bull demon king, were fresh in their minds. And now they faced 6 demon kings of equal might. The air was thick with despair and sorrow, an unprecedented sense of desolation enveloping them, even making the act of breathing feel laborious, suffocating them with an overwhelming sense of dread. Should they falter, death awaited their ranks. This was a war between races. The victors would thrive, while the vanquished would perish, an immutable truth throughout history. Moreover, in the eyes of the demon race, humanity was merely delectable sustenance. Look at yourselves, what have you become? Why cower? What are the 6 demon kings? I have faith in Lord Chen Lin. He will surely vanquish these demons. Indeed, we must place our unwavering faith in Lord Chen Lin. Despite the external skepticism surrounding him, the Yusu sect now embodies a blind confidence. What are the 6 great demon kings? With the venerable Chen Lin among us, they harbor no fear. Have the disciples of the Yusu sect lost their senses? No matter how formidable Chen Lin may be, he is but a single man. How could he possibly contend with the 6 great demon kings? Those from other celestial sects and ancient clans are visibly shaken. This is preposterous. At such a critical juncture of life and death, what matters is strength, not blind adulation and trust. Su Yuan expressed his concerns to Chen Lin. Junior brother Chen, this time we may be in trouble. Chen Lin replied calmly, Brother, what is there to fear? Just moments ago, I dispatched one of the 7 great demon kings, reducing their number to 6. Who can claim I am incapable of victory? At this moment, Chen Lin exhibited no trepidation. His initial foray had yielded unexpectedly advantageous results. The intent of the extermination sword proved remarkably potent. Although that strike had drained 70 to 80% of his internal energy, it signified that he could eliminate 3 demon kings when it truly mattered. Let us not overlook his secret technique, the transformation of 3 purities, not to mention his other means, such as the treasures in his possession. The immortal stone and the fire banana fan. This fire banana fan is a treasure of the golden immortal level. With a single sweep, it can unleash the formidable true fire of Samadhi. Upon careful analysis, Chen Lin brimmed with confidence. Su Yuan, who had initially felt apprehensive and resolute, was gradually influenced by Chen Lin's demeanor. Could it be that junior brother Chen truly possesses the means to confront these demons? With the crisis looming, all hope now rested upon junior brother Chen. The Dragon King soon took notice of Chen Lin. Among the 2 human monarchs present, Nangong Wentian stood at the mid-stage of monarch rank, as did Chen Lin. While he regarded Nangong Wentian with indifference, his gaze upon Chen Lin revealed an ambiguous aura, shrouded in mystery, evoking a sense of trepidation. Remembering the failures of the Bull Demon King and the Azura King, the Dragon King swiftly identified Chen Lin. He inquired, Are you the one who killed the Bull Demon King and the Azura King? Chen Lin nodded, Indeed, it was I. Moreover, I returned their severed heads to you. You must have received them. It was out of mercy for my human kin that I did not use them as chamber pots. Seeking death. To treat our demon kings as mere chamber pots, the 6 great demon kings' expressions darkened, their murderous intent palpable. With a cold snort, one of them remarked, Human monarch, you are quite audacious. However, I wonder whether you possess the capability to back it up when the time comes. Chen Lin scoffed. Shall we engage in combat? I wonder if you prefer a duel or a group fight. The Dragon King, intrigued, pondered the implications of both scenarios. Chen Lin declared, A one-on-one duel? That means I shall face your entire group alone. And a group attack? That entails all of you challenging me. The Fire Demon King furiously retorted, You dare toy with us? Chen Lin's expression shifted dramatically. An inexplicable murderous intent surged forth as he fixed his gaze upon the Fire Demon King. He spoke each word with deliberate weight. Watch your tongue. The Fire Demon King scoffed. What is this? Do you wish to strike me? Come then, the Fire Demon King, shall be waiting. Chen Lin coldly huffed. If you're seeking a fight, I shall oblige. In an instant, he lunged forward, charging at the Fire Demon King. The 6 great demon kings were momentarily taken aback. Goodness, They had only exchanged a few words, expecting their minions to enter the Taishan realm. Yet here was this human king, disregarding all martial decorum and launching an attack. Chen Lin, oblivious to the thoughts of these demon kings, was solely intent on a swift resolution. Observing the relentless surge of demons behind the six kings filled him with an ominous premonition, prompting him to act decisively. Fire Demon King, it is you. Through the heavenly sun's divination, it became evident that the Fire Demon King, despite being a mid-tier king, was the weakest among them. Renowned for his fire manipulation, Chen Lin, who wielded both the Tianyuan Divine Fire and the Sun Divine Fire, was unperturbed by flames. The Fire Fury Buddha Lotus, a technique that forcibly fused the Tianyuan and Sun Divine Fires, would lead to a catastrophic explosion if the Yin and Yang failed to merge. Its power rivaled that of celestial-level spells, if not surpassing them. With an element of surprise, he countered fire with fire. Indeed, as a fiery mass surged towards him, the Fire Demon King laughed heartily. You dare to play with fire? Do you not know that I am the ancestor of fire manipulation? In the Demon Empire, I am the illustrious Fire Demon King. Chapter 208, A Wound for a Wound. As he spoke, the Fire Demon King grasped the flame Chen Lin had unleashed, bellowing, "Be extinguished." Yet, in the next moment his countenance paled. The flame not only failed to subside, but became increasingly volatile, on the verge of explosion. The Fire Demon King, stricken with terror, hastily cast the flame away, but alas, it was too late. A tremendous explosion erupted, launching the Fire Demon King backward, crashing to the ground. Charred and smoldering, his hair disheveled, and his right hand obliterated, leaving him grievously wounded. With a single strike, he had incapacitated a Demon King. Now, only 5 Demon Kings remained. Previously, the atmosphere had been one of sorrow and despair due to the presence of the 6 Demon Kings. But now erupted a chorus of cheers. Long live Ancestor Chen Lin. I knew Ancestor Chen Lin would surely resolve this crisis. Bah! With only 5 Demon Kings remaining. Those demons spawn. As long as Ancestor Chen Lin is here, none shall return to the Demon Empire. They shall all perish. Uncertain of who had previously claimed that the venerable Chen Lin was no match for the 6 great Demon Kings, the tone of the conversation had now shifted dramatically. I did not say anything. I know nothing, came the retort. At this moment, the support for Chen Lin was palpable. Who would dare to belittle him? Acknowledging their prior words would mean declaring enmity against all. Su Yuan wore a smile, his earlier anxieties gradually easing. Nangong Wentian could not help but inquire, "Junior brother, your earlier display of divine prowess was remarkable. In my humble opinion, it appeared to be an explosion caused by the fusion of 2 distinct flames, Yin and Yang. It is astounding that you have managed to cultivate both simultaneously." Chen Lin nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it was an explosion resulting from the forced compatibility of 2 flames. I have named this technique the Fire Wrath Buddha Lotus." Nangong Wentian nodded, filled with admiration. The pitiful sight of the Fire Demon King had also instilled fear in the other 5 Demon Kings. However, they soon regained their composure. The Dragon King cast a disdainful glance at the Fire Demon King, sneering, "A worthless fool, deserving of his fate." He then turned to Chen Lin, stating, "Human monarch, we truly underestimated you. While the Fire Demon King was indeed a fool, your flames unleashed a formidable explosion. Yet, I wonder how many times you can execute such a feat," Chen Lin replied. "It is merely a trivial technique, and how many times I can perform it is of no concern to you. Besides, I had no intention of using the Fire Wrath Buddha Lotus." "Such a technique is certainly extraordinary," remarked the Dragon King. Chen Lin frowned. "Enough with the idle chatter. Delaying time only allows more demons to enter my Taishan domain. I must decline your proposition. Since you cannot decide between a one-on-one or a group confrontation, allow me to choose for you. You 5 shall face me together. To avoid wasting time. Arrogant youth, allowing us to join forces. I, the Dragon King, am more than sufficient to handle you alone." The Dragon King, the foremost among the 4 Demon Kings, stood at the pinnacle of power, making him the strongest of the 5. It was no wonder he exuded such confidence. Moreover, the Dragon King was a blue dragon, imbued with the bloodline of a true dragon, under the auspices of the Emperor's Qi observation technique. He was the only opponent that Chen Lin found truly daunting. At this juncture, Chen Lin understood the necessity for an expedited and decisive resolution. Ideally, he aimed to injure the Dragon King within 3 moves, not only to instill fear in the remaining Demon Kings, but also to prevent any possibility of their collaboration. While he was confident, he did not harbor the delusion of facing 5 opponents alone. Taking on 3 or 4, however, was still within his capabilities. With this resolve, Chen Lin stomped his foot, instantly manifesting the immense Jizhou Tian sword intent. This technique was also known to Nangong, Wentian, and Su Yuan, though they had merely begun to grasp it. In contrast, Chen Lin had synthesized it from 4 different sword styles into his own extraordinary swordsmanship, achieving a level of power that reached the zenith of this technique. With a single stroke, he shattered the void. Employing the U-step, he appeared before the Dragon King in an instant, thrusting toward his eyes with deadly precision. The Dragon King scoffed, "You are but an insignificant existence. I am curious to see what you are capable of, resorting to a sword instead of your earlier Fire Fury Buddha Lotus. Do you not realize that I, the Dragon King, hold no fear of swords?" As a being of the Azure Dragon, his entire body was encased in impenetrable scales, granting him immense strength. Ordinary attacks could hardly breach his defenses. Indeed, Chen Lin's previous move with the Fire Fury Buddha Lotus had instilled a modicum of caution within him. It was true that his eyes were the most vulnerable part of his being, yet they were also the easiest to defend. A mere gesture could suffice for protection. Upon witnessing the Dragon King's response, Chen Lin could not help but smile. The King of Demons, so accustomed to arrogance, had little reason to be humble. After all, the demons were gifted with extraordinary talents, and among the human race, even those with innate divine bodies and remarkable manifestations were at a disadvantage against the Demon King when in the same realm. While Chen Lin possessed the Mist Shadow technique, allowing him to conceal his cultivation, he deliberately revealed his mid-stage king realm power from time to time to mislead the demons. As expected, these self-righteous demons fell for the ruse. The Great Zhou Tian sword technique, amalgamating attributes of destruction, swiftness, precision, and lethality, contained formidable attacks. Coupled with the Purple Cloud sword, it became a force to be reckoned with. As he faced the Dragon King's defenses, he thrust his sword forward, shattering through them. By the time the Dragon King sensed the threat, it was too late. Chen Lin's sword, akin to a great dragon, pierced through his defenses, targeting his eyes directly. With a ripping sound, the scales on the Dragon King's body were torn apart, leaving him astonished. "I underestimated you," he roared, "to have breached my defenses. But if you wish to harm me, prepare to die." The Dragon King suddenly transformed his right hand into a dragon claw, lunging at Chen Lin, aiming for his heart. Should he strike true, death would be certain. Yet, Chen Lin showed no intention of evading, allowing the claw to land on his chest, while his sword plunged downward. "You seek your own demise," the Dragon King derided. "Do not think that breaching my defenses grants you the power to slay me. My scales are merely the first layer of my protection, and under my claw, you are doomed." Chen Lin retorted, "Is that so? When it comes to defense, who have I ever feared?" Without delving into specifics, I possess the Xian Turtle Immortal Technique, the Purple Cloud Immortal Garment, the 9-rank Merit Golden Lotus, the Indestructible Body, and the Great Sage Spirit Art. 5 layers of defense. Let us see who truly suffers in this clash. In truth, Chen Lin was putting everything on the line. Though brimming with confidence, he understood that only in the heat of battle would he discern whose defenses were superior. With a thunderous crash, their attacks collided. Chen Lin let out a muffled groan. His first layer of defense, the 9-rank Merit Golden Lotus, was breached, followed by the second layer, the Xian Turtle Immortal Technique. However, the third layer, the Purple Cloud Immortal Garment, remained unscathed, and the fourth, the Indestructible Body, as well as the fifth, the Great Sage Spirit Art, had not even been triggered. Chapter 209, The Outbreak of War. The Dragon King faced a dire fate. His triple defenses, first the scales, second the divine artifact, the mystic spirit ring, and third the true dragon form, were all shattered. With a single stroke from Chen Lin's sword, the intent pierced through the Dragon King's eyes. The excruciating pain drove him into a frenzy, howling madly, blood streaming from his eyes. In his blind rage, he attacked anyone in sight, with the nearest targets being the other lesser demons. "Filthy human ants, shameless and despicable, you have harmed my eyes. Come forth so that I may rend you to pieces." At that moment, the Dragon King was utterly lost to friend and foe alike, indiscriminately slaughtering. The remaining 5 demon kings exchanged glances, knowing they could not let the Dragon King continue his rampage. They coordinated their attacks, swiftly knocking him unconscious. As a result, only 4 of the 7 demon kings remained. Long live ancestor Chen Lin. Long live the purple-robed Sword King. You wretched demons, submit to your demise. The Dragon King's injury undeniably invigorated everyone. The earlier defeat of the Fire Demon King had already alleviated some of their fear and despair. Now, vanquishing the Dragon King was akin to administering a tranquilizer to the collective spirit. Just moments ago, there had been 7 formidable Demon Kings. Now, only 4 remained. The remaining 4 were rendered speechless, utterly intimidated. They understood the Dragon King's prowess. 2 had engaged without any resistance, exchanging injuries. Yet the human remained unscathed while the Dragon King was left blinded. The mere strength of his defenses was enough to instill terror within them. Chen Lin, too, was filled with elation. Victory! Haha! The choice of 5-fold defenses was indeed the right one. Especially the 9th grade Merit Golden Lotus. One could argue it was his most powerful artifact. The boundless power of Merit had manifested such might, reaching the level of a Celestial King artifact. Regrettably, his merit was still insufficient. Acquiring another Merit Golden Wheel would undoubtedly elevate his defenses further. Although the 9th grade Merit Golden Lotus was balanced in both offense and defense, its defensive capabilities outweighed its offensive. How on earth shall we continue this battle? Suddenly, the 4 Demon Kings exchanged glances, apprehensive. With the Dragon King's eyes gouged and severely injured, their gazes turned to the Serpent King, the most formidable among them. Is there any point in continuing this fight? This human king is nothing short of a monster. Just his defenses. Are you certain we can breach them? We should retreat. The 4 whispered among themselves, momentarily indecisive. Yet, the arrow was drawn, and they had no choice but to release it. They must not forget that their invasion of the Taishan domain involved not just the 4 Demon Kings, but also hundreds of thousands of demons behind them. This time is not akin to the previous invasion by the Bull Demon King, which summoned over 1 million cannon fodder, with only a handful of long-lived realm demons. Nor does it resemble the encounter with the Shura King. This time, the higher demons constitute the majority. Their retreat may be swift. Yet these demons are destined to face a brutal onslaught from the human race. Upon returning, how will they explain their failure to the 2 demon saints? How will they justify themselves to the esteemed demon master? What is this? Are the demon kings filled with trepidation? Chen Lin's murderous intent was palpable. If they wish to flee, can they? Those who dare to invade my Taishan domain must be prepared for death within it. Remember our human's axiom. Those who offend the human race shall be pursued, regardless of the distance. Kill. Once again, Chen Lin took the initiative to confront the enemy. In the previous 2 encounters, he had caught them off guard, vanquishing the Fire Demon King and the Dragon King, thus significantly tipping the scales of victory. Even if he could not defeat the 4 Demon Kings, he would not succumb to defeat. And what are the 3 remaining Demon Kings? Let us not forget South Palace Wentian. With a swift motion, Chen Lin called out, "Brother South Palace, that diminutive Demon King is yours to handle." South Palace Wentian responded confidently, "Rest assured, junior brother. The diminutive demon shall meet his demise swiftly." South Palace Wentian had long been eager to engage. Having received the Taoist bestowal, breaking through to mid-level king realm, extending his lifespan by 500 years, and returning to his zenith. Armed with Chen Lin's profound sword technique, the great Zhou Tian sword art, he sought a worthy adversary to test his combat prowess. The mention of the diminutive demon king infuriated Iron Demon King, who trembled with rage. The Iron Demon clan, one of the 7 major clans of the demon race, stands alongside the Bull and Fire Demon clans. Though they are short in stature, they excel in forging, with the majority of the treasures in the demon dynasty crafted by their hands. Despite their diminutive size, they possess extraordinary innate abilities, including the control of fire and immense strength. Standing at around 1.50 meters, Iron Demon King detested being called short. The words of Chen Lin and South Palace Wentian had enraged him to the point of fury as he charged towards South Palace Wentian, wielding his iron hammer. In an instant, the 2 clashed fiercely. Meanwhile, Chen Lin swiftly approached the 3 remaining Demon Kings. The essence of his sword intent unfurled, identical to the great Zhou Tian sword art employed by South Palace Wentian. As the creator of this technique, Chen Lin's comprehension had reached its zenith. He engaged in battle while reciting the tenets of the sword technique. This was akin to a revelation for Su Yuan and South Palace Wentian, particularly for South Palace Wentian. Following Chen Lin's guidance allowed him to manifest the technique with greater clarity, bringing him to the brink of a breakthrough into a minor realm. The 4 Demon Kings were caught in a fierce entanglement. In the face of the remaining demons, Su Yuan made a bold decision. He turned to the esteemed elders and disciples of the supporting immortal clans and proclaimed, "Let us unite with our disciples to exterminate these demons." We do not seek to slay them all on the spot, but rather to impart a painful lesson, making them understand that our human race and the Taishan domain are not to be trifled with. The disciples of the Yusu immortal sect, upon hearing this, sprang into action, with Su Yuan leading the charge. He was the first to confront a demon commander, while others followed suit, banding together in groups. Gradually, they formed formations. Each of the 12 mountain sects possessed its own unique array. The enchanting fairy Miao Shan, accompanied by her disciple from Mount Luo Jia, swiftly arranged a compassionate navigation sword formation, pushing forward without restraint. Soon, they reached Gu Qinxue and Shun Linglong, urging Qinxue, Linglong, join the formation. Yes, master. The four rejoiced. While others were setting up formations, their master had ventured forth to battle 3 demon kings alone. The power of their formation was insufficient to contend with the Tao integration realm, yet it could manage against the divine transformation realm, which was already a considerable challenge for them. This necessity for the various mountain sects to recruit a substantial number of disciples became evident. Take the compassionate navigation sword formation, for example. The potency of a formation with 2 participants is incomparable to that of one with 20. When 2 individuals scatter to face opponents, all possessing Tao integration cultivation, they may only triumph over those at the divine transformation level, but against those at the celestial realm, defeat is inevitable. Conversely, a formation of 20 can not only overcome those at the celestial realm, but can withstand numerous strikes from a true monarch of the creation realm without faltering. Chapter 210, Gaining the Upper Hand. Mount Luo Jia boasted nearly 100 disciples, yet around 40 to 50 were battle-ready. Under the direct command of Fairy Miao Shan, they were capable of confronting a true monarch of creation. With both offensive and defensive capabilities, once they entered the formation, each disciple's safety was assured, unless the formation itself was breached. The other mountain sects were similarly fortified. In contrast, the demons, fierce and extraordinarily gifted, held an advantage in one-on-one encounters, yet they lacked proficiency in formations, rendering them disorganized. Though appearing formidable, they were fundamentally no match for the human race. Otherwise, how could the combined forces of the demon clans have been driven deep into the heart of the 10,000 mountains? Kill. Not a single demon shall escape. They must understand the might of our Tai Shin domain. The battle erupted. The savagery of the demons had been made apparent through previous skirmishes, particularly with the annihilation of the Xianxia immortal sect, which sounded an alarm for all major factions. This was no mere game, no drill, nor an attempt to overthrow a dynasty and establish a new one. It was a war between races where defeat meant death, complete extermination of their lineage. Immediately, as the battle commenced, various factions and individuals surged forth to assist. Their numbers swelled, and even the 3 great empires dispatched armies to join the fray. In the realm of demons, the breach was exceedingly narrow, allowing but a scant few fiends to enter. Chen Lin, facing the 3 formidable demon kings, appeared to intentionally or unintentionally gravitate towards the demon faction. Countless demons were caught in the crossfire of the fierce battle. Fortunately, at this moment, the Dragon King had regained some composure, though blinded and with only his dragon horn as a guide. His injuries were yet to fully mend, allowing him to temporarily command the demon army and halt its disarray. The focal point of the war now rested upon the clash between Chen Lin and the 3 demon kings, the Spirit Serpent King, the Ice Demon King, and the Ape Demon King. The Spirit Serpent King wielded a long serpent sword, enigmatic and unpredictable. The Ice Demon King unleashed ice-based sorcery for ranged attacks, while the Ape Demon King, brandishing an iron staff, exhibited immense strength, rumored to possess a trace of the bloodline of the legendary gibbon. Chen Lin, with sword in hand, moved with a leisurely grace, exuding ease and composure. Just moments ago, through his guidance and personal demonstration, he had inadvertently triggered the critical hit return system. Ding. The host's instruction to Nangong Wentian and Su Yuan regarding the Great Zhou Tian sword technique has enhanced their comprehension, allowing both to step into the minor success realm. Does it meet the criteria for a critical hit? To his astonishment, a breakthrough had indeed occurred. With a venerable royal ancestor from the Jade Void and the esteemed leader of the Jade Void sect, their prowess was exceptional, achieving a breakthrough with merely a nudge. Critical hit. One opportunity not to be missed. Critical hit successful. Reward. 10,000-fold return, gaining a wealth of swordsmanship experience. Surprised by the sheer magnitude of the reward, Chen Lin instinctively directed this newfound swordsmanship experience towards enhancing the Great Zhou Tian slaughter technique. Boom! In an instant, the Great Zhou Tian slaughter technique reached its pinnacle. Subsequently, it seamlessly integrated into the Great Zhou Tian sword technique, elevating it from the true immortal level to the golden immortal level of swordsmanship, amplifying its power severalfold. In a heartbeat, Chen Lin, who had previously matched the three demon kings, now firmly subdued them. Truly, the benefits from a royal ancestor and a sect leader were remarkable, with the critical hit rewards compensating for countless hours devoted to his swordsmanship cultivation. His prowess soared, rendering him unparalleled, as every movement elicited cries of despair from the three demon kings. 1. A late-stage monarch. 2. Mid-stage monarchs. How could they, facing a mere mid-stage human monarch, find themselves at such a disadvantage? In that moment, an unsettling thought surfaced within them. Had they made a grave mistake by coming here? Now, they found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Turning towards the narrow fissure, the spirit serpent king implored, "We must devise a plan. Are we truly destined to perish here?" The ice demon king gritted his teeth in agreement. The serpent king gritted his teeth and said, "What can I do? It is evident that we are no match for them." Initially, when the seven kings convened, we boasted of conquering the entire Tai-Xian domain. And now it is nothing more than a farce. The Dragon King, blinded and gravely wounded, would have otherwise put up a fight. Remarkably, the Dragon King chose this moment to join the fray, commanding the demons. At some point, he unexpectedly wielded a flag, and as he waved it, the previously disorganized retreating demons seemed to be invigorated, their eyes gleaming with crimson fury, exuding an overwhelming bloodlust, akin to having been injected with adrenaline. They suddenly roared with abandon and charged recklessly towards the human ranks. Wherever they passed, chaos ensued among the humans, resulting in countless casualties. The Iron Blood Battle Flag. Ha ha ha! The Dragon King has actually brought the Iron Blood Battle Flag. This is it, human ants, your doom is sealed. The Serpent King and his companions instantly regained their confidence, unable to contain their laughter. At this juncture, Chen Lin had completely gained the upper hand, poised to swiftly eliminate the three demon kings. However, an alarming scene on the battlefield immediately furrowed his brow, filling him with dread. Through the Emperor's Qi observation technique, he discerned that the battle flag posed a significant threat. Once unfurled, the demons would become impervious to pain, fearless of death, and driven into a frenzy. Previously retreating against the human formation, they now disregarded their own lives, charging with reckless abandon. Such disregard for mortality would undoubtedly inflict catastrophic losses upon the human side. Any deaths would shatter the formation, which would be fatal for the humans. Damn it! Chen Lin realized he could not allow the Dragon King to continue waving the flag. He had to intervene. With a swift sword thrust, he repelled the three demon kings and dashed towards the Dragon King. Utilizing the technique of unifying three clarity, Chen Lin no longer held back. His two avatars engaged the three demon kings while his true self lunged at the Dragon King. With a flick of his wrist, the essence of the extermination sword was unleashed. The Dragon King, consumed with fury as he brandished the Iron Blood Battle Flag and commanded the demon army, felt an imminent threat. It is him. He is the one who blinded me. He could only shield his eyes with his dragon horn. An uncontrollable rage erupted from the Dragon King, disregarding his injuries as he thrust the flag like a spear towards Chen Lin. Like a wraith, Chen Lin effortlessly evaded the Dragon King's attack and instantaneously repositioned himself to the left, flicking a finger. A beam of extermination sword intent shot forth in an instant. With a resounding impact, it struck the Dragon King squarely. The might of the extermination sword intent was formidable, instantly obliterating the Dragon King's life. The Dragon King fell, lifeless. Chapter 211. The invasion is not yet over. With a mere gesture, the Iron Blood Battle Flag appeared in Chen Lin's hand. What is this? Chen Lin exclaimed in surprise, feeling an overwhelming surge of primal energy. He unexpectedly sensed the innate aura characteristic of a Tao-level artifact emanating from this Iron Blood Battle Flag. Alas, the aura was incomplete, and it had been crafted into a worthless Iron Blood Flag, squandered by those who treated it as a divine treasure. Chen Lin shook his head in lamentation, deciding to stow away this flag imbued with malevolent charm. As he concealed the Iron Blood Flag, the frenzied demons abruptly calmed, an unprecedented feeling of weakness rising from within them. Ha ha! By overextending their vitality, they had succumbed to madness. It was both their boon and bane. At that moment, the demon's strength was reduced to less than half of its former might. Kill them, annihilate these demons. The human faction also recognized this shift, their murderous intent surging. Particularly those who had just witnessed their comrades slaughtered and felt the life-threatening pressure from the demons. They were driven by vengeance, charging wildly towards their foes. The three demon kings had been elated when the Dragon King unveiled the Iron Blood flag, but the next moment, the Dragon King was slain and the flag was seized. Everything transpired too swiftly. Most astonishingly, they witnessed an incredible scene. 3 Chen Lins. How could one man transform into 3? Even facing a single one was daunting enough, let alone 2. The 2 Chen Lins dominated the 3 demon kings, with the Ice Demon King suffering a grievous blow, his arm severed by one of the Chen Lins, leaving him a one-armed wretch. The Ice Demon King was on the brink of madness. Yet, Chen Lin offered no opportunity for his despair. One avatar unleashed the Tao Golden Immortal Level Great Zhou Tian Sword Technique, while the other wielded the Supreme Divine Fist. With the fourth move of the Supreme Divine Fist, this martial art ascended to the Tao Immortal King level. With 2 strikes, 1 demon fell. In less than 10 moves, none of the 3 demon kings remained standing. Having expended a significant portion of his mana in deploying the Extermination Sword intent, Chen Lin directed himself towards the demon generals amidst the chaos. Even with only 2/3 of his power, dispatching these demons was merely a matter of a few strikes. It was a brutal slaughter, overwhelmingly one-sided. As Chen Lin rampaged through the battlefield, dispatching numerous demon kings, the Iron Demon King was already paralyzed with fear, internally collapsing. There was no longer any hope of continuing the struggle against Nangong Wentian. He sought escape. Thus, he unwittingly exposed a flaw, which Nangong Wentian seized upon, delivering a fatal strike. Victory was theirs. All the demon kings were annihilated. Long live Chen Lin. Long live ancestor Nangong. Those who transgress against the Tai Xian shall face annihilation, and not a single one shall escape. They were all to be eradicated. Chen Lin stood resolutely at the rift, slaying anyone attempting to flee. 1 for each, 2 for a pair. At this moment, the demons were akin to fish in a barrel. Su Yuan, as the sect leader, led the charge. Under the guidance of Chen Lin, he achieved a preliminary mastery of the Great Zhou Tian Sword Technique, instantly transforming it into his most formidable weapon. At that moment, as he stepped into this newfound realm, the path to kingship lay before him. He felt an unwavering confidence that once the current invasion war concluded, it would be the opportune moment for him to enter seclusion and break through. He had once believed that ascending to kingship would be an insurmountable challenge in his lifetime. Yet with Chen Lin imparting a unique sword technique and offering insightful counsel, he discovered an alternative path toward kingship. Once he attained this status, his identity and longevity would be elevated. The journey of cultivation is fraught with obstacles, akin to battling against the heavens. Each step feels like a struggle against celestial forces, as he cleaves through the heavenly path to carve out his own destiny. Previously, this path was riddled with impediments, but now it lay clear before him. With sword in hand and the Jade Void seal safeguarding him, he sought out the demonic beasts of the transformation realm. This time, the 7 kings emerged together. With over 20 formidable demon generals from the transformation realm and more than 500 additional demons from the celestial and divine transformation realms, 3 ancient demonic beasts also appeared. Previously, the group had relied solely on formations to barely hold their ground. Now, as Chen Lin and Nangong Wentian struck down kings, the morale of the demonic forces plummeted. After inflicting injuries on 2 of their leaders, the demons faced utter devastation. The slaughter continued unabated, the bloodshed relentless, and the land littered with corpses, resembling a hell on earth. Gu Qianxue, Shun Linglong, Xie Qingshan, and Shun Wan, alongside disciples from Mount Luojia, under Miaoshan's leadership, displayed their extraordinary prowess. Having been uniquely trained by Chen Lin, this massacre persisted for an entire day and night. Finally, the last demon fell. Victory was theirs. They had triumphed. This encounter differed markedly from the previous 2. While those instances bore danger, they did not plunge anyone into despair. However, the emergence of the 7 kings instilled a profound sense of hopelessness among all. How many kings resided in the entire Tai Xian domain? Could they truly rely solely on Chen Lin? To their astonishment, it was indeed Chen Lin alone who turned the tide, valiantly confronting the 7 kings. He first demonstrated his strength by wounding the Red Fox King, followed by the Fire Demon King and the Flood Dragon King, defeating them all in a 1-against-3 battle. With the commanders of the demon kings vanquished, the remaining demons were left like fish in a barrel, systematically eliminated. This battle showcased the might and resolve of the Tianyuan domain, securing a decisive victory in the war. Though uncertainty loomed regarding the next steps of the demonic empire, all believed that as long as Chen Lin stood firm, they would fear no onslaught, no matter how many adversaries they sent forth. However, just as elation filled the air, a cataclysmic aura erupted from the fissure, and a colossal figure gradually took shape before them. The jubilant crowd felt an unsettling tremor in their hearts, a foreboding sense that something ominous was approaching. Could it be? Not again. A collective sigh resonated among them. After a fierce battle, who isn't weary? Who doesn't yearn for a moment of respite? The Demon Emperor's dynasty seems relentless. But what is there to fear? With the illustrious Sword King, ancestor Chen Lin, by our side, we shall vanquish any foe that approaches. Just moments ago, 5 out of the 7 demon kings lay slain or grievously wounded. We fear not the numbers that come. Indeed, come forth, you mischievous little demons. I am unafraid of your presence. The very thought of ancestor Chen Lin invigorates us, as the crowd soon radiates an intimidating aura once more. Some even began to shout defiantly. Yet, only Chen Lin bore a grave expression, his gaze fixed upon the increasingly discernible figure before them. He bellowed, "Silence." However, the earlier bravado had evidently provoked the approaching entity. A colossal hand descended from a void, poised to strike the defiant crowd. It was a force of nature akin to a mountain. Alarmed, Chen Lin swiftly maneuvered beneath the descending hand, conjuring the 9th-rank merit golden lotus above his head, charging toward the impending blow. With a resounding crash, the golden lotus collided with the hand, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Chen Lin was sent hurtling downward like a comet, crashing into the ground and creating an immense crater. In Chapter 212, Demon Master Confronting, the gravity of the situation dawned upon the onlookers. They realized the terrifying nature of the being taking shape before them. They had witnessed ancestor Chen Lin's formidable prowess. It had been struck down with a single blow. Chen Lin coughed twice, laboriously rising from the earth, gesturing for assistance while his countenance remained grave. Fixated on the figure in the void, his heart heavy with bitterness, Nangong Wentian spoke with a pained expression. "It is the demon master Confronting of the Demon Emperor's dynasty." Chen Lin, aware only of the 2 saints of the Demon Emperor's dynasty, was unfamiliar with this Confronting and turned his gaze toward Nangong Wentian. Nangong Wentian continued, "The existence of the Demon Master was mentioned by your master, who ventured into the 10,000 mountains." Chen Lin felt a surge of curiosity and intrigue regarding his master. The first among the realm of creation, who had visited the tomb of the Demon Emperor and the 10,000 mountains, now sadly deceased. His demise was rumored to be tied to the Xianxia immortal sect, which has since been obliterated. All grievances and enmities shall fade into oblivion. Nangong Wentian elaborated. According to your master, the Demon Emperor's dynasty encompasses far more than the 2 purported demon saints and 4 demon kings. The arrival of the 7 kings, alongside the ones you have previously slain, the Bull Demon King and the Azura King, attest to this. Beyond the 2 demon saints, there exists the Demon Master Confronting. As for whether there are additional demon saints, your master did not disclose. Unexpectedly, someone else was aware of my existence as the Demon Master Confronting. At that moment, the figure in the void became increasingly distinct, yet to Chen Lin and his companions, it remained shrouded in an enigmatic haze. "Indeed, I'm the Demon Master Confronting. The 7 worthless beings were slain by you." The Demon Master Confronting swiftly fixed his gaze upon Chen Lin. "Your master is Tianyuan," he stated. Chen Lin replied, "You know my master?" "Indeed, how could I not?" The Demon Master Confronting's body flickered with a hint of murderous intent. A mere ant-like existence dared to masquerade as a demon and infiltrate my Demon Emperor's dynasty, even ascending to become one of the 36 demon generals. He was the first. He should have perished, yet he managed to escape. If even his disciples can attain the realm of kings, it is evident that his master is no ordinary figure. "Boy, hand over your master and meet your demise." Chen Lin's brows furrowed. He had not anticipated his master to possess such prowess. The ability to impersonate a demon was beyond him. Clearly, his master was adept in the arts of transformation and concealment. Confronting's brows knitted together as he bellowed, "Tianyuan, you ant, come forth and accept your death." Chen Lin responded, "Confronting, it seems my master offended you when he infiltrated the Demon Emperor's dynasty." Upon hearing this, Confronting was infuriated, coldly snorting, your master deserves to die. Initially, I saw promise in his talent and allowed him to remain in the Demon Master Palace. Yet he audaciously stole my palace's treasure, the post-heaven 8 trigrams. Now that I have arrived in this Tai Xian domain, I shall rend him into pieces. Tai Xian, if you do not emerge, do not blame me for unleashing a massacre until you reveal yourself. With a thunderous roar, an immense aura erupted forth. Kunpeng, the ancient divine beast, devourer of heavens and earth, opened his maw, unleashing a cataclysmic energy that swiftly enveloped the realm. Countless deaths erupted as the scene unfolded. Just as Kunpeng was about to strike, Chen Lin quickly interjected, "Hold. Kunpeng, cease your cries. My master is no longer here. He is dead." Kunpeng furrowed his brows. Suddenly his eyes brightened as he gazed at Chen Lin and said, "Your master is dead? Then the post-heaven 8 trigrams must be in your possession. Return it to me." With a thunderous roar, Kunpeng lunged forward, his colossal hand reaching for Chen Lin. Chen Lin scoffed. "You intend to act?" Indeed, the name Kunpeng is formidable. Even the demon emperor of the demon dynasty would address him as a master, the master of myriad demons. Alas, the figure before him was merely an avatar. Moreover, this avatar possessed less than a tenth of the original strength. Were the true form to descend, Chen Lin would need to surrender without a fight. However, against this avatar, Chen Lin was determined to engage in a fierce battle. He lifted his hand and unleashed a punch. The first move of the Supreme Divine Fist, the Royal Path Killing Fist. Boom! The Royal Path, a marriage of killing intent, infused with the aura of an immortal king, surged towards the Demon Master Kunpeng. Kunpeng's expression changed dramatically as boundless fury erupted from within him. Preposterous! You seek death. Do not presume that defeating 7 mere fools grants you the audacity to challenge me. I am no ordinary being. I am akin to the Kunpeng, far beyond the capabilities of those 7 wretches. Suddenly, a pair of wing-like appendages appeared behind the Kunpeng, and with a powerful flap, it materialized before Chen Lin, striking him with a palm. This was the dreamlike wings, one of the innate divine abilities of the Demon Master Kunpeng. With a mere flap of its wings, it instantly entered the void. Chen Lin's expression shifted dramatically. The imminent threat of death loomed over him. Is this the formidable prowess of the master of myriad demons? It is indeed overwhelming. Previously, he had obtained a piece of Kunpeng's precious bone through a critical strike, yet he had not refined it, leaving it within his Qingquan ring. This Kunpeng bone possessed a divine ability, albeit not the dreamlike wings, but rather a devouring technique capable of consuming all things. The reason he had not refined this technique was due to its exceedingly terrifying nature, akin to the star absorption technique in martial arts literature. It could absorb magical energy, vitality, and spirit. However, this also posed the risk of chaos within one's own energies, potentially harming oneself. The Kunpeng possessed both the devouring method and the means of refinement. Regrettably, the bone contained only the devouring ability, devoid of any means to resolve it. One wonders if slaying this demon Kunpeng might yield the divine ability from the precious bone. Nonetheless, the dreamlike wings are impressive in their own right, comparable to the radiant rainbow technique of the Golden Crow. Chen Lin hastily dismissed such thoughts. This was not the time for contemplation, as the Kunpeng's assault was already upon him. With a thunderous clash, their attacks collided. Chen Lin felt as if he had been grievously wounded, sent flying several meters, spitting out blood. The Kunpeng, whose already ethereal form appeared on the verge of disintegration, quickly reassembled, leaving Chen Lin awestruck. No wonder it could vanquish those 7 fools. It truly possesses remarkable prowess, and any ordinary demon king is no match for you. Human ant, you compel me to regard you with new eyes. This further confirms my suspicion that the post-heaven Bawa diagram is in your possession. Chapter 213, the post-heaven Bawa diagram. Chen Lin replied, "If I were to claim that I know nothing of the post-heaven Bawa diagram, would you believe me?" The Kunpeng scoffed. "You appear to be no more than 20 years of age, yet you have successfully attained kingship. If not for the post-heaven Bawa diagram, do you possess such qualifications?" The post-heaven Bawa diagram transcends the 12th grade celestial artifacts. Only it can recreate one's innate potential, granting you a celestial body. Do you truly expect me to believe otherwise? A stir arose among the gathered crowd, realization dawning upon them. It was no wonder that Chen Lin's ascension had long been a source of skepticism. 11 years prior, he had been taken as a disciple by the true monarch Tai Xian and brought to Tai Mountain, where he perished within 3 days, yet subsequently became the foremost elder of Tai Mountain. For the next decade, he remained in obscurity, even being struck by a disciple. Yet, it was that very blow that propelled him to extraordinary heights, showcasing his mastery at the condensation realm for the first time. Mere days later, he ascended to the harmonization realm, followed by the transformation realm within a month, and the cave profound realm in 6 months, culminating in his current status as a king. All within the span of a single year. This transformation was not solely his. His disciple, Gu Xianxia, also experienced a remarkable evolution. In just 1 year since her initiation, it was widely recognized that despite her innate 9 absolute meridians, the path to becoming a divine body hinged on acquiring a divine elixir, an incredibly rare treasure. The Yushu immortal sect could provide such an elixir, yet it had to be at least the ice god elixir, which they could not procure. Thus, no one took her under their wing until Chen Lin did. In a year, she transformed from a mere waste to her current ice spirit divine body, achieving the harmonization realm, a feat that surpassed even the swiftness of flying swords. Additionally, there was Chen Lin, who had long been shrouded in mystery. Now it became evident that the reason lay in the postnatal Bagua diagram, one of the 10 greatest treasures of the Tianyuan continent, a Tao-level artifact. Everything began to make sense. With the postnatal Bagua diagram in his possession, it would be inconceivable for Chen Lin not to ascend to kingship. A bitter smile crossed his face. Although he was unaware of the exact level of the postnatal Bagua diagram, he candidly admitted that he did not care much. Not to mention, his own primal fire banana fan was no inferior artifact to the postnatal Bagua diagram, nor was the 4 directions refining hell cauldron. The demon master Kuinpeng snorted coldly, demanding the postnatal Bagua diagram, threatening death otherwise. Chen Lin replied, I have stated before, the postnatal Bagua diagram is not in my possession. Believe it or not. Enraged, the demon master retorted, such a nonchalant attitude. If you do not surrender it, I shall take it by force. Years ago, when the postnatal Bagua diagram was stolen by the Taishan ant, the demon master Kuinpeng was infuriated and pursued relentlessly, only to be eluded. He had longed to enter Taishan to reclaim it, but upon arriving in the Taishan domain, he was met with the grim news of its demise. Fortunately, he still had his disciples. Their exceptional talents only reinforced his conviction that the postnatal Bagua diagram resided with his disciple. Back then, he had attained kingship largely due to the serendipitous acquisition of the postnatal Bagua diagram, which had elevated him to the quasi-emperor realm. He had aspired to use it to ascend to the emperor realm. Thus, he was resolute, even if it meant annihilating the entire Taishan domain. He would reclaim the postnatal Bagua diagram. It was an imperative he could not allow to be thwarted. With a thunderous flap of his wings, the demon master Kuinpeng vanished from sight and launched another assault on Chen Lin. This time, Chen Lin dared not let his guard down. The previous skirmish had indeed left him on the verge of coughing blood, yet his injuries were not severe. He must not forget that he possessed the Great Saint Spirit technique, a Tao-level immortal method capable of rapid recuperation. This technique represented the final layer of his quintuple defenses. After being attuned to the spiritual communication immortal technique, not only did it enable him to swiftly cultivate to the pinnacle of his realm, but it also allowed him to detect any injuries instantly, facilitating immediate recovery. Once the connection to the ethereal realm was established, everything commenced at a breathtaking pace, swiftly reaching an extraordinary state. At this juncture, Chen Lin's injuries had largely healed, while the formidable figure of the demon master, Kuinpeng, had only restored about 50 to 60% of his form after nearly being scattered by Chen Lin's earlier assault. As their strengths ebbed and flowed, Chen Lin remained undaunted. The Supreme Divine Fist, known as the Imperial Overlord Fist, comprised 6 techniques in total. For Chen Lin, mastering the 4th technique endowed each strike with the offensive power of an immortal king. Even though the demon master Kuinpeng possessed exceptional talent and astonishing abilities, potentially rivaling that of an immortal emperor several times over, he was presently constrained by his cultivation level and could not unleash the full might of his unparalleled powers. Soon, the battleground was dominated by the fierce duel between the two, both standing tall in the celestial expanse, unleashing their full combat prowess. They were entirely immersed in the clash, and the overwhelming pressure they exuded left all onlookers feeling unsteady. Nangong Wentian observed the fierce confrontation with a bitter smile. Despite being at the mid-level of the same kingly realm, he felt as though one stood in the heavens while the other languished in the depths. In his estimation, facing Chen Lin, he would undoubtedly meet his demise within 3 exchanges. This was even more true for the demon master Kunpeng, whose reputation was well earned. The demon master Kunpeng remarked, "Years ago, when I encountered your master, he astonished me by escaping with his life even at the creation realm. I was genuinely taken aback, though it was largely due to the divine artifact he possessed. Yet you, to have fought me to this point, exhibit the promise of surpassing your predecessors. But what of it? In my eyes, you are still but a fleeting shadow, insignificant in the grand scheme. Youngster, if you seek death, I shall oblige." At that moment, the demon master Kunpeng finally brandished his weapon, a long spear that instantly pierced the void into his grasp. With this action, his previously ethereal form became vividly defined, transforming him into a seemingly merciless god of slaughter. Kunpeng, endowed with an innate physique far superior to those of the ancient demonic beasts, was formidable indeed. However, it was worth noting that the Kunpeng before him was not of pure blood. Were he a true-blooded Kunpeng, he would have attained the golden, immortal level upon maturity, rather than merely being a mere quasi-emperor at present. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the pinnacle of this realm is the emperor. Thus a pure-blooded Kunpeng could not possibly arise here. Otherwise, the bone treasure that Chen Lin had obtained would not have contained merely a single divine ability, but rather all the divine abilities of the Kunpeng. Chen Lin recognized the demon master Kunpeng's formidable nature and dared not hold back. He was compelled to unleash his most powerful secret technique, the transformation of one into three pure ones. Three figures materialized before the onlookers. For the audience, Chen Lin's earlier transformation into three during the battle against the Demon King was familiar, but for Kunpeng, it was a first encounter. To his astonishment, he discovered that all three manifestations were indeed Chen Lin himself, each possessing the cultivation of a king, one at the early stage and another at the mid-stage. Three individuals, united as one, formed an extraordinary triad formation, appearing as a singular entity. In an instant, they struck together, their combat prowess surging exponentially. With each movement, an overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloped the atmosphere. The essence of their swordsmanship flickered with brilliance. All three executed the great Jizhou Tian sword technique, unveiling the profound truth of Chen Lin's swordplay. Simplifying complexity and complicating simplicity, the sword was a lethal instrument. At that very moment, outside the Yushu Immortal Gate, countless figures rushed forth. Upon arriving at the battlefield, they were immediately engulfed by the aura of battle, a terrifying momentum sweeping across the scene, forcing everyone to evade. Alas, we have arrived too late. The invasion of the demons has already commenced. It was not merely the beginning. The situation was undoubtedly more intricate than it appeared. The onlookers were struck with astonishment. Do you not perceive that both factions in this conflict are at the very least at the pinnacle of the king stage? Perhaps even on the verge of the quasi-emperor realm? Impossible. The Taishan domain, isolated by the 10,000 Great Mountains, has long since fallen into decline. The immortal rankings of the Wanxiang Tower list only 6 kings, all at the early to mid-stage. How could there be a quasi-emperor among them? Then, who are these combatants? One side was evidently a demon. As more reinforcements filled the skies, the formidable entities from the dominant domain arrived. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before them, they were all left in shock. Particularly, some recognized the identity of the demon master Kunpeng. That is the demon master Kunpeng. How could this be? Boom! The demon master Kunpeng, the current foremost expert of the demon emperor dynasty, was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Master of myriad demons. Even the previous generation's demon emperor would address him as teacher. How could he possibly be here? With his involvement, we are surely inadequate to confront him. Fear and regret permeated the air, with some contemplating an immediate retreat. But who was the individual battling against the demon master Kunpeng? Indeed, who could match the demon master Kunpeng in such a fierce confrontation? When did the Taishan domain harbor such a formidable expert, even if he is merely a projection? Even a projection was beyond our capabilities to contend with. It is he. I recognize her. Suddenly, someone exclaimed loudly, but it makes no sense. It has only been a short while, and he has already ascended to the king's stage. Quick, reveal his identity. The crowd inquired in unison. The individual responded. His name is Chen Lin. He has appeared in the Demon Emperor's tomb, previously slaying the monk Dingguang and forcing the holy son of Yao Qi, Xiao Qingdi, to apologize. At that time, he boldly declared that if Xiao Qingdi did not apologize, he would even annihilate the Yao Qi Holy Land. How audacious! How dare he threaten to destroy my Yao Qi Holy Land? This declaration immediately provoked the ire of an elder present from the Yaoqi Holy Land. The Yaoqi Sacred Land, one of the three great sanctuaries, encompasses 9 vast territories, and the ancient clans of the Immortal Gates naturally regard them with reverence. They are also the greatest adversaries of the Demon Emperor dynasty. Should the Taishan domain truly fall and become a stepping stone for the Demon Emperor dynasty, it would spell a catastrophic disaster for them, prompting the dispatch of powerful reinforcements. Among them is the second elder of the Yaoqi Sacred Land, a mid-tier ruler. The Yusu Immortal Gate genuinely believes it remains the same as the Yu Qing Sacred Land from tens of thousands of years ago, disregarding the Yaoqi Sacred Land. I shall await their reckoning. Chen Lin, unaware of these matters, faces the demon master Confronting, who is indeed the master of myriad demons. He has exhausted all his means, employing the great Zhou Tian sword technique, the one Qi transforming into 3 purities, the Supreme Divine Fist, and even the Yu Qing Divine Thunder, barely managing to hold his ground. This is merely a projection of the demon master Confronting, possessing only 10% of his true strength, were his true form to arrive. With Chen Lin's current power, he would likely be unable to withstand even a single strike. The earlier joy of having shattered the crisis of the 7 Kings' descent has dissipated, echoing the saying, "There are people beyond people, and realms beyond realms." Why is my strength only ranked 4th among the human race and 18th in the Tianyuan World? Indeed, there are existences beyond comprehension. It must be noted that the Tian mark still exists, and with the Emperor not revealing himself. Does this not imply the presence of at least a dozen quasi-emperors? The demon master Confronting grows increasingly alarmed. Although he is but a projection, he could easily slay any sealed king ancestor. Yet here he struggles against a mid-tier human ruler. The former Taishan true monarch had already left him in awe, and he never anticipated that his disciple would surpass him. This realization reinforces his certainty that the later heaven Ba Guam map lies within his grasp. One of the 10 supreme treasures of the Tianyuan World, the later heaven Ba Guam map, left by the 3rd-ranked Emperor Fu Shi among the many emperors, is a treasure for transcending to the status of an emperor. Regardless of the circumstances, he must reclaim it. And then there's the matter of Chen Lin in the Taishan domain. At this moment, deep within the Demon Emperor dynasty, in the palace of the Demon Master, a middle-aged man suddenly opens his eyes, his fury reaching its zenith. Were it not for his cultivation reaching a critical juncture, he would personally descend upon the Taishan domain. However, to eliminate you, my projection suffices. With that, the middle-aged man waves his hand, sending forth a golden light. Back in the Taishan domain, Chen Lin and the projection of the Demon Master Confronting engage in a fierce battle, exchanging blows for several hundred rounds, neither able to gain the upper hand. Just then, a beam of golden light streaks across the sky. Confronting reaches out and catches it, bursting into laughter. Upon opening his hand, he reveals a mass of black, true water. This is perilous. Even a single drop of this deathly black water could reduce any sealed king powerhouse to mere black water. Observing the black true water in Confronting's hand, Nangong Wentian cannot help but issue a warning. The demon master Confronting chuckled. Indeed, this is the death black water, Chen Lin. I shall grant you another chance. Surrender the post-heaven Bagua diagram, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, I will swiftly reduce you to a mere puddle of black water. Allow me to remind you that the death black water itself possesses a unique essence of life. Once targeted, it will not hesitate to consume you, and it is indestructible. There exists no means to vanquish it. The spectators were struck with fear, particularly those knowledgeable of the death black water's formidable nature, who could not suppress a shudder. The death black water spreads like a plague, and without control, its contagion is perilous. Clearly at this moment, the demon master Confronting shows no regard for the safety of all within the Taishan realm. Let us not forget that he wields control over the death black water. Once it decimates the entire Taishan realm, he shall reclaim it. At that point, the realm will be rendered a wasteland, paving the way for demons to seize it as their stronghold, thus commencing their offensive against humanity. Where the death black water flows, only death follows. How ruthless is the heart of demon master Confronting. Chen Lin's expression grew unprecedentedly grave, his murderous intent surging as he fixed his gaze upon the death black water, his mind racing with countermeasures. To eliminate the death black water, the Yu Qing Divine Thunder would be futile unless one were to obtain the 3 pure Divine Thunder. The 3 pure Divine Thunder is the union of the Yu Qing, Xianxia, and Tai Qing, yet present, he only commands the Yu Qing Divine Thunder. Why had he not acted sooner? Had he known, he would have utilized the Yuqing Divine Thunder to gather the three pure Divine Thunder. Then there was fire, Taiyin and Taiyang, one embodying utmost yin and the other utmost yang. Regrettably, these flames were of the lowest tier of divine fire. Even celestial fire would not suffice. Only true fire of a higher order, such as the sun's golden flame or the Taiyin's blue flame, could achieve such a feat finally. There was the sword intent of the extermination of immortals. Boom! A flash of sword intent surged forth, rekindling hope within Chen Lin's heart. Yes, the sword intent of the extermination of immortals, the pinnacle of the sword path, embodies the essence of obliteration. How could the death Blackwater withstand it? Upon encountering the sword intent of the extermination of immortals, would it not be annihilated? The spirit communication immortal technique, though merely an immortal level spell, now showcased its efficacy. Having regained much of his expended mana over the course of the day, he could once again wield the sword intent of the extermination of immortals. Instantly, a weight lifted from his heart, and he smiled, coldly remarking, "Demon Master Kunpeng, if you wish to strike, then strike. Everyone knows the might of the death Blackwater. Whatever I say is futile. You would not believe that the post-Heaven Bawa diagram is not in my possession, even if I were to present it. You would likely not spare us, for you would wield the death Blackwater all the same." At that moment, the entire Taishan realm would become a graveyard, devoid of life, serving as a base for your demonic empire. Hiss! Chen Lin's words caused everyone present to instinctively draw a sharp breath. This was a notion they had not previously considered. Upon reflection, it was chillingly unsettling. For the demon empire was indeed striving for this very end, to conquer the entire Taishan realm, enslave humanity, annihilate mankind, and utilize this realm as a springboard to reclaim the entire Tianyuan World. The Tianyuan World itself was a dominion of demons and beasts. The humans and demons were mere outsiders. The demons and monsters, by nature, coalesced as natural allies, as if humanity had become the embodiment of malevolence, invading another's world and home while seeking total extermination. The demons were merely attempting to reclaim what they had lost. For millions of years, did the distinctions of right and wrong hold any significance for Chen Lin? Not at all, for he was human, and the sovereign of all realms was humanity. That was sufficient. Furthermore, was the death Blackwater not the perfect instrument to achieve all this? A sense of crisis lingered in the hearts of all, the breath of death almost suffocating. True fear and trepidation enveloped everyone. The demon master Kunpeng aimed to obliterate the entire Tai Xian realm single-handedly. In response to Chen Lin's words, the demon master Kunpeng erupted into laughter, declaring, "Indeed, you are correct. Since I, Kunpeng, have summoned the death Blackwater, I naturally intend to annihilate the entire Taishan realm. Not just you, but everyone present must perish." With that, the demon master Kunpeng hurled the death Blackwater towards Chen Lin. Unfazed, Chen Lin snorted coldly, exuding confidence as he flicked his fingers. In an instant, a surge of sword intent erupted forth. The sword intent surged forth, directly striking the death Blackwater. The formidable sword intent instantaneously extinguished the vitality of the death Blackwater, dissipating into the air like a wisp of black smoke. Yet the power of the sword intent remained undiminished as it surged towards the demon master Kunpeng. Witnessing the annihilation of the death Blackwater, which he had placed so much hope in, Kunpeng's face was filled with disbelief, for he was well aware of the death Blackwater's formidable might. Ordinary means could not contend with it. Yet, it had been vanquished by Chen Lin's sword intent. Moreover, the intensity of this sword intent was now directed at him. Kunpeng retaliated with a punch aimed at the sword intent. However, upon contact, the sword intent pierced through his fist, invading his body and wreaking havoc within. Its tremendous destructive power causing him to spew forth blood. How could this be? What kind of divine technique is this? No, this is merely a sword intent. The execution sword array was straightforward and direct, devoid of any superfluous moves, only possessing a fierce sword intent. Chen Lin smiled and proclaimed, "This is the execution sword intent. What a formidable essence of the sword of Zhuzhen. I never imagined that such a potent sword intent could inflict harm upon me." The demon master Kunpeng wore a grave expression, for he realized that this sword intent transcended mere strength. It was akin to a maggot burrowing into the bone. Inescapable and relentless. The more one resisted, the stronger it became, incessantly damaging his very incarnation. Chen Lin scoffed. "You dare to claim ignorance of the sword of Zhuzhen? This sword embodies the pinnacle of sword intent across the myriad realms. Kunpeng acknowledged, indeed, you wield the foremost sword intent of the universe. You have triumphed. Chen Lin smiled. Yes, I have won by sheer chance. Kunpeng responded, but do you truly believe you have emerged victorious? With your presence, my Demon Emperor dynasty finds it arduous to invade Taishan, unless I personally intervene. What is this sword of Zhuzhen that I cannot expel? Chen Lin replied, it is unsurprising you cannot dispel it. Even an emperor would find it challenging to rid themselves of my sword of Zhuzhen. The sword intent that had ensnared Kunpeng's incarnation was far more profound than the mere thread that had entangled the Red Fox King. Kunpeng had suffered a direct and substantial blow. Their dialogue was crystal clear to the onlookers. Chen Lin had wounded Kunpeng. Although this was merely an incarnation, its ferocity was undeniable. Who among the myriad demons would dare to act recklessly against such a power? The foremost sword intent of the universe had even garnered Kunpeng's approval. Suddenly, Kunpeng laughed, gazing at Chen Lin. Human monarch, what is your name? Chen Lin, he replied. Kunpeng nodded. Chen Lin, you are the most extraordinary among the many kings I have slain. I shall remember your name, and you may now embrace death. With that, he lunged at Chen Lin, transforming into the form of Kunpeng. His presence became ethereal, as if woven from dreams, and in an instant, he appeared before Chen Lin, his body swelling like a balloon before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. This was an act of mutual destruction. The explosion resonated, engulfing the vicinity for several kilometers. The ground fractured into a colossal crater, reminiscent of a mushroom cloud, bursting forth with countless plumes of smoke and dust, flesh and blood scattered amidst the chaos. In that moment, Chen Lin's figure vanished. A palpable tension gripped the hearts of all present. Gu Qianxue, Shen Linglong, Xie Qingshan, and Shen Wang were among the first to rush towards the battleground, calling out desperately, Master! Fairy Miaoshan felt a pang in her heart, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. In an instant, she appeared on the battlefield, searching frantically. Nangong Wentian and Su Yuan, along with nearly all the high-ranking members of Yushu and other powerful factions, hastened to the site where the two had clashed, scouring the area. A profound heaviness weighed upon the hearts of all, an ominous premonition surging within each soul. Chen Lin, please let there be no ill fortune, they implored. It was the manifestation of the demon master Kunpeng's self-detonation. Chapter 216 conveyed a false sense of demise. No, master. Junior brother. Yet, nothing remained. The ground lay strewn with dismembered flesh and a gruesome tableau of bloodshed. This is Master S. Purple Cloud immortal garb. At that moment, Gu Qianxue picked up a piece of the violet fabric. A pang of sorrow struck her heart. It was all too familiar, belonging to Chen Lin. Even the purple cloud immortal garb had been ravaged. Amidst the remnants of flesh, Gu Qianxue felt as if her very essence was being drained, and she collapsed to her knees, tears cascading down her cheeks. She wept. Her silent sobs spoke volumes. Then came the cries of Shen Linglong, Xie Qingshan, and Shen Wan, their lamentations echoing across the battlefield. The fairy Miaoshan swayed precariously, tears streaming uncontrollably. Had it not been for Lin Shuyue's quick reflexes in supporting her, she would have crumpled to the ground. Master, I believe Uncle Chen Lin will be all right. The fairy merely shook her head. All right? That was the self-detonation of the demon master Kunpeng's avatar. The recent battle was vividly etched in everyone's memory. How formidable it was. The self-proclaimed king, Nangong Wentian, believed he could not withstand even 3 strikes from the demon master Kunpeng's avatar. If junior brother Chen Lin truly perished alongside that avatar, our Taishan domain would be in grave danger. Nangong Wentian's words shifted the already sorrowful atmosphere into one of suffocating despair. Indeed, with the descent of the 7 kings and the demon army's 3 invasions, had it not been for Chen Lin, Taishan domain would have succumbed long ago. Their inhabitants reduced to lifeless corpses. No, they would have been but dust. Chen Lin must be honored with a grand burial. Su Yuan spoke solemnly. Junior brother Chen Lin perished alongside the demon master Kunpeng's avatar, his remains utterly obliterated. Yet he has served our Taishan domain with great merit. I propose we erect a ceremonial tomb in the Hall of Heroes for him. I concur. I have no objections. Junior brother Chen Lin's achievements merit his place among the Hall of Heroes. The Hall of Heroes, since the inception of the Yushu sect, has resided in the rear mountains of Yushu, where those who devoted their lives to the sect are interred, masters, elders, and even ordinary disciples. Thus far, only 100 have been laid to rest. Chen Lin's master, the Taishan true monarch, rests among them, revered by generations of disciples. He exists in another form within the Hall of Heroes. The Hall of Heroes also exists in the Xianxia sect, yet it tragically fell under the shadow of the Red Fox King. Due to the betrayal of Lu Juan, the Hall could not be activated, leading to the sect's demise. The Hall of Heroes and the sect share an inseparable bond of honor and disgrace. The Celestial Gate exists, and the spirits within the Hall of Heroic Spirits can assist the Celestial Gate in battle. However, if the Celestial Gate ceases to exist, the Hall of Heroic Spirits will inevitably collapse, and the spirits will dissipate entirely. Unless, of course, a spirit achieves enlightenment and breaks free from the confines of the Hall. Throughout history, only a scant few have managed to take this step and free themselves, a feat comparable to attaining the status of an emperor. To enter Chen Lin within the Hall of Heroic Spirits serves as an unconventional means of preserving his existence. At that moment, a voice filled with melancholy rang out, causing everyone to pause in astonishment. Suddenly, the ground erupted with a resounding explosion, and a figure soared into the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Chen Lin. Master, junior brother, Chen Lin. The onlookers gazed at the ethereal Chen Lin, overwhelmed with joy and tears. You're alive. The fairy of marvelous virtue could no longer maintain her composure, leaping into Chen Lin's embrace as tears streamed down her cheeks. Do you realize you just terrified me? What would I do if you had perished? Chen Lin gently reassured the fairy. Sister, how could I die? I haven't even married you yet. The fairy of marvelous virtue pinched Chen Lin and sighed playfully. Who said I would marry you? I never agreed to that. With a smile, Chen Lin replied, considering the current situation, do you really think you can refuse me? The fairy paused, suddenly aware that she was nestled in Chen Lin's arms. With all around them observing the scene, nearly all the formidable figures from the entire Taishan domain, as well as rescue forces from the 8 great territories. Su Yuan, the sect leader, stood dumbstruck at the unfolding spectacle. The fairy of marvelous virtue's face flushed crimson. If there were a hole in the ground, she would wish to vanish into it. How embarrassing. How could she have acted so astonishingly? Junior brother, junior sister, congratulations. I didn't expect you two to come together. Su Yuan remarked with a smile. Yes, congratulations. The crowd chimed in with their well wishes. The fairy of marvelous virtue, now thoroughly embarrassed and unable to lift her head, shot a fierce glare at Chen Lin before transforming into a beam of golden light, vanishing from sight. Xianxia, junior brother Chen Lin, you are truly impressive. Your cultivation leaves us in the dust, and your skills in winning over women are extraordinary. The fairy of marvelous virtue is renowned for her beauty in our Taishan domain, yet she has been claimed by you. Chen Lin wore a broad smile, exhilaration bubbling within him. Even more thrilling was the realization that the fateful bond system had completed its task. The host has formed a bond with the fairy of marvelous virtue, completing the fateful bond task. System upgrading, upgrade complete. Critical hit return is multiplied by 10,000. Reward, an upgrade gift package. Would you like to claim it? 10,000 times the critical hit return. Chen Lin could hardly contain his excitement. Chen Lin was eager to seize an opportunity, contemplating the difference between a 100,000-fold critical return and a 10,000-fold critical return. One thing puzzled him. Isn't a Dao partner defined by mutual cultivation between two individuals, or perhaps through a grand wedding ceremony? How could this be merely defined as forming a Dao partnership? However, he quickly clarified his thoughts. A Dao partner is recognized through the blessings of the crowd, and once a certain number of blessings is reached, one is deemed to have formed a Dao partnership. There were over 100,000 people present, all bestowing their blessings upon him, which naturally led the system to acknowledge this union. Moreover, there was an upgrade gift pack. System, open the upgrade gift pack. Chen Lin urged, brimming with anticipation. Congratulations, host. You have opened the upgrade gift pack, granting you one upgrade opportunity, applicable to either divine abilities, magical treasures, or supplemental practices. Such a reward intrigued him. An upgrade opportunity was indeed remarkable. Yet, he pondered what to enhance. His primary focus was on the 9 turns profound art, already among the pinnacle of techniques across myriad realms. An upgrade would merely elevate it from the 9th turn to the 10th turn, currently at the 4th turn. He had a long journey ahead. He understood the arduous nature of cultivation. Even with a 100,000-fold critical return, he lacked the confidence to reach the 9th turn. Thus, this upgrade opportunity could not be squandered. Next was the innate thunder body refining technique, which was not his main cultivation method. He dismissed it. Chapter 217. the Celestial King's Qi observation technique. Then there was the Supreme Divine Fist. He had only just acquired the 4th move, and even with an upgrade, he could at most achieve the 7th move. The great Zhou Tian sword art also crossed his mind. The more he contemplated, the more he felt that this upgrade reward was astonishingly formidable. After a moment of deliberation, he found it difficult to select an upgrade candidate. As for magical treasures, nothing seemed suitable. The only contender was the 9-grade Merit Golden Lotus, but it was merely a semi-finished product. Once successfully refined, it would at least be a quasi-emperor treasure. The 9-grade Merit Golden Lotus required the integration of 9 Merit Golden Wheels. At present, he had only managed to fuse 1.5. If he were to apply the upgrade conditions, he would likely only manage to add 1 or 2 more golden wheels. Chen Lin shook his head and inquired, "System, may I postpone my upgrade conditions to a later time, when I have suitable techniques or treasures to enhance?" "No, the upgrade opportunity is reserved for 1 hour. After that, it will automatically vanish," the system replied. With determination, Chen Lin retrieved his attribute panel and scrutinized it closely. Host, Chen Lin. Qualification, Supreme Immortal Body. The posture of an immortal, not entering the innate realm, is ultimately worthless. Realm, 9th level of martial arts, mid-stage king realm. 4th in combat power among the human race in the Tianyuan World, 18th in the Tianyuan World rankings. Secondary professions, Royal Grade Alchemist, Royal Grade Array Master, 8th Grade Refiner, 8th Grade Talismancer, 8th Grade Rune Master, 9th Grade Immortal Physician, 8th Grade Toxicologist, among others. Technique, 9 transformations of mysterious arts. One of the top 10 supreme techniques across myriad realms. Upon reaching the early 4th layer, one masters the derived divine abilities, attaining an immortal body, commanding the heavens and earth, possessing immense strength, and embodying the 3 heads and 6 arms. Technique, innate thunder body refining immortal art, having cultivated the primordial posture, primordial fist force, blood exchange method, invoking thunder into the body, thunder body refinement, true thunder form, true thunder method, controlling thunder, employing medicinal baths, and practicing the U-step. Divine ability, extermination sword intent, method of transforming 1 breath into 3 purities, the first 4 forms of the supreme divine fist, great circulation swordsmanship, great sage spirit art. Transforming 1 breath into 3 purities, imperial chi observation technique, spirit communication immortal art, jade clear divine thunder, mysterious turtle immortal art, pagoda visualization method, skeleton visualization method. 10,000 swords returning to origin, great circulation star swordsmanship, great circulation sword drawing technique, great circulation destructive sword technique, great circulation instant kill sword technique. Close as heaven and earth, lunar divine fire, solar divine fire. Formation, wind howl formation, 2/5 of the remnants. Treasures, innate fire banana fan. For directions, refining hell cauldron, purple cloud set, overlord bow. The purple cloud immortal garment has been destroyed, the set severely damaged, and its rank has diminished. Originally of the 1st-rate immortal level, it now possesses only the capabilities of a 2nd-rate immortal. Appearance, ranked in the top 5 of the Tianyuan World. Title, Purple Garment Sword King. The greatest misfortune is the loss of his purple cloud immortal garment. The 5-fold defense is reduced to 4. Observing his attribute panel, Chen Lin faced 2 choices, one being the imperial chi observation technique, and the other the method of transforming 1 breath into 3 purities. The imperial chi observation, while capable of killing with a smile, ultimately remains at the immortal level. Conversely, the method of transforming 1 breath into 3 purities is currently at the level of an immortal king, and upon further enhancement, its power would undoubtedly increase. Although it is a considerable distance from the saintly level of the method of transforming 1 breath into 3 purities, it remains one of the most formidable divine abilities across the realms. Soon, Chen Lin made his decision. I choose the imperial chi observation technique. Not that he was unaware of the potential of the method of transforming 1 breath into 3 purities, but rather that the system clearly informed him that this upgrade could only enhance abilities below that of the great Tao Immortal King. The method of transforming 1 breath into 3 purities did not comply with the regulations. Thus, he ultimately had to opt for the imperial chi observation technique. The host's choice for an upgrade to the imperial chi observation technique results in a critical hit return. Success in a critical hit grants a 10,000-fold return. Obtaining the Immortal King Chi observation technique. Rank, Great Tao Immortal King level technique. In an instant, Chen Lin embraced this supreme art, his eyes alight with joy. He felt he had made the right choice. The immortal King Qi observation technique, building upon the foundations of Qi observation, breath observation, and the ability to kill with a smile, now includes 2 additional capabilities, altering one's aura and identifying vulnerabilities, particularly the ability to identify vulnerabilities, which can decisively sway the balance of victory in a grand battle. Chen Lin was confident that had he possessed the immortal King Qi observation technique during his previous confrontation with the Demon Master Kunpeng's avatar, the outcome would not have resulted in a stalemate, but rather he would have decisively vanquished his opponent within a matter of mere exchanges. Confronting the Demon Master Kunpeng, who is himself a quasi-emperor with few vulnerabilities, one encounters a formidable opponent. Should he face a rival of equal caliber, he could vanquish them within 10 strikes. Boasting a combat prowess enhanced by at least 50%. It is accomplished. Haha. Chen Lin took a deep breath. With the invasion of demons, Kunpeng presumed that he would perish alongside his adversary. Thus it is highly unlikely he would strike personally. However, having not secured the later Heaven Bagua diagram, he would undoubtedly dispatch someone to the Taixian domain in search of it. A great battle is inevitable, whether through silent infiltration or mass invasion. One must be ever prepared to confront the demons. This time, it is merely the avatar of the Demon Master Kunpeng. Next time, once he learns of my survival, he may very well take action himself in pursuit of the later Heaven Bagua diagram. The urgency to enhance one's strength is palpable. Every increment counts. Boom! At that moment, the heavenly Tao manifested. A beam of golden light descended from the heavens. This is the light of merit. Chen Lin's eyes sparkled with delight. It was as if Chao had arrived, just as he was contemplating an increase in power. The merit light holds tremendous significance. It can elevate the potency of artifacts, enhance the levels of cultivation techniques, and even boost one's cultivation realm. Soon, a golden light, as thick as a thumb, fell and was swiftly absorbed by Chen Lin. Yet, he hesitated to assimilate it into his being. The merit light he received constituted a staggering 80%, with the remaining 20% to be shared among all. Indeed, in this battle, not only had he slain the 4 demon kings and the avatar of Kunpeng, but he had also dispatched dozens of long-lived demons, along with 2 ancient demon beasts. Such a vast merit light could easily enable others to ascend to kingship. The merit light, throughout the course of millions of years, has been attained by only a select few. While this is not the first instance of acquiring merit light in the fight against demons, it certainly sets a precedent. For from this moment forth, the heavenly Tao acknowledges the destiny of humanity to dominate the Tianyuan continent in the struggle against demons. Safeguarding Tianyuan naturally earns the favor of the heavenly Tao, which bestows the merit light. However, this amount of merit light is insufficient for Chen Lin. He glanced towards the sect leader, Su Yuan. If only the celestial maiden Miaoshan had not departed, she would have been the first to receive it. Now, it must go to the sect leader. With a wave of his hand, the merit light swiftly entered Su Yuan's body. Su Yuan, taken aback, questioned, "Junior brother, what are you doing?" Chen Lin replied with a smile, "I am, of course, lending you a helping hand, senior brother. This merit light should assist you in reaching kingship. With the demons invading, having an additional king among us enhances our safety. This merit light means little to me. Yet, there's an unspoken thought. Without giving you this merit light, how could I benefit from you?" Chapter 218. Su Yuan ascends to kingship. Ding. The host bestowed upon the leader of the celestial sect, Su Yuan, a beam of virtuous golden light, which met the criteria for a critical hit return. Was it indeed a critical hit? Indeed it was. The critical hit succeeded, yielding a staggering 90,000-fold return and granting a virtuous golden wheel. Would it be accepted? It truly was the virtuous golden wheel. Chen Lin promptly refined the virtuous golden wheel into the 9th grade virtuous golden lotus. Consequently, he now possessed 2.5 virtuous golden wheels, significantly enhancing the power of the 9th grade virtuous golden lotus, achieving a true balance of offense and defense. In fact, the previous 1.5 virtuous golden wheels had already elevated the 9th grade virtuous golden lotus to the status of a 12th grade celestial artifact. Now, it had ascended directly to the level of a true immortal artifact, placing it on par with the postnatal Bagua diagram. Speaking of the postnatal Bagua diagram, Chen Lin couldn't help but recall the relics of his esteemed master, which he had yet to thoroughly inventory. Did the postnatal Bagua diagram actually exist? Just then, A sudden burst of golden light erupted from Su Yuan. What was this? Having had a previous experience, Chen Lin instantly recognized the phenomenon. Indeed, the leader was on the verge of a breakthrough. With Chen Lin's assistance, Su Yuan first obtained the celestial artifact, the Yushu seal, then received the heavenly gift that elevated him to the pinnacle of the true monarch of creation, and subsequently learned the great Jizhou Tian sword technique, discovering the path to transcendence. Now, with the virtuous golden light earned from repelling the demons, he was finally on the cusp of a breakthrough. Once he breaks through, he will become a king of the path. The Yushu sect will gain another sovereign. With Chen Lin and Nangong Wentian, two kings will solidify the Yushu sect status as the foremost power in the Taishan domain. Su Yuan's impending breakthrough further cements the Yushu sect's prestige, placing it among the elite within other realms, celestial sects, and ancient clans. As the leader of the Yushu sect, inheriting from the Guanxing lineage, Su Yuan cultivates the legendary divine technique known as the Battle God Diagram, which encompasses an extensive array of 49 divine arts. Among these, 1 is celestial grade, 7 are divine grade, 18 are king grade, and 23 are ninth grade. Naturally, as the sect leader, Su Yuan has cultivated this sequentially inherited celestial grade technique, the Eternal Life Sutra, which serves as the foundation for all arts. The Eternal Life Sutra is divided into 7 major techniques: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang. Of course, if one were to master merely one of these 7 techniques, it would be of second-tier divine quality. However, mastering all 7 elevates one to celestial grade excellence. At this moment, Su Yuan has cultivated 3 of these techniques, rendering his Eternal Life Sutra a pinnacle of divine mastery. Yet, it is evident that with this breakthrough, his 4th technique is poised to reach the state of great perfection. Once accomplished, he will ascend to the 3rd tier of celestial grade power. As the golden light shone brightly, countless manifestations descended from the heavens, creating a dazzling spectacle, a cosmic anomaly signifying someone's ascension to kingly strength. Previously, only a handful knew that Chen Lin had gifted the virtuous golden light to Su Yuan, and none were aware that Chen Lin was aiding Su Yuan in his momentous breakthrough. At this moment, Su Yuan's breakthrough completely astonished everyone, who gazed in disbelief at the extraordinary phenomena in the sky. The first realm of the immortal ascension, the King's realm, marks the true entry into the higher echelons of the Tianyuan continent, akin to the exalted existence of the supreme emperor of the immortal sect. The king, lofty and transcendent. Each celestial flower that descended heralded a transformation of Su Yuan's internal powers, enhancing his physical constitution and elevating his soul, each step akin to ascending a staircase. Each stride forging a new realm. With every advancement came a fresh beginning, culminating in the emergence of a celestial gateway in the heavens. As the celestial gate opened and the grand path revealed itself, to attain kingship one must ascend through this gate and cleave the path with the sword. Su Yuan walked gracefully towards the void, with each step birthing a lotus beneath his feet. 1 step, 2 steps, 3, until he stood atop the celestial gate. With another stride, he crossed into the gate, and the jade void sword instantly manifested in his grasp. Employing the great Jizhou heavenly sword technique, he cleaved forth with a single stroke, shattering the void, causing the celestial gate to vanish. Countless golden rays surged towards him, as if finding their way home. And with the influx of golden light into his being, an overwhelming aura erupted from Su Yuan. His cultivation surged, escalating further still. With a resounding boom, it was as though an explosion had occurred. The golden light erupted forth, and at that moment, Su Yuan fully transcended into the King's realm. This was the moment of someone's breakthrough into kingship. By now, none were oblivious to the unfolding events. It was Su Yuan, the master of the Jade Void, now the 3rd king of the Jade Void immortal sect. The 5 major sects of the Luofu immortal sect fell into silence. The true monarchs of Chuanjin, Yuhua, Lihua, and Mingyi were consumed by jealousy, acutely aware of the arduous path to becoming a king. Though their 5 sects lacked the imperial lineage of the immortal sects, they possessed a quasi-imperial heritage. The immortal sects, despite their imperial legacies being fragmented, still held advantages over the sections. Only the Holy Lands boasted a complete imperial inheritance. If previously they had harbored hopes of becoming the foremost power in the Taishan domain before Chen Lin's rise, the display of Chen Lin's might had since compelled their submission. Now, with Su Yuan's breakthrough, A tinge of jealousy mingled with their subservience. Why had it not been them who ascended? Were they not diligent enough? No, they lacked the fortuity, the chance that a figure like Chen Lin represented. The various forces within the Taishan domain were filled with unwillingness and envy, while factions from other regions felt a sense of trepidation. They had assumed that millennia of sealing had estranged the Taishan domain from interaction with the other 8 realms, believing it to be stagnant and weakened. However, the recent battles and Su Yuan's breakthrough revealed the truth. The Taishan domain was far from the simplistic facade it projected. Chen Lin. Surprisingly, the avatar of the demon master Kunpeng perished alongside his foe. Although the 8 domains possess seals against the demon monarch dynasty, their connection to it is more pronounced, and they are well aware of the formidable prowess of the demon master Kunpeng, who is nominally the foremost expert of the demon monarch dynasty. Even the lords of the 3 sacred grounds stand on equal footing with him. Though merely an avatar, he is not to be compared with an ordinary king. The Yushu immortal sect originally had 2 sovereigns. Now, with Su Yuan's breakthrough, it boasts 3. This remarkable ascent positions the Yushu immortal sect among the top 10 sects and ancient clans across the 8 domains. Boom! As the oppressive aura of kingship erupted, Su Yuan was finally recognized as a sovereign, receiving heartfelt congratulations from all present. In that moment, the members of the Yushu sect were enveloped in joy, while various factions sought to curry favor. Yet, Su Yuan gravely approached Chen Lin, bowing deeply before everyone. Junior brother Chen, my ascension to kingship is solely attributed to your assistance. Here, I offer my deepest gratitude. Chen Lin accepted Su Yuan's appreciation with grace, acknowledging that he was indeed deserving of such gratitude, having played a pivotal role in Su Yuan's elevation to kingship. Chapter 219. The Reopening of the Apprenticeship Ceremony. Congratulations to the sect master on achieving kingship. We all celebrate the rise of the Jiuyang king. The entire battlefield resonated with jubilant voices. Su Yuan, who once bore the title of Jiuyang True Monarch, naturally ascended to become the Jiuyang king. The title of Jiuyang stems from the eternal life technique he cultivated, his initial set of methods being a yang attribute practice known as Jiuyang True Skill. In this moment, the Yushu immortal sect emerged in its full glory, renowned across the 9 domains. Many powerful beings from other realms, including those from the 3 sacred grounds, had come to offer their support. Although the influence of the Yushu sect was negligible to the 3 sacred grounds, it could stand shoulder to shoulder with most immortal sects and ancient clans. Su Yuan was filled with exhilaration. After over 6 centuries of cultivation, he had finally achieved kingship, granting him a lifespan of up to 3,000 years. At this juncture, the battlefield was under the aegis of the Yushu immortal sect. Chen Lin spoke earnestly. Senior brother, though we have emerged victorious in this battle, we must remain vigilant. Recall the postnatal 8 trigrams diagram mentioned by the demon master Kunpeng. It is one of the 10 treasures of the Tianyuan World. Although Kunpeng believes me to be dead, he will undoubtedly send others to seek revenge, even at the cost of war. Our human race and the demon race are locked in a perpetual struggle until one is vanquished, unless we can once more seal the fissure. Yet, I have yet to discover the method for sealing. To seal the fissure? Su Yuan seemed to realize something. Junior brother, you must depart. Chen Lin shook his head. It is not so much about leaving. Are you perhaps intending to participate in the Celestial Path competition? Su Yuan suddenly recalled. The Celestial Path competition, held once every 10,000 years, was on the verge of commencing. All powerful beings from the 9 domains would ascend the Celestial Path to strive for the title of Emperor, to achieve ascension and engage in a final contest, where the victor claims the throne and the vanquished become the outcasts. Only the victors can acquire the profound path left by the formidable beings of past generations on the celestial road, thereby gaining the opportunity to ascend to the throne of the great emperor. At that time, countless powerful entities will emerge, not only from the human race, but also from demons and even other races. The human race seeks to traverse the celestial path, comprehending the essence imparted by the great beings of their lineage. Conversely, the demons and hostile races will obstruct the human champions, leading to fierce skirmishes, assassinations, life and death battles, and struggles among celestial sects, all of which will unfold before the world. This will continue until a century hence. Since the disappearance of the last great emperor of the human race, it has been countless millennia without the emergence of a single great emperor. In the ancient days, When the Yushu celestial sect was still the Yuqing sacred land, the competition for the title of Great Emperor was fierce. The three sacred lands, Taqing, Yuqing, and Xianxia, engaged in a brutal conflict, resulting in their fragmentation, leaving only sects like the Yushu celestial sect to survive. Though there remains a legacy of the Great Emperor, it is but a shadow of its former glory, and the name of the sacred land has faded from existence. To reclaim the status of sacred land, the birth of a new Great Emperor is imperative. The difficulty of achieving this is evident in the annals of history recorded in the Tianyuan World, which chronicles the numerous great emperors that have existed. Regarding the pivotal competition on the Celestial Road, Chen Lin was indeed unaware and promptly inquired further. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback by this ignorance, yet he proceeded to elucidate the intricacies of the Celestial Road competition to Chen Lin. Chen Lin was instantly captivated by the concept. The Celestial Road has opened, and the Tianyuan is stirred. Perhaps this is the opportunity for my Xian domain. I suspect that the mastermind behind the opening of the two fissures seeks to allow the demons to intervene before the Celestial Road is fully unveiled. Chen Lin pondered the demon master Confronting, for he possessed the capability to rend the seals, coupled with formidable strength. Now, as everything stands on the precipice of failure, it remains uncertain what the next move of this elusive mastermind will be. Chen Lin awaited developments, but for the time being, his presence was not required. Thus, he addressed Su Yuan. "Brother, there is nothing more for me here. I shall take my leave." Su Yuan nodded in agreement. Chen Lin acknowledged him and vanished from the spot in an instant. Watching Chen Lin depart, Su Yuan remarked, "Continue to scour the battlefield. The crystalline cores within the demons are treasures that will greatly aid our cultivation. We cannot afford to overlook them." In this battle, crises and opportunities coexisted. While the losses were indeed grievous, those who survived would, to some extent, reap the rewards of the treasures and crystalline cores harvested from the demons. A thorough period of reflection and cultivation upon returning will undoubtedly lead to significant advancement in strength, especially for the Yushu celestial sect. This is the very threshold of the Yushu celestial sect, with nearly the entire sect's disciples mobilized. The crystalline cores are plentiful, and everyone will benefit. At the very least, after this battle, the collective strength will rise by 1 or 2 tiers. Regrettably, the toll of this battle was equally immense. While the chief seat did not fall, over a dozen elders, more than 30 senior stewards, and over 100 junior stewards perished, alongside the deaths of more than 10 direct disciples. Do not speak yet. The core disciples have dwindled by over 300, accounting for half of the core disciples of the Yushu immortal sect. In that moment, Su Yuan made a significant decision to accept disciples. Although the grand ceremony for accepting disciples had just concluded, with several hundred new disciples joining the sect, this was in accordance with traditional practices. With an increase in disciples, the standards for entry became more stringent, as the resources of the sect are finite. It is imperative to ensure that each disciple receives ample resources and comprehensive training. However, following 2 great battles, the situation has changed. First, the losses in personnel were severe. Second, there is an abundance of resources, including demon crystal cores and treasures. Even if we were to hold another grand ceremony for accepting disciples, nay, even 10, there would be enough resources to accommodate them all. Immediately, Su Yuan declared, "In this recent conflict, our human race has triumphed, and the demon army has been utterly vanquished. This battle shall be etched into the annals of history within the Xian domain. 7 kings have descended. 5 have perished while 2 are wounded. Truly invigorating news. However, this battle has also been exceptionally brutal, with countless disciples losing their lives. Our Yushu immortal sect has suffered significant losses as well. Therefore, I have decided that our sect will hold another grand ceremony for accepting disciples, with lowered entry requirements." This announcement was undoubtedly akin to a heavenly gift falling from the sky. In the present Xian domain, if one were to inquire about the strongest immortal sect, it would be the Yushu immortal sect. If asked who the mightiest individual in the Xian domain is, the answer would again be from the Yushu immortal sect. Should one seek the safest haven within the entire Xian domain, it remains the Yushu immortal sect. Who would not wish to join the Yushu immortal sect? Yet, the recently concluded ceremony had left many disheartened, with over 100,000 participants and only a few hundred accepted. This new opportunity to relax the selection criteria undoubtedly reignited hope for those who had previously excelled yet were not chosen, as well as for those who had hesitated to commit to the Yushu immortal sect. This time, no matter what, they must join the Yushu Immortal Sect. Excitement surged among the masses. The news rapidly spread throughout the Tianyuan domain. Another grand ceremony for accepting disciples is forthcoming. I shall join the Yushu Immortal Sect. My ancestors will surely rejoice. I was so close during the last ceremony, merely a step away. With the lowered requirements this time, I am certain I can join the Yushu Immortal Sect. Fear not, dear parents, your son shall not disappoint you. The battlefield was meticulously cleared over 3 days and nights. Upon returning to Tai E Mountain, Chen Lin began to assess his own strength, particularly delving into the art of Celestial King's foresight. Capturing vulnerabilities within this attribute significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Chapter 220, The Discovery. If the Celestial King's foresight can be applied to enemies, could it not also be applied to oneself? Moreover, while instructing disciples in their cultivation, it could serve as an advantage. As the disciples continued to clear the battlefield, he decided to test it on himself. Without hesitation, Chen Lin showcased his unique abilities, including sword techniques and martial arts, all while utilizing the Celestial King's foresight to identify weaknesses. To his astonishment, it proved to be effective. 3 days have swiftly passed. At last, I have managed to rectify my shortcomings. Although my realm remains unchanged, my combat prowess has seen a slight enhancement. The most significant advancement lies in the 5 branches of my Great Zhou Tian sword technique. Following the mastery of the Great Zhou Tian stellar sword technique, I have now attained an extraordinary level in both the Great Zhou Tian sword drawing technique and the Great Zhou Tian destruction sword technique, fully unleashing their formidable power, thus augmenting the might of the Great Zhou Tian sword technique. Gu Qianxue and her companions have finally returned. Master, Chen Lin nodded. How fruitful was this battle? Shen Linglong replied with a smile. Master, I have acquired a precious bone from an ancient demon beast. This is from a Kuei Nyo, ranked 10th among ancient demon beasts, guarding the top 10 positions. The Kuei Nyo is entirely azure and hornless, possessing but a single hoof. Its appearance heralds tempestuous winds and torrential rains, radiating a brilliance akin to the sun and moon. Its roar is as thunderous as a storm. It is said that a mighty figure once crafted a drum from the hide of the Kuei Nyo and fashioned drumsticks from its bones, producing a sound that reverberated for miles, instilling fear in the hearts of foes and commanding respect throughout the realm. Master, behold. With that, Shen Linglong presented the precious bone to Chen Lin. Chen Lin accepted the bone, clearly impressed. Within it lies a thunder-based divine technique. Speaking of thunder techniques, Shen Linglong cultivates the solar divine fire, and it seems she may seize this opportunity to achieve the power of thunder and fire. Take this precious bone and refine it well. I shall impart to you a thunder-based divine technique, mastery of the 5 thunderbolts. With these words, he began to teach her the 36 celestial thunder technique. B. The host imparts to disciple Shen Linglong the mastery of the 5 thunderbolts, one of the celestial and earthly fiend techniques, meeting the critical return conditions. Shall it be a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful, granting a 70,000-fold critical return, obtaining the Tao level Immortal King technique. 3 pure divine thunder. Indeed, a remarkable critical return has yielded the 3 pure divine thunder. Mastery of the 5 thunderbolts forms the foundation of all thunder techniques. With it, one can better refine the precious bone. Beep. The host bestows upon disciple Shen Linglong the Kuei Nyo's precious bone, meeting the critical return conditions. Shall it be a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful, granting a 50,000-fold critical return, acquiring thunder-based technique experience. Shall it be accepted? Goodness. Although I have obtained the 3 pure divine thunder, I have yet to cultivate it. Now, receiving this experience implies that I can seize this opportunity to cultivate directly to the minor accomplishment level. With Chen Lin's acceptance, the 3 pure divine thunder instantaneously reaches the minor accomplishment stage, another Tao level Immortal King technique, while others would leap for joy upon acquiring a divine technique. I find myself pondering how many innate divine techniques I now possess. The Immortal King divination technique, the 1 Qi transforming into 3 pure ones, the great meeting of the Zhou Tian sword technique, the supreme divine fist, and the Jade pure divine thunder, among others. The King's crystal core and the bones of the ancient demonic beasts are few in number. It is indeed extraordinary fortune for Shen Linglong to possess even one, while Gu Qianxue and her companions were less fortunate. Nonetheless, Their gains were not insignificant. After inquiring about their respective harvests, Chen Lin sent them off to cultivate. At this moment, he recalled a matter of utmost importance that required his attention: to inventory the legacy left by his late master. Was it truly the case that the post-Heaven Bagua diagram was taken by his master? 11 years ago, Chen Lin inadvertently saved the true monarch of Taixian, who then brought him to the mountain and took him as a disciple. However, within 3 days, the true monarch succumbed to severe injuries and, on his deathbed, entrusted Chen Lin with a plethora of items. At that time, Chen Lin was primarily focused on the magical artifacts and cultivation techniques, paying little heed to the other possessions, let alone the post-Heaven Bagua diagram. Upon returning to his quarters, he retrieved a very small box. Do not let its size deceive you. It was ample enough to contain a small mountain. This was the heirloom that his late master had solemnly placed into his hands. Opening the box, Chen Lin began to search meticulously. Before long, 2 items caught his eye: a tattered cloth and a massive stone. Examining the tattered cloth, Chen Lin was filled with perplexity. He even employed the Celestial King's Qi observation technique, yet it appeared to be nothing more than a rag. If not for the fact that it remained intact under his vigorous tugging, he might have dismissed it entirely. It is worth noting that he was in the mid-level of the King realm and trained in the 9 turns mysterious art, possessing the strength to withstand mountains. To his astonishment, this rag did not tear, indicating that it was, in fact, a treasure of great significance. Could this be the post-Heaven Bagua diagram? One of the 10 greatest treasures of the Tianyuan world, at the very least a treasure of the true immortal level. After studying it for a while without uncovering its secrets, he was on the verge of giving up when a thought suddenly struck him. He recalled the saying, "Treasures reveal themselves through blood." Determined to uncover its true nature, Chen Lin bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the rag. In an instant, a surge of crimson light erupted from the cloth, transforming into a dazzling beam that shot into the heavens, exuding an astonishing force that even Chen Lin found himself involuntarily retreating from. For more than 10 minutes, the blood light persisted. Once it dissipated, the rag revealed its true form, undergoing a monumental transformation. Indeed, the post-Heaven Bagua diagram emerged, now adorned with intricate Bagua patterns, emanating a peculiar aura. As he caressed the Bagua diagram, Chen Lin finally comprehended why the demonic master Confronting was so intent on locating it. This post-Heaven Bagua diagram was truly a treasure, its primary function being to assist in the deduction of formation techniques and to reveal flaws in one's martial arts. No wonder, although formidable, Chen Lin realized that this treasure held little significance for him. If one were to assess who would benefit most from this item, it would undoubtedly be Xianxia. Chen Lin promptly conveyed a message to her, and she arrived swiftly. "Master," she greeted. Chen Lin nodded. "Indeed, just as I was perusing the treasures of your ancestor, I stumbled upon this post-Heaven Bagua diagram. Among everyone here, you are the most suited to wield this relic, and I bestow it upon you." The mention of the post-Heaven Bagua diagram startled Xianxia. "Master, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Is this not the treasure that the demon master Confronting seeks? One of the 10 greatest treasures of the Tianyuan world." Chen Lin insisted, "Do not hesitate. Heed my words." Xianxia quickly replied, "Master, that is not my intention. I believe you should bestow such a treasure upon Miss and Senior Sister. I cannot accept it. Take it, as I have commanded. If your Senior Sister and Second Senior Sister require suitable artifacts, I shall not forget them," Chen Lin asserted. "Now, take the post-Heaven Bagua diagram and depart." "Thank you, Master," Xianxia expressed gratefully before taking her leave. This was indeed the post-Heaven Bagua diagram, a gift from her master. Xianxia silently vowed to devote herself to rigorous training upon her return, determined not to disappoint her master's kindness. Notification: the host has granted disciple Xianxia a treasure of the true immortal level, a fragment of the He-2, the post-Heaven Bagua diagram. It meets the critical hit return criteria. Would you like to proceed with the critical hit? To her astonishment, a fragment of the He-2. The He-2 and Luo Shu are treasures of the universe, entities of immense significance, revered across countless realms. It was no wonder that its material was so extraordinary. Even the Celestial King's Qi observation technique could not perceive it. Yet, she pondered what treasure would be produced from a critical hit. The thought of obtaining the He-2 and Luo Shu did not even cross Chen Lin's mind. Unless it were akin to the initial critical hit that produced the 9 turn Xian Gong or required a multiplier of several million times. Taking a deep breath, he uttered, "Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Reward: 7,000 times critical hit return, acquired a volume of the One Palm Scripture. The One Palm Scripture, an evolution of the path. To mention this scripture is to invoke the pre-heaven Bagua, which has given rise to the Zhou Yi, the Guizhong Yi, and the Lianshan Yi. With the One Palm Scripture evolving from the Lianshan Yi, it calculates the future. Intriguing, albeit not of substantial utility. However, an epiphany struck Chen Lin. He suddenly realized that the One Palm Scripture could be utilized alongside the Celestial King's Qi observation technique, effectively doubling the results. He felt a surge of joy. Whether through the Celestial King's Qi observation, the art of conversation that could slay foes, or the capture of vulnerabilities and the prediction of fortunes, they were an impeccable match. The One Palm Scripture could enhance the Qi observation technique, while the technique could amplify the deductive power of the One Palm Scripture. Indeed, this was a splendid harvest. Yet, Shenwan had also reminded him that Gu Qianxue and Shun Linglong possessed sufficient magical artifacts and abilities. Xianxia lacked a bit of cultivation in the western and eastern directions. Since he had embarked on the path of alchemy, it would be prudent to bestow upon him an alchemical furnace. The 4-square hell cauldron would suffice. After all, he could also procure a comparable artifact through his own efforts. Immediately, Chen Lin conveyed a message to Xianxia. Master, he addressed, and within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, Xianxia stood before Chen Lin. Chen Lin inquired, "How has your alchemical studies progressed recently?" With utmost respect, Xianxia replied, "Disciple has attained the 6th rank in alchemy and has just refined a 6th rank cleansing essence pill. I humbly request Master to review it." Chen Lin nodded approvingly. Indeed, a 6th rank alchemist in such a short time. Alchemy is truly your forte. Since you have begun to delve into this craft and lack a suitable furnace, I shall grant you one. With a wave of his hand, the 4-square hell cauldron materialized before Xianxia. This is the 4-square hell cauldron. Take it. Master, you truly bestow this upon me? Xianxia exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. He had noticed the cauldron upon entering and thought it should be well guarded by his master, not left exposed. Since becoming a direct disciple of Tai Mountain, Xianxia had experienced a remarkable elevation in status. His father, once a duke, was now on the verge of being granted a royal title, becoming one of the 2 prominent noble houses, his own and the Shun family. This seemed intricately linked to his master. Focusing primarily on alchemy while supplementing his cultivation, he felt as if he were in his element. A 6th-rank alchemist in the Great Tang dynasty enjoyed a status more esteemed than that of a mere courtier, with Dao realm experts vying for his favor. As a celestial phenomenon realm cultivator, he was mindful of his combat prowess. Even if he faced a Dao realm courtier from the Great Tang, he could easily evade should defeat loom. Such was the nature of the immortal sections. The cauldron before him was evidently extraordinary. Acquiring it would undoubtedly yield unforeseen benefits. Indeed, his master had truly granted it to him. Chen Lin instructed, utilize the 4-square hell cauldron diligently in your cultivation, striving to soon enter the 3 realms of longevity. Yes, disciple shall cultivate earnestly, never failing to meet master's expectations. Xianxia fervently nodded. Haha, the 4-square hell cauldron, my master is truly generous, he marveled. Upon receiving the cauldron, Xianxia instantly recognized its value and promptly secured it for safekeeping, returning to his quarters with a cheerful demeanor to continue his cultivation. Ding! As soon as Xianxia departed, Chen Lin received a system notification. The host has bestowed upon the disciple a Dao Golden Immortal Grade artifact, the 4-square hell cauldron, fulfilling the conditions for a critical return. However, this artifact, being a product of critical return, can only trigger an equivalent critical return, resulting in the acquisition of a same-grade golden immortal artifact, the Dragon Soul Cauldron. Excellent. The cauldron has returned, and unlike the 4-square hell cauldron, which serves dual purposes of both alchemy and artifact forging, the Dragon Soul Cauldron is solely for alchemical refinement. More pure, more potent. 4. Chen Lin. Since acquiring the 4 Directions Hell Cauldron, he had yet to utilize it. It was meant for both offense and defense. Yet it paled in comparison to the Fire Banana Fan in terms of simplicity and convenience. Ever since he embarked on his path, his focus had solely been on alchemy, rendering it inferior to the Dragon Soul Cauldron, which he now desired. Having dispatched 2 magical artifacts and achieving 2 critical hits, Chen Lin resumed his research. The post-heaven Bagua diagram had been sent away, granting him a palm scripture. Next, he encountered a colossal stone. Upon its extraction, Chen Lin sensed the stone's remarkable nature, crystal clear, shimmering with a red glow. What could the stone be? Testing its hardness, he found it impervious to his attempts. Even the purple cloud sword in his grasp could not cleave it. This nearly compelled Chen Lin to unleash the sword intent of extermination. But he ultimately refrained at the last moment. In the next instant, he placed the giant stone within the dragon's soul cauldron. The true sun fire ignited. As the fierce flames engulfed it, the stone rapidly turned a brilliant red. Soon, after the passage of a mere incense stick's duration, the stone began to tremble slightly. With a resounding crack, it split open. A flash of red light erupted, and a child, seemingly 4 or 5 years old, sprang forth, clad in a red belly band. Upon emerging, he scanned his surroundings and, standing atop the Dragon Soul Palace, proceeded to urinate. Astonishingly, this act extinguished Chen Lin's true sunfire. The child chuckled mischievously and kicked the Dragon Soul Palace. With a loud crash, the palace was toppled. A subsequent explosion reverberated, causing the entire tiny mountain to shake violently, akin to a magnitude 12 earthquake, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Gu Qinxue, Shun Linglong, Xie Qingshan, Shun Wan, and several elder attendants rushed over, only to discover that a child had inexplicably appeared. Even the curious little Wu Zhao scampered over. Master, hey, where did this child come from? Little Wu Zhao exclaimed joyfully, dashing towards the child, examining him closely and pinching his cheek. Wow, such an adorable child. Master, is this your new disciple? Chapter 222, Chen Shisheng. The child regarded the crowd with suspicion and unfamiliarity, and suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from his body in response to little Wu Zhao's pinching. Anger flared within him. Get away, he shouted, swatting at Wu Zhao's hand. Smack! Little Wu Zhao recoiled in pain. Hey, you little brat, how dare you hit me? I'm the big sister, the future Empress Wu Zhao. As the two children seemed poised to clash, Gu Qinxue attempted to intervene. Chen Lin shook his head and said, no need. This child is quite extraordinary, born of nature and nurtured by the heavens, a prodigy whose innate constitution is remarkable. I never anticipated that my master would acquire such a gem, a child of destiny nurtured by the Tao of the Tianyuan World. Quite intriguing. Xiao Wu Zhao, a reincarnation of an immortal, this young boy is indeed a child of the Tao. As expected, Xiao Wu Zhao has already reached the 7th level of blood transformation, possessing immense strength and astonishing talent for cultivation. At such a tender age, he was the champion of the Taishan Grand Gathering. Faced with this child who seemingly sprang from stone, it is surprising that he cannot be subdued at once. Master, I did not misjudge, did I? This boy can actually hold his own against Xiao Wu Zhao for such a duration. Although the boy is fierce, he has not undergone any training and soon finds himself subdued by Xiao Wu Zhao. You rascal, call her big sister. I will not. You must, or I shall continue to strike you. I refuse to call. Bang, bang, bang. Another round of blows ensued. Chen Lin showed no intention of intervening. The boy, a child of the Tao, was gifted but also had a rebellious nature, as evidenced by his demeanor. He indeed held great regard for the boy's talent. Being a favored child of the Tao, embodying the fortune of the Tianyuan World, destined to become a great emperor. Yet, Xiao Wu Zhao's earlier teachings left him in a quandary. Fortunately, Xiao Wu Zhao was present, her innate bloodline pressure exerting influence over him. 3 minutes later, the boy finally relented, bruised and battered. His head bowed as he trailed behind Xiao Wu Zhao, resembling a submissive servant. Witnessing this scene, Chen Lin felt an impulse to laugh. Xiao Wu Zhao brought the boy before Chen Lin and said, Master. Smack! Xiao Wu Zhao slapped the boy on the head and commanded, call him Master. Master, the boy said begrudgingly. Chen Lin replied with a smile, I am not your master. The boy insisted, I wish to take you as my master. Please accept me. To Chen Lin's surprise, the boy actually knelt down. You sincerely wish to be my disciple? Yes, the boy said, glancing at Xiao Wu Zhao, clearly having been instructed by her. Chen Lin, perceiving the underlying truth yet choosing not to reveal it, had already intended to take the boy as his disciple. Thus he replied, very well. I shall accept you as my disciple. Xiao Wu Zhao, congratulations on having a little junior brother. How wonderful. I have a junior brother. Xiao Wu Zhao exclaimed joyfully. Turning to the boy, come, call me sister. Sister, the boy said, puffing up in indignation. This is so unfair. She is a demon, striking others while taking advantage of them. Chen Lin smiled and asked, what is your name? I do not have one, the boy replied, shaking his head. Chen Lin pondered for a moment and said, since you were born from stone, let your nickname be Stone, and your formal name shall be Chen Shisheng, taking my surname. At last I have a name. I am called Chen Shisheng. Thank you, master. The The little boy was overjoyed. Ding! The host receives an additional disciple, Chen Lin. Rewards include 1 opportunity for daily critical return, 1 opportunity for treasure return, and a disciple gift pack. Would you like to accept? Another disciple gift pack. Accept. The host acquires the 5th move of the Supreme Divine Fist, the Holy Path Reincarnation Fist. It is unexpectedly the 5th move of the Supreme Divine Fist. How astonishing! The Supreme Divine Fist consists of the first move, the Kingly Killing Fist, the second move, the Imperial Overlord Fist, the third move, the Divine Emperor Fist, the fourth move, the Celestial Saint Fist, and the 5th move, the Holy Path Reincarnation Fist. This instantly elevates the power and realm of this martial art to the level of a quasi-emperor of the Great Tao. However, he tragically discovered that he was unable to utilize it. His spiritual energy was insufficient to execute any of the moves. No wonder he had previously only reached the level of a Celestial King of the Great Tao. It turned out that was his limit, his current limit, unless he could break through. To achieve that breakthrough, the journey ahead would be arduous and long. The earlier joy was swiftly subdued within Chen Lin. Nevertheless, the little boy was delighted to have received a name. Xiao Wuzhao was also elated. Before ascending the mountain, she had countless little brothers, but after her ascent, she had none and was forced to study and learn characters. Now at last, she had a little junior brother. However, there's a saying, one should seize the opportunity to discipline younger siblings early on. Should she return and give this stone a good thrashing? Hee. Immediately, Xiao Wuzhao broke into a joyful laugh. Chen Lin remarked, Shisheng, can you recognize characters? I cannot. Although Shisheng appeared to be merely 4 or 5 years old, he possessed the intellect of a child of around 10. Chen Lin then stated, how about this? It is evident that Shisheng can learn characters. He should read more books and then be taught cultivation, just like Xiao Wuzhao, starting with the innate thunder tempering body, immortal technique. Xianxia, I entrust Shisheng to you. Once you have taught them to read, you may go to Xianxia to receive your rewards. Thank you, headmaster. Xianxia was overjoyed. He was the disciple responsible for teaching Xiao Wuzhao her characters and was the most knowledgeable in the Xie family, having even achieved a minor 3rd rank in examinations. Not only was he adept in academics, but he also possessed exceptional martial talent, which led him to Tianyuan Mountain. Under his guidance, Xiao Wuzhao had indeed mastered her characters. She could now read the 100 family surnames and the 3-character classic and was pursuing further studies. Chen Lin was entrusted to him, and Chen Lin felt assured. Chen Lin continued, now that everyone is gathered, I have an important matter to announce, but first, we must wait a moment. Linglong, Qingshan, Shenwan, you shall go to the various mountain gates and invite the esteemed heads to Tianyuan Mountain. Xianxia, you will personally go to Yushu Mountain to invite the sect leader. Understood. The 4 responded in unison. Soon after, the sect leader and the esteemed heads had all arrived. Junior brother Chen, why have you summoned us? Su Yuan inquired. Chen Lin replied, Elder brother, your arrival is fortuitous. I have an important announcement to make and would like you all to witness it. Su Yuan immediately grasped the implication, saying, Junior brother, you have made your decision. Chen Lin affirmed, indeed I have. In that case, you have my support, Su Yuan nodded. Yang Wudi, curious, asked elder brother, Junior brother Chen, what does this cryptic conversation mean? Please, no more riddles, just speak plainly. Yes, Junior brother Chen, what is it? Luo Badao urged. Chapter 223, Chen Lin's Resignation. The enchanting fairy Miaoshan gazed at Chen Lin in a daze, her heart a tempest of anticipation and shyness. Could it be that he intended to? If so, this was not the appropriate place for such a declaration. But what precisely was he about to announce? As this thought crossed her mind, Fairy Miaoshan suddenly realized something and turned her gaze toward Gu Qinshui. In that instant, everything became clear. Taking a deep breath, Chen Lin addressed the assembly. Elder brother, esteemed sisters and brothers, I have a significant matter to announce. I, Chen Lin, intend to resign from my position as the headmaster of Tianyuan Mountain. From this day forward, the role shall be assumed by Gu Qinshui. What? Master, no. How could I possibly become the headmaster of Tianyuan Mountain? Gu Qinshui exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously. Chen Lin reassured her, during my seclusion, you have performed admirably. Naturally, you deserve this position. Moreover, I am no longer suited to continue in this role, as I have more pressing responsibilities awaiting me. Wouldn't you agree, elder brother? Su Yuan nodded. Indeed, according to the rules of our sect, those who attain the realm of kings are to serve as honorary elders, enjoying the sect's provisions, and are no longer to hold the position of headmaster. Chen Lin proclaimed, "Thus I officially declare Gu Qianxue as the 11th headmaster of Tai Mountain. All disciples of Tai Mountain, pay your respects to the headmaster." Upon Chen Lin's announcement, the crowd bowed in unison. "We pay our respects to the headmaster," Su Yuan affirmed. "Very well, junior niece Qianxue. From this moment, junior brother Chen Lin becomes an honorary elder of our Yushu sect, and you shall take on the role of headmaster." Gu Qianxue nodded solemnly. Disciple obeys. Gu Qianxue had become the headmaster of Tai Mountain merely a year after her initiation. From being a pariah, nearly expelled from the sect, she had risen to the position of headmaster, achieving the harmonious Tao realm. She was remarkably youthful and somewhat inexperienced. Yet, despite many harboring such thoughts, none dared to voice opposition. Let us not forget that Chen Lin had not perished. Rather, he had ascended to the status of honorary elder. His support remained steadfast. Unlike the time when Master Tai Xian had passed, leaving Tai Mountain in solitude, vulnerable to the whims of others. Who would dare to challenge Gu Qianxue? At that moment, Su Yuan approached Chen Lin and whispered, "Junior brother, you need not relinquish the position of headmaster." Chen Lin shook his head. "Elder brother, do you truly believe I'm still fit for this role? Let us not forget, the demon master Kunpeng believes me to be dead. Moreover, I may not remain in Tai Mountain for an extended period. The path to immortality is soon to be unveiled, and at that juncture, Chen Lin will certainly not miss the opportunity. The rise of an emperor is merely the beginning, a leap into the unknown. Having come this far, one must face the arduous journey ahead without fear." The 9 great domains have long regarded the Tai Xian domain as a secluded corner, refraining from interaction with the other 8 realms. However, the recent invasion of demons has transformed the Tai Xian domain into the frontline battleground between humanity and the demon dynasty. The principle of mutual dependence is universally understood. Should the Tai Xian domain fall, the demon dynasty would undoubtedly use it as a launchpad to assault the entire human race, placing the other 8 domains in jeopardy. To ensure the stability of their own territories, the Tai Xian domain must become a bastion of defense. At this moment, their sole task is to dispatch reinforcements. Previously, some of the reinforcements were sent to the Demon Suppression Pass, while others ventured to the Jade Void Mountain range. Moreover, the number of reinforcements continues to grow. On the demon side, as the path to immortality unfolds, they will undoubtedly employ every possible means to eliminate the human prodigies, including the essential strategy of attacking the Tai Xian domain through the breaches. Additionally, the Tianyuan continent is not solely inhabited by humans and demons. A crucial point to note is the demon master Kunpeng. The postnatal Bagua diagram, to Chen Lin, is merely a tattered cloth, a record of a postnatal Bagua formation, possessing the efficacy of evolving techniques. He directly bestowed it upon Shen Wan. However, the demon master Kunpeng perceives it quite differently. He regards the postnatal Bagua diagram as a relic of enlightenment. Currently, in his eyes, annihilating himself along with his avatar would necessitate dispatching a powerful demon king to seek the postnatal Bagua diagram. Yet, had he known that Chen Lin still lived, he would surely descend personally. Should he do so, not a single entity in the Tai Xian domain would stand a chance against him. All Chen Lin can do is diminish his presence, confound the demon master Kunpeng, and buy time. He is confident that he will soon possess the strength to confront the demon master Kunpeng, but not just yet. As the sect leader, Su Yuan is undoubtedly aware of this, which is why he supports Chen Lin's resignation from the position of chief elder and has even established the notion that a king must relinquish their title to become a grand elder. Chen Lin continued, stating, "I have a good understanding of my disciples. During my seclusion, she has performed exceptionally well. I believe that, with my guidance and support, she will soon reach the God transformation realm. Is it not merely a matter of transformation? I am always prepared to impart my knowledge. Previously, I bestowed a millennium's worth of cultivation upon Shen Mengxi, allowing her to ascend directly from the mid-stage of the celestial phenomenon realm to the cave profound realm. This time, I intend to confer this power upon several of them. This marks the 4th time I have transmitted my power. 7 disciples, 7 opportunities, with 3 chances remaining. These 3 must be cherished. Moreover, I am now at the king's realm, capable of imparting power once every 10,000 years. Witnessing the birth of the new first seat of Tai Mountain, the crowd gradually took their leave. The blow to them was profound. While the major sects had only reached the 10th generation, Tai Mountain had ascended to the 11th. The minimum requirement to become the first seat was to attain the harmonization realm. Chen Lin had risen to this position simply because he was the sole remaining disciple of Tai Mountain. Reflecting upon the next generation he had mentored, he found no suitable candidates. Was he truly growing old? This thought suddenly dawned upon the other first seats as well. Upon returning to their respective sects, they immediately summoned their disciples, bestowing upon them treasures, techniques, elixirs, and demonic crystals, issuing a significant decree. They must train relentlessly. As long as they did not perish in their training, they were to continue until their last breath. In this era of great contention, with the immediate crisis momentarily alleviated and opportunities lying before them, failing to cherish these chances would be foolishness. Equally affected was Xianxia, once one of the 5 great prodigies and the acknowledged heir of the Yushu Immortal Gate. He found himself at the late stage of the celestial phenomenon, while Gu Qianxua, who had only trained for a little over a year, was rapidly advancing. The comparison was disheartening. Fortunately, luck smiled upon him this time, as his master bestowed upon him a sovereign crystal, a crucial tool for entering the harmonization realm, the minimum requirement for the heads of the 12 sections. However, the prerequisite for becoming the sect leader was the profound cave realm. With the opportunity in hand, it was now up to him to seize the future. As he watched the crowd disperse, Chen Lin addressed his disciples by name. Qinxue, Linglong, Qingshan, Shanwan, Xiao Wuzhao, Shi Shang. You are to be the protagonists of Tai Mountain from this day forth. Chapter 224, A Retirement Life Full of Joy. I shall not disappoint your expectations, Master. The disciples responded in unison. To be a protagonist, one must embody the essence of one. 7 disciples were sufficient for Chen Lin. His priority now was to make the most of the 10,000-fold return system. He contemplated forming a partnership with the enchanting Miaoshan, yet had not taken any substantial steps in that direction, which was unacceptable. Furthermore, he had promised Zhao Ruoshi that he would personally propose marriage. If they were to become partners, his system would yield a 100,000-fold return. Sadly, the limit of the 3 realms of immortality was the Tao Sovereign. Just as with his supreme divine fist, which surpassed the Tao Sovereign, he found himself unable to execute it, as neither his soul's strength, nor his magical power, nor his physical constitution met the requirements. Forcing the technique would only lead to his demise. It seemed that everything hinged upon one's cultivation realm. Without the requisite level, no martial arts could be performed. The deficiency lay not in vitality or physique, but rather in the strength of the soul and the power of intent. Indeed, whether it be the contemplation of the pagoda or the visualization of the skull, these are rare and divine soul secrets. However, their efficacy depends on the circumstances and the martial arts being employed. When confronted with the supreme divine fist, which is predominantly based on intent, such methods may prove insufficient. Moreover, the sword intent of exterminating immortals is primarily rooted in magical power, supplemented by intent. It is only then that one can truly manifest such abilities. In the ensuing period, Chen Lin completely ceased overseeing the affairs of Tai Mountain, dedicating himself entirely to cultivation. Occasionally, he would offer guidance to a few disciples, reaping some benefits while his combat prowess steadily increased. Naturally, alongside the enhancement of his strength, he did not neglect his side endeavors. One should not underestimate the importance of such pursuits. What, you may ask? Alchemy, artifact forging, runes, celestial medicine, and toxicology. Among others, upon elevating one's skills to a higher level, one can remarkably augment their foundational attributes such as constitution, endurance, strength, agility, and spirit. Though seemingly insignificant, the cumulative enhancements can significantly elevate one's innate qualities. After all, what constitutes one's aptitude if not these very aspects? The so-called royal body, divine body, and immortal body are merely reflections of advancements in these domains. Both the divine and royal bodies represent a form of potential upon reaching a certain threshold. Latent abilities may be unleashed, manifesting as wondrous phenomena. For instance, Chen Lin's Panga creation, the Master Su Yuan's celestial splendor, and the dreamlike Kunpeng of the demon master all exemplify such manifestations. Take Chen Lin as an example. With a 12th grade supreme immortal body, he ranks a commendable second within the Tianyuan World, surpassed only by the Tianyuan immortal body, yet remains merely an immortal form. As the system panel indicates, he stands second in the Tianyuan World, embodying the form of an immortal. However, across the myriad realms, he is not on par with the innate or the great path, and ultimately cannot escape the label of mediocrity. Throughout history, few have managed to master all side pursuits to the extent that Chen Lin has, achieving notable success. Consequently, he also delved into the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, employing these disciplines as pathways to enlightenment, a practice not uncommon throughout the ages. Yet, few have intertwined these with formations, alchemy, artifact forging, runes, talismans, celestial medicine, and more, as he has. Upon initial reflection, Chen Lin realized he had learned as many as 20 different side trades, the most formidable among them being alchemy and formation mastery. His abilities in combat were comparable to those of a skilled tailor, while his musical talents ranged from beginner to intermediate levels. However, what truly astonished him was Xianxia. Unlike Xiao Wuzhao, who was akin to a decayed tree, struggling earnestly to learn to read and write, Xianxia was remarkably adept. On his first day, he recognized all the characters. By the third day, he had memorized the 100 family surnames. By the fourth, he could recite the 3-character classic and the multiplication table. Within half a month, he was able to read texts like the Taishuan Jiyuan, which narrates the history of Taishuan. He was nothing short of a genius. Not only was he proficient in studies, but his cultivation also rivaled that of Xiao Wuzhao. Within half a month, he reached the 8th or 9th level of body refinement, which in turn served as a motivation for Xiao Wuzhao. Having yet to surpass his senior sisters, the first and second disciples, he finally managed to acquire a younger brother, only to find him exhibiting ambitions akin to usurpation. This was unacceptable, for he was destined to become the future Empress Wu Zetian. Oddly enough, this atmosphere endeared itself to Chen Lin. However, this ambience lasted less than half a month before everything changed. On this particular night, a thunderous sound resonated through the heavens and the earth, followed by violent tremors. A beam of white light illuminated the sky, akin to daylight, cleaving through the firmament. On the other side of the 100,000 Great Mountains, at the periphery of the Qin dynasty, the barrier that had previously separated the Tai-Xian domain from other realms abruptly vanished. In that moment, the Tai-Xian domain was irrevocably integrated with the other territories. Among the 9 great domains, the one closest to Tai-Xian was the Xianhuang domain, which bordered the central domain and had always been second only to it. The dissolution of the seal meant that travel no longer required passage through the outer regions of the 100,000 Great Mountains, nor was it necessary to attain the harmonious path realm to traverse between the 2 great domains. At that moment, the 9 great domains were wholly interconnected. In this turbulent autumn, with demonic invasions and celestial contests at hand, the Tai-Xian domain had completely merged into the Tianyuan World. As the head of the sect, Su Yuan promptly convened a meeting to discuss these matters. For Chen Lin, however, this was of little concern. His priority remained steadfast, to diligently cultivate and gradually enhance his prowess. After all, each crisis had been resolved through his own strength. This time, in the mid-stage of a king, relying on his numerous divine abilities and treasures, he felt confident in navigating the kingly realm without issue. Yet, he must not forget that above this lay the quasi-emperors and even visitors from beyond the Tianyuan World. The Tianyuan World was not a closed-off domain, but rather a component of the vast multiverse. Just because one could not exit did not imply that others could not enter. It was this sense of impending crisis that drove Chen Lin to earnestly pursue his cultivation. Naturally, the most effective means of enhancing one's strength lay in gleaning benefits from others, akin to a sudden surge in power over 10,000 years. However, challenges arose as well. A sudden increase in power would inevitably place additional strain on one's realm, body, and soul. Previously, Chen Lin had been oblivious to this reality, but now he understood that an explosive rise in cultivation was not necessarily advantageous. One could not merely rely on techniques from his past life, like the Northern Darkness divine art, which absorbed power to become one's own. Initially, it seemed harmless, but in the later stages, it proved detrimental, as even the return of critical hits would impose a burden on the body. Currently, Chen Lin found himself in this predicament. Previously, the influence of merit had mitigated negative effects, but should it occur again, burdens would resurface. Thus, at this stage, the focus was on solidifying his foundation, ensuring that when the time came for a critical hit return, he could fully absorb the surging cultivation. Yet, even in his solitude, trouble came knocking. While Chen Lin was immersed in his training, the sounds of combat startled him. How did these 2 little ones end up outside the mountain gate? With a sweep of his divine sense, and utilizing the Celestial King's Qi sensing technique, Chen Lin discovered that Xiao Wujiao and Chen Shisheng had ventured beyond the confines of the Yushu Immortal Gate, and they were in pursuit of a creature resembling a small white dog. Chapter 225, Pure Blood by Zhe. Gasp. Chen Lin drew in a sharp breath. What had he just witnessed? This little white dog bore an uncanny resemblance to the ancient divine beast by Zhe, a lineage that rivaled even the legendary Kuanping. However, he pondered whether it was pure blood or mixed. A smile crept across Chen Lin's face. Pure blood? What amusing thought. If Bai Zhe were indeed of pure blood, the Tianyuan world could not accommodate it, nor would it manifest in this realm, leading him to conclude that it must be a hybrid. Yet, the concentration of its bloodline remained uncertain. Even as a hybrid, once it reaches maturity, it could undoubtedly become a formidable royal beast, akin to the spirit master of Yushu Immortal Gate. Recently, Xiao Wujiao had been bested by the spirit master. It was uncertain whether she sought vengeance. The spirit master, a fire Qilin, could merely be classified as a divine beast, not particularly high in rank, yet comparable to those ancient demonic beasts, residing at the kingly realm with astonishing combat prowess. Before Chen Lin's own ascension, he was undoubtedly the strongest within Yushu Immortal Gate. This profound truth about Yushu Immortal Gate remained known to only a few. Suddenly, while Chen Lin was deep in thought, Xiao Wujiao and Xiao Shisheng had cornered the little Bai Zhe, leaving it with no avenue for escape. Let us not forget, this little Bai Zhe, after all, possesses the bloodline of Bai Zhe and innate divine abilities. With nowhere to retreat, it became enraged and unleashed a beam of white light from its mouth. This white light was its innate divine ability, dissolution light. If struck, it would immediately turn to ashes. Chen Lin was taken aback. He instantaneously vanished from his position and reappeared before the two children, lifting one in each hand to narrowly evade the impending danger. With a mere wave of his hand, he banished the dissolution light into the void. Who dares to interfere with this empress, or this great deity? Otherwise, we shall strike you down. The two little ones bellowed in fury. With a swift motion, Chen Lin delivered two sharp slaps to their behinds. Who are you threatening? Ah, master. The two little ones immediately wilted. In a fleeting moment, Xiao Wujiao exclaimed, Master, look at the little dog. It came to our tiny mountain and even bit me. And me. We were merely retaliating. Chen Shisheng added. Chen Lin paused in confusion. Who are you? Did you discover this little Bai Zhe on my tiny mountain? Yes. Xiao Wujiao nodded. Master, you said it's a Bai Zhe. Indeed, Chen Lin affirmed. It is indeed a juvenile Bai Zhe. However, it is likely a mixed blood Bai Zhe. Even so, its foundation is not inferior to that of certain fire Qilin who have been dealt with recently. Master, what are you talking about? What fire Qilin? I'm unaware. Such an embarrassing affair. How could Xiao Wujiao possibly admit to it? Instead, Shisheng's eyes widened with curiosity. Could it be that even his senior sister had moments of being bullied? For the past fortnight, she had relentlessly tormented him, which was rather cruel. The mere thought of it inflamed his heart with indignation. He yearned to confide in his master, seeking justice, but the threat from his senior sister loomed large. And to avoid future repercussions, Shisheng reluctantly chose to remain silent. Xiao Wujiao, however, held a different perspective. She shot a fierce glare at Shisheng and declared, What are you staring at? I assure you, no one dares to bully me, understand? Yes, Shisheng promptly nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Xiao Wujiao continued, Master, may I have Xiao Bei's? I bear no grudge for being bitten. Chen Lin replied, That's not for me to decide. You must inquire with it. He harbored a certain envy toward Xiao Bei's. How splendid it would be to have such a creature as a mount. Even if it were a hybrid, it would be no less formidable than a Kuanping. In the Tianyuan world, it would be among the elite, not to mention its adorable appearance, reminiscent of a puppy. However, with Xiao Wujiao having made the first move, it would be unbecoming for him, as a master, to compete with his disciple. Immediately, Xiao Wujiao began to entice Xiao Bei's. Come with your sister, and I shall provide you with delicious treats and delightful games. Look, I have scrumptious candies. To her surprise, Xiao Bei's not only resisted her allure, but also assumed a fierce stance, baring its teeth at Xiao Wujiao, as if to declare her a villain. This prompted Chen Lin to chuckle. Fuming, Xiao Wujiao shouted, Oh, so you refuse, do you? I shall make you comply. With that, she lunged forward, asserting that if gentleness would not suffice, she would resort to force. Shisheng, join me. I refuse to believe we cannot capture it. Xiao Bei's, now convinced that the two were indeed troublemakers, scampered away in a panic. Being freshly born and having recently expended its energy with a display of dissolving light, It was in a state of extreme weakness, with nowhere to hide as it was pursued. Suddenly, an idea struck Xiao Bei's with a swift motion. It darted before Chen Lin and burrowed into his hands. Chen Lin did not evade. Instead, he grasped it effortlessly. Feeling Chen Lin's presence, Xiao Bei's ceased its flight, rubbing its head against him while emitting soft whimpering sounds, as if attempting to communicate. Witnessing this scene, Chen Lin couldn't help but smile. Little one, do you intend to follow me? To his delight, Xiao Bei's nodded in a surprisingly human-like manner. This revelation filled Chen Lin with immense joy. Master, look. Haha. You are remarkable. You captured it with such ease. Xiao Wuzhao, seeing Xiao Bei's nestled in Chen Lin's embrace, was overjoyed. However, this startled Xiao Bei's, which continued to whimper, as if imploring Chen Lin not to entrust it to Xiao Wuzhao. Chen Lin suddenly understood and shook his head, saying, "This will not do. It is quite evident that Xiao Bei's does not favor me. No way. Master, please, I beg you, may I have it?" Little Wu Zhao unexpectedly began to act coyly towards Chen Lin, leaving him momentarily stunned. The one who had always been domineering and regarded herself as the supreme leader. The future Empress Wu Zhao would actually display such endearment. Could he have misjudged her? Master, little Wu Zhao continued her charming antics. Chen Lin found himself wavering. After all, it was rather inappropriate for a master to compete with his own disciple. Just as he was about to hand Xiao Bei's over to little Wu Zhao, a sudden glow illuminated Xiao Bei's forehead, striking Chen Lin's brow. He was taken aback. This was a recognition of a master. Xiao Bei's fear that being given to little Wu Zhao would lead her to recognize him as her master. A torrent of immense information flooded Chen Lin's mind. What on earth? He could not help but exclaim. You're a pure-blood Beis. Boom. It was astonishing. How could a pure-blood Beis exist in the Tianyuan world? Such creatures were only found in realms of a higher order. The constraints of the world were determined by the level of the Tianyuan realm. Yet, this shattered Chen Lin's understanding. However, as he absorbed more memories, he quickly grasped the situation, one vivid image standing out among the rest. Chapter 226, Shaolinger. Little Beis was accompanied by colossal Beis whose mere presence instilled a sense of dread and reverence. Little Beis frolicked joyfully, the surroundings shimmering with ethereal essence, creating an ambience reminiscent of a celestial paradise. In comparison, the environment of Tai Mountain seemed like a rural area next to a bustling metropolis. While Little Beis was at play, a fissure suddenly appeared before her and swallowed her whole. The next moment, she found herself at the foot of the Yushu Immortal Gate. The reason she came to Tai Mountain was due to the aura emanating from little Wu Zhao and little Shisheng, one a reincarnated immortal, the other a child of the world. Unfortunately, the two juveniles began to tease Little Beis, prompting her to retaliate in anger. Thus the scene unfolded. Similarly, while Chen Lin's aura may not have been as fragrant as theirs, it was not lacking either. The 12th grade supreme immortal body was secondary. The essence of the system was impressive. Goodness, a pure blood Beis, once matured, would undoubtedly be a colossal figure among celestial kings. This made it all the more imperative not to part with little Wu Zhao and the others. Chen Lin declared, as you have all witnessed, Xiao Bei's has recognized me as her master, hence she cannot be given to you. He then announced, from now on, Xiao Bei shall belong to me. Master, you great deceiver. Little Wu Zhao and little Shisheng instantly looked as though they were about to cry, their tears flowing profusely, as if they had suffered a great injustice. This sight softened Chen Lin's heart. However, upon witnessing the gaze of the white fox in her embrace, she gritted her teeth and said, whether you are a fraud or not is of little consequence. After all, this little Beis belongs to me. Moreover, the next time you dare to call me a swindler, could you do so without my presence? Chen Lin's words utterly reduced Xiao Wuzhao and Xiao Shisheng to tears. For the first time, our resilient Xiao Wuzhao wept. And our world's chosen one cried alongside her elder sister. Seeing the adorable sight of the two children in tears, Chen Lin couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Especially Xiao Wuzhao, who had once caused him endless headaches with her unruly and arrogant demeanor. Now, she too faced her own reckoning. It is said that the Yushu Immortal Sect is the foremost sect in the Tai-Xian domain. Yet who would have thought it harbored such a beast that bullies children? Now that I have encountered you, let me show you how I shall punish you. At that moment, an indignant voice reverberated through the air. A celestial woman appeared, exuding an ethereal aura. Fear not, little ones. Is this person the one who has wronged you? I shall stand up for you. Chen Lin was taken aback. What does she mean? I bully children? Xiao Wuzhao and Xiao Shisheng were equally perplexed. The woman continued, "Rascal, do you have anything to say for yourself?" Chen Lin furrowed his brow and replied, "Firstly, I have not bullied them. Secondly, they are my disciples. My role is to educate them. What business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs." The woman, however, was unimpressed and retorted, "With a master like you, I truly pity them. To bully your own disciples is inexcusable. It is unfortunate that I, Xiao Linger, have crossed paths with you, but since I have, I shall take charge of this matter. Little ones, I will advocate for you. A master like this is not worth keeping. You will be better off becoming my disciples. I am Xiao Linger, the saintess of the Yaoqi Sacred Land." Yaoqi Sacred Land, a name that resonated with familiarity. "Saintess, Xiao Ling," Chen Lin inquired, "what is your relation to the Shaoqing Emperor? Do you know my elder brother?" Xiao Linger scrutinized Chen Lin, stating, "So you are from an ancient sect beyond the Taishan domain. Speak, which sect do you hail from? Since you are aware of my identity, I shall grant you an opportunity. Let them willingly become my disciples and follow me, and I shall overlook this incident. Otherwise, prepare to face my wrath." Chen Lin suddenly chuckled. "Your elder brother? Indeed, I know him. Not only do I know him, but I also once gave him a thrashing. Were it not for his reparations, he might have met a dire fate by now. The Shaoqing Emperor, the fortune-bringing child, with his heavenly peaches and the Holy Spirit Scripture. The innate Rin water peaches obtained post-critical hits and the grand Holy Spirit Scripture. One aided him in achieving the realm of kings, while the other played a decisive role in his battle against the demon master Confronting. A good man indeed." Xiao Linger snorted disdainfully, "You speak nonsense. My elder brother is a prodigy of the Yaoqi Sacred Land, a genius born once in a millennium with a divine constitution. How could he possibly be defeated by you? Now, tell me, who exactly are you to claim such audacity?" Chen Lin remarked, "It appears that Xiao Qingdi did not disclose the disgrace of his defeat. Are you still spouting nonsense? Regardless, I shall not tolerate this. Today, having witnessed you bully children, I, Xiao Ling, shall intervene. Since you claim they are your disciples, expel them from your tutelage immediately. I shall take these two under my wing." Chen Lin found himself both amused and enraged. "You truly are overbearing. Why should I cast out my disciples at your behest?" "Indeed," the stout girl, Xiao Wuzhao, retorted disdainfully, "I have no intention of becoming your disciple." Xiao Shisheng nodded in agreement. "Stout girl," Xiao Linger thought she must have misheard. "You call me fat?" Xiao Wuzhao replied, "Am I not?" gesturing towards her own figure. Xiao Linger's face flushed crimson as she came to a realization. Stout girl, Xiao Shisheng further fueled the fire, shouting with glee. Fuming, Xiao Linger stamped her foot. "You too. I witnessed you being bullied by your master, and, out of kindness, sought to rescue you. Yet you show no gratitude? Fine. I suppose my interference is unwelcome." Chen Lin responded, "Since you understand the concept of meddling, please do." Xiao Linger coldly huffed, "Before you dismiss me, clarify your identity and how you know my elder brother." Chen Lin retorted with annoyance, "I am Chen Lin. As for your brother, I met him at the Demon Emperor's tomb. I believe many will recall me." Their altercation indeed attracted considerable attention, including from those who had encountered Chen Lin at the Demon Emperor's tomb. As the barrier dissipated, the 9 great territories converged as one. The Taishan domain stood as the first battleground against the demon invasion, drawing others forth, some to witness the sealed Taishan domain, others for the demons themselves. Thousands of years prior, demons were imprisoned deep within the 100,000 Great Mountains, while some lesser demons had made their way to the 8 great territories. They could hardly be compared to the formidable ones now emerging. The legends of demons had circulated for ages, and the Demon Emperor's dynasty was shrouded in mystique, though its true prowess remained somewhat elusive. Now the opportunity had presented itself to behold them firsthand. The advent of demons posed both peril and potential, contingent upon one's ability to seize the moment. This was indeed a time for them to grasp tightly. Within the Demon Emperor's tomb, many factions from the 8 great territories participated, and naturally, some recognized Chen Lin. "It's him. I remember now. He was the one who killed the monk Dingguang at the Demon Emperor's tomb and even bested the holy son of Yaoqi, Xiao Qingdi, forcing him to offer reparations before letting him go." Chapter 227. The Resoluteness of the Yushu Immortal Gate. "You truly struck my brother?" The surrounding discussions could not escape Xiao Linger's notice. Her gaze towards Chen Lin shifted entirely. Her eyes blazed with fury, wishing she could rend him limb from limb. She held her elder brother in the highest esteem. The holy son of Yaoqi, a paragon of excellence. How could he have been bested? An overwhelming wrath threatened to consume her entirely. Such a disgrace. Chen Lin remarked, I truly did strike a man named Xiao Qingdi, who boldly proclaimed his intent to annihilate the Yaoqi sacred land. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd exclaimed, annihilate the Yaoqi sacred land. Instantly, Xiao Ling'er's expression shifted dramatically. Several formidable figures from the Yaoqi sacred land erupted with a terrifying killing intent. What audacity! The Yaoqi sacred land is not to be trifled with. This individual must be punished. Those who offend the Yaoqi sacred land shall face no mercy. At that moment, the atmosphere was charged with murderous intent, soaring to the heavens. This commotion drew the attention of the members of the Yushu immortal sect. Leading the group was Su Yuan, who approached the scene. Upon witnessing the wrathful experts before him, Su Yuan's countenance changed, for among them stood an elder of the kingly realm. Su Yuan inquired, esteemed guests, I am Su Yuan, the sect leader of the Yushu immortal sect. Pray tell, how have I offended you to incite such fury outside my sect? Xiao Ling'er coldly retorted, I am Xiao Ling, the current saintess of the Yaoqi sacred land. So is the saintess herself. Su Yuan's brow furrowed. He was acutely aware of the Yaoqi sacred land's stature and the significance of its saintess. Despite the Yushu immortal sect's current dominance in the Taishan domain, with 3 kings and being the foremost sect in the eyes of the sacred lands, they were insignificant. Should the sacred land choose to unleash its wrath, eradicating a mere immortal sect would be a trivial matter. Xiao Ling'er continued, this individual is from your Yushu immortal sect. He has offended the Yaoqi sacred land, and I demand an explanation. Surrender him to us for judgment. He is my junior brother, Chen Lin. Su Yuan's heart tightened, and he replied, Saintess, surely there must be some misunderstanding. I do not believe it to be a misunderstanding, Xiao Ling'er asserted. Many present heard him not only insult my elder brother, the current saint's son of the Yaoqi sacred land, but also declare his intention to obliterate us. I wonder, who has emboldened him? Is it your Yushu immortal sect? Su Yuan was filled with bitterness. His junior brother had truly stirred up considerable trouble this time. However, in an instant, he suppressed his discontent, inadvertently radiating a formidable aura, and resolutely stated, Yaoqi saintess, I apologize, but the Yushu immortal sect has never abandoned its disciples. I know Chen Lin to be a person of integrity, one who neither provokes trouble nor shuns it. If he has insulted your brother, it merely indicates your brother provoked him. He has brought this calamity upon himself. As for the claim of annihilating the Yaoqi sacred land, it was but a statement made in anger. Why take it to heart? You Yaoqi sacred land are being rather unreasonable. You, Xiao Ling'er trembled with rage. We of the Yaoqi sacred land are unreasonable. We are being accused of wrongdoing while facing threats of annihilation. You dare to suggest that we are unreasonable? Infuriated, she pointed at Su Yuan and declared, so, the Yushu immortal sect seeks to wage war against the Yaoqi sacred land? Su Yuan remained unperturbed, ready to engage in battle should the holy maiden desire it. Though the Yushu immortal sect had fallen from grace, it harbored no fear. At worst, they would face the annihilation of the sect. Very well, Chen Lin replied with a smile. My senior brother, my junior brother, I must commend your decision-making this time. You are correct. If a battle is to be fought, let it be fought. The extinction of the sect is not a foregone conclusion. At this juncture, one must stand firm. Succumbing to fear, anxiety, and compromise only serves to embolden those from the Yaoqi sacred land. Moreover, his system panel distinctly indicated his status as the 4th strongest among the human race on the Tianyuan continent, second only to the quasi-emperor. Unless the ancestral figure of Yaoqi intervened personally, he had no reason to feel apprehensive. Xiao Ling'er smiled. What a bold Yushu immortal sect, since you seek your own demise. I shall grant your wish. To humiliate my elder brother, I am eager to witness your capabilities. As the holy maiden of Yaoqi, Xiao Ling'er was often overshadowed by Xiao Qingdi, the foremost among the younger generation of Yaoqi, who had reached the peak of creation at a tender age of under 100. Yet, those who truly understood knew that Xiao Ling'er was far from simple. When the time for action came, she was undoubtedly stronger than Xiao Qingdi. Most importantly, she possessed the rare 12-grade immortal body. When she unleashed her prowess, it manifested as the heaven-splitting divine palm previously executed by Xiao Qingdi. With a single strike, the heavens trembled, reminiscent of a divine axe cleaving through the void. Indeed, the sheer ferocity of this attack surpassed even that of Xiao Qingdi, reaching the pinnacle of true creation. Chen Lin chuckled. In response to this earth-shattering blow, he flicked his fingers, releasing a surge of sword intent that instantly converged upon Xiao Linger, colliding forcefully with the heaven-splitting divine palm. The impact resonated like a clap of thunder against steel, and Xiao Linger found herself forced to retreat several steps in order to regain her balance, overwhelmed by the tremendous force. In contrast, Chen Lin remained steadfast, unaffected by the clash. However, the sword intent he had unleashed dissipated as swiftly as it had appeared. No wonder you were able to defeat my elder brother. You indeed possess formidable skills, Xiao Linger remarked. You have managed to counter my heaven-splitting divine palm. However, since the moment you declared your intent to annihilate the Yaoqi sacred land, your fate was sealed. With a wave of her hand, an ice dragon emerged from the void. Exhaling a chilling breath, Chen Lin furrowed his brow. The cold emanating from it posed a genuine threat. The ice dragon's breath was a divine-level secret technique, releasing an absolute zero chill capable of encasing vast expanses in ice, turning anything caught within its grasp into frozen statues. This technique, fortuitously acquired by Xiao Ling, was perfectly suited to her ice spirit immortal body. Even her elder brother, Xiao Qingdi, was compelled to tread carefully in its presence. Once, she had swiftly frozen 3 equally skilled masters with an extraordinary technique, catching the attention of the Yaoqi sacred land, who designated her as a prime target for retribution. To outsiders, it seemed certain that the next leader of the Yaoqi sacred land would be none other than Xiao Qingdi. However, only a select few were privy to the truth. The next sovereign of Yaoqi would be Xiao Ling or herself. The chilling aura spread rapidly. Chen Lin, cautious and alert, raised his hand and hurled 2 flames forward. The Tianyuan divine fire and the sun divine fire merged into one, and upon contact with the icy breath of the dragon, transformed instantly into a blazing Buddha lotus, detonating with a resounding explosion. The intense blast created a miniature black hole, its formidable suction force consuming the icy dragon's breath, obliterating the cold mist, while the explosion continued unabated. The shockwave surged outward. Those with slightly lower cultivation who were nearby were immediately knocked off their feet, some even spewing blood, narrowly escaping death. Such a powerful attack. Xiao Ling's expression shifted dramatically, her disbelief palpable. The icy breath of the dragon, so formidable, had failed to subdue her opponent today. How can this be? She scoffed. I refuse to believe you are of the king realm. Saintus, he truly is of the king realm. At that moment, an elder stepped forth, positioning himself before Xiao Ling. Elder second, Xiao Ling exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. This elder was among the first to arrive in the Taishan domain, initially vowing to teach Chen Lin a lesson, only to witness the fierce battle between Chen Lin and the demon master Confronting. The elder nodded gravely. Saintus, this young man should not be underestimated. Have you heard of the great battle that transpired in the Taishan domain half a month ago? The demon master Confronting even deployed a doppelganger. Xiao Ling furrowed her brow. Elder, what do you imply? The demon master Confronting. Even his own mother would hesitate to claim superiority over him. Although it was merely a doppelganger, an ordinary king realm opponent would stand no chance, let alone her own cultivation at the creation realm. Yet what of it? No matter how formidable he was, he remained a king realm, facing merely a doppelganger of the demon master Confronting. She coldly retorted, is that why you are so arrogant? Do you not know the strength of my Yaoqi sacred land? Indeed, I do, Chen Lin replied. One of the 3 great sacred lands of humanity. The foundation of our race, the Yaoqi Holy Mother, a potential emperor. If one were to select the most likely candidate for emperor among the myriad strong in my Tianyuan world, the Yaoqi Holy Mother would surely be in the top 10. But what does that mean? It does not guarantee ascension to emperor. You may be impressive now, but wait until I become emperor. The Yaoqi Holy Mother will have to come to pay her respects. Preposterous. How audacious. Chen Lin's words ignited a storm of disbelief in the crowd. You claim you will become a great emperor and that the Yaoqi Holy Mother will come to seek you out. Such words are no less audacious than the destruction of the sacred land of Yaoqi. Su Yuan could not help but smile bitterly within. This junior brother Chen Lin dares to utter anything. Indeed, you are exceptionally gifted, a natural celestial body, destined to become the emperor, barring any unforeseen circumstances. However, must you be so ostentatious? Once again, you speak of annihilating the sacred land and a visit from the Holy Master. Do you not comprehend the essence of modesty? Yet, to counter that, is there any inaccuracy in what junior brother Chen has articulated? There is none. in fact. In Su Yuan's perspective, if Chen Lin does not ascend to the status of emperor, it would defy the natural order. He has only trained for 11 years, possesses a natural celestial body, and wields the postnatal Bagua diagram. Little does he know, Chen Lin has long since given the Bagua diagram away. Chen Lin appeared indifferent to the hostility and tension surrounding him, disdainfully declaring, "Spare me the trivialities. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. If not, be gone." No, it is no longer a matter of whether to fight, but rather how you shall apologize. Xiaolinga, is it? Perfect. That ice dragon breath technique you just displayed is quite impressive. I've taken a liking to it, so hand it over. Those words utterly infuriated Xiaoling. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "You wish for that? Not chance. I have encountered shameless individuals before, but you are the most brazen of them all. An apology? Do you think your face is that grand? Elder Second, I implore you to intervene." Elder Second nodded, saying, "Rest assured. This youth has offended the sacred land of Yaoqi and must be punished." In the next moment, a whip appeared in Elder Second's hand as he leaped forward, striking at Chen Lin with a lash. A whip of divine caliber is indeed rare. Chen Lin narrowed his eyes. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Most rely primarily on their cultivation level, with divine skills as a secondary aid, while few possess proficiency with weapons and treasures. Most are adept in one or two disciplines at most. For instance, a sword cultivator focuses on the sword. Chen Lin recognized that he also bore this limitation. His swordsmanship was remarkable, and his fist techniques were outstanding. However, should he not also practice the arts of the blade, axe, staff, palm, and leg? Might this enhance his foundational attributes? Talent is innate, yet it is not immutable. Xiao Ling stated, "Elder Second is renowned as the king of divine whips. The whip in his hand is forged from the tendons of a slain sovereign flood dragon, unyielding and indomitable." Chen Lin, you are doomed. Chen Lin rolled his eyes, dismissively asserting, "Who cannot boast grandly? Just him, the so-called king of divine whips, attempting to slay me. How naive. It seems many are unaware of my prowess. Very well. Today I, Chen Lin, shall re-establish my reputation and remind you of the 8 great domains. Do not presume that my Tai-Xian domain, sealed and isolated for millennia, has fallen into decline due to our lack of interaction. My Yusu immortal sect, my Tai-Xian domain, is not a place for your recklessness. This battle must be fought, not only fought but fought fiercely. The only source of Chen Lin's frustration is that his intention to remain low-key appears unattainable. This battle is not for himself. For the sake of the Yushu immortal sect and the Tai-Xian domain, we must stand firm against the invasion of demons. The Tai-Xian domain has become the primary battlefield. With the seals weakening, communication with the 8 major realms has become effortless. In the eyes of the invaders, the Tai-Xian domain is nothing more than a backwater, a place they scorn. They are filled with arrogance, believing they can come to the Tai-Xian domain and flaunt their power, committing acts of tyranny. This battle is meant to enlighten them about the true nature of the Tai-Xian domain, to make them realize it is not a playground for their recklessness. If they wish to tread upon its soil, they must abide by its rules. Otherwise, even the sacred Yao pool will not show them mercy. Boom! The great Zhou Tian sword technique, a sword art of the golden immortal level of the Tao, is ready to be unleashed. Should you dare to engage, I must forewarn you that surviving this encounter will be far more complex than merely conjuring an ice dragon's breath. I shall claim the divine whip in your possession. Would it not be more splendid in the treasure vault? The second elder, seething with anger, furiously shouted, "If you desire my divine whip, let us see if you possess the capability to seize it." Ever since he acquired the whip years ago, he had been enamored with it, exploring various mystical techniques and martial arts related to whips, ultimately crafting his own divine whip technique, the 12 styles of the divine whip. This is precisely why he ascended to the position of second elder. Though Chen Lin had once clashed with the demon master Confronting, leaving devastation in his wake, the second elder could not believe that a mid-stage king like Chen Lin could surpass him, a dignified second elder of the sacred land. Victory in this battle was not just a possibility, it was a certainty. With a swift motion, the divine whip lunged forth like a colossal dragon, clawing and roaring as it surged towards Chen Lin. Chapter 229. It must be done with flair. Chen Lin's sword thrust appeared casual, yet it concealed boundless variations, transitioning from simplicity to complexity and back again. What seemed like a mere stroke struck at the heart of the matter. Moreover, Chen Lin had deftly employed the techniques of the immortal king's chi observation and the one palm scripture. The second elder was merely a stepping stone for him. In a heartbeat, his sword found the second elder's weakness, aiming directly at the tip of the divine whip. With a tremendous force, the second elder felt a numbing sensation in his grip, and the whip slipped from his fingers uncontrollably. My divine whip! A sense of ominous foreboding surged within the second elder, and he was taken aback, hastily pursuing it. He was swift, but Chen Lin was swifter, reaching the whip first. With a few spins in his hand, he marveled at its quality. Indeed, it was a divine artifact. Return my divine whip. The second elder bellowed. Chen Lin rolled his eyes and retorted, Who said this is your divine whip? You must understand, it belongs to me now. You. The second elder snorted coldly. Do you think my divine whip can be so easily taken? Bring it back. He chanted incantations, grasping at the void. Chen Lin immediately sensed a powerful divine whip seemingly attempting to break free from his control, desperately soaring towards the second elder. Furrowing his brow, Chen Lin realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. This was indeed a treasure of the mortal realm. However, it mattered little. At this moment, the spirit communication technique came into play. This technique not only bestowed sentience, but could also obliterate it. Previously, Chen Lin had not harnessed this sentience effectively. By chance, he discovered that it could allow a recognized object to detach from its master's grasp, making it an excellent method for nefarious deeds. Was it not evident? A grand celestial art could not be as simple as it appeared. With a flick, the second elder coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief as he gazed at Chen Lin. What have you done to my divine whip? He demanded. Chen Lin coldly retorted. I have asserted that the divine whip is inherently mine. Thus it is no longer under your control. Old man, reveal any other treasures you possess. One divine whip cannot purchase your life. Enraged, the second elder shouted, You intend to kill me. Whether I do or not depends on your sincerity, Chen Lin replied. Impudent fool, you seek death. The second elder was utterly incensed. You, a mere sect leader, dare to speak to me this way? Today, you shall perish. As the second elder of the Holy Land, he had never endured such humiliation. He was accustomed to being the one who dealt death, not the one threatened, let alone having his treasures seized. Naturally, as the second elder, he possessed more than a single artifact. In the next moment, a sphere of blue light materialized in the second elder's hand and was hurled towards Chen Lin. This is the cold flame divine thunder, a culmination of hundreds of years of my refinement. Chen Lin, you are doomed. The cold flame divine thunder, forged from the accumulated essence of frigid poison from millennia past, was exceptionally insidious. Upon impact, it would explode, leaving the victim's body in tatters. Since its successful creation, the second elder had used it only once before, with his last foe lamenting for 3 days before meeting their demise. The blue orb zipped through the air like a bolt of lightning, crashing explosively before Chen Lin. I am doomed? Not necessarily, he scoffed. Facing the cold flame divine thunder without flinching, he instead emanated a surge of lightning, revealing the 3 clear divine thunder. The cold flame divine thunder was but a fringe technique. It could not be compared to the orthodox 3 clear divine thunder of the Xianmen. In an instant, the cold flame divine thunder was enveloped. Here, take back your cold flame divine thunder. With a toss of the 3 clear divine thunder in his hand, it transformed into a beam of golden light and flew towards the second elder. Moments ago, the golden light vanished before the second elder, replaced by an overwhelming blue radiance. Boom! The blue light erupted, unleashing a tremendous force that obliterated everything in its path, striking the second elder with the ferocity of an electric current. The second elder let out a harrowing shriek as the cold poison spread throughout his body, leading to a gradual and gruesome decay. The atmosphere was thick with terror, sending shivers through those around. It was utterly horrific, a scene of despair. Elder 2 trembled, desperately suppressing his pain, and uttered, Saintus, please end my suffering. This is the cold flame divine thunder, incurable. It would be a mercy to kill me rather than let me die in agony. Xiaolinger, shaking with fear, exclaimed, Chen Lin, you must pay for this. Elder 2 has no enmity with you, yet you have brought him to this state. Chen Lin frowned, replying, Indeed, there is no enmity, but you must understand that the cold flame divine thunder was unleashed by him. I merely returned it. Had it struck me instead, would I not face a similar fate, caught between life and death? Remember this. Do not impose upon others what you would not wish for yourself. Xiaolinger, gritting her teeth, called out, Where are my fellow disciples of the Yaoqi sacred land? Instantly, 7 or 8 figures appeared before her. Nodding, she continued, Our Xiaoqi's sacred land has endured unprecedented humiliation. Elder 2 has suffered persecution, and his life hangs in the balance. This place is not the central domain, my mother. The Xiaoqi Holy Mother is absent, and our forces are few while our enemies are audacious, even threatening to annihilate us. As the Holy Maiden of Xiaoqi, I cannot stand idly by. Therefore, I vow that anyone willing to assist me in confronting this adversary will earn my gratitude and a favor from the Xiaoqi sacred land. A thunderous response echoed, Xiaoqi Holy Maiden's favor. Everyone wavered in their resolve. Moreover, though Chen Lin was formidable, could he truly stand against 100? There were several kings present. I am willing to assist the saintess, stepped forth a middle-aged man. It was Dan Wang Guhi. Goodness. Even Dan Wang Guhi has made his move. Though not a true king, he was a figure of great renown, a master alchemist known for his skills. One of the 5 esteemed alchemists, he was famed for his prowess. Alchemical crafting is one thing, but the latter stages are far more complex. Even the Xianxia immortal sect, celebrated for its alchemical arts, had only one king-level alchemist, who unfortunately met his demise at the hands of the Red Fox King. Historically, the greatest alchemist of the Tianyuan World hailed from the Taiqing sacred land, and the Xianxia immortal sect is also of that lineage. Everyone knew he enjoyed a favorable relationship with the Xiaoqi sacred land and was currently one of its guest elders. Gui produced a jade vial, declaring, "This is a breakthrough king pill I recently concocted, which can enhance the probability of slaying a king by 30%. Whoever manages to eliminate Chen Lin shall claim this elixir." What? Dan Wang Gu, he has actually crafted a breakthrough king pill. The crowd erupted in excitement. Chapter 230, The Hunt for Chen Lin begins. To achieve kingship and ascend to greatness, to sever the path is no trivial matter. One must first discover their own path, and then, with the strength of intention, break the shackles of destiny to fully immerse oneself in their own celestial path. Achieving this requires vitality, spirit, and the power to cut through the path. The breakthrough pill serves as an enhancement, instantaneously augmenting these powers by 30%, thereby increasing the chances of success in severing the path. One must not underestimate this 30%. Those who are truly determined to become path severers often reach their limits, and it is this slight margin that leads to their failure. The breakthrough pill can remedy that very shortfall. Countless eager eyes are fixated on the breakthrough pill in Gu He's hand. Those who are not yet kings hope to seize this opportunity to ascend, while those who have already attained kingship desire to take it back to their sect for the benefit of their disciples. At that moment, an elder stepped forward, introducing himself as Xuanji from the Taishan immortal sect, known among the people as the Mountain King. He declared, "Let me be clear, the breakthrough pill is not my pursuit. My focus lies in disapproving of the younger generation, particularly Chen Lin, having only recently entered the realm of kings, speaks recklessly, daring to proclaim the destruction of the Xiaoqi sacred land. The Xiaoqi sacred land is one of the 3 great sacred lands of humanity. It is wise to think carefully before making such statements. If one has erred, they must acknowledge it. I, Xuanji, vow to stand against evil. Indeed, the Mountain King speaks wisely. We shall not coexist with evil. Kill him. Eliminate Chen Lin." With Gu He's appearance, Xuanji, a king himself, took action. More and more individuals emerged, voicing their condemnation of Chen Lin, clamoring for his death. One by one, then 3, soon 100 voices rose in fervor. 3 kings and over a dozen true monarchs of creation. Chen Lin merely smiled. While the numbers were substantial, they paled in comparison to the scale of a demonic invasion. Xuanji remarked, "Though few in number, they are sufficient to end you." At this moment, Su Yuan's expression turned grave. "Everyone, do not forget, this is my Yushu immortal sect. Are you truly intending to murder our esteemed elder here?" Xiao Ling interjected. "Sect Master Su, consider carefully. This is indeed Yushu immortal sect, but do you truly wish to oppose the Xiaoqi sacred land?" Su Yuan scoffed. "It is not my Yushu immortal sect that seeks conflict with your Xiaoqi sacred land. Rather, it is your Xiaoqi sacred land that has chosen to confront us. I, Su Yuan, stand by my words. Should battle be required, my Yushu immortal sect shall fight to the end. Kill." A cry for blood echoed from behind Su Yuan. It was the hastily arriving members of Yushu's sect, with Nangong Wentian at the forefront. In an instant, the disparity in strength between the 2 sides appeared nearly equal. Should they fight or hold back? The atmosphere became increasingly tense. Tension hung thick in the air, a prelude to the inevitable clash. Xiao Ling coldly snorted. Ah, the Jade Void sect, how audacious. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. How dare you oppose the sacred Yaoqi? With that, she commanded a disciple who promptly produced a luminous orb and crushed it in his hand. With a resounding boom, a beam of light shot into the void, radiating in all directions, vanishing in an instant. Nangong Wentian's face turned ashen as he remarked, "That is a signal flare from the sacred Yaoqi. All disciples and allies within 100,000 kilometers will rush to our aid upon seeing it. Fortunately, we are in the Taishan realm, and the sealing barrier has only just dissipated. Otherwise, the Jade Void sect would surely face annihilation. Yet even now, it is uncertain how many reinforcements will arrive." Chen Lin's expression shifted to one of grave concern. He had not anticipated such a significant escalation, yet he harbored no regrets, though he felt somewhat remorseful towards the sect. "Senior brother, I apologize for the trouble I have caused the sect," he said. Su Yuan and Nangong Wentian shook their heads in unison. "Junior brother, do not blame yourself. You bear no responsibility for this. While you may have acted impulsively, you possess the merit to do so. With the demonic invasion and the looming crisis, had it not been for you, the Jade Void sect might have suffered the same fate as the Xianxia sect. If our sect were to be destroyed, there would be no chance of becoming the foremost sect in the Taishan realm. Besides, it is merely the sacred Yaoqi. We shall indulge in this madness once. If we lose, the sect will be disbanded. If we win, the Jade Void sect will dominate the entire Tianyuan world." Nangong Wentian asserted, "This battle is unavoidable. Otherwise, everyone will perceive the Jade Void sect as easy prey. The Taishan realm requires a formidable presence to suppress it and to maintain authority over the other 8 territories. If we do not stand firm, we risk being viewed as a complacent and backward realm, acting without regard for the rules of the Taishan realm. Confronting the sacred Yaoqi head-on is, in truth, an opportunity. What is so remarkable about life?" At this moment, Chen Lin felt a swell of pride. Such resolve only deepened his admiration for the Jade Void sect. Indeed, after thousands of years, the sect had not succumbed to selfishness with the passage of time. A sect like this truly embodies the essence of home, deserving of its disciples' unwavering dedication. Taking a deep breath, Chen Lin felt a newfound determination surge within him. Initially intending to delay his cultivation advancement, he now sensed an urgency. With a sweeping glance at several disciples, he nodded before approaching the esteemed Miaoshan fairy. "Senior sister, please follow me," he said with directness in front of the gathered crowd. Miaoshan fairy's cheeks flushed red at his boldness as she inquired, "Junior brother, what are you planning?" "You shall see once we arrive," Chen Lin replied, taking her hand with unwavering resolve. The enchanting fairy Miaoshan lifted her gaze to meet the profound smiles of the crowd. Feeling an overwhelming embarrassment that made her wish to find a hole to hide in, she shot a fierce glare at Chen Lin and instinctively grasped his hand, eager to flee. "Chen Lin, are you trying to escape?" Chen Lin frowned and retorted, "Nonsense. When have I ever sought to run away? Aren't you the one who wishes to kill me? I'm merely accommodating you. Can't you see that I need to explain things to my wife? Rest assured, just give me a moment, and I shall make you weep bitterly. Besides, haven't your reinforcements yet arrived? Once they do, we can engage in battle." He added with a smirk, "A little girl like you. Just a heads up, be ready with a ransom. Previously, I had my eye on the ice dragoness breath, but it's insufficient now. Otherwise, I might just end up slapping you to your demise, leaving your parents to mourn their child." "Sister, let us depart," he said, turning to Fairy Miaoshan. Yet, after only a few steps, a faint, sorrowful voice pierced Chen Lin's ears, a voice he recognized all too well, filled with disappointment, heartbreak, and resentment. Zhao Ruoshi had arrived. This was bad. She had witnessed the scene between him and Fairy Miaoshan. Chapter 231. Level Up. "Sister, wait for me," Chen Lin murmured to Fairy Miaoshan before darting towards the crowd. His consciousness swept across the area, swiftly locating Zhao Ruoshi, who, upon seeing him, wore a face of deep sorrow and anger, turning to walk away. No way was he going to let her slip away. This was crucial for his bond system. With a quick movement, Chen Lin positioned himself in front of Zhao Ruoshi, his heart brimming with joy. "Junior sister, you've come. How wonderful. I miss you dearly," he exclaimed, reaching out for a warm embrace. "Get away. Why are you looking for me when you have your Fairy Miaoshan?" Zhao Ruoshi shot back, her frustration palpable. "Chen Lin, I misjudged you." Unfazed, Chen Lin boldly enveloped Zhao Ruoshi in his arms, asserting, "Junior sister, have you forgotten my promise to you at the Demon Emperor's tomb? I vowed to marry you, but I will not marry you she retorted, her anger flaring. Chen Lin gritted his teeth, disregarding her objections, and lifted her effortlessly, declaring, "This is not the place for discussion. Let's find somewhere more suitable." With that, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Fairy Miaoshan, taking her hand, and heading straight towards Tai Mountain. The entire scene unfolded before the astonished eyes of all present. Everyone was left dumbfounded. What was happening? On the brink of battle, he was flirting? This was utterly exhilarating. Su Yuan and Nangong Wentian exchanged glances, sharing a bitter smile. Chun Shidi, truly impressive. But who is this other woman? A peak cultivator of the transformation realm. Qinxue, do you know her? Gu Qinxue shook her head in response. Su Yuan remarked, "Now, we can only wait and see." Nangong Wentian clearly appeared displeased. Su Yuan, our Chen Shidi is still preoccupied with matters of the heart at a time like this. Indeed, came the response, they're quite literally cornered, awaiting reinforcements. The moment they arrive, a great battle is poised to erupt. At this juncture, both sides are evenly matched. With the arrival of the allied forces, it seems that the Yushu sect may struggle to emerge unscathed from this crisis. The possibility looms that the sect may indeed face annihilation. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, yet in an instant declared, "I have faith that Junior Brother Chun has devised a brilliant solution to this predicament. Indeed, I too support Junior Brother Chun. He possesses a remarkable ingenuity that no challenge can thwart," Yang Wudi affirmed, having pledged his unwavering support to him since Chen Lin rescued him from the brink of death. Nangong Wentian sighed. "Very well. I shall witness what this Junior Brother Chun is up to." Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu He and Xuanjizi laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Even at this moment, he is still chasing after women. Such is the folly of youth. What does it matter if he has fortuitously stepped into the realm of kings? By this alone, his demise is inevitable," Gu He asserted. "Rest assured, holy maiden, this youth shall not see the day through," he continued. Xiao Linger remarked, "Thank you, King Alchemist Gu He, upon my return. I shall certainly convey my gratitude to my mother on your behalf. It is only proper. After all, I am a guest elder of the Yaoqi sacred land. How could I stand idly by while he is humiliated?" Gu He replied with a smile. With their objectives achieved, it is worth noting that despite his status as one of the 5 grand alchemists of the central region, in the eyes of the Yaoqi Holy Mother, he held little significance. If this endeavor to uphold the dignity of the Yaoqi sacred land earns him an audience and rewards from the Holy Mother, it would be worth more than anything else. "Holy Maiden, I have just received news that will undoubtedly astound you," a disciple of the Yaoqi sacred land announced. Xiao Linger inquired, "Speak, what is this news?" The disciple replied, "Holy Maiden, do you know why this Chen Lin has achieved kingship at such a young age? It is because the post-heaven Bagua diagram, originally belonging to the demon master Kuanping, is now in his possession. This is one of the 10 supreme treasures of our Tianyuan World." Xiao Linger was elated. To possess one of the 10 treasures grants the ability to challenge those of higher rank, rendering one invincible, especially the post-heaven Bagua diagram, which serves as a formation map. Its greatest efficacy lies in aiding cultivation. While its utility in combat is limited, possessing this diagram offers the greatest hope of ascending to the realm of the emperors. Throughout history, among the 18 emperors, aside from Emperor Fuxi, who crafted the Bagua diagram, 3 emperors achieved their status through the assistance of this very diagram. If I could acquire the Bagua diagram and present it to my mother, she would surely be delighted. Xiao Linger asked, "Are you certain this news is true?" The disciple affirmed, "Absolutely. Many witnessed the battle between this youth and the demon master Kuanping. He himself stated that his master, the true monarch Tai Xian, infiltrated the demon master's palace to steal the Bagua diagram. Since the true monarch Tai Xian is deceased, if the post-heaven Bagua diagram is not in Chen Lin's possession, then whose could it possibly be? Good, if this news is indeed accurate. Upon returning to the sacred land, you shall be generously rewarded," Xiao Linger exclaimed with excitement. The post-heaven Bagua diagram must be obtained at all costs. Suddenly, the air was thick with an even more potent scent of gunpowder. As time elapsed, reinforcements continued to arrive. The arrival of a formidable kingly figure caused Nangong Wentian's countenance to darken significantly. Had it not been for certain prior actions, he would have erupted in fury long ago. How outrageous! Although this junior brother Chen Lin had rendered him great favors, his antics were utterly absurd. At such a critical juncture, he was still preoccupied with romantic pursuits. And to make matters worse, he was straddling 2 boats. Meanwhile, upon arriving at Tai Mountain, the 2 women immediately clashed. Neither was willing to yield to the other, exchanging icy glares. Chen Lin had intended to offer an explanation, but was met with nothing but disdain. Explanation? What good would that do? After a mere incense stick's worth of time, the culmination of millennia of effort was reduced to a mere 2,000 years of power for him. 500 years for Zhao Ruoxi, and 1,500 years for the fairy Miaoshan. Both women had reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, their limits tested. To transcend into the kingly realm was not merely a matter of transmitting a large amount of power. One must discover their own path and then sever it to step into the realm of kings. Zhao Ruoxi had already attained the peak of transformation, but it was not the ultimate limit, let alone having found her own path of severance. Fairy Miaoshan was even further behind, previously at the Cave Mysteries realm. At this moment, their cultivation levels were comparable, and as they refined their power, Chen Lin's system finally delivered good news. Beep. The host has formed a Dao partner bond with Zhao Ruoxi. The couple system has upgraded once again. Upgrade complete. Congratulations to the host for the 10,000-fold critical return system upgrading to the million-fold critical return system, along with a large gift package. Would you like to open it? Open it. Why not? Previously, when he formed a bond with Miaoshan, he received an opportunity to upgrade his divine abilities, ultimately choosing the Emperor's prognostication technique, which transformed into the Immortal King's prognostication technique. He wondered what this new gift package would contain. Chapter 232, Pinnacle of the Kingly Realm. A million-fold critical return. Ha ha ha. This is a bonanza. Upon opening the large gift package, the host receives one treasure upgrade card, capable of upgrading any treasure once. Reminder, the treasure upgrade card can only be retained for 1 hour. Well, it seems I'm being compelled to upgrade my treasure. When it comes to upgrading treasures, the obvious choice is the Purple Cloud Sword. It is the sole option as well, among his many treasures. While the Purple Cloud Sword is part of the Purple Cloud set, with the Purple Cloud Immortal Garment shattered, it can no longer be considered a complete set. The standalone power of the Purple Cloud Sword is only at the level of a first-rate immortal treasure. As for the other treasures, such as the Dragon Soul Cauldron, the Overlord Bow, the Fire Banana Fan, and the Immortal Stone, none are suitable. In truth, Chen Lin had another reason for choosing to upgrade the Purple Cloud Sword, to unleash the sword intent of exterminating immortals. The ferocity of the sword intent of exterminating immortals is such that most sword techniques cannot withstand its might. A formidable celestial sword is essential to alleviate my mana consumption. Moreover, with the current million-fold critical return, I am curious to discover what treasures await. Chen Lin took a deep breath and declared, I choose the Xian sword for the critical return upgrade. Critical hit successful. Rewarded with a critical return of 700,000, acquiring the Dao level celestial sword, the Xianxian sword. The name Xianxian sword resonates deeply with me. Is it not the treasured artifact of Yushu sect on Yanquan Mountain? A divine grade relic. What connections might there be? If it is indeed that artifact, it must belong to the revered jade Ding Jinren. Chen Lin had always sensed a link between the three pure ones, the Yushu sect, the 12 celestial gates, the Xinqing sect, and the Luofu sect. Even the 9 dragons' divine fire shield and the intent of the Xianxian sword had manifested. It indeed appears to be the case. The Xianxian sword of Yanquan Mountain is likely a replica of the true Xianxian sword. The authentic Xianxian sword rightfully deserves the status of a Dao-level celestial weapon, while it is not one of the 4 Xianxian swords. It was forged by the primordial heavenly sovereign using the 4 Xianxian swords as a template. It is perfectly suited for Chen Lin, exponentially enhancing his combat prowess. Had he wielded the Xianxian sword against the avatar of the demon master Confronting, victory would have been assured within 30 exchanges, rather than merely gaining the upper hand. Certainly, with the assistance of the Celestial King's divination technique, he could triumph in 10 exchanges and decisively vanquish the foe in 30. Yet, this is not sufficient. One must not forget the Yaoqi sacred land. It is imperative to possess the strength to rival the Yaoqi Holy Mother. This battle will undoubtedly attract her attention, potentially compelling her to manifest an avatar, much like the demon master Confronting did. The strength of avatars varies. Confronting's avatar represents merely 10% of his true power, while the potency of the Yaoqi Holy Mother's avatar remains uncertain. Fortunately, I have just reaped a bountiful harvest. Ding! The host imparts 2,000 years of cultivation to Dao, companion Miaoshan, and Zhao Ruoxi, meeting the criteria for critical return. Would you like to execute a critical hit? Critical hit. Critical hit successful. Rewarded with a 100-fold critical return, acquiring 200,000 cultivation. A 100-fold critical return left Chen Lin momentarily stunned. System. Come forth and explain why the imparted power only yields 100-fold critical return. Are you withholding anything? The system indeed responded. The power returned is purified and compressed before critical return. Otherwise, do you believe you could so swiftly elevate the 9 turns mysterious art to such heights? The 9 turns mysterious art is among the top 10 in the myriad worlds, proven through strength. It cannot be mastered solely with vast mana. The conditions for advancement are exceedingly stringent. Consider the mythical realm. Few have successfully cultivated the 9 turns mysterious art. Yang Jian, a demigod, possesses a unique physique, and Sun Wukong, the spirit bright stone monkey, is one of the 4 great chaotic monkeys. Yet, they have only reached the 5th or 6th level. For countless years, there's been no advancement. Moreover, even the esteemed Jade Ding Jinren has not cultivated further, let alone the common folk. Indeed, it seems that this is a means of self-assistance. Prior to attaining immortality, one has the opportunity to unleash a powerful transmission of energy 7 times, of which 4 have already been utilized, leaving 3 remaining. To augment this, it is possible to accept more disciples, though companions in the Tao are not included. With 200,000 years of power acquired, as Chen Lin embraced this energy, his originally mid-level kingly realm began to shift instantaneously. Boom! In the next moment, he advanced to the late kingly realm, expending 50,000 years of power. Continuing onward, he reached the pinnacle of the kingly realm, consuming 120,000 years of energy, leaving 30,000 years to consolidate his cultivation. Once the kingly realm is transcended, it leads to an understanding of profound truths, while for others, it is indeed a gradual journey of cultivation and comprehension. Chen Lin's practice of the 9 transformations of mysterious arts allows him to shatter barriers through sheer force. He directly breaks through realms with brute strength. The 9 transformations of mysterious arts perfectly complements his transmission of energy return. Even the 20 years of power is derived from purified and compressed energy, rendering it more potent and lethal. At the pinnacle of the kingly realm, on the brink of quasi-emperor status, Chen Lin eagerly opened his attribute panel. Host, Chen Lin. Constitution, supreme immortal body, the embodiment of ascension, the foremost physique in the Tianyuan world, yet ultimately not on par with the innate divine demon physique, still inferior, requiring further effort for innate potential. It appears that he has surpassed the Tianyuan immortal body. However, it is uncertain if this constitutes the foremost immortal body across all realms. Yet, even if he attains the first immortal body, what of it? It pales in comparison to the innate demon god physique. Everything else is merely inferior. Realm, martial Dao 10th realm, pinnacle of the kingly realm. 4th in combat power among the human race in the Tianyuan world, 16th overall in the Tianyuan world rankings. An increase of 2 ranks? Still 4th. One wonders where the disparity lies among the top 3 quasi-emperors. Overall ranking remains at 16. Are there only 15 quasi-emperors? Having reached the pinnacle of the kingly realm, he still falls short of the quasi-emperor status. The gap between the kingly and quasi-emperor realms is indeed substantial. The disparity from quasi-emperor to emperor is likely no small matter either. Side profession: king-level alchemist, king-level array master, 8th grade artifact master, 8th grade talismonger, 8th grade rune master, 9th grade immortal physician, 8th grade poison master, and more. Cultivation techniques: 9 transformations of mysterious arts, a supreme technique ranked among the top 10 across all realms. Cultivated to the mid-stage of the 4th layer, mastering derived divine abilities, possessing an indestructible body, commanding the heavens and the earth, immense strength, and the ability to manifest 3 heads and 6 arms. Cultivation techniques: innate thunder body, refining immortal technique, already trained in the primordial stance, primordial fist technique. Blood exchange method: channeling thunder into the body, thunder body refinement, thunder true form, thunder true method. Mastery over thunder, utilizing medicinal baths and practicing the U-step. Divine arts: sword intent of slaying immortals, the method of transforming into the 3 pure ones, the first 4 forms of the supreme divine fist. The great circulation sword technique, the great sage spirit mantra, the transformation into the 3 pure ones, the imperial observation of chi technique, the spirit communication immortal technique. The jade clear divine thunder, the profound turtle immortal technique, the pagoda visualization method, the skeleton visualization method, the return of 10,000 swords to the origin. The distance of a finger, the divine fire of the moon, the divine fire of the sun. Formation: The wind howl formation in a state of 2/5 disarray. Treasures, the sword of slaying immortals, the primordial fire banana fan, the four directions hell cauldron, the purple cloud shoes, the overlord bow. The purple cloud immortal garb is gone, as is the purple cloud sword. However, there is now an additional sword of slaying immortals at the level of a great Dao immortal king. Appearance, ranked within the top 5 of the Tianyuan World. Title, Purple Garb Sword King. Chapter 233, Challenging All. Although it seems that the ranking has not improved significantly, Chen Lin possesses a clear understanding of his own strength. At this moment, his combat prowess is such that he could easily slay the avatar of the Demon Emperor Kunpeng with a single sword strike. If the avatar of the Demon Master Kunpeng he encountered earlier truly possessed only 1/10 of its strength, then he currently equates to approximately 3/5 of that power. Let us not forget that the Demon Master Kunpeng resides in an exceedingly profound realm of quasi-empire. This series of maneuvers has yielded considerable gains. Thus, facing the various forces led by the Yaoqi Sacred Land, his confidence has significantly increased. Let's take action against the Yaoqi Sacred Land, allowing the Yushu Immortal Gate to gain renown across the 9 domains, making it known that upon entering the Taishin domain, one must adhere to the regulations set forth by the Yushu Immortal Gate. Just then, the fairy Miaoshan and Zhao Ruoshi emerged from their cultivation, awakening from their refinement. The two women exchanged glances, refraining from tears or tantrums, yet they displayed no regard for Chen Lin. Surprisingly, they soon became fast friends, as if they had known each other for many years, while Chen Lin found himself an outsider. It is no wonder, as fairy Miaoshan is modest and unassuming. The first seat of Luojiao Mountain, yet possesses both beauty and wisdom, a rare and unparalleled beauty. Zhao Ruoshi, one of the elders of the Guangqing Immortal Gate, is renowned as the most beautiful woman of the Tianyuan domain. Xiao Qingdi, the son of the Yaoqi Sacred Land, has pursued Zhao Ruoshi relentlessly since the moment he laid eyes on her, a testament to her captivating charm. Taking a deep breath, Chen Lin spoke. Shall we now provide support on the battlefield? The two women scoffed and proceeded toward the battlefield. In the span of a short while, 2 hours had passed. Outside the mountain gate, the crowd had swelled. The Yaoqi Sacred Land issued a call to arms, summoning all cultivators within a radius of 100,000 miles, effectively gathering the entirety of the Great Tang Empire's practitioners. They were eager to witness the might of the Yushu Immortal Gate, daring to stand against the Yaoqi Sacred Land. At this moment, Chen Lin, Fairy Miaoshan, and Zhao Ruoshi returned to the battlefield. Nangong Wentian stood there, momentarily stunned. Surely he had not misjudged the situation. Zhao Ruoshi was one matter, but the key was the enchanting immortal Miaoshan. If he recalled correctly, she had only just reached the early stages of the cave mysteries. Yet now she astonishingly stood at the pinnacle of transformation. And then there was Chen Lin, whose cultivation had become inscrutable to him. Brother, I hope I'm not too late, Chen Lin remarked. Su Yuan nodded in agreement, just in time. Junior brother, what is your current cultivation level? Has it truly only been 2 hours? How is it that I cannot fathom it? Chen Lin chuckled. Well, I had to face the Yaoqi sacred ground, so I seized the opportunity to break through my realm. Seize the opportunity to break through your realm. Su Yuan felt a sense of exasperation and inquired, so what is your level now? Peak of the king realm. Chen Lin replied. Su Yuan felt a surge of incredulity, almost choking on his own disbelief. He had only just been reveling in his own achievement of reaching the king realm, and if memory served him right, Chen Lin had broken through merely half a month prior. Yet, how had he so swiftly ascended to the peak? Was the king realm truly so easy to traverse? Even more disheartened was Nangong Wentian. When he had broken through to the king realm at over 700 years of age, he had spent nearly 2,000 years making no progress. He understood the arduous nature of such a journey. Well, I suppose I'm growing old. I cannot compete with the youth. Breaking through seems as simple as having a meal. However, on the flip side, if Chen Lin truly had reached the peak of the king realm, their upcoming battle might still hold a glimmer of hope for victory. Fight! With a resounding roar, Nangong Wentian exuded confidence. Chen Lin, come forth and meet your demise. Xuanji was the first to step forward. The Taishan Immortal Sect was not aligned with the Three Pure Ones, and in order to curry favor with the Yaoqi Sacred Ground, Xuanji had crafted a meticulous plan, boldly challenging Chen Lin. Chen Lin snorted disdainfully. Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? Apologies, but Chen Lin, have always ensured that my enemies are left in a state of utter despair, unable to be reborn. You may find that reincarnation eludes you. Seeking death, Xianxia seethed. The Taishan Immortal sect was famed for its swordsmanship, characterized by its weighty and grand style, primarily wielding heavy swords. The sword in Xianxia's hand, the Five Spirits sword, was one of the sect's treasure artifacts, a divine-level weapon. The sword, the size of a door panel, came crashing down upon Chen Lin like a small mountain. Chen Lin stood firm, raising his fist to meet it head-on. Daring to use your fist to block my Five Spirits sword, you seek death. Is that so? Chen Lin scoffed derisively. With a resounding crash, immense force collided with the sword's blade. Contrary to Xianxia's expectations of cleaving Chen Lin in two, he instead felt a tremendous force surge back, causing the Five Spirits sword to slip from his grasp. I wonder if this counts as a brazen act of empty-handedly snatching a wolf from its lair. Previously, the divine whip in the hands of the second elder of Yaoqi's sacred ground, and now, the Five Spirits sword in the possession of Xianxia. Chen Lin seized the five divine sword and, with a single step, appeared before Xianxia, delivering a series of resounding slaps across his face. The Taishan Immortal sect. Is it? Enjoying the spotlight, are we? You dare challenge me? Begone. With that, he kicked Xianxia, sending him hurtling through the air like a cannonball, landing in a most undignified manner. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Xianxia, a venerable figure of the monarch realm, had been treated as if he were but a child. Soundly beaten. Now, he lay on the ground, unable to rise. Is there anyone else? Chen Lin scoffed, his icy gaze sweeping across the assembly, instilling a palpable dread that made those present instinctively shrink back. At that moment, Chen Lin appeared as a fearsome tiger, his eyes capable of devouring souls. If Xianxia was no match for him, the remaining onlookers hesitated. Xiaoling gritted her teeth and declared, "Let us all strike together, whatever happens. I shall shoulder the responsibility for the Yaoqi sacred land. Where are the disciples of the Yaoqi sacred land? Do not delay." Instantly, dozens of figures soared into action, each wielding magical artifacts as they charged towards the Jade Void Immortal sect. Witnessing the disciples of Yaoqi engage, the others followed suit, understanding that now was the time to act rather than curry favor. Kill. A fierce intent to slay erupted like a tempest. The Jade Void Immortal sect readied themselves, drawing their artifacts, awaiting a command from their leader, Su Yuan, to launch their assault. A great battle was imminent. However, Chen Lin furrowed his brow and stated, "Master, allow me to handle these adversaries." "Very well, since my junior brother has spoken, let him take the lead. Should he falter, I shall lead the entire Jade Void Immortal sect into a decisive battle." Chen Lin replied, "No need for that. They are no match for me alone." Boom! An overwhelming force erupted forth. With a mere gesture, all weapons in the hands of his foes flew uncontrollably into the air. Chapter 234. One sword to dominate thousands. With a single thought, I wield 10,000 swords, capable of parting heaven, creating earth, suspending mountains, and overturning seas, all swords returning to their origin. As one sword was unleashed, the weapons soared into the sky, forming a colossal sword formation that enveloped the adversaries entirely. This sword technique is extraordinary. Is it not the ultimate skill of the Shushan Immortal sect, the return of 10,000 swords? Exclaimed one member of the Shushan sect amidst the crowd. This technique was notoriously difficult to master, particularly the thought of wielding 10,000 swords, requiring one's power and mental strength to surpass that of the opponent to seize their weapons. Once the mind is set, all things in heaven and earth can become swords. Thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of weapons, stones, and flora transformed into lethal blades, exuding a destructive sword intent, poised to pierce through the enemy at any moment. Do not fear, for it is merely the gathering of a myriad of swords. With so many of us, we shall not cower before him. Yes, let us act in unison. Moreover, it is advisable to refrain from using magical artifacts, lest they be forcibly absorbed by the myriad swords. Even unarmed, I can still make him flee in disarray. Let us strike. The disciples of the Yaoqi sacred land clamored fervently. Conversely, the Yushu Immortal sect maintained an air of nonchalance. It must be noted that, in terms of group control, the Myriad Sword sect undoubtedly reigned supreme. This is particularly true since the ancient four symbols sword formation of a Xianxia sacred land has been lost to time. The four symbols sword formation, with a single sword reaching the heavens, manifests an absolute space of sword intent, drawing enemies into its grasp at once. However, when it comes to the foremost group attack spell, that honor belongs to the long-lost Nine Dragons' divine fire cover. Alas, it too has faded into obscurity. Yet, Chen Lin possesses the cultivation method for this divine art, and it is an unabridged version. The more formidable the true dragon's soul, the greater its power, potentially reaching the level of a quasi-emperor of the great Tao. Su Yuan lamented, with junior brother Chen Lin present, the Yushu immortal sect is destined to rise. This statement was directed towards Nangong Wentian. The foundational strength of the Yushu immortal sect rests with him, even as the sect leader. Su Yuan must tread carefully regarding his words. Chen Lin's previous arrogance and disdain for others were indeed infuriating. Were it not for him, the Yaoqi sacred land would not have rallied forces against the Yushu immortal sect. The immense pressure and the threat of annihilation loomed large. Had Nangong Wentian shown even the slightest inclination towards compromise or proposed differing demands, they might have truly considered abandoning Chen Lin. For at that time, Su Yuan too faced tremendous peril. Nangong Wentian shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "Sect leader, you should be thanking him. Were it not for you, I would not have endured this far." However, such discussions are futile. At this moment, junior brother Chen Lin's strength is such that, even together, we could not withstand 3 of his strikes. Su Yuan chuckled bitterly in response. 3 strikes. He was merely flattering himself. Boom. As the two conversed, Chen Lin launched his assault. The myriad swords sect unleashed an attack upon the disciples of the Yaoqi sacred land. At this juncture, Chen Lin stood at the pinnacle of power, each sword imbued with the might to annihilate worlds. Like a torrential rain, each sword bore the potency of a transformative realm attack. Moreover, countless swords rained down. Rocks, flowers, and even droplets of water transformed into blades of death. Cries of anguish echoed incessantly. The crowd sprang into action. A deluge of swords fell, claiming hundreds of lives. Even those who survived were predominantly formidable beings of the transformative realm, though most were gravely injured. Even Xiao Ling in this moment, had shed her previous ethereal demeanor, appearing instead disheveled, her hair in disarray and her garments caked with mud, a pitiful sight. Fortunately, her cultivation remained sufficient to avoid severe injury. How could this be? How could one possibly become so formidable? It defies reason. Insanity. Utter madness. She simply could not believe that so many of us would not stand as her match. Repeatedly, she uttered those 3 words. Impossible? The individual from the Shu Mountain sect remarked, "Fair maiden. While the technique of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect may be powerful, it bears an undeniable flaw. Its immense consumption of energy. Even our sect's venerable ancestor can only unleash a single strike before being unable to wield a second. His internal mana is nearly depleted. If we all join forces, his defeat is inevitable." In an instant, Xiao Ling felt a surge of elation. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Kill them. Anyone who dares to offend the sacred land of Yaoqi must perish." The Yushu sect, audacious and reckless, even shelters the adversary, has no reason to continue existing. With a sharp clap, as soon as Xiao Ling finished her words, a figure abruptly appeared before her, sending shockwaves through her heart. Chen Lin. The next moment, a stinging pain erupted on her cheek. Chen Lin had struck her fiercely. The fiery ache drove Xiao Ling to the brink of madness. For who was she but the sacred maiden of Yaoqi, a paragon of beauty, the daughter of the holy mother of Yaoqi, whose presence commanded awe wherever she roamed? Who would dare to act with such impudence? Yet today, in the Taishan domain, a place sealed for millennia, a desolate territory, she found herself ridiculed and even struck. This was not merely an affront to her. It was a humiliation of the dignity of the sacred land of Yaoqi itself. The impact of this event was profound. Not only Xiao Ling, but all present were left in stunned silence, faces etched with disbelief. Previously, when Chen Lin had slain the second elder and boasted of obliterating the sacred land of Yaoqi, there had been some room for interpretation. After all, he was but a reckless youth from an unremarkable place, unaware of the might of the sacred land. As for striking Xiao Qingdi, it was a jest. Seeking trouble with him for such a slight would only announce to the world that Xiao Qingdi had indeed been struck, even compelling him to offer treasures in apology. There was no chance to cover up the incident. But now, having struck the sacred maiden in front of all, the situation had escalated to one of irreconcilable conflict. Chen Lin, you court death. To dare strike the sacred maiden, Your demise is assured. Kill him. Avenge the sacred maiden. For the honor of the sacred land of Yaoqi, he must die. Kill him. Kill him. Outside the Yusu sect, a sea of murderous intent surged. That previous strike had incited the fury of all present. The expression of fear manifested in the thirst for blood. Only through slaughter could they hope to dispel their terror. Hundreds had perished, and among those below the realm of transformation, none survived. Even those of the transformation realm were left in a state of disarray, utterly devoid of dignity. It was a scene of profound disgrace. One must understand that this battle's ramifications were no less significant than the invasion of demonic forces. In order to support Tai Xian and to withstand the onslaught of the demons, as well as to witness the formidable power of these malevolent beings, nearly 10,000 cultivators were present. Among them were also disciples from the Yushu immortal sect. Yet, only a mere third of them engaged in battle. In an instant, this third suffered considerable losses. Both the enchanting fairy Miao Shan and Zhao Ruo, she wore grim expressions, harboring no resentment towards Chen Lin. Instead, they drew their weapons, prepared to assist him at a moment's notice. Any man who seeks to harm me shall find no passage.